The Enchantress of Medicine with the Heaven-Defying Child and the Black Belly Father Chapter 3120 to Chapter 3292. Di Mingju tightly clutches the void spirit ring in his hand. Feeling the vigorous life force from the ring, his heart slowly calmed down. The ethereal spirit ring wouldn't lie, Mu Yan was still alive and well. All he needed to do now was to find her. Di Mingju closes his eyes. Do you know why the stairway to heaven was destroyed? Sunglasses Ching knitted his brows and said with some hesitation, because the spatial barrier passage is only half built. I'm not too sure about the situation on the Cultivation continent. But I seem to feel the fluctuations of the power of laws, as well as the aura of the heavenly punishment thunder. Haha, could it be that someone used the power of laws in the Cultivation continent and was punished by the heavenly punishment thunder? Huh. Haha. This is impossible, right? Which freak can use the power of law in the Cultivation continent? There was dead silence in the hall. Everyone was frowning. Sunglasses Ching felt that the atmosphere was a little off. He swallowed and asked tentatively, could it be that someone can really do it? No, then wasn't she courting death by doing this? The heavenly punishment thunder. Even the invincible golden body of Debii Temple would be smashed into pieces. Elder Chang hurriedly said, King Shua, shut up. Sunglasses Ching looks at Di Mingju's complexion, and promptly covers his mouth. Di Mingju's hands tightly clench into fists. After a long while, he hoarsely says, how long will it take to rebuild the stairway to heaven? Rebuild the stairway to heaven? Di Mingju, are you crazy? Seeing Di Mingju coldly looking over. He shrunk his neck and tentatively gave a number, 30 years? 3 months. F***ck. What a joke, Di Mingju, you might as well kill me. Hey, Di Mingju, don't go ah. Let's discuss again. If 30 years isn't enough, 3 years should be fine, right? Woo, Jun Shang, I was wrong, I beg you to give me a bit more time. Di Mingju climbs the highest mountain peak in the polar domain, only then does he release Xiaobao. I'm sorry. He gently stroked Xiaobao's head, his voice indescribably hoarse. Daddy is going to break his promise. Xiaobao's sparkling eyes immediately dimmed. The expression on his little face was so sad and heartbroken. Xiaobao still can't see mother? Di Mingju is silent and doesn't speak. Is mother alive and well? Di Mingju nods without hesitation. He knew that his Yan was still alive. No matter where she was, his Yan would live well. Xiaobao reaches out a small hand and caresses Di Mingju's face, his voice carrying a sobbing tone, Daddy, don't be sad, we will definitely be able to see mother again. At this moment, the softness and bitterness in Di Mingju's heart burst out at the same time. There was a momentary warmth in her eyes. He suddenly reached out and pulled the little body into his arms. Daddy promises you that in 3 months at most, I'll definitely let you see mother. Xiaobao nodded heavily and wiped his tears away with his sleeve. Xiaobao believes in Daddy. During these 3 months, Xiaobao will enter the pocket world to continue cultivating. Di Mingju rubs his head, softly saying, all right. Just at this moment, a figure comes galloping over from afar, landing in front of Di Mingju and Xiaobao. Greetings Lord, greetings young master. Di Mingju turns his head to look at the newcomer, and casually nods his head, indicating for him to get up. Xiaobao's voice still carries a sobbing tone, but his little face is taut as he shouts, Uncle Defeating Armies. Defeating Armies stands up, his gaze roaming between Di Mingju and Xiaobao. Is something the matter? Defeating Armies bowed his head and said, Imperial Monarch, this subordinate would like to request a period of leave from you. Di Mingju raises an eyebrow, ask for leave? What do you want to do? Defeating Armies takes a deep breath, and only after a long while does he say in a low voice, this subordinate wants to suppress his cultivation and make a trip to the Yanwu continent with his real body. Yanwu continent, this time even Di Mingju reveals an astonished expression. Xiaobao tilted his head and looked at Defeating Armies in confusion. Yanwu continent, isn't that the place where he was born? What is Uncle Pajun doing there? Defeating Armies looks at Xiaobao, then looks at Di Mingju, wanting to say something but hesitating. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. He hangs his head and says, There are some matters that this subordinate needs to go to the Yenwu continent to verify. Please grant my wish, Lord. Cultivation continent, Heavenly Phoenix Mountain Range. The thunder clouds in the sky had already dissipated at some point. The sky in the east was once again turning bright. The 6 disciples of the Xiaoyao school were still lying on the precipice of the mountain peak in a daze. Little junior sister didn't seem to fall into the refining god abyss? He wasn't struck by the divine lightning? What is that light? Chumoli slowly exhaled. That's the floating light jade key. Flickering light jade key? What is that? Chumoli's expression was also a little dazed. When he heard the question, it was a long while before he muttered, that is the special jade key of the heavenly light ruins of the floating island. It is also the key that can forcibly construct a spatial barrier passage. His voice suddenly stopped, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Little junior sister, how many more surprises do you have for us? The remaining 5 looked at each other in dismay. They had no idea what this mysterious third senior brother was talking about. But there was one thing he understood. Is junior sister all right? Chumoli sighed. Of course, the person who can kill June Mayan in this world might not even be born yet. So little junior sister went to the floating island? Damn, our cultivation is only at the leaving aperture stage. We can't go to the cultivation continent or the sky floating island. Yunruhan wiped away the blood and sweat on her face and revealed a faint smile. As long as I'm alive, we'll be able to meet again. Yes, as long as they were alive, they could always meet again. Furthermore, it's just the crossing calamity stage. I want to break through within a year. 4th senior sister, you're too slow. I want 8 months. Get lost, then I'll give you 6 months. I have 5 months. Chumoli took a look at the devastated Heavenly Phoenix mountain range, as well as the surging human heads that he could see from the summit of the mountain. They were the Dark Flame Army, Beautiful City Army and Good Dawn Army that refused to leave. Also, everything on the cultivation continent is in your hands. He was still thinking about the girl's shout before the lightning struck. Chumoli suddenly felt a headache coming on. He held his forehead and revealed a bitter smile. So, junior sister, just how big of a mess did you leave for us? If the 4 major legions found out that the people they had been loyal to had disappeared? 3 months. Chumoli suddenly said, break through and undergo tribulation in 3 months, then go to the floating island. Hula, the 5 of them simultaneously cast their gazes towards him. Their gazes were filled with shock, as if they didn't recognize Chumoli at all. The laziest, most Buddhist, and most inattentive third brother actually wanted to cultivate diligently. The sun wouldn't rise from the west today, right? Chumoli didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he turned his head to look down the mountain and smiled lightly. Yunruhan, on the other hand, understood his meaning. She slowly said, the cultivation continent is very vast, but it's already not enough for us to soar. Or do you want to continue wasting time here, and let junior sister leave us further and further behind? Absolutely not. The unfettered 7 will advance and retreat together, and never abandon each other. Luo Yu clenched her fists tightly and said hoarsely, I originally didn't want to take revenge, but I definitely don't want to let off that person who harmed eldest senior brother and took away master's life. Ling Yuma said, my mother and grandfather are both on the floating island. I also want to go to the floating island to take a look. Qingjiu lowered his eyes. After a long while, he said hoarsely, word by word, go to floating island. Yunruhan said, all right, then it's decided. 3 months. 3 months later, we will meet up with junior sister on the floating island. The 6 of them looked at the vast rivers and mountains below the mountain peak. Then, they stepped onto their flying swords and sped away. There will always be a time for flowers to bloom and wilt, and there will always be a time for clouds to gather and disperse. After this long separation, they will return to the same destination. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will always flow. There will always be a day when time flies and the blue sea turns into mulberry fields. The people who have been separated will meet again. Cultivation Continent, Linglong Island. Jiyu, what are you doing in that direction? The one who was stopped was a little girl with a double-ringed bun. Upon hearing this, he quickly said, greetings, Sister Hanyu. It was Deputy Island Master Huang who ordered me to go to Huaqing Palace to invite young Master Li over. Hearing the 3 words young Master Li, Han Yu's expression obviously stiffened. He had a hesitant expression on his face. Ji Yu asked in confusion, Sister Han Yu, what's wrong? Is there a problem? No, nothing. Han Yu glanced in the direction of Huaqing Hall with alarm and vigilance before forcing a smile. Since it's Deputy Island Master Huang's order, just do it. After a pause, she couldn't help but add, go, and come back quickly. Don't delay. As Ji Yu walked into the Clear Flower Palace Hall, Han Yu's fearful and worried expression still flashed through her mind. What was in the Pure Flower Palace that could make Sister Han Yu so afraid? Could it be young Master Li? Ji Yu had just been transferred to the main island from the periphery of Linglong Island 2 years ago. As for the background of this young Master Li, he was completely clueless. She only knew that young Master Li was very important to young Master Li, and she usually did not allow anyone to approach young Master Li's Pure Flower Palace. Ji Yu walked around the main hall of the Clear Flower Palace, but she didn't find even a shadow of a person. The entire Clear Flower Palace was incomparably luxurious and magnificent, but it was empty inside. There wasn't even a servant to serve. Ji Yu cautiously shouted for a long time in the hall, but she didn't get any response. Behind Clear Flower Palace was a flower garden that was twice the size of the palace. It was filled with all kinds of colorful flowers. Some were as red as blood, some were as brilliant as the sun, and some were as blue as the sky. Ji Yu couldn't find anyone in the hall, so she unknowingly walked into the flower bed. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was stunned. So beautiful. Even if the Linglong Island itself was as beautiful as a fairyland. However, Ji Yu was still shocked by the scene in front of her. As she strolled among the flowers, her mouth and nose were filled with the most fragrant fragrance. Her round little face couldn't help but reveal an intoxicated expression. Suddenly, Ji Yu's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, her eyes blurred and dreamy as she gazed into the distance. Amidst the colorful and bustling scene, a young man was looking down at a small flower with a gentle expression on his face. The young man wore a spotless white robe. But his eyes were covered by a red ribbon that was even more glaring than fresh blood, completely covering his eyes. Where the red silk could not reach, the tall nose bridge was like a snowy ridge, and the skin was cold and white like jade. Further down were the light pink lips that were slightly hooked. Her expression was bashful and gentle. He was like a young boy who had just experienced his first awakening of love. Ji Yu's heart was beating like a drum, and for a moment, her entire mind seemed to be bewitched by this fairy-like youth. Such a thought unconsciously appeared in his mind. If the young man was looking at her with such a gentle expression, and not a flower, how many times would that be? As Ji Yu thought of this, her eyes unconsciously fell on the flower that the youth was taking care of. Only then did she realize that the flower was very peculiar. Surrounded by a sea of colorful flowers, there was only this fragile and small blue flower that looked like it could break at any moment. Moreover, the appearance of this flower was also very strange. The entire plant seemed to be carved out of ice crystals. The roots were translucent, and as she got closer, she could see the gurgling juice inside. And at the top of the branches and leaves, there was a small light pink flower bud that was gently swaying in the wind. Sparkling star-like lights floated in the air as the flower bud swayed. It created a kind of dreamy beauty. Ji Yu was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a beautiful flower!" Even if it was just a flower bud, it was already so dazzling. If it were to bloom, what kind of peerless beauty would it be? Linglong Island was also full of flowers. How come she had never seen it before? Ji Yu's cry naturally startled the youth. But it also seemed to startle the flower that was swaying gently in the wind. Then, she watched helplessly as black spots began to appear on the pink flower bud. More and more, densely packed until the entire flower branch was covered. Finally, the flower withered. The youth in the red silk looked at his empty palm in a daze. The gentleness on his face turned into sadness and sadness, in the end. I still couldn't succeed. Ji Yu panicked. How could this be? She faintly felt that it might be because of her. Seeing the youth look at her, she panicked so much that tears almost flowed out. I'm sorry, I don't know why it's like this. I shouldn't have said anything. The youth's expression was still sad, but he still comforted her with a smile. It's not your fault. This flower is not easy to raise, I've raised it for hundreds of years and still haven't been able to make it bloom. What's the matter? Jiyu stuttered. It was Deputy Island Master Huang who asked me to come to Huaqing Palace to invite young Master Li over, Miss. Miss has something to say. Oh, what's the matter, sister? The youth tilted his head, revealing a puzzled expression. Jiyu was startled. Was the youth in front of her the master of Huaqing Palace, Li Weiran? But she had never heard that young Master Li was blind. Moreover, the entire Linglong Island seemed to fear young Master Li. But the young Master Li in front of her was clearly such a gentle youth. Just as she was thinking about this, a glaring red suddenly came closer. The man's gentle voice drifted into her ears. Do you like flowers? I do. Then how about this one for you? His slender fingers were currently holding a flower that was as dazzling as the red silk on his face, and he handed it to Jiyu. Jiyu's round face suddenly flushed red, and the expression in her eyes was both shy and happy. This? How can this be? How can I accept young Master Li's things? The youth chuckled and said, but I feel that this flower is as beautiful as you, so I really want to give it to you. In the end, Jiyu couldn't resist the shyness and anticipation in her heart. She reached out and carefully took the flowers. After giving away the flowers, the young man seemed to be satisfied. He pursed his lips into a smile and turned to leave. Jiyu blankly stared at his back. Her face was blushing, her eyes full of shyness and tenderness. He couldn't help but lower his head and sniff the flower in his hand. Bang, a loud sound rang out, causing the entire flower bed to shake. Jiyu let out a shrill scream and covered her face with her hands. Hot blood mixed with minced meat flowed from her fingertips. Her other hand had already been bitten off at the wrist, revealing the ghastly white bones. The delicate flower that she had just held in her hand had already changed its appearance. The tender petals were blown to pieces. A ferocious mouth emerged from where the stamen had been, and it was chewing on something. Fresh blood dripped down from the sawtooth. Haha, what a pity. She only bit off her hand and nose. I thought she would bite off half her head. But no matter how many times I see this scene, it makes me feel refreshed. Huang Shouchuan rushed in from outside and saw the scene in the flower bed. Li Weiran, what are you doing? Li Weiran tilted his head and smiled. Oh, it's Deputy Island Master Huang. Why are you so angry? Isn't she just a little girl? If she's dead, then she's dead. Are you going to hold it against me? Huang Shouchuan glared at him and wanted to yell at him, but he held it in. Miss hasn't been in a good mood recently. She's even sick. You better behave yourself and stop causing trouble. Li Weiran pouted and waved his hand in the direction of the flower bed. In the next moment, all the flowers started to roll like a huge wave. Not long after, a hole appeared in the ground and the moaning Jiyu was sucked in. The Jiyu screamed in fear. Save me, I don't want to die. Save me. The mournful voice was finally buried. Another fertilizer. Does it taste good? You guys have to enjoy it. Li Weiran caressed the red silk on the bridge of his nose, revealing an incomparably gentle and shy expression. Alright, let's go see my sister. He turned around and looked at Huang Shouchuan like a young man. I haven't seen my sister in a long time too. Huang Shouchuan glared at him in disgust and said coldly, come with me. Fian Palace. Yu Yanran leaned against the bed, her lips pale and her expression sad. There was a slight worry between her brows. Seeing Huang Shouchuan and Li Weiran enter, she smiled. Sister, I heard you're in a bad mood. Did someone piss you off? I'll go kill him for you, okay? Li Weiran laid on the bed, his chin resting on his crossed arms. His eyes were covered by the red silk, but he was facing Yu Yanran's face as if his vision was not affected at all. When Yu Yanran heard this, her expression became even sadder. Unknowingly, tears rolled down her cheeks. She shook her head and forced a smile. I'm fine. It's just that I'm having some trouble leveling up recently. Don't worry, Weiran. Miss, how could you be fine? Huang Shouchuan clenched his teeth and said resentfully, after the calamity of collapsing skies, many small families have received an invitation from the polar domain to distribute the latest Heaven Spirit detoxification pill to them. Only our nimble island hasn't sent a single person here. If one was bitten by a low-level poltergeist ghost, one only needed to consume an ordinary, heaven spirit detoxification pill, to prevent the mutation infection. But this time, many of the poltergeist ghosts that swarmed in through the cracks were high-level. Being bitten by these poltergeist ghosts might not be infected in a short period of time. But as time went on, it would slowly mutate and eventually become a monster that was neither human nor ghost. As for the high-level swan poison, only the newly refined, heaven spirit detoxification pill, of the polar domain could cure it. Moreover, the polar domain had never been secretive in this aspect. Almost on the second day after the poltergeist was dealt with, the various clans in the polar domain were notified to collect their antidote pills. After this battle, all the sects and clans of the polar domain were grateful to their emperor, swearing their loyalty to him. They were also proud and rejoiced that they could become a member of the polar domain. But such rejoicing and pride did not belong to the nimble island. The people of the polar domain seemed to have deliberately forgotten about the island of Linglong, and no one came to pay attention to them. Huang Shouchuan said hatefully, "Miss, when you learned that the emperor was in trouble, you disregarded your own safety and rushed to the hidden abyss to save him." His advice to the god monarch was for his own good. But what about him? For the sake of a mortal woman from the Xianxia continent, for the sake of a Shin musician remnant, they actually treat you like this. Such an ungrateful and fickle person, why do you still miss him and grieve for him? Yu Yanran hurriedly says, "Big brother Huang, don't talk nonsense, the emperor is not that kind of person, cough cough, he was just bewitched by that Shin musician remnant. 1,000 years ago, we learned how sinister and ruthless the methods of the Shin musicians are, and it is impossible to guard against them. If Di Jun knows Jun Mayan's true colors, he will definitely wake up and understand my intentions." Sister just said that Di Mingju was bewitched by the remnants of the Shin musicians? Li Weiran's deep voice suddenly interjects, "Is it true?" Yu Yanran's eyes were red. She bit her lips and refused to speak. However, Huang Shouchuan gnashed his teeth and said, not only was he captivated, he was practically head over heels for that foxy charmer. Knowing full well that he was a remnant of the Shin musicians, he still went all out to protect and conceal it. Why doesn't the emperor think about how deep the enmity between the Shin musicians and all the sects and families of the Xianxia continent is? If this woman becomes stronger, what kind of carnage will she bring in the end? The corners of Li Weiran's lips curled up. His voice was soft and gentle, like a young man talking in his sleep. This Shin musician remnant is called Jun Mayan, right? Is she still in the Xianxia continent? Why don't I go meet her on behalf of my sister? Yu Yanran shook her head and said, "Weiran, you must not go. Shin musicians have always been crafty, sinister, and cunning. Sister is afraid that you will be at a disadvantage." Before Li Weiran could say anything, Huang Shouchuan sighed. "I also want to seek justice for Miss, but for some reason, there's a problem with the passage in the sky barrier. The heaven stairway leading to this place from the Cultivation continent is broken. It would not be easy to go to the Cultivation continent in a short time. Unless..." Huang Shouchuan paused and lowered his head to look at Li Weiran, waiting for him to continue, "Unless what?" However, the young man whose face was mostly covered by the red silk merely tilted his head. His light pink lips curled into a smile as if he was mocking him. Huang Shouchuan was so angry that he clenched his teeth. His disgust for this person deepened. But on the surface, he still said in a friendly tone, "Do you still remember the soul-chasing curse that I asked you to use?" "Oh?" Li Weiran raised his head excitedly. "Back then, I was so busy nurturing my flower that I didn't even have time to look at the soul shadow that I took out. Could it be that the soul-chasing curse was placed on that Jun?" "Jun what?" "Oh, that's right, is it from Jun Mayan?" Huang Shouchuan says, "That's not it, but the person who was cast with the soul-chasing curse had contact with Jun Mayan. As long as young Master Li is willing to expend your soul essence to track her, I'm sure you'll be able to find Jun Mayan, kill her, and avenge Miss." Li Weiran looked at Yu Yanran and asked innocently, "Sister, do you want me to help you kill Mayan?" Li Weiran nods as he gets up, beaming, "I understand. Sister, rest assured, you saved me when I was on the verge of death. As long as it's your wish, Weiran will definitely fulfill it." He waves his hand, turning and stepping out of Fian Palace, the corners of his mouth curling up again. Dimingju, Junmayan? Really, interesting. When Li Weiran is far away, Huang Shouchuan says with a calm face, Li Weiran just killed another maid. Yu Yanran frowns, wanting to say something. In the end, she sighs, bury her well, and give her parents some compensation. This subordinate understands. It's just that miss, Li Weiran is temperamental, ruthless, and ruthless. His background is so, if he stays on Linglong Island, he will be a disaster. How about, after we get rid of Jun Mayan, we hand him over to, Huang Shouchuan's second half of the sentence is very soft, almost inaudible. But Yu Yanran quickly understands what he means. She slightly frowns, her expression is one of reluctance and pity, with a faint trace of fear and disgust. In the end, she doesn't say anything. Woman. There's actually a woman in the gravel hill. Brother, this woman's skin is so tender. Let's drag her back, cut her into pieces and marinate her, we can eat for a few days. Idiot. Is there a hole in your brain? Didn't you see that this woman's appearance is the best of the best, and you're actually thinking of eating? Boo-hoo, but I'm really hungry. Idiot, as long as we sell this woman to the ghost fair, do we still have to worry about not being able to eat and drink? Mayan painfully opens her eyes as she hears the noise and the pain in her head that's like being pricked by needles. What she sees is a barren land of gravel and dust. If she breathes a little too heavily, there'll be smoke and dust choking her nose. Where am I? Did she survive the heavenly punishment? Thinking about it, Mayan finds that her current situation is not good. She's tied up with a strong rope, thrown on a simple stretcher, ready to be dragged forward. As for her dantian, she doesn't know if it was damaged by the heavenly punishment or overconsumption. At this moment, it was completely exhausted. When he tried to circulate his spiritual power, he felt a burning pain in his dantian. It took a long time for him to condense a little bit of it. Moreover, whether it's the surrounding spiritual power or internal force, it's really thin to the extreme. It's even worse than the Yanwu continent. Brother! Brother! Look, the woman seems to be awake. Mu Yan follows the voice and raises her head, only to see a dark-skinned little boy dressed in rags. At this time, he is holding his finger in his mouth, his pair of green eyes staring at Mu Yan, swallowing saliva from time to time. It was as if she wasn't a person in his eyes, but a delicious dish. Beside the little boy was a tall but equally bony man. Seeing that Mu Yan was looking at him, the man coughed lightly and avoided her gaze. Miss, don't blame us. In this world, we have to first ensure that we can survive. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for appearing at Gravel Hill. Shattered Stone Hill? The man was about to reply when he suddenly heard a shout coming from afar. Eh? Isn't that the idiot Gua Erping and his brother? Hee, Gua Erping, you and your brother have pretty good luck today. What strange beast did you hunt? Let us have a look. I say, Gua Erping, you didn't get scared by the strange beasts today, did you? As they spoke, several figures approached. Mu Yan found that the spiritual power and internal force in her dantian were still slowly recovering, but the process was somewhat painful. Of course, Mu Yan didn't care about this pain at all. And she knew that this pain was actually the self-healing process of the dantian. So she simply stopped struggling. Instead, she observed the surrounding environment and these people with great interest. The more she looked, the more strange Mu Yan felt. Because there was almost no fluctuation of spiritual power around these people. In other words, they weren't cultivators, but mortals. But it was a bit inaccurate to say that they were mortals. Because they were moving very fast. On the uneven, rugged gravel road, they were moving as if they were flying. It was almost comparable to her own speed when she was a pre-celestial in the Yanwu continent. And although these people were all thin and small, the muscles attached to their hands and feet were extremely explosive. With a casual step, they could break a hard rock. Hiss! Brother Chong, come look! It's not a strange beast, it's a girl. What a hot girl. My God, I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. How long has it been since the Gravel Hill saw an adult woman? What's more, such a superb one. The leader was a young man called Brother Chong, and he looked shifty-eyed. At this time, his eyes seemed to be glued to Mu Yan, and he didn't even notice that his saliva was dripping down. Only when he was pushed by the younger brother next to him did he wake up. He immediately shouted, "Gua Erping, I want this woman. I'll exchange 3 sluggish beasts for you." The silly little boy still hadn't spoken. The tall man next to him coldly said, "Impossible, get out of the way, don't block the way." "Damn, Gua Dapeng, you don't want face, do you? Brother Chung was giving you face by exchanging sluggish beasts for you. Since you won't trade, then don't blame us for being impolite." Gua Erping stood in front of Mu Yan and said eagerly, "Big brother said that this is for little sister and grandma to eat, I can't give it to you." Brother Chung glared at them with his triangular eyes and laughed mockingly, "Fools who only know how to eat. How can I let you waste such a treasure? Looks like the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough. How dare you talk back to me? Men, beat them up. If I don't beat these 2 idiot brothers until they're scared, I, Xianxia, will write my name backwards." The people at the back shouted and immediately rushed forward excitedly. Gua Erping obviously did not have the slightest bit of combat power. In just a moment, he was beaten to the point of wailing. Gua Dapeng, on the other hand, had great strength. However, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Soon, he was beaten black and blue, and his body staggered. Xianxia had already walked in front of Mu Yan with a smile. He stretched out his chicken claw-like hand and was about to touch Mu Yan's face. "It's too wasteful to directly send such a top-grade beauty to the ghost fair to be sold. Why don't you let me enjoy it first?" Before Xianxia's hand could touch the young girl's soft skin, he was already met with a pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to be smiling yet not smiling. A chill ran down his back for no reason, and his whole body couldn't help but shiver. But soon Xianxia came to his senses. He was actually scared by a stinky woman who had lost the ability to resist. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and raised his dark and rough hand to slap Mu Yan's face. "1 second, remember, Love Net, providing you with wonderful reading. Smelly whore, you're just a woman, how dare you look at lousy like that? Who do you think you are?" There's a slap, this slap is obviously not light. Xianxia's underlings are teasing that their boss doesn't know how to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex, actually laying his hands on such a rare and exquisite beauty. The next moment, they see a figure heavily colliding towards them. The people who were beating up the Gua brothers only feel a huge force hitting them. Their whole body is knocked to the ground. Lousy is dying from the pain. Xianxia clutched the side of his face that was swollen to the size of a pig's head and let out a muffled scream. He opens his mouth and spits out several bloody teeth. Everyone looks up, only to find that the girl lying on the stretcher has stood up at some point. Her body is still tied with ropes. The clothes on her body are stained with blood or mud, her hair is disheveled, looking battered and exhausted. But those peach blossom eyes are languid and disdainful, looking at Xianxia like looking at an ant that can be crushed at any time. Damn smelly woman, you dare to hit me. Go, all of you go up. Dislocate her hands and feet, Lousy must properly kill her later." Xianxia's face is half swollen, his face distorted as he looks at Mu Yan. "Smelly whore, very soon, you will know the consequences of offending me, young Master Chang." Hearing that, Xianxia's underlings immediately rush over with fiendish expressions. Each of them has a ferocious and cruel look in their eyes. Although the muscles on their body can't be said to be strong, but each punch and each kick is extremely explosive. Facing the siege of so many strong men, the thin and weak girl is like a willow in the wind, as if she could be destroyed at any time. However, Mu Yan chuckles. Temporarily can't use spiritual power, mysterious power, speaking as if she would lose in a competition of pure physical strength. She has a magic nucleus in her body. With the daily operation of the magic nucleus, her body has gradually been transformed into the world's most powerful devil body. Seeing that several people have rushed forward, Mu Yan exerts force on her feet, suddenly spinning her body and kicking sideways. Bang, a burly man was sent flying, and the bones in his body seem to be cracking. He hits the ground and directly faints. Bang bang bang, after a few consecutive loud bangs, the arrogant smile on Xianxia's face froze before it could disappear. He stared blankly at his subordinates who were lying on the ground, coughing up blood. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. She then looked at the beautiful girl who had not even untied her hands and was slowly walking towards her. A terrified expression appeared on his face as he screamed, "Don't come over. Don't come any closer." He fumbled around his waist in a panic and pulled out a sharp knife that shone with a white light. Huh. Ha ha ha, damned bitch, how could I forget? I have a weapon made from demon bone. Since your hands are tied, killing you is as easy as flipping my palm. Saying that, Xianxia waved the knife in his hand and stabbed it towards Mayan's open abdomen. The moment the sharp knife was brandished, Mu Yan felt a strange energy fluctuation. But when he tried to sense it carefully, he couldn't feel anything. The dagger was clearly flashing with a faint fluorescent light, but in her divine sense, it felt empty. Bitch, go to hell. Ha ha ha. Xiangjia's knife stopped in midair. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Xiangjia's wrist is caught by a slender hand that's as white as jade. The fingers that seem to be carved out of white jade, with a slight coolness, clasps his wrist, making him unable to move. Xianxia raises his head in horror. When did this woman break free? His face reddens, and he desperately wants to stab forward with the knife. But his hand doesn't move. There's a cracking sound coming from the bones of his hand. Ah ah ah. Xianxia lets out a mournful scream, and helplessly watches as his arm is directly broken by those slender fingers. It's bent into a beautiful angle, and slowly stabs towards his throat. No, 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 you can't kill me. Xiangjia's eyes widen in horror, and he screams hysterically, my father is the steward of the Ghost Fair, and my uncle is an outer disciple of the Mountain Split sect. If you kill me, my father and uncle will never let you off. Mountain Split sect, what kind of sect is this? Mu Yan's gesture pauses. Xianxia shows an expression of relief, and he's both resentful and proud in his heart. He thinks to himself, you stinking woman dare to offend me like this. When you fall into my hands, I'll make you beg for death, Poochie. Xianxia is imagining a beautiful future. Suddenly, he sees a line of blood shooting out in front of his eyes. He widens his eyes in disbelief, and slowly lowers his head. He sees that the entire demon bone knife has entered his throat. Crack, 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 how can this be? How can he die in this place? Who is this woman? How could she dare to kill him? Mu Yan moves her wrists that are numb from being tied up. She slowly steps forward and pulls out the knife from Xiangjia's throat. She takes a look at it. It's really strange, it clearly doesn't have any spiritual power attribute, but it seems to contain a powerful force. Moreover, Mu Yan feels that the natal sword in her body is restless. It seems that there's some strange energy on the knife that's attracting the 7 Absolute sword to swallow and absorb it. Mu Yan turns to look at the Guo brothers, the only 2 who are still alive. This knife, she hasn't finished speaking. Guo Dapeng had already pulled his brother to his knees and begged, heroine, please spare my life. It was us brothers who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you, heroine. Please be magnanimous and spare my younger brother Erpeng. As long as you are willing to spare my brother, you can do whatever you want with my lowly life. Don't. Guo Erpeng was so anxious that he burst into tears and snot. If you want to eat me, don't eat my big brother. Big brother still needs to find food for little sister and grandma. Erpeng is useless, so you eat Erpeng. Mu Yan rolls her eyes. You're so skinny that you look like a bag of bones. I'm not afraid of burping my teeth when I eat you. Shut up. Answer whatever I ask. If you dare to spout another word of nonsense, you can go and accompany these people. Guo Dapeng was stunned. Only then did he realize that the girl didn't seem to want to kill them immediately. He calmed down and quickly said, heroine, please ask. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Mu Yan glanced around and said in a heavy voice, what is this place? Guo Dapeng was somewhat stumped by the question. After a long while, he cautiously said, this is Gravel Hill, heroine, you don't know? Mu Yan frowns, where is Gravel Hill? Guo Dapeng is even more stunned. How can he answer this? Gravel Hill is the outermost area of the floating island. Generally, there are only useless people with no talent for cultivation. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Mu Yan can no longer hear the rest of Guo Dapeng's words. There were only 3 words in her mind. Floating island, this is a floating island? How did she end up on the floating island? Yes, Mu Yan suddenly remembers, when she thought that she was about to be struck to death by the heavenly thunder of God's punishment. The little chick suddenly rolled out and bumped into her. Then, the special reward from the Tianguang ruins, the flickering light jade key, dropped out. So, it was the floating light jade key that saved her, but instead of sending her to the Cultivation continent, it sent her to the sky floating island. The current Mu Yan was no stranger to the floating island. 4th senior sister Ling Yuma's mother should have been sent to the floating island's soul-nurturing pool to recuperate. Eldest senior brother, little 7, and the others were hunted down by the Lan family empire of the floating island, which was why they finally escaped to the floating island. Her mother, Ning Yanxin, had been taken away from the Cultivation continent, and her final destination should be this floating island. Mu Yan slightly narrows her eyes, her expression fluctuating. Guo Dapeng was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe. Seeing that his younger brother Guo Erping was about to raise his head to speak, he hurriedly pressed him down. After a long while, Mayan says again, "Tell me in detail about the situation of the floating island and the gravel hill." Guo Dapeng was even more puzzled. This powerful and shockingly beautiful girl in front of him seemed to know nothing about common sense. Where did she come from? However, even if Guo Dapeng was given 100 guts, he would not dare to ask such a question. He just lowered his head and said all the information he knew while trembling with fear. Hearing Guo Dapeng's description, Mu Yan was a little disappointed. This was because Guo Dapeng didn't know much. He had been born on this gravel hill. This gravel hill was located in the most remote part of the floating island. Many years ago, for some reason, the spirit chi and immortal chi in the rocky hill dried up overnight. Moreover, it formed a natural barrier, isolating the gravel mound from the rest of the floating island. This was a place where one could only enter and not leave. Every once in a while, there would always be those who had nowhere else to go, or those who had abandoned their cultivation, who were forced to enter this place. However, these outsiders usually could not adapt to life in the rocky hills. In the end, he either went crazy or committed suicide. The people in the rocky mound were born here and died here. They would never be able to escape from this barren land. Moreover, the resources here were extremely scarce. Not to mention spirit stones for cultivation, even something as simple as having enough to eat and wear warm clothes was a luxury for them. Mu Yan looks at the two again. Guo Erping was already 12 years old, but he was dark and skinny. At first glance, one would think that he was only 7 or 8 years old. Guo Dapeng was tall, but his entire body was sallow and emaciated. It was obvious that he had not been receiving nutrition for a long time. When Xianxia reached the stage of fasting, they could use Ling power to temper their bodies, and only needed to eat a small amount of food. But the Guo brothers in front of him were obviously ordinary people. "What do you usually eat?" "Yes. Sometimes I go to the trash mountain to search." Garbage Mountain, as the name suggested, was a real mountain of garbage. It was right next to the boundary between the boulder mound and the floating island. It was filled with garbage thrown from the floating island. Most of the garbage was useless and polluted waste. However, there were also a small number of magic treasure fragments and an even smaller amount of food. Every day, there would be countless people rummaging through the pile of trash in the gravel hill. As long as they find food, even if it's rotten, it's bound to contain abundant spiritual power, enough to keep them full for several days. If they find magic weapon fragments, although they can't eat them, they can still take them to the ghost fair to trade. However, because there are too many people rummaging, there's less and less food in the garbage mountain. Often, after searching for 2 or 3 days, they'll be exhausted, but still find nothing. They can't fill their stomachs. This kind of life is simply unimaginable for Mu Yan. But Guo Dapeng and the others seem to be used to it. When we can't find food in the garbage mountain, we come to the Yunluo mountain to hunt sluggish beasts. Sluggish beast? Sluggish beast is delicious. Big brother, I want to eat. Sluggish beast. Guo Erping drooled. Guo Dapeng knocks him on the head and snappily says, "Shut up, do you think sluggish beasts are so easy to catch?" Mu Yan is puzzled. Is sluggish beast very strong? That's not it. Guo Dapeng immediately puts on a flattering and careful smile as he talks to Mu Yan. Sluggish beasts are actually cloud beasts' companion beasts. They usually lie on the back of cloud beasts. Only very occasionally will they leave their cloud beasts, and that's the only time we can capture them. Cloud beasts? Mu Yan suddenly thinks of something and raises the sharp knife she just grabbed from Chang Jia. Is this knife made from the bones of cloud beasts? Yes. Heroine, you're so smart. Guo Dapeng nods again and again, looking at the sharp knife in Mu Yan's hand with shining eyes, like looking at a precious holy object. Cloud beasts are extremely powerful. If we want to hunt them, we need to organize an elite team of at least 100 people to succeed. But once the cloud beasts are killed, the harvest is great. The whole body of cloud beasts is a treasure, and the swords made from their bones are no worse than the treasured swords thrown in by the floating island. Also, their skin can be made into the strongest armor. Their meat is a world's delicacy. Roar. Guo Dapeng hasn't finished his words when suddenly a roar comes from the sky. There's a sudden gale on the barren mountain, blowing sand and pebbles. Guo Dapeng's voice stops abruptly, and he stiffly raises his head to look at the sky. When he sees the huge black wings spread above, he screams in horror. Cloud beasts. It was a cloud beast. It must have been attracted by the smell of blood. Run! Guo Dapeng grabbed his younger brother and ran into the distance without a care for anything else. Mu Yan looks up at the giant beast in the sky, revealing an indescribable expression. Cloud beast, the name was so poetic and pleasant to hear. In the end, his appearance was too unsightly. It was a complete skeleton wrapped in a layer of black skin, and there were thousands of lumps of flesh on the skin. It looked like a toad that had been magnified countless times and then pulled into the shape of a bird. The cloud beast in the sky also saw the prey on the ground. After letting out a strange cry, it swooped down like a bolt of lightning towards the Guo brothers. No! Don't come any closer! Guo Dapeng's eyes were filled with fear and despair. He took one last look at his younger brother, who was already dumbfounded. Disregarding everything else, she pounced on him and pinned him beneath her. He was waiting for the cloud beast's sharp claws to tear his body apart. However, the expected pain did not come. It was replaced by the sharp and angry roars of the cloud beasts. Guo Dapeng blankly raises his head to look. He saw that the cloud beast that had swooped down had rushed up to the sky at some unknown time. Its gigantic body kept tumbling in the air, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. He could vaguely see a slender figure standing steadily on the cloud beast's neck. Guo Dapeng slowly opened his mouth, revealing an expression of disbelief. Was it that heroine? She was actually standing on the neck of a cloud beast? Furthermore, no matter how the cloud beast swooped down, rolled, and crashed, the young girl's figure remained steady. Guo Dapeng knew that the best thing to do now was to escape with his younger brother while the cloud beast was distracted by the girl. But his feet seemed to be fixed in place, and his eyes were glued to the top, unwilling to move even an inch. There was only one thought in his mind: what does this girl want? Even a team of over 100 strong men might not be able to kill a cloud beast on the rocky hill. Could it be that this seemingly weak and slender girl wanted to kill it by herself? How was this possible? The next moment, Guo Dapeng saw a scene that he would never forget. A translucent longsword slowly appeared in the girl's palm. Under the illumination of the sun, the long sword emitted a colorful and dazzling light. Then, the girl raised her sword and lightly swung it at the rock's neck. A mournful cry pierced through the air. Then, Guo Dapeng watched helplessly as the huge black shadow fell from the sky and smashed heavily onto the ground. Sand and dust flew everywhere, and the earth trembled. The giant head of the cloud beast landed 5 meters away from Guo Dapeng. A pair of gray vertical pupils were wide open, seemingly filled with unwillingness and disbelief. Guo Dapeng felt like he was dreaming. He didn't even dare to cough when he choked on the dust. He just stared blankly at the beheaded cloud beast. He watched as the muddy girl slowly landed on the ground. Bang, 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 Mu Yan kicks the furry little things lying on the back of the cloud beast one by one. Is this the sluggish beast you mentioned? Why did it look like a mouse? It's just that it's 3 to 4 times bigger than a mouse in the Yanwu continent. These recovery beasts clearly didn't have any combat power. With a casual kick from Mu Yan, he fainted. Brother, big brother, there are so many recovery beasts. Brother, do you see them? We can eat our fill. Grandpa and little sister won't be hungry anymore. Guo Daping hurriedly stopped his younger brother, who was about to rush over to catch the sluggish beast. Erping, behave yourself. These belong to the heroine. Who said you can take them? Take it. Mu Yan casually waved her hand, I'm not interested in eating mice. And the biggest problem was that even if she was interested, she didn't know how to cook. He couldn't let her eat raw mice, right? What? Heroine, you mean to say that you're giving us all of these beasts? Are you telling the truth? Mu Yan didn't care about the Guo brothers' ecstasy. At this time, she was holding the 7 absolute sword and circling around the corpse of the cloud beast. In the end, he raised his sword and pulled out a palm-sized bone from the back of the cloud beast. Mu Yan discovered that only this bone was emitting a unique energy fluctuation. She leaned the bone against the 7 absolute sword in her hand. The 7 absolute sword immediately let out a violent buzzing sound, as if it wanted to swallow the bone immediately. Qi Huang, do you know what this thing is? She heard a disjointed voice, condense the heart of the sword, gather enough, find a refiner, forge the 7749. Natal sword array. She didn't know if it was because she couldn't use her spiritual power now, or if it was because of the peculiarity of the gravel hill. Mu Yan can't open the Tian Emochin space right now, and Little Phoenix and the others can't come out either. The connection between her and Qi Huang is also intermittently broken. But Mu Yan still understands Qi Huang's meaning. This thing can be used to forge her natal sword. And Qi Huang has expressed extreme contempt for her having only one natal sword a long time ago. According to Qi Huang's meaning, even that pretty boy Luo Yunxiao has more than a dozen natal swords. If Mu Yan only has one, where would he, the honorable spirit, put his face? Therefore, she must forge Qi Huang's 49 natal swords to form an invincible sword array. Otherwise, she won't be finished. Even with Mu Yan's confidence and arrogance, the corners of her mouth can't help but twitch when she thinks of this. It's already amazing for others to have one natal sword. Forge 49 natal swords, Qi Xiao Huang, are you King kidding me? But when she thinks of the scene of this brat throwing a tantrum if she doesn't fulfill his wish, Mu Yan helplessly turns to look at Guo Daping. Are there very few cloud beasts in Gravel Hill? No, there are many cloud beasts in Gravel Hill. It's just that they are in the depths of Mount Yunluo and rarely come here. Guo Daping suddenly stares at Mu Yan. Heroine, don't tell me you want to go to Mount Yunluo to hunt cloud beasts. This must not be done. Cloud beasts usually appear in groups of 3 or 5, and the deeper you go into Mount Yunluo, the higher the level of the cloud beasts. For some reason, those high-level cloud beasts rarely come out of Mount Yunluo, but rumor has it that as long as a high-level cloud beast comes out, it can directly destroy a town. Heroine, you are indeed skilled in martial arts, but it's still too dangerous to go into Mount Yunluo alone. Mu Yan smiles, thank you for the reminder. Then she waves her hand and turns to walk towards the depths of Mount Yunluo without hesitation. Hey, heroine, the corpse of this cloud beast, I'll give it to you. Take it as thanks for the information you provided. Guo Daping stares blankly at the girl's gradually disappearing figure in the distance, then looks at the ground full of recovery beasts and cloud beasts' corpses. After a long while, he murmurs, Erping, are we really not dreaming? This is already Mayan's 5th day at Mount Yunluo. She was surrounded by the corpses of cloud beasts, and she was filthy beyond recognition. It wasn't that she didn't want to change her clothes, but the spiritual power in her dantian was still pitifully little. She still can't open the Tian Emochin space. Even the cloud bone, which he had painstakingly removed, could only be wrapped in a piece of beast skin and carried on his back. Coo, the dirty littling who rolled to her feet and let out a cheerful cackle. Mu Yan looks at this naive and sweet child and is speechless. He really didn't know what breed this stupid chicken was. She and Qi Huang couldn't break the Tian Emochin space enchantment, but it can enter and leave whenever it wants. However, this guy didn't even have the slightest bit of combat power. Every time he came out, he would either cause trouble or cry for help. Gugujiji mommy. Huang was hungry. He wanted to eat Wu Wu's cooking. 55 referred to fifth senior brother Ling Yuxing. The little chick liked to repeat words when addressing people, and its mind was like that of a child. As a result, the people of the Xiaoyao sect became 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, and woo-woo in his mouth. After that, the little chick shook its dirty feathers and added a sentence. I want to eat Papa's cooking the most. Wonderful. Mu Yan rolls her eyes. She's also hungry. She also wants to eat the dishes cooked by Di Mingju and fifth brother, but the problem is that she's in this damned place with no one to answer her cries. Where can she find Di Mingju and fifth brother? Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. Mu Yan touches her flat belly, pointing at the little chick's head as she righteously reprimands, what else can you do besides eating? You're deliberately bringing up food at this time, aren't you? Guji the little chick tilts its head, turning its round head. Then it spits out a bubble and scurries into her arms. Mu Yan has lost her temper because of this child. Just as she's about to say something, her complexion suddenly changes. Huang Huang, go back to the space. The little chick looks at Mu Yan's expression. This time it doesn't dare to act rashly, and quickly returns to the Tian Emochin space. Almost at the same time as the little chick disappears. There's a rumbling sound coming from all directions in the wasteland. In the sky, a huge black cloud is following closely behind, rapidly approaching. In just a short moment, the sky, the ground, the lake, and the densely packed cloud beasts have completely surrounded her. Since entering Mount Yunluo, this is the first time Mu Yan's complexion has changed. Cloud beasts really do like to move in groups. But they're usually in groups of 3 to 5, and at most 10. But how many cloud beasts are there in front of her, flying in the sky, crawling on the ground, swimming in the water? At a glance, there are at least 100. And she can't use her spiritual power right now. She can't even take out the Tian Emochin, and she has no other weapons apart from the 7 absolute swords. Roar. The cloud beasts close at hand have red eyes, a crazed look in their eyes, drool dripping from their open mouths. Mu Yan slowly pulls out the 7 absolute swords, the corners of her mouth hooking up into a disdainful smile. Very good. If I kill you all, I won't have to work hard to collect cloud bones anymore. Stellar Domain is released in a flash, on a faraway hill. A youth dressed in white, his eyes covered with red silk, is sitting on a tree, watching the battle in the distance with a contented expression. There are many spiritual fruits beside him, and he's enjoying the show while throwing one into his mouth from time to time. Eh? Fourth order domain? Not bad. But it's also true, if he didn't have a bit of skill, how could he let Di Mingju take a fancy to him, and how could he make Xianxia so restless and restless? The young man tossed a spirit fruit into his mouth before suddenly yelling again. Ayaya, my shoulder was bitten. How could he be so careless? The teeth of cloud beasts are poisonous. As expected, my movements have slowed down. Ah, my leg has also been hit by a poisonous needle. This time, it's really impossible to escape. How pitiful. He said it was pitiful. The youth's face was filled with a gloating smile. The spirit fruit in his mouth seemed to have become even more fragrant and sweet. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled like a shy boy next door. However, the words that came out of his mouth were cold and vicious. It turns out that the woman that Di Mingju fancies is also this kind of senseless trash. Since that's the case, then, go to hell. But in the next instant, the youth's smile froze on his face. He abruptly straightened up and gazed at the faraway wasteland. His 2 elegant sword-like eyebrows tightly knit together. Where is she? In the faraway wasteland, the corpses of cloud beasts are piled up like a mountain. However, the other half were roaring and running around in search of it. But the target that they wanted to attack has already disappeared at some point. A bit interesting. The youth holds the spirit fruit in his mouth, overflowing with interest. It actually disappeared from under my eyes. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. He operates his divine sense, about to look around carefully. Suddenly, his complexion changes slightly. Before he can move, he gets a heavy kick on his butt. The youth staggers forward, barely grabbing a branch in front of him so that he doesn't fall and fall flat on his face. That handsome and delicate face shows a rare look of astonishment. TSK, you're very happy watching the show here. You even prepared snacks. Mu Yan stretches out her blood-stained hand, grabbing the youth's spirit fruit without hesitation and throwing it into her mouth. More than half of her face was covered in blood and sand, so much so that she could not be seen clearly. Only that pair of phoenix eyes are bright, overflowing with youth, as if they could easily hook away a person's soul. The youth slightly hangs his head, pitifully saying, "Big sister, that's my spirit fruit." "Oh? Is that so?" Mu Yan stuffs the unfinished spirit fruit into her bag. "So? How can you rob a blind person's food?" Mu Yan is still holding a spirit fruit in her mouth. Taking a bite, she says with a smile that isn't a smile, "But I'm robbing it, what can you do to me? Let those cloud beasts attack me again?" The corner of the youth's mouth slowly hooks up. A gentle breeze blows, brushing his long ink-black hair and the red silk ribbon intertwined with it. "I'm really curious, how did little sister escape from the cloud beasts, and how? Did you discover my existence?" Mu Yan turns her wrist, and the Tian Mo Qin appears in her hand. Spiritual power surges, and intermittent sounds of the zither resound between heaven and earth. "First, I don't know how old you are, but you're definitely older than me. So don't call me little sister, I'm not interested in recognizing an old monster as my younger brother. Second, I have no enmity with you, we don't know each other, but you led a group of cloud beasts to take my life. What's the reason?" The youth in front of her chuckles. The laughter is very clear and pleasant, but it makes Mu Yan's hair stand on end. She is on full alert, one hand on the Tian Mo Qin, and the other slowly grasps the Seven Absolute sword. She was in a very dangerous situation during the battle with the cloud beast just now. Fortunately, in the nick of time, the Dantian's spiritual power has been restored to a certain extent, and the Tian Mo Qin is finally taken out. It's also because of the Tian Mo Qin's summer bug language of ice skill. Only then did she learn from the consciousness of the reptilian cloud beasts that someone was manipulating them. Finally, he found the teenager who was hiding and watching the show. However, the young man in front of him was truly unfathomable. No matter if it was his strength or identity, they both revealed a strange feeling that she was completely unable to see through. Suddenly, Mu Yan's pupils contract. A light breath mixed with the faint fragrance of flowers blew into his ears. "Jun Mayan? Mayan, what a nice name." His slender white fingers gently stroke the edge of the Tian Mo Qin. 3 words are engraved there, so shallow that they're almost invisible, Jun Mayan. "If you don't want me to call you little sister, then I'll call you Mayan, Yen, okay?" Mu Yan fiercely swept her sword horizontally. However, the figure that was so close to him disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared behind her. "Don't be so angry. This Mount Yunluo is within my sphere of influence. If Mayan hadn't barged in, I wouldn't have ordered the cloud beasts to attack you. The two of us don't get to know each other without fighting, right? Let me reintroduce myself, my name is Li Weiran, you can call me." Mu Yan stabbed out with her sword. "Oh, Mu Yan, you're so fierce. Didn't I already apologize to you? If you still don't want to calm down, I'll just let you slash me a few times to vent your anger." Mu Yan sneered, "Alright, if you have the ability, stand still and let me slash you." As soon as she finished speaking, the Qijue sword in her hand stabbed out again. But this time, there was a poochie sound. The long sword in her hand really felt the obstruction of the sharp blade piercing into flesh. Mu Yan stared blankly, then saw that the youth's snow-white clothes were gradually dyed with bright red blood. The youth's fair complexion became as pale as paper. His thin lips slightly pursed, barely revealing a smile. Yen, is this enough for you to calm down?" Mu Yan was startled, her expression falling into a trance for a moment. It wasn't because the youth didn't dodge her sword, nor was it because of what he said. But just now, when he stopped smiling and showed a weak expression, it gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. But this sense of familiarity only lasted for a moment before disappearing without a trace. Mu Yan frowned, sheathed her sword, and turned to leave. Hey, no way. You just left after stabbing me with your sword? Mu Yan, you can't be so irresponsible, can you? Looking at the youth shamelessly following her, Mu Yan's mouth twitched. Where was this guy's half-dead appearance from just now? He was obviously stabbed in the chest, but he didn't seem to feel it. Mu Yan glanced at him and lightly said, "Didn't you say that Mount Yunluo is within your sphere of influence? I'll give you your mountain now, and you're still not satisfied." As she spoke, her figure had already arrived next to the mountain of cloud beast corpses. Those cloud beasts that hadn't died, because they were no longer under Li Weiran's control, had already regained their consciousness. Seeing Mu Yan now was like seeing a terrifying monster. One by one, they screamed and fled in all directions. Their speed was much faster than when they surrounded her earlier. Mu Yan didn't chase after them, but nimbly dug out the special cloud bone from each of the corpses. When Yingu was done digging, Xianxia turned around and realized something. The white-clothed youth with the red scarf over his eyes was still following behind her. She was quiet and obedient, following his every step, and was unbelievably obedient. Mayan frowns, "Why are you following me?" Li Weiran said pitifully, "This Yunluo mountain is too boring. I don't want to stay here alone. But there are so many bad people out there. I don't dare to go out alone. Mayan, can you take me outside to see the world?" Mu Yan turns around and looks at him expressionlessly. "Is the word idiot written on my face?" "Ah?" Mayan sneers, "Otherwise, why would you think that I would believe your nonsense?" Li Weiran's thin lips curled up, revealing a cute smile. "What does it matter whether I believe it or not? In any case, I'm determined to follow you, Mayan. If you don't agree to take me with you, I'll..." He slowly moves closer to Mu Yan's ear, murmuring like a lover, "I'll kill you, Mayan." Mu Yan slightly narrows her eyes and takes a step back. With a wave of her hand, Qi Jue's sword appears in her palm. "Is that so? Let's give it a try." Li Weiran's smile gradually disappeared. "Mayan doesn't believe that I can kill you? So what if I believe you? So what if I don't believe you?" Mu Yan sneers. The Tian Mo Qin suddenly plays, and the 4th level domain is released without mercy. What I hate the most in my life is when people threaten me. The wind swirls the grass and dust on the ground. The Zhui beasts that lost the protection of the cloud beasts are already panicking. They are now trembling, unable to move. Li Weiran sneers, "Mu Yan, have you ever heard of a saying? Fighting against an evenly matched opponent is wise. Fighting against an enemy with a great disparity in strength is courageous. Fighting against an unreachable enemy is foolish." As he speaks, the youth's white robe flutters without any wind. His long black hair intertwines with the glaring red silk, gently swaying. A powerful, almost despair-inducing energy gushes out from Li Weiran's body. It's like a giant beast hovering in the air, as if it could swallow Mu Yan at any time. Cold sweat oozes from her forehead. Mu Yan's hand holding the 7 absolute sword slowly trembles. The youth opposite her, who was just a moment ago, seems to have grown a lot bigger. Even that face has lost its childishness in an instant. It has a trace of cold-blooded disdain and cruelty. But even so, Li Weiran is still smiling lightly. His voice is low and soft. "I guess, Mu Yan, you're not such a stupid person, right?" Responding to her is the whistling sword light of the 7 absolute sword. "If you want to fight, then fight." What nonsense. Dang, Mu Yan's attack is blocked by an ordinary cloud bone that Li Weiran picked up. The powerful recoil caused her to fly backward. But she only pauses in the air for a moment, then quickly swoops down. Li Weiran sneers, and the cloud bone in his hand stabs forward. It's obviously an understated movement, but it instantly finds the flaw in Mu Yan's swordsmanship. Poochie, the sharp cloud bone pierces Mu Yan's heart. In the nick of time, Mu Yan dodges, but her left arm is still cut with a wound so deep that the bone can be seen. Her whole body flies out, heavily hitting the rocks. The rocks shatter, falling on her blood-stained hair. Blood overflows from the corner of her mouth. It was obvious that her spiritual power had been exhausted, which made the girl's lips pale. However, she only paused for a moment. Without even wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she once again raised her sword and flew over. Thousands of sword lights exploded in the desolate wilderness. Li Weiran raised his head slightly and looked at the girl holding the sword. His face revealed a rare look of confusion and surprise. There wasn't a trace of pain, fear, or cowardice in those clear and beautiful eyes. Instead, they were burning with the desire to fight. Despite knowing that he wasn't a match for Xianxia remained unfazed by his threat and refused to back down. "This is the woman that Di Mingju likes," Li Weiran's thin lips curled up. He suddenly threw away the cloud bone in his hand and shouted, "I admit defeat." Mu Yan stumbles, the sword in her hand is not in a hurry, and it almost pierces through the youth's head. She pressed the tip of her sword against Li Weiran's throat and gritted her teeth. "Are you playing with me?" Li Weiran pouted. "What can I do? Can't I beat Mu Yan? And even if I can beat you, I can't bear to kill you. I've never met a woman as interesting as you, Mu Yan, in my entire life." Without waiting for him to finish, Mu Yan pushes the sword in her hand forward. This man is more sinister and cunning than a fox, and more treacherous and perverted than third brother. If she could just kill him like this, Mu Yan wouldn't mind at all. But it's clearly impossible. Sure enough, the moment Mayan sends out her sword, the figure in front of her disappears. Li Weiran's aggrieved voice comes from close behind. "I apologize for controlling the cloud beast to attack you, okay?" Mayan touches her forehead and turns to leave. "Damn, this bastard, I can't beat him. My skin isn't as thick as his, what else can I do? I can't provoke him, can't I just hide?" However, reality tells her, she really can't. After walking for a while, Mayan finally can't bear it anymore and turns around. "Li Weiran, how long are you going to follow me?" Li Weiran obediently smiled and said, "Of course it's to follow me until I'm not interested in you. When I feel bored, I can kill you with my own hands." Mayan looks at him expressionlessly. It's a pity that the youth's face is covered with red silk, covering the most important emotional indicator. Mayan can't see what he's thinking at all. "Do you really have to follow me?" Li Weiran nods. Then, he sees the girl's lips curl up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. "If you want to follow me, you have to pay a price, right?" Li Weiran is stunned. Did he hear wrong? There's actually someone in this world who dares to make him pay a price. Hee, interesting, it's really getting more and more interesting. The youth also laughs. "I wonder what price Mayan wants me to pay." An hour later, Li Weiran looks at the corpse of the sluggish beast in front of him. He looks up at the girl with a matter-of-fact expression. His voice, which has always been flawless, has a rare hint of inconceivable difficulty. "You want me to roast meat?" "Whatever you want to do." Mayan crosses her arms and resolutely says, "In short, I want to eat a normal hot meal. If you can cook to my satisfaction, I'll allow you to follow me. How about it?" Li Weiran still finds it hard to believe and can't help but ask again, "You want me to cook for you?" Mayan smiles slightly. "Is there a problem?" Li Weiran stares blankly for a long time, then chuckles, "No problem. I think roasting meat is quite interesting." After saying that, he obediently takes the corpse of the sluggish beast. He begins to peel, clean, and process it. Every step of the process was done very well. In the beginning, his movements were still a little inexperienced, but as time went on, he became more and more proficient. It was as if he was used to it. Mu Yan, who was watching from the side, was simply envious. If only she had such cooking skills. Was there a need to be so miserable every time he was left alone in the wilderness? When the sluggish beast was placed on the fire and roasted, the sizzling sound of oil popping could be heard. An alluring fragrance pervaded the mountains and fields. Mu Yan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. For the first time in his heart, he wavered on whether or not he should get rid of Li Weiran. Goo, it smelled so good. The little chick, who had been starving for a long time, rolled out of the cafeteria as soon as it smelled the aroma of food. Gg. Woof, woof, woof. Is Daddy here? Or was Woo Woo roasting meat? It smells so good, Huang wants to eat it. Mu Yan hugged the little chick in her arms and knocked on its head. Quiet. Do you think I don't want to eat it? Can't you see that the meat isn't cooked yet? Thus, one man and one chicken stared at Li Weiran, who was roasting meat. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the hui beast meat was finally cooked. The golden and crispy skin was cut open with a knife, and the juices were dripping out of the tender meat. There was also the seasoning that Li Weiran got from somewhere. The fragrance is like a snake, constantly drilling into Mu Yan's nose. Her stomach, which had been empty for more than 10 days, felt as if there was a hand stirring it, and she couldn't help but let out a rumbling sound. The saliva secretion in his mouth was completely out of control. Chirp chirp chirp. Little Ingwa squawked and shot forward like a cannonball. He threw himself into the recovery beast, not fearing the heat, and quickly began to gorge himself. Mu Yan wasn't polite at all. She grabbed a recovery beast's leg and brought it to her mouth to take a bite. Delicious. It was simply too delicious. It's so delicious that Mayan simply wants to cry. Although she had already abstained from eating, as long as there was a little bit of spiritual energy left in her body, it didn't matter if she didn't eat. But I didn't feel it when I was alone. Later, after her appetite was spoiled by Di Mingju and fifth brother, her mouth became picky. Not to mention starving for half a month like this. She wouldn't even be interested in food that was slightly inferior in taste. Who would have thought that Li Weiran's personality was so perverted? His mood was unpredictable, and his origins were unknown, but his culinary skills were so good. Watching the man and the chicken eating heartily. Li Weiran, on the other hand, tore off a small piece of the beast's foreleg and chewed on it in a refined manner. The corners of his mouth were curled up, as if he was very satisfied with the recognition of his craftsmanship. All of a sudden, the little chick, who was happily eating, suddenly raised its head and let out a shrill cry. Goo goo. Mama. So painful. Mu Yan quickly put down the roast meat in her hands and grabbed the little chick. Huang Huang, what's wrong? Gurgle. His stomach hurt. It hurts, Mom. Mu Yan took out a pill and was about to stuff it into the little chick's mouth. Suddenly, his fingers trembled and his face turned pale. His trembling lips were now mottled with green and purple. She suddenly raised her head and glared at the young man not far away. You poisoned me? Li Weiran giggled. I've been discovered. Mu Yan, you can't blame me. I brought so many seasonings with me. Some of them are poisonous, and some are not. I was too focused on roasting the meat, so it's normal that I couldn't tell them apart. As the youth spoke, he approached Mu Yan with a smile that was not a smile. Tilting her head slightly, she revealed an innocent and pure expression. You look like you're in pain. If I'm not wrong, Mu Yan, you should be poisoned by the rotting heart powder. If you don't detoxify it immediately, your internal organs will be crushed. During this process, the pain would remain until the complete heart was crushed. Only then would the person die. That kind of suffering is like walking in hell. Just thinking about it makes me feel pitiful. Li Weiran slowly lowered his head. He was so close to Mu Yan that they could almost hear each other's breaths. Looking at the sweat beading on the girl's face due to the pain, and her lips that were starting to crack and bleed, Li Weiran's smile deepened. If you really can't take it anymore, Mu Yan can try begging me. I have the antidote on me. If he had heard Mayan's bitter pleading, he might have been soft-hearted and taken out. Swoosh. Before Li Weiran could finish his words, a sword light suddenly shot up from below and ruthlessly slashed across Li Weiran's face. On the young man's jade-white forehead, there was a vertical cut. Bright red blood slowly seeped out. The red silk that had been covering her eyes was also cut open by the saber, revealing the youth's long eyelashes, tightly closed eyes, and high nose bridge. The long eyelashes tremble slightly, slowly opening. However, before she can clearly see what those eyes look like, the red light flashes, and the red silk that had disappeared reappears, completely covering the youth's eyes and nose bridge. Mayan's heart thumps. A vague but shocking thought flashes through her mind. The youth who just lost the red silk gives her a stronger sense of familiarity. But, who does he look like? Why can't she remember no matter how hard she tries? If she can remove the red silk and take another look, maybe she will be able to remember. Her slender fingers caress the bloodstain between her eyebrows. Li Weiran's voice is cold and low. Mayan, were you just playing with me? The girl in front of him has a calm expression, and her lips are normal. She is still carelessly gnawing on the roasted meat in her hands. She doesn't look like she was poisoned and on the verge of death. Then she looks at the little chick that was just on its last breath. At this time, it's giggling nonstop. From time to time, it even pulls its neck, making a painful appearance of being poisoned. Then it giggles and rolls into Mayan's arms. Giggle, Giguji mommy. Isn't Huang Huang acting good? He. Is Huang Huang powerful? Mayan rubs its head, rewarding it with a piece of roasted meat. Then she looks up at Li Weiran, sneering. I already disdained to play with poison like rotting heart powder 2 years ago. Since you're so interested, why don't I keep you company? Almost as soon as Mayan's voice falls, Li Weiran feels a burning pain from the wound on his forehead. The blood that was originally oozing out gradually turns into a rancid black-red color. His internal organs seem to feel the pain of being turned upside down. The poison that Mayan used is similar to rotting heart powder, but it's far more powerful. Li Weiran's fair skin is gradually dyed with a frightening purple color. His body also trembles slightly from the pain of the poison's corrosion. Mayan gnaws on the fragrant roasted meat while appreciating his painful expression with great interest. But her eyes are also full of regret. What a pity, she was very clear that this little bit of poison would not be able to kill Li Weiran. She couldn't even see through the cultivation of this eccentric and treacherous man whose identity was unknown. If Li Weiran really wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. But Mu Yan can clearly feel that this youngster doesn't have any clear killing intent towards her, but is full of malice. It was as if he had a stomach full of evil tricks and wanted to see him panicking and begging for mercy. Sure enough, after Li Weiran wiped away the black and red blood that flowed out of his forehead, he laughed softly. Although his eyes were covered, one could still see the incredulous expression on his face. How many years has it been since someone made me suffer a loss? This feeling is so refreshing. June Mayan, what kind of woman are you? I'm getting more and more interested in you. Mu Yan's expression is indifferent. She carelessly says, let's not talk about whether you're interested or not. Is your cooking only good at barbecuing? Eating too much barbecued meat would make one sick of it. Do you know how to make soup? Do you know how to cook? Goo goo goo. Little Ling Huang excitedly agrees, drink soup, drink soup. Daddy's soup is the best, Li Weiran. He shows a bashful smile and warmly says, aren't you afraid that I will continue to poison the food? Mu Yan raises her eyebrows, her peach blossom eyes are languid and disdainful. Go ahead and use the poison. If I'm poisoned to death after eating it, it's my loss. But the premise is that you have to guarantee that our 3 meals are delicious. How about it? Of course, don't blame me if your skills are inferior and you get killed instead. Even someone as perverted as Li Weiran fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere between the two was harmonious and friendly. Who would have thought that the topic they were talking about was how to poison each other? The long eyelashes covered by the red silk fluttered slightly. Even with the obstruction, Mu Yan can still feel the scorching and excited gaze that is cast on her. Her heart skipped a beat. She had suspected that Li Weiran wasn't blind at all. At this moment, his guess was completely confirmed. But if she wasn't blind, why did she cover her eyes with the red silk? Just as he was feeling doubtful, he heard the youth's deep and alluring voice, sure. I agree. Then, I'll have to trouble Mayan to give me some pointers. This is the ghost market? Listening to the noise of the people and smelling the messy stench, Mu Yan couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. Everything here gave her a distant sense of familiarity. In her previous life, she was sold into the ghost city's Wanrenku by Gong Qianshua's confidant. Those gathered there are the lowest, most savage, and most sinister humans of the entire Yanwu continent. They could kill for a mouthful of food. They could also sell their bodies without hesitation in order to survive. The entire 10,000 cave was always filled with chaos, violence, and a suffocating rancid smell. Although the ghost market in front of them was not like the bloody law of the jungle like the Wanrenku. After all, the ghost market allowed people to enter and leave at will, and once Wanrenku was sent in, there was almost no possibility of escape. But the cruelty, brutality, and malice that grew out of despair were exactly the same as those in 10,000 cave. The ground of the ghost market was muddy. Occasionally, a few children in tattered clothes would scream and run past, splashing putrid muddy water on the ground. Wooden houses were built in a disorderly manner, forming several crisscrossing alleys. As long as there were gaps on both sides of the alleys, people could be seen setting up stalls or begging on the ground. Cries of pain could be heard from some of the wooden houses. There were also men and women dressed neatly in front of some wooden houses. They put on makeup, put on charming expressions, and shouted at the passers-by. "Sir, come in and have a seat. We have a pair of beautiful sisters here, and we guarantee that you will be satisfied. Hold on, heroine. Look at how soft and tender this young man is. Moreover, he is very sturdy. You can play with him however you want. The moment Mu Yan and Li Weiran entered the ghost market, they attracted countless gazes. Of course, it's not Mu Yan who's attracting his attention. After staying in Mount Yunluo for more than 10 days, Mayan's appearance isn't much better than that of a savage beggar. His clothes were tattered, his hair was tangled, his face was covered in mud, and his body emitted a foul stench. It was exactly the same as the ghost market. Li Weiran was the complete opposite of her. The youth was dressed in a snow-white robe, and even the shoes on his feet were spotless. His black hair fluttered like clouds, like a waterfall of ink. The bright red satin covered his face, making his skin look even colder and as fair as jade. His thin lips were pink and seductive. The smooth and perfect curves extended from his temples to his chin, and then to his delicate collarbone. The youth's entire person was like a work of art carved out of white jade. Beautiful, precious, and fragile. Completely incompatible with this messy and dirty ghost market. Hey, what's the price of this rabbit? As long as you name a price, I'll take it all. A man's rough voice comes to Mayan's ears. She turns around in surprise and finds a dark-skinned, fierce-looking man staring at Li Weiran with a fiery gaze. She can't help but drool from her mouth. Get lost. I've taken a fancy to this kid, none of you are allowed to fight with me. A thick and solid hand reaches over and pushes Mayan away, about to touch Li Weiran's face. Mayan takes a dangerous step back, only to find out that the one pushing her is an incomparably fat middle-aged woman. One must know that in the Gravel Hill, it's normal to be emaciated all year round without enough to eat. But this middle-aged woman is not only fat, her eyes are squeezed into slits. Moreover, her whole body is covered with gestures made of cloud bones. Even the vest on the outside was made of the skin of a cloud beast. Everyone knows at once that this middle-aged woman's background is definitely not simple. Thus, the people who were originally interested in Li Weiran all retreat in fear. The brawny man who spoke first is clearly unwilling and still wants to rush forward. But he's pulled back by his companion. Have you lost your mind? Do you know who this woman is? She's Zhang Guihong, the daughter of the mountain split-sex outer sect steward. Do you still want to mingle in the Gravel Hill after offending her? Although the Gravel Hill only allows entry and not exit, it's isolated from the world. But every year, a large amount of trash would be thrown here from the floating island, and there would also be abandoned disabled people or criminals exiled here. Therefore, there must be a connection point between the Gravel Hill and the floating island. But the Gravel Hill is really too remote, and there's no profit to be made. Therefore, the sects and families with a bit of capital are all unwilling to come here. Therefore, the job of managing this connection point falls on the head of a small sect on the floating island, the Mountain Split Sect. The people of the Mountain Split Sect have special permission to enter and exit the Gravel Hill's boundary. Although they can't let the refugees out of the Gravel Hill. But they can open an outer sect in the Gravel Hill, and select the elite martial artists of the Gravel Hill to be the outer sect steward and disciples. These people specialize in receiving the trash from the floating island, purchasing cloud bones, and managing the refugees in the Gravel Hill. Naturally, they had great power. Chang Jia, who was killed by Mu Yan at the edge of Mount Yunluo, only had an uncle who was an outer disciple of the mountain-splitting sect, yet he dared to clamor that Mu Yan couldn't kill him. The fat middle-aged woman before him was the daughter of the Mountain Split Sect's outer court manager. It was no wonder that no one dared to say a word even though she was so arrogant. Zhang Guihong's chubby hand was about to touch Li Weiran's face. Li Weiran dodged and hid behind Mu Yan. Mu Yan's face is filled with regret. She really wanted to see this little pervert being teased and bullied. Zhang Guihong doesn't know what Mayan is thinking. Seeing that Li Weiran was hiding behind her, her face darkened and she said gruffly, "You slut, are you trying to steal my man?" Mu Yan resolutely shakes her head, "No, I don't want to. Take him away." Ha 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 ha. Zhang Guihong laughed wildly. At least you have some self-awareness. Brat, did you hear that? Your previous master has already given you to me. Hurry up and come over. As long as you're obedient, I promise you'll have a good life. As she spoke, Zhang Guihong waved her hand. Someone immediately came up with a large piece of jerky. Zhang Guihong tossed the jerky in her hand into the air and arrogantly said, "Do you see that? As long as you come over now, this piece of jerky is yours. And if you serve me well, I guarantee that you'll be able to eat meat for every meal in the future." Slurp. The sound of countless people drooling could be heard. That was the precious meat of a cloud beast. Moreover, they could smell a salty aroma. Obviously, it was added with precious seasoning. At this moment, they suddenly envied this white-clothed youth. If they could sell their bodies in exchange for meat for every meal, they would be willing. Standing behind Zhang Guihong was a man dressed in silk and satin. He had a decent appearance and swallowed his saliva when he saw the piece of jerky. He looked at Li Weiran with red eyes full of jealousy. But he still said generously, "Hey, little blind man, did you hear that Hong Jia asked you to come over? Even if you can't see the jerky in Hong Jia's hand, you should be able to smell it, right? Hong Jia has never been so nice to any male pet before. Be obedient and let's serve Hong Jia comfortably. You won't be lacking in good times in the future." Mayan was trying to stifle her laughter to the point of internal injury. Who knew that in the next moment, she would hear Li Weiran say in a clear and melodious voice, "I don't want to go. As long as I can be with Mayan, even if I have to eat vegetables, I'm willing. To me, she's not my master. She's the person I care about the most right now." Mayan, cough, cough, cough. "Go to hell, would you die if you didn't drag me down with you, and the person I care about the most right now, isn't it the person I care about the most right now?" Seeing Zhang Guihong looking at her aggressively, Mayan pushed the youth behind her forward without hesitation. Without the slightest hesitation, Mu Yan pushes the youth behind her forward. "Give me the jerky, this person is yours." "Then it's decided." Zhang Guihong didn't even see the dirty girl's movements. She only felt a blur in front of her eyes and the jerky in her hand was snatched away. She was about to get angry when she smelled a faint fragrance. She opened her small eyes and saw that the jade-like blindfolded youth was already in front of her. Even if he couldn't see his eyes, it didn't affect his elegant bearing at all. That thin waist, those straight legs, that slender neck. Zhang Guihong swallows a mouthful of saliva. She has long thrown Mayan's offense to the back of her mind. "Little beauty, you also heard it just now, right? Your master doesn't want you anymore, so come with me obediently. I promise that you'll be as happy as a deity in a while, and you'll forget about your master in the blink of an eye." Li Weiran lowered his head and didn't say anything. She coldly snorted, the fat on her face trembling. "If you don't listen, today, no matter if it's you or your previous master, don't think about walking out of this ghost market alive." Li Weiran straightened his back slightly and finally said obediently, "I'll go with you." The crowd immediately burst into hisses. Some were sympathetic, some were envious, some were gloating, and some were pitying. Mayan hears the muffled sounds of discussion. "Look at how soft and tender this young man is. If he falls into Zhang Guihong's hands, he will be tormented miserably. Sigh, to think that his previous master was willing to let go of such a treasure. What can I do if I don't let go? Offending Zhang Guihong, does he not want to live anymore? There are only a few men that Zhang Guihong fancies who can come out unscathed. Some time ago, there was also a very beautiful young man. In order to treat his father's illness, he had no choice but to sell himself to Zhang Guihong. As a result, when he was thrown out by the servants of the Zhang household, he was already completely unrecognizable. Alas, I've sinned. Mayan looks at the youngster's straight back and tightly pursed lips, as if he was stubborn and lonely. She doesn't know why her heart feels like it's being pricked. Of course, she knows that Li Weiran, this little pervert, won't lose out. But looking at this youngster, she feels like she's looking at another shadow. That shadow, vague and distant. Even if she breaks her head, she can't figure it out. But even if it's just a vague association that she can't figure out, it still makes Mayan very unhappy. So unhappy that she wants to chop off Zhang Guihong's fingers that are touching Li Weiran's face. But in the end, Zhang Guihong only smiles insolently and doesn't insist on holding Li Weiran in her arms. Because Zhang Guihong has just bought goods from the ghost market, no matter how careful she is, her hands are still covered in mud. And the youngster in front of her is dressed as white as snow, his skin like jade, so pure and holy that people can't bear to tarnish him. Even Zhang Guihong felt pity for her. She laughed and said, "Little beauty, be obedient and come with me. When we arrive at the mansion, we'll take a bath together. Then, I'll accompany you to make love." Along with the laughter, the flesh on his face trembles and the oil on his forehead glistens. It's really disgusting. But Li Weiran seems to have accepted it. He doesn't say anything and obediently follows behind Zhang Guihong. But when he passes by Mayan, he suddenly turns his head and shows a bashful smile. He suddenly tilts his head, revealing a bashful smile. In a low voice that only Mu Yan can hear, he says, "Mu Yan, you've gone too far. What I hate the most is being abandoned by others. I didn't expect that after cooking for you for so many days, I would be treated so ungrateful. Moreover, are you really willing to let me be defiled and humiliated by others?" Mayan rolls her eyes. "Big brother, that's enough. Are you addicted to acting?" She snorts coldly and uses her voice to say, "Haven't you been complaining about being bored these past few days? Now that I've given you this entertainment, are you satisfied?" Hee hee. Very satisfied. Mayan really understands me. So, in order to repay Mayan, I'll also prepare a big gift for you. Mayan's heart thumps. But without waiting for her to ask, Li Weiran has already left with Zhang Guihong. Mu Yan still doesn't dare to relax. Sure enough, not long after, she felt the energy in her storage ring fluctuate. Then, 7 or 8 cloud bones fell from her sleeves. The crowd that was about to disperse suddenly stopped in their tracks. Everyone looked at the 7 or 8 cloud bones with a burning gaze. Cloud bone? Is it Yungu? It is indeed a cloud bone, and it is the most precious cloud spine bone of a cloud beast. Each cloud beast only gets a small piece. Who is this girl? With such a soft and tender kid by his side, he actually has so many cloud spine bones on him. 8 cloud spine bones means that you've killed at least 8 cloud beasts. Look at her frail and small appearance, how is that possible? Excited discussions, along with greedy and longing gazes, swarmed over from all directions. In the Xiozhen continent where Mu Yan used to live, most of the cultivators were very shrewd. Even if they wanted to embezzle other people's things, they would certainly scheme and find a dignified reason. But it was different for the people on the rocky hill. All of them were running around for survival, day and night. The only thought in their minds was to survive. How could they care about morality or shrewdness? As soon as they see the 8 cloud bones, they immediately rush over like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Mu Yan's fingers grasp the air, grabbing the cloud bones into her palm. Then, her figure flashes and she disappears. Hey, where did she go? That woman is very skilled. Damn, 8 cloud bones, if we can get one, our whole family won't have to starve for the next year. That stinking woman actually ran away. The crowd unwillingly disperse. Even if they know that Mu Yan's strength isn't simple, but in order to survive, in order to snatch resources, they will still risk their lives. But now that she's run away, these people don't show any unusual behavior other than cursing a few sentences. That's because this kind of robbery and failure is too normal for them. They simply don't have time to complain, and have no choice but to throw themselves into a new struggle to survive. In the corner of the alley, there's a short, thinly dressed teenager. Looking at the place where Mu Yan disappeared, he slowly bites his lips, his eyes revealing a burning light. After getting rid of the crowd, Mu Yan doesn't leave the ghost market. Instead, she makes a detour and swaggers in from another entrance. This time, Mu Yan didn't have the glaring presence of Li Weiran. She found an inn without a hitch and took a nice bath. There are inns in the ghost market. But compared to the inn that Mu Yan used to live in, this place can simply be described as a refugee cave. And the clean water that the inn can provide is also very little. In fact, there's an extreme lack of water in the gravel hill. Mu Yan has been in Mount Yunluo for so long, but she's only seen a muddy, semi-swampy lake. It's full of amphibious cloud beasts, and the water inside is dirty and smelly. She can't take a bath. And the amount of spiritual power that Mu Yan can use is very little. She can condense some water to eat and drink. But taking a bath is absolutely not enough. When the innkeeper first heard that Mu Yan wants water, he was very reluctant. Until Mu Yan takes out ordinary cloud bones and cloud beast skin, he immediately agrees with ecstasy. In his words, his attitude towards Mayan has changed from being careless at the beginning to one of extreme reverence. Mu Yan drives the innkeeper out, and with the pitiful water that she can condense, she washes the blood and mud off her body. For a moment, it's as if she's reborn. She couldn't imagine how they had survived those stinky, greasy days. Thankfully, Li Weiran and Little Chick didn't mind. Li Weiran, Mu Yan can't help but grit her teeth at the thought of the youth with the red silk covering his eyes. Squeak squeak squeak, the little chick rolled out of the space and crashed into Mu Yan's arms. Ao ao ao. GGG. Huang Huang loved Xianxia's mother the most. Mayan strokes its head. How is the Tian Emochin space? Are Chi Huang and Little Phoenix alright? The environment of this rocky hill was unique. Her divine sense connection with the Tian Emochin space is almost completely severed. Therefore, she could only put Lian Yungu in an ordinary storage space. Guji Guji. Guji Guji. Brother Red Underpants was playing chess, ignoring Huang Huang. Little Ball was sleeping, and Huang Huang was bored, so it came to find its mother. The little chick looked around. Squawk, 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 mummy mummy, where's Brother Blindfold? Huang Huang wanted to eat Brother Blindfolded's cooking. Mayan's hand on the little chick's head pauses. That scene that made her unhappy resurfaces in her mind. That Zhang mansion, it should have been demolished by him by now, right? Mayan mutters to herself as she puts her scattered hair into a man's bun. Soon, a handsome young man comes out. But Mayan's eyebrows are too charming. Even if she doesn't have any makeup on her face or jewelry on her head, she's still dazzling and captivating. Since she doesn't have any tools to change her appearance, Mayan has no choice but to use her bone hands to carve an ugly mask and put it on. Guji? Little Linghua tilts his head and looks at Mayan in confusion. He doesn't understand why his mother would use such an ugly mask to cover her beautiful face. But it doesn't matter. It's great that his mother has turned back into her fragrant self, but what about the blindfolded brother in white? Huang Huang is hungry and wants to eat delicious barbecue. Thus, Little Linghua rubs against Mayan's palm and asks again. You're a chicken. It's fine if you don't eat bugs or grains, but why are you pickier than me? Mayan pokes Little Linghua's head, making its round body sway. Do you really want to find that little pervert? Goo goo goo. Barbecue. Delicious. Soup is even more delicious. Blindfolded brother is the best, damn it, he was making her hungry. That's what you said. You're the one who told me to go find him. Little Linghua tilts his head. Ahem. Mayan coughs, forget it, I'll do a good deed that day. It wouldn't be good if this little pervert massacred his entire family. Zhang Guihong and her group quickly returned to her mansion after taking Li Weiran away. It's a courtyard with 4 entrances, all made of green bricks. It can't be compared to the richly ornamented palaces in the Shozhen mainland. But there's already a mansion in the middle of the gravel hill. Zhang Guihong proudly shows off to Li Weiran, now you know how wise of a choice it was to follow me? Li Weiran quietly sits on a wooden chair, slightly tilting his head to look out the window without saying a word. Even though this reaction is very rude. But the youngster's side profile is as perfect as a poem or a painting. The anger that Zhang Guihong was about to explode was dispelled unconsciously. She waves her hand, prepare a bathtub for this lady. Beauty, let's go. I'll take you to a couple bath. As Zhang Guihong spoke, she stretched out her fat hand. However, Li Weiran didn't move. It was as if she didn't exist. Zhang Guihong's face darkened bit by bit. It seems that you still don't know your own identity and situation? He's just a boy toy. Don't be so shameless. Suddenly, she raised her hand and patted it. Men, let the new beauty see the consequences of resisting me, Zhang Guihong. Li Weiran finally retracted his gaze from the door. He waited with interest to see what Zhang Guihong wanted him to see. Not long after, the servants of the Zhang residence dragged a few naked people over. There were both men and women in this group. Every one of them had outstanding looks in the area of shattered rock. However, every single one of them was riddled with wounds and was in an extremely miserable state. Sister Hong, I know I was wrong. I'm willing to serve you. Please forgive me. Kill me. Kill me. I really can't take it anymore. When these people saw Zhang Guihong, they immediately cried and begged. Their expressions were indescribably humble and hopeless. Becoming a pet to serve an ugly and fat woman was equivalent to stepping on their dignity in the mud. But these people were fighting to be the first to beg for this kind of humiliation and trampling. It was clear what kind of terrifying torture they had been through. Li Weiran quietly looked at these people who were begging for mercy. His lips unknowingly curled up. The scenery and people in the room were reflected in his eyes through the red silk, as if they were dyed in a layer of bloodthirsty red. How interesting, these lowly, ant-like people struggling to survive. What was the point of them living? He might as well free them. Suddenly, a figure jumped up from the ground and pounced towards Zhang Guihong. Vicious woman, I'll kill you. A cold light flashed and the sharp blade was about to pierce into Zhang Guihong's chest. Zhang Guihong lifted her leg and kicked. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. The figure fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to get up again. But even so, this woman still stared at Zhang Guihong fiercely, her eyes filled with intense hatred. Yes, this was a woman. Moreover, it was a woman with snow-white skin and an outstanding appearance. Zhang Guihong searched for beauties everywhere. Not only handsome men, but even beautiful women were also targets for her to defile. The woman was already on her last breath, but she still gritted her teeth and said, Zhang Guihong, you vicious woman, in order to take me by force, you didn't even let my husband and infant son go. Zhang Guihong, you will get what you deserve. You will definitely get what you deserve. Zhang Guihong's face darkened as she stepped forward and ruthlessly stepped on the woman's face. The woman immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Shameless slut, it's your honor that I like you. Do you want to go to hell to reunite with your husband and son? Hee, I won't let you get what you want. You dare to resist me, just wait to be tortured to death in the mansion. Ha ha ha. Zhang Guihong laughed so hard that the flesh on her face was trembling. She turned to look at Li Weiran, hoping to see the noble and pure youth reveal a panicked and pleading expression. But Zhang Guihong was disappointed. The youth in front of her was still calm and obedient. His lips even curled up into a faint smile, without a hint of fear. Zhang Guihong frowned unhappily. Little blind, don't be so ungrateful. It was the male pet behind Zhang Guihong who was used to bootlicking. Do you know that these people had a good ending? Those who were truly despised by Sister Hong were all given to the servants of the Zhang residence. Look at your soft and tender skin, what kind of torture will you suffer when the time comes? Have you thought about it clearly? Li Weiran slowly stood up. Hee, that's right, right? As long as you listen to me, I won't mistreat you. His thin lips moved, and the young man's clear and pleasant voice rang out. There was once a person who told me to obediently wait for her, and that she would come back to pick me up. But in the end, she didn't come back. So in this life, what I hate the most is... His voice paused, and Li Weiran tilted his head in confusion. Strange, why would you remember something from so long ago? These are the last things I want to remember. He slowly turned his head and looked at Zhang Guihong and his male pet. The smile on his face became brighter and brighter. Every time I think about it, I will tremble in fear, and also hate to the point of going crazy. Zhang Guihong felt a strange chill run down her spine. Zhang Guihong inexplicably feels a chill all over her body, shivering. It's like a poisonous snake has suddenly climbed up her back, wrapping around her neck, able to take her life at any time. But she quickly shakes her head, throwing away that inexplicable fear. Her plump hands reach towards Li Weiran's face, her mouth saying, Little beauty, are you scared? Don't be afraid, come into my arms. The scarlet light is faintly discernible behind the red silk. The moment it's about to explode, suddenly, a sword light descends from the sky. The wretched expression on Zhang Guihong's face has yet to recede. A line of blood slowly appears from the top of her head, gradually spreading to her face, neck, and body. Bang, there's a loud noise. Boiling hot blood sprays out, splashing all over Li Weiran's face and body. The entire courtyard falls into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes slowly fell on the front. After Zhang Guihong's body split in half, the figure of a masked girl appears. This person is wearing men's clothing and has a man's bun. But her figure is slim and slender, and her grace is outstanding. The translucent sword in her hand flickers, contrasting against her exquisite skin that is like white porcelain and beautiful jade. Only that face is mostly covered by an extremely ugly mask. Even so, it can be seen that this is definitely a woman, and an exceptionally beautiful girl at that. But at this moment, this beautiful girl has killed Zhang Guihong. Killing the daughter of the mountain-splitting sex outer sect steward, the first to react is Zhang Guihong's male pet. His face full of horror. Kill. Murder. She killed Hong Jie. The hysterical shout is sharp and shrill, like a sharp object is poking into the ear. Mu Yan frowns, waving her hand, and a sword light slashes out. The male pet softly fell to the ground. Quickly catch her. The young lady has been killed. If we can't catch the murderer, Master will never let us off. Someone come. Catch the assassin. Zhang Guihong's subordinates roar, and a tide of people immediately rushes over from all directions. However, these people's fighting strength can't even compare to the lowest level cloud beast. How could Mu Yan take it to heart? Therefore, it only took her a quarter of an hour to get rid of these small fries. Not a single one of them could withstand a single move from her. In the beginning, Mu Yan actually held back. Other than Zhang Guihong, who was directly beheaded, the rest of the Zhang residence's servants were knocked unconscious with the back of their blades. Until she saw the men and women who were captured and tortured by Zhang Guihong. The killing intent in his eyes finally materialized into ice. Even in a world like Gravel Hill where the strong preyed on the weak. This kind of trash doesn't deserve to be called human, floating like a dream, resounded in the entire Zhang mansion. Even though she could only use a small amount of spiritual power now, it was still a piece of cake for her to control these mortals who had no cultivation. After a while, everyone in the residence, except for Li Weiran, entered dreamland. Those who were captured and humiliated by Zhang Guihong found redemption in the dream, and their injuries gradually healed. As for the servants of the Zhang mansion, those minions who helped Zhang Guihong in her evil deeds, they were now trapped in an endless nightmare. They would be tortured in nightmares and lose their lifespan. When they woke up, even if they didn't die of old age, their hair would be white, and it would be hard for them to live again. Mu Yan puts away her zither and turns to leave. Li Weiran's calm voice comes from behind. Jun Mu Yan, what are you doing here? Mu Yan turns to look at the youth. When she saw that his head and face were covered in blood, she couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. He was no longer as holy and perfect as he usually was. What are you doing here? Of course I'm here to help the people get rid of the scourge. He glanced at the people who were tortured by Zhang Guihong, especially the woman who was on the verge of death. Mu Yan crouches down and stuffs a pill into her mouth. Then, he stood up and said, I'll kill this kind of scum. Is there a problem? With that, she didn't wait for Li Weiran's response and turned to leave. However, as soon as he stepped out of the Zhang mansion, the people behind him followed him. Li Weiran's voice carried a hint of laughter. Jun Mayan, admit it. You just can't bear to see me being defiled. Mu Yan rolls her eyes. You pervert, it's good enough that you don't defile people. I'm still worried that you'll be defiled. Do you think I'm an idiot? Worry leads to confusion. Maybe you've fallen for me. Mu Yan stops and turns to stare at him. At this time, the girl had already washed away the dirt on her face and body, restoring her original appearance. Even an ugly mask couldn't hide his peerless elegance. Li Weiran's breathing became chaotic for a moment. But it was only for a moment before his lips curled into a faint smile. What are you looking at me for? Could it be that Mayan has really fallen for me? Even if the red silk covered her face and she didn't have the most captivating pair of eyes, she still appeared so charming and alluring. However, Mu Yan's next sentence, his seductive expression froze. Let's see how thick your skin is. You're not even blushing when you say such sentimental words. Were you the reincarnation of a daffodil in your past life? With that, Mayan throws him a mocking look, then turns around and walks away. But very quickly, Li Weiran caught up. What is a daffodil? Why do you say that I'm the reincarnation of Narcissus? Narcissism represented narcissism. This is what Mu Yan heard from Xianxia. Of course, Li Weiran didn't know. Mu Yan is also not interested in explaining to him. Thus, this fellow had repeated it 800 times in her ears along the way. you said daffodils are flowers? Why have I never seen this flower before? There are flowers in the world that I haven't seen? That's impossible. I've seen all the flowers in the world. Why don't you show me the narcissus? Mu Yan couldn't take it anymore. Li Wei ran, that's enough. She had never seen a daffodil before, so where was she going to get one? Li Wei ran said calmly, but I'm really curious. There is no flower in the world that I have not seen. Mu Yan, what exactly is this daffodil you're talking about? I really want to see it. Pausing for a moment, the young man leaned forward slightly and said in a cold and gloomy voice, I'm a person who will definitely get what I want. If I can't get it, I'll stop at nothing and stop at nothing. Mu Yan, are you afraid? Mu Yan coldly glances at him and sneers, you said that there's no flower in this world that you haven't seen? Of course. Li Weiran said confidently, there are records of all the strange flowers in the world. Whether it's the Yanwu continent, the Xiaoxian continent, the Xiaoxian continent, or even the floating island, as long as it's a flower recorded in the ancient books, I've definitely seen it. Not only had he seen it, he had even planted it himself. Except, Li Weiran's voice just fell when he saw Mu Yan's face slightly pale. Fine beads of sweat seeped out from her forehead. Then, a jade box slowly appeared in her palm. On top of the jade box, there was a little yellow chick with its head tilted to one side, its ahogue twitching as it dozed off. Feeling the cold wind outside, the little chick opened its eyes. Seeing Li Weiran in front of it, it immediately began to squawk. Brother Blindfold, Huang Huang is hungry. I want some roast meat. I want to drink soup. Li Weiran didn't understand the little chick's words, but he vaguely felt that this little chick wasn't simple. However, his attention wasn't on the little chick, but the jade box in Mu Yan's hand. He doesn't understand why Mayan would suddenly take out a jade box. Could it be that the daffodil she mentioned was inside? You said you've seen all the flowers in the world. Mu Yan said lightly, then have you seen this dark cloud spirit flower before? The pupils of the eyes behind the red silk suddenly shrank. Li Weiran's entire body stiffened. His hands that were originally hanging by his side unconsciously clenched into fists. At this moment, he almost wanted to tear off the red silk covering his eyes and take a closer look. Then, he saw her slender fingers slowly open the jade box in front of him. Inside the jade box, there was a translucent flower that emitted a faint pink and icy blue light, quietly lying inside. Because the lid of the box was lifted, the foul air from the outside came in. The delicate petals trembled as if they would melt at any moment. But Mu Yan simply gathers spiritual power on her fingertips and wraps it up. The flower immediately regained her calm and demure demeanor. Even the pink stamen in the center gently swayed, rubbing against Mayan's fingers, seemingly incomparably intimate. Mayan also hooks her finger and touches the stamen, then closes the jade box. The seed of the dark cloud spirit flower was given to her by Di Mingju on the Yanwu continent a long, long time ago. At that time, Di Mingju tricked her into planting the dark cloud spirit flower in 7 days. In fact, his main purpose was to keep her in the mansion and cultivate feelings for her. As for whether the dark cloud spirit flower could really be grown by Mayan, even Di Mingju had never thought about it. This was because this kind of dark cloud spirit flower wasn't precious or useful to the cultivators of the cultivation continent. Its only use was to refine pills that could help those without spiritual roots to form their spiritual meridians. But it was precisely this worthless dark cloud spirit flower that no one had managed to grow in thousands of years. The dark cloud spirit flower was also known as the 7 days flower. It only took 7 days for the seeds to germinate, bloom, and wilt. However, no matter how powerful a spirit plant master was, they would at most last until the 5th day of planting the dark cloud spirit flower. Previously, Di Mingju gave Mayan 7 seeds. Mu Yan also managed to grow 4 flowers with great difficulty, but they were all refined into pills. But Mayan really likes this dark cloud spirit flower. Therefore, after entering the cultivation world, he tried to raise another one. This time, she succeeded again, and she finally knew why the dark cloud spirit flower was so hard to raise. Because the dark cloud spirit flower was simply too pure. It couldn't be corroded by any impure energy. No matter how pure a person's spirit root was, it was impossible for their body to be free of impurities. Only Mayan's stainless body, her unique moon spiritual root, coupled with her Shin musician skills, can raise this delicate 7 days flower. Mu Yan raised her head to look at Li Weiran, who was completely stiff. She curled her lips and thought to herself, "Little guy, you dare to fight with me?" He smiled and said, "You've never seen this dark cloud spirit flower before, right? That's why, in this world, there's always someone better, there's always someone better. You don't know what's so rare about a daffodil." Saying that, she closed the jade box. But before she could move, she saw Li Weiran suddenly pouncing over. His target was the dark cloud spirit flower in her hand. Mu Yan's eyes were sharp and her hands were fast. She quickly dodged it and managed to prevent the jade box from falling. She couldn't help but be angry. "Li Weiran, what are you doing? Is this really a dark cloud spirit flower?" Li Weiran's voice was a little hoarse. "Let me take another look. I don't believe that anyone in this world can grow a dark cloud spirit flower." Mu Yan sneered and put the dark cloud spirit flower into her storage space. "Wait." Li Weiran grabbed her sleeve. "Can you give me this dark cloud spirit flower? No matter what reward you want, as long as you give me this dark cloud spirit flower, I'm willing to pay." Mu Yan then realized that Li Weiran's expression wasn't quite right. His face was excessively pale. His hands, which were gripping his sleeves, were trembling slightly. The cold sweat in his palms had soaked his clothes, forming a puddle of water. Mu Yan looked at him suspiciously. "Is the dark cloud spirit flower important to you? This thing has no use other than to help mortals reconstruct their spiritual veins. Your cultivation is much higher than mine now. What do you want this for? This has nothing to do with you." Li Weiran clenched his fists. Even with his eyes covered, one could see his twisted expression. "Are you going to give me the dark cloud spirit flower or not?" Mu Yan sneered and crossed her arms. "What? You want to threaten me again? Believe it or not, even if you kill me, you won't get the dark cloud spirit flower." The murderous aura around her suddenly overflowed. A bone-chilling wind swirled in the air, curling her clothes and hair. Mu Yan was on guard, the 7 absolute swords faintly discernible in her palm. In the next moment, Li Weiran retracted all his murderous aura and revealed a pitiful expression. "The dark cloud spirit flower is really important to me. Mu Yan, let me take another look." "Just one look, okay?" Mu Yan's personality had always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion. When Li Weiran threatened her just now, she would rather fight to the death. But now that Li Weiran revealed such a pitiful and pleading expression, even though she knew that this guy was wearing a mask, her heart still softened. Forget it. Seeing that this guy had been cooking for her and Huang Huang for so many days. In the end, Mu Yan opens the jade box again. The flower in the box seemed to be made of ice crystals and was dyed with the pure blue of the sky, adorned with delicate pink stamens. At this time, under the nourishment of Mayan's spiritual power, it exudes a lustrous jade-like luster. It's so beautiful that it simply doesn't seem like a mortal object. Mayan sees Li Weiran staring blankly at the dark cloud spirit flower in the jade box. 2 lines of clear tears fall from his eyes. For a moment, they were dumbfounded. Holy shit! Li Weiran, this little pervert, actually cried. It was just a flower. Why was he crying? After a long while, Mu Yan dryly says, "It's not that I'm stingy and unwilling to give you the flower, it's just that this dark cloud spirit flower originally only has a lifespan of 7 days. It needs to be nourished by my spiritual power every day in order to survive. Even if you manage to get past it, if the dark cloud spirit flower doesn't like your spiritual energy, it will quickly wither." Li Weiran suddenly reached out his hand and touched the stamen of the dark cloud spiritual flower with his fingertip. A faint red spiritual energy slowly appeared. "Damn. Mayan curses, do you want to kill it?" This brat was actually pouring spirit energy into the dark cloud spirit flower. To the dark cloud spirit flower, the impure spiritual energy wasn't nourishment, but a talisman of death. Just like that time in the Yanwu continent, when Sherlanling's maid touched it and caused it to die. But in the next moment, something miraculous happened. The dark cloud spirit flower actually didn't die. Not only did it not die, but the stamen even reddened a little. As for this delicate and picky little flower, Although she doesn't have the same desire and intimacy towards Li Weiran's touch as she does towards Mu Yan, she doesn't reject it either. In this kind of situation, ever since Mu Yan raised the fifth dark cloud spirit flower, he had only encountered two exceptions. One is Di Mingju. One was Little Treasure. Only when the two of them touched the dark cloud spirit flower would it not be polluted and wither. And now, there was another Li Weiran. How could this be? What's so special about this Li Weiran? Just as he was feeling bewildered, he saw Li Weiran raise his head. His burning gaze of anticipation could be felt even through the red silk. You said it's not that you're stingy, but that you're afraid the dark cloud spirit flower will wither. But you can't see it now, so can you sell the dark cloud spirit flower to me? Mayan's heart is stifled for a moment. Gritting her teeth, she says, "What do you want the dark cloud spirit flower for?" Li Weiran was silent for a moment before he slowly said, "Nothing much, I just want it." He had yearned for it for hundreds of years, and he had also tried for hundreds of years. Day and night, he had yearned for this flower that was already useless to him. Mayan slaps the jade box shut and puts it back into the storage ring without hesitation. She throws two words at Li Weiran, "Not giving." Why? Since you're useless, why should I give it to you? Is it a waste? It's useless even if you keep it. Can't I just like to raise it to look good? June Mayan, is there such a heartless woman like you? Scram. Is there a man as unreasonable as you? The two of them bickered all the way back to the ghost market. Of course, this time, he doesn't choose to enter from the entrance where he met Zhang Guihong. Instead, he enters from the west gate, which is very close to the inn that Mayan has booked. According to the Guo brothers, other than the trading of food, weapons, and flesh, there were also many places to trade information. Right now, Mayan's most urgent task is to leave the gravel hill. Here, 90% of her spiritual power is sealed. She can't use the Tian Emochin at will, and her connection with seven brilliance in the space is almost completely cut off. Previously, when she took out a jade box containing the dark cloud spirit flower from the Tian Emochin space, it took a Herculean effort. Most importantly, the barrier and magnetic field around the rocky mound were extremely strange. The void spirit ring on her hand can communicate with Di Mingju's soul. It was as if it had been sealed. Di Mingju still doesn't know that she has come to the floating island. However, as long as he had the void spirit ring, he would be able to sense his location. Now that the void spirit ring has lost its effectiveness, Di Mingju and Xiao Bao will know that he's missing. How worried should they be? Therefore, she had to find a way to leave the gravel hill as soon as possible. Leave the rocky hill? Upon hearing her question, Lai Laosan, who sold information, was shocked at first, then laughed out loud. Are you dreaming? Haven't you heard that for thousands of years, crushed rock has only allowed entry and no exit? Even the spirit masters of the mountain-splitting sect who had come to punish the sinners could only stay here for a few hours at most. Otherwise, it was very possible that they would never be able to leave. As for us, we don't have the mark of a beast soul on us. As long as we get close to the boundary of the rocky hill, we will be completely crushed. He was born a piece of trash in crushed rock hill, so he will be a piece of trash for the rest of his life. In the past, it's not like there weren't descendants of foreign spirit masters like you who wanted to break through the barrier and leave this place. But in the end, all of them ended up with their heads separated from their bodies. I advise you to give up on this idea. Mu Yan frowned, deep in thought. Finally, she took out a huge cloud bone and placed it in front of Lai Lai. Where is the nearest boundary? Seeing the cloud bone, Lai Lai's eyes brightened. Hearing Mu Yan's words, he sneered, You still don't want to give up? Don't blame me for not reminding you that you don't have a beast soul imprint on you. If you get within 100 meters of the boundary, you'll die. Don't think that you'll be safe just by going there. Mu Yan said faintly, You don't have to worry about that. You just need to give me the information I want. In the end, Lai Lai pointed Mu Yan in a direction and sent her away like she was an idiot. Mu Yan, you want to leave the gravel hill? Mu Yan's speed was extremely fast. Although she couldn't fly on her sword in this gravel hill, she could use her qinggong to move as fast as lightning. However, Li Weiran was able to easily keep up with her footsteps. He could even talk to her calmly. Mu Yan turned back to look at the youth. This time, Li Weiran finally changed out of his white robe, which was completely out of place in the entire rocky hill. Of course, the most important reason was that his white robe was already soaked in blood to the point that it was unpresentable. So even though his appearance was still eye-catching, with the red silk covering his eyes, he didn't attract the attention of the crowd. She looked at Li Weiran and asked, "If I give you the dark cloud spirit flower, can you help me leave the gravel hill?" Li Weiran was stunned by the question. It seemed like he really thought about it. After a long time, the corner of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. "I don't think so." His expression was bashful, his voice gentle and pleasant. "Although I like the dark cloud spirit flower, I feel that Mu Yan is more attractive to me now. It's only in the gravel hill that I can be with you day and night without being disturbed. If we go out, Mu Yan will be snatched away by others. How can I bear to? So, let's stay in the gravel hill for a while longer, okay?" Mu Yan directly sent him a word, "Scram." If this little pervert could spit out one truth out of 10 sentences, she would write Jun Mu Yan's name backwards. Looking at the back view of the girl who suddenly sped away, Li Weiran laughed softly. Stroking her pale pink lips with her fingers, she whispers like a lover, "The dark cloud spirit flower, there's actually someone in this world who can grow the dark cloud spirit flower, hee, Jun Mayan, I'm obviously telling the truth, why won't you believe me?" "I see." In front of the light gray smoke, Mu Yan reaches out to touch it and frowns. "This is really a bit difficult." Mu Yan already knows the reason why Lai Laosan said that one's head would be separated from their body if they got close to the barrier. This was because within 100 meters of the gravel hill's boundary, there were densely packed small offensive formations. Once they got close, countless vortexes of air blades would appear around the formation, strangling them to death. Only those who carried a special identification would be able to avoid the calamity. But this kind of formation was certainly not a problem for Mu Yan. She easily arrived in front of the barrier, which was the thick fog in front of her. However, that was all. The appearance of the gravel hill barrier is like a thick fog, but in fact, Mu Yan can't even walk in. When her fingers touch it, it feels like a ball of cotton. Using a sword to chop it, the 7 absolute swords would be like chopping a ball of cotton. It would either sink in or bounce back. Mu Yan doesn't know what kind of formation this is, but under the cover of her divine sense, she has some ideas on how to break this barrier. But the problem is, even if she knows how to break it, even a clever housewife can't cook without rice, using the Shin musician's skill, star curtain opening, hee, with her current spiritual power, she probably can't even hold on for a quarter of an hour. And a quarter of an hour is obviously not enough to break the formation. Refining a formation plate, using a formation to break the formation? Mu Yan doesn't know what kind of array this is, but under the cover of her divine sense, she has some ideas on how to break this barrier. But the problem is, even if she knows how to break it, even a clever housewife can't cook without rice. If she uses the Shin musician skill, starry sky curtain, hee, with her current spiritual power, she probably won't even be able to last a quarter of an hour. And a quarter of an hour is obviously not enough to break the array. Refining an array plate, using an array to break the array, this method is not impossible, but the gravel hill is really too barren. The materials that she wants will probably be very difficult to gather. "Mu Yan, don't worry, come over and eat something first?" Li Weiran's voice comes over. Mu Yan turns to look and is instantly speechless. She sees that Li Weiran has already prepared 7 to 8 dishes that look and smell good. The bottom is covered with white cushions, placed on the ground that is piled with bones and skeletons. And that disappointing stupid chicken of hers has already pounced on the pile of food, gorging on it. It has long forgotten whose spiritual pet it is, whose stupid son it is. As it eats, it keeps cooing nonstop. Mommy, it's delicious. Brother blindfolded is the best, as good as daddy, come and eat too." Mu Yan almost rolls her eyes. "I won't be surprised if you get poisoned to death one day, you idiot." And because people often break in near this barrier, the ground is littered with skeletons. To think that one person and one chicken can still eat it. Li Weiran seems to have seen through Mu Yan's thoughts. He smiles and raises his hand lightly. In a split second, the mountain of skeletons and rotting graveyard in front of her turns into a beautiful green field with butterflies dancing in the air. Even Mu Yan was startled by this move. She attentively looks at the blindfolded youth in front of her. She has always known that his cultivation is very high. But she didn't expect it to be this high. The great illusionary realm, turning illusions into reality, the fake can be passed off as the real. After she broke through to the tribulation stage, she can use the Shin musician skill, realm of stars, to do it. But it is only for a short moment, and more or less there are traces of falsehood. But this illusion created by Li Weiran is almost no different from the real thing. Moreover, looking at how he was doing it with ease, it was obvious that creating such an illusion was a piece of cake. To be able to do this, his domain had to be at least at the 7th rank. Are you still not satisfied after doing so much? Li Weiran saw that she was still not coming over and seemed to be in a difficult position. Do you really want me to kiss you before you're willing to eat? In that case, I don't mind selling my beauty. Mayan slaps away the people who come over, and simply walks over to gorge herself on the food. As he ate, he wondered why this little pervert was so attentive today. He didn't know what kind of poison he had put in the food. However, even after the meal was over, she did not notice anything strange about the food. This made Mu Yan a little self-doubtful. You didn't poison it? Li Weiran sighed. Every time, Mu Yan will be able to solve it. It's not interesting at all. Therefore, I intend to use another method. For example, let you fall in love with someone else, abandon Di Mingju, and fall in love with me. Or, I'll turn you into a puppet, making you unable to escape. No matter which one it was, I couldn't suppress my excitement, but I couldn't choose. The youth in front of her clearly has a gentle and bashful expression, and his smile is as clear as crystal. But Mu Yan shudders for no reason at all. Damn it, damn pervert, wait until we get out of the rocky hill, I must get rid of him. If I still can't get rid of him, I'll summon Di Mingju to hammer him to death. Gravel Hill, Zhang Mansion. Who killed my baby daughter? Looking at the messy mansion and Zhang Guihong's corpse that had been cut in half, Zhang Yekuan seethes with anger. He ruthlessly smashes the head of his old subordinate with a punch. Trash. A bunch of useless trash. They actually let someone kill my Hong or under their eyes. Kill this group of trash for me, don't leave a single one alive. The veins on Zhang Yekuan's forehead bulge, the fat on his oily face trembles violently, and his eyes, which have been squeezed into slits, reveal a monstrous killing intent. To be able to behave atrociously in my Zhang mansion, and also easily kill Hong or and swagger away, these two villains are certainly not natives of Gravel Hill. Insignificant criminals that were thrown in by the floating island actually dare to be so arrogant. So vicious. Someone, pass down my order. Investigate all the new refugees in Gravel Hill this month. If you find anything suspicious, immediately arrest them. Behind him, the outer disciples wearing mountain split sex attire promptly bow and obey. Suddenly, a middle-aged man comes forward and respectfully says, Steward Zhang, your words have reminded this disciple of something. 15 days ago, my nephew and his companions entered Mount Yunluo to hunt the magnificent beast, but they all died inside. The wounds on their bodies are also sword wounds, exactly the same as the ones on Mrs. body. Zhang Yekuan suddenly turns around. Chang Hao, is what you said true? It's absolutely true. This disciple has been tracking down the murderer of my nephew these days. This disciple is absolutely not mistaken about those sword wounds. Zhang Yekuan grits his teeth and says, then investigate Mount Yunluo as well. Bring me all the people who entered and left Mount Yunluo 15 days ago. Also, go to the ghost market and secretly issue a bounty. Whoever can provide information on these two villains will be rewarded with a month's worth of rations. Whoever can bring these two villains to Mountain Split Sect will be rewarded with a year's worth of rations. Daring to kill my daughter and destroy my mansion, I will make you beg for death. Mayan once again returns to the ghost market. However, she didn't expect that she would be targeted by a thief before she could find the materials needed to break the array. Mu Yan's character has always been that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll teach them a good lesson. However, she looked at the little boy who had fallen to the ground and was looking at her with a face full of fear. He really couldn't bear to teach him a lesson. The little boy looked to be no more than 6 or 7 years old, and he was so skinny that he looked like a bag of bones. When she was caught stealing, she couldn't even say a word to beg for mercy. Tears silently flowed down from her eyes. His body naturally curls up into a ball, as if waiting for Mayan to beat him up to vent her anger. Li Weiran said excitedly, Mu Yan, how do you want to deal with this thief? Steam, boil, or fry him? By the way, I also know a kind of torture called grooming, which is to use a red-hot iron comb. The little body that was curled up on the ground trembled violently. Finally, he couldn't help but grab the hem of Mayan's clothes, and let out a low, plaintive cry for mercy. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Big sister, I beg you to spare me. I didn't want to, but my mother is sick. She has been hungry for several days. I don't have any way, woo-woo. The deliberately suppressed sobbing sound was so tear-inducing. However, in the ghost market, this kind of desolate and sorrowful scene was nothing more than a common sight. The people coming and going basically wouldn't even give it a glance. Mu Yan crouches down, grabbing the boy's collar and lifting him up. Where is your mother? The boy shows a frightened expression. Big sister, I was wrong, I was really wrong. You can punish me, but I beg you, don't hurt my mother, okay? Big sister, I beg you. Tears like a broken string of beads, patter down, washing away the dirt on the boy's face. Mu Yan discovers that the little boy's skin is very white, and his appearance is exceptionally delicate and cute. He seems to be out of place with the other children in the ghost market. She lightly says, I'm a doctor, maybe I can cure your mother's illness. But if you're not willing, then forget it. The little boy is obviously stunned, forgetting to cry for a moment. Mu Yan has already put him down, turning to leave. The little boy suddenly comes to his senses, rushing over to hug her leg. I'm willing, big sister, no, doctor, please treat my mother. We're too poor, we don't have the money to treat my mother's illness. It must be the heavens taking pity on me and my mother, that's why I met you, doctor, your great kindness, the little monkey, will remember it for a lifetime. As long as you cure my mother, I will serve you like an ox or a horse. Yes, this delicate and pretty little boy has a very casual name, Little Monkey. He was born and raised in the ghost market. For as long as he can remember, there was only his mother by his side. As for his father, the little monkey has never seen him, let alone know who his father is. According to the little monkey, his mother really has it hard. In addition to taking care of him, she also has to take care of a group of sick relatives. A few days ago, she finally collapsed from exhaustion. The little monkey went to the ghost market to find a doctor. However, even after spending all of the family's savings, he still couldn't cure her. Now that his mother is on the verge of death, the little monkey is also about to starve to death. In desperation, he had to come out to steal. Listening to the little monkey's low and not deliberately sad narration. Lying on Mu Yan's shoulder, the little chick sobs, very touched. Goo goo, in this world, only a mother is good. A child with a mother is like a treasure, a child without a mother is like a blade of grass. Mom, this little brother is too pitiful, can you save his mother? Let him be as happy as Huang. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitches. This stupid chicken had matured quite a bit compared to when it had just hatched. Now, they could even understand simple stories. Most importantly, she was especially sentimental. She had no resistance to those melodramatic stories and grudges. Every time, he would pester the little phoenix to read it to him, and then he would burst into tears. Mu Yan, you wouldn't be so stupid as to repay evil with good, right? Li Weiran's laughing voice sounded in her ears. Mu Yan turns her head to look. She felt that even if her eyes were covered with red silk, she could still see the mocking expression on his face. As a result, Mu Yan gave him 4 words, I'm a senior minister. The little monkey looked at Li Weiran timidly and carefully grabbed the corner of Mu Yan's clothes. It was obvious that in this short period of time, he was already very dependent on Mu Yan. Li Weiran looked at this scene and laughed softly. Then, he stroked the red silk on the bridge of his nose and slowly followed. The smile on his face was so cold and evil. The ghost market actually occupied a very large area. The little monkey took Mu Yan and the others through the crisscrossing alleys for a while before they arrived at the little monkey's house. That is, if that dilapidated building with almost no roof tiles can be considered as a home. Mu Yan follows the little monkey into the house. A damp and moldy smell hits her nose. Then, she sees a pale woman lying on the bed. This woman is really a beauty. Her snow-white hair and curly eyebrows, even though she is already old, it can't hide her charming charm. But at this moment, the beauty is also very haggard. In addition to her pale complexion, her chapped lips are blue and purple. Moreover, there are festering scars on her exposed neck and arms. Most of her original beauty has been destroyed. Mu Yan frowns and walks forward, holding the woman's hand. The more she feels the pulse, the tighter her brows furrow. At this time, the little monkey comes over with 2 bowls of water, one of which is carefully given to Li Weiran. Li Weiran's mouth hooks up into a faint smile. He actually takes the water and drinks it in one gulp. The little monkey immediately shows a happy smile. Then he brings the other bowl of water to Mu Yan. Looking at Mu Yan's tightly knitted brows, his little face shows a sad expression. Big sister, you don't have to feel embarrassed. All the doctors said that my mother's illness can't be cured. I'm already very grateful that you're willing to see her. Big sister, drink some water. Mu Yan lets go of the unconscious woman's hand, takes the broken bowl and slowly takes a sip. The water that enters her mouth has a salty smell. But water resources in the Ghost Fair have always been scarce. Even this kind of water with a bad taste is already a treasure. Mu Yan sips the water while observing the scene in the house. There is a broken wooden door on the west side, slightly blown open by the wind. She can see several figures lying on the ground inside. The little monkey whispers, Big sister, I told you before, these are my mother's relatives. They have been sick for many years, and it has always been my mother who took care of them. Bang, the porcelain bowl in Mu Yan's hand suddenly falls to the ground, shattering into pieces. Her face is also dyed with a layer of paleness. Her body seems to be imprisoned, unable to move. And in front of her is the little monkey, who just had a sad and timid expression. He slowly opens his mouth, revealing his snow-white teeth. Big sister, what's wrong with you? Are you unable to move? Mu Yan's voice was slightly hoarse as she asked, Did you drug the water? Ha ha ha, you finally found out? But it's too late. Little monkey looked at Mu Yan, then at Li Weiran, who was leaning against the wall with a faint smile. His childish face was filled with a smile that did not match his age. I like idiots like you who just came from the outside the most. You don't even know the rules of survival in Shattered Rock. Just cry a little and she'll take the bait. Big sister, I beg you to spare me. My mother is sick, I had no choice but to steal things. He imitated the way he cried and begged Mu Yan, and then he laughed wildly, ha ha ha. If I cry like this for a while, won't your sympathy be overflowing? Can't wait to be the savior of the world? Creak, the half-closed door was pushed open. A man's rough voice came from inside, Little monkey, you're getting more and more capable. These 2 look like big fat fishes. If we kill them, we'll be full for a long time. Behind the door, a few short figures slowly moved out. Yes, move. 1 second remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Because these people's hands and feet seemed to be paralyzed, unable to stand up. They couldn't even crawl normally. They could only rely on their elbows to move forward bit by bit. But they were clearly used to this. Their tattered clothes couldn't hide the scars and calluses on their hands and feet. Dragging such broken bodies, they crawled out from the inside in the blink of an eye. The light from outside shone on their faces. Only then did Mu Yan see that there were more than 10 men. Every one of them had the tendons of their arms and legs broken, so they could only crawl. Moreover, they seemed to have been living like this for many, many years, and had long become accustomed to it. Their faces were incomparably haggard and thin, full of traces of hardships. But between their brows, one could still see the valiance and heroism of the past. Seeing them come out, the little monkey, who was clearly just a child, picked his teeth with a piece of straw and said with disdain, What do you know? These 2 are more than just 2 big fish, they are also my little monkeys, guarantee for a meteoric rise. What do you mean? The little monkey cast a sidelong glance at Li Weiran, and said with confidence, Do you know that Mountain Split Sect has already issued a wanted order throughout the entire Rocky Hill to find the murderer of that fat woman Zhang Guihong? When I first saw this gigolo in Shi City, I immediately recognized him. You're the boy toy that Zhang Guihong fancied at that time, right? Li Weiran, who was treated as a pretty boy and a boy toy, touched his face innocently. He turned towards Mu Yan and curled his lips. His light pink lips opened and closed slightly, silently spitting out 3 words, "It's all your fault." The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitched, and she ignored him. The little monkey continued to speak excitedly. "When I found them earlier, I informed Mountain Split Sect. Now they're bringing people over. Now that I personally captured these 2, as long as we hand them over, guess how much reward Mountain Split Sect will give us?" Ha ha ha. The few men who were crawling over were stunned, their eyes flashing with humiliation and hatred. But it was quickly replaced by a compromising smile. "That's great, Mountain Split Sect will definitely sell the people for a good price. At least for the next year and a half, we won't have to worry about food and drink." "That's right. This way, Ruin Yang won't have to work so hard. It's been a long time since Boss has nourished his body. We must make him eat more this time." However, Little Monkey's face darkened when he heard that. He glared fiercely at the door and was about to speak. The woman on the bed frowned slightly and woke up. Mother, you're awake." The sinister and cunning look on the little monkey's face instantly disappeared without a trace. He threw himself at the beautiful woman and carefully lifted her up. "Mother, how do you feel? Are you hungry?" Don't worry, we'll have food and money soon. I will never let you go hungry again." The beautiful woman's face was pale. Just a small movement caused her breathing to quicken and her chest to heave violently. She looked around the room and saw Mu Yan sitting on the edge of the bed and Li Weiran beside her. Startled, she asked, "You 2 are?" The little monkey said proudly, "Mother, these 2 people are wanted criminals that the mountain-splitting sect wants to capture. It wasn't easy for me to trick them and even gave them the bone-softening powder. Now that they can't move at all, we just need to hand them over to the mountain-splitting sect and we won't have to worry about food and drink in the future." Saying that, he tells the story of how he tricked Mayan and the little boy, like he's presenting a treasure. In the end, he grabs the beautiful woman's hand, his big eyes full of expectation. "Mother, when we have money, I'll go find the best doctor in Gravel Hill. He'll definitely be able to cure your illness." "No, you can't." Hearing that, the beautiful woman suddenly becomes excited. What did mother teach you before? Even if you're poor and bitter, you can't do such a heartless thing. If you're just swindling money and food, mother won't say anything. But they're kind enough to help you believe you, and you want to harm their lives? What's the difference between this and an ungrateful animal? Hurry, give them the antidote for cartilage powder." "I won't." The little monkey shakes off the beautiful woman's hand. His eyes are red, tears swirling in them. "Mother, you've been sick for so long, if you don't have money to eat and see a doctor, you'll die. If I have to watch mother die, I'd rather let someone else die." The beautiful woman can't help but tear up. But she still grits her teeth and says, Listen to mother, we'd rather starve to death than do something that crosses our bottom line. Hurry and give them the antidote for cartilage powder." Won't you listen to mother?" "I won't listen. I won't listen." The little monkey suddenly shouted hysterically, "Exchanging them for money is a violation of the bottom line. Mother, is it right for you to sell your body and let those men defile you every day in order to support all of us? Is it right to torture you until you are sick all over your body?" The child's voice is sharp and piercing, full of reckless madness and resentment. But it's mostly choked with sobs, unable to conceal the pain and despair in his voice. Mayan's eyes flash, her lips slightly move, but in the end, she doesn't speak. And she doesn't notice. Not far away, Li Weiran, who has been lazily leaning against the wall, suddenly clenches the rusty iron railing in his hand. The rough rust cuts his white palm, oozing blood, but he doesn't feel it at all. The room falls into a momentary silence. After a long while, a rough and hoarse voice rings out, "Little monkey, how can you say that about your mother? Shut up." The little monkey roared angrily, its tiny body trembling nonstop. "It's all because of you. For so many years, if it wasn't for the fact that my mother had to support you and that wastrel inside, would she have needed to sell her body? If it wasn't for those men defiling her time and time again, how could my mother have contracted a serious illness? How could she give birth to a bastard child like me who doesn't even know who his father is?" This is all your fault. Hot tears rolled down the boy's thin face. It also slid down the faces of these handsome men. The lips of the brawny man who spoke just now trembled a few times before he bent his body and buried his face in his chest. It's us trash that dragged Ruinyang down. After so many years, we shouldn't have been alive. Another person also choked with sobs as he beat his chest fiercely. Ruinyang was so valiant and heroic back then, but because of us, she became like this today. We deserve to die, all of us deserve to die. The light in the beautiful woman's eyes dimmed as tears wet her long eyelashes. Mayan could see that in the depths of her eyes, there's grief and despair, as if her heart had died. It's as if there's some kind of conviction that's firmly supporting her. Even under such unbearable torture, she still persevered and endured. Don't say any more. The beautiful woman doesn't yell hysterically like them. Instead, she says in a slightly hoarse voice, didn't we agree when we first came to Gravel Hill? For boss, no matter what price we have to pay, we are willing to bear it. Her voice is calm. But the hand that was pressed on the bed was clenched so tightly that the tattered bedsheets were crumpled. Obviously, the humiliation and torture she has endured all these years is far from as easy as she says at this moment. Whether we fall into hell or be consigned to eternal damnation, as long as boss can live, we don't care. Now, because I have the conditions to do it, I'm doing it. If you could do it, wouldn't you have made the same choice? The dozen or so strong men crawling on the ground are all in tears for a moment, sobbing silently. The beautiful woman blushes and reaches out to caress the little monkey's face. It doesn't matter if Nyang falls into hell, but you can't. For Nyang, you are the best gift that heaven has given me. Nyang hopes that you will always be clean, until one day you can follow boss out of here. The little monkey can't bear it anymore. He cries out loud and throws himself into the beautiful woman's arms, hugging her tightly. Nyang, I thought you hated me. Because I'm the son of those bad guys who forced you, I thought you didn't want to give birth to me. The beautiful woman tightly hugs the little monkey's small body, 2 lines of clear tears slide down her pale cheeks. The moment she raises her head, she meets Mayan's eyes. The beautiful woman's face shows a guilty expression. I'm sorry, I implicated you. The antidote for the bone-softening powder. She hasn't finished speaking when Mayan suddenly raises her hand and stuffs a pill into her mouth. The beautiful woman is caught off guard and swallows the pill with a gudong sound. What did you give my Nyang to eat? Damn it, weren't they poisoned with the bone-softening powder? Why can this woman still move? She must have fed Ruinyang poison. Quickly think of a way to make Ruinyang spit out the poison. The little monkey shouts and pounces towards Mayan. You dare to harm my Nyang, I'll fight you. However, before he could even get close to Mu Yan, he was grabbed by the neck and lifted into the air. Mu Yan slightly lowered her eyebrows and looked at him mockingly. Do you think that because you're young, no matter what bad things you do, you can be forgiven? A slightly evil smile appeared on her face. Looking at your mother's sickly appearance, I know she can't teach you a lesson. Why don't I do it for her? Stop. Let go of the little monkey. Woman, you dare to hurt the little monkey? I'll fight you to the death. The brawny men on the ground roared as they crawled over, their faces filled with panic and worry. As for the beautiful woman who had been fed the pill by Mu Yan, she was clutching her stomach, her body trembling nonstop. She stretched out her trembling hand to save the little monkey, but her hand fell down powerlessly. He could only beg again and again in a low voice, please, spare my child. The little monkey's face was red, and he kept waving his skinny and muddy hands. He screamed, kill me if you can. Kill me. I'm not afraid of you. Mayan raised her hand and a binding immortal rope flew out from the storage space. It tied the little monkey's hands and hung him on the beam. Then, Mu Yan turns to look at the little chick. Huang, do you still remember how to teach a disobedient child a lesson? Goo. Jijijijiji. I remember. I want to spank your ass. Take off your pants and spank your ass. Let me do it. Let me do it. Mom, Huang wants to spank this child's ass. When the little chick found out that the little brother he sympathized with had poisoned his mother and brother blindfolded, he was half dead with anger. He felt that his tears were all in vain. He couldn't wait to teach this deceitful child a lesson, but he didn't expect his mother to give him the chance so soon. Goo-woo. The little chick's eyes twinkle, and it suddenly makes a strange cry. The plump ball pounced on the little monkey that was hung up in the air. With a tearing sound, the little monkey's pants are taken off, revealing his white butt. The little chick's two big eyes shine. Then, he spread his little wings and aimed at the little monkey's white and tender butt, and started to attack from both sides. Pa 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 pa. As it hits, it doesn't forget to dub itself, hit. 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 The crippled men who rushed over to save the little monkey are dumbfounded. The beautiful woman, who almost rolled off the bed, is dumbfounded. Even Mu Yan is stunned for a long time, before she covers her forehead. Heavens! What kind of a bunch of brats did she take in? Hit 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 hit. Not long after, the little monkey's white butt is swollen. It's bright red, like a ripe peach. The little monkey, who has been dumbfounded for a long time, finally realizes what happened. The precocious, lawless little monkey, who has always treated himself as an adult, can't stand this kind of humiliation, and finally bursts into tears. As he cries, he twists his red and swollen butt, sobbing, "I'm going to kill you. Bastard, I'm going to kill you." Mu Yan turns a deaf ear to his cries and curses, waiting for the little chick to get tired before waving at it. The little chick immediately hops into Mu Yan's arms. Unexpectedly, Mu Yan dodged to the side and said in disgust, "The feathers that hit this brat's dirty but still dare to pounce on me. Do you think it's easy for me to take a bath? Go wash yourself and dry yourself before coming back to see me." Little Linghua wasn't dejected at all. Instead, it happily ran into the river of stars to wash itself clean. The little monkey, who had finally stopped being beaten, couldn't help but burst into tears again when he heard the words, "the dirty buttocks of the naughty brats." He really was older than he looked. But in reality, he was only 10 years old. He was still a child. Now that he had suffered a series of blows, he could no longer maintain his mature and steady demeanor, completely revealing his true nature as a child. Mu Yan listens to his cries with great interest. Only then does she take back the binding immortal rope, letting him fall to the ground. In the end, her red butt landed on the ground. The little monkey let out an earth-shattering scream. As he shouted, he hurriedly pulled up his tattered pants that could not cover his entire body. His red and swollen eyes fiercely glare at Mayan. But the moment Mayan raised her hand, she screams in fright and hides behind the table. The few crippled men have clearly never seen this child like this. At this time, they can't help but want to laugh. Mu Yan no longer cares about the brat, but turns to look at the beautiful woman. "Do you feel better?" The beautiful woman stares blankly, pressing her hand against her chest, an incredulous expression on her face. The medicine you gave me just now." Mayan smiles in surprise. "This medicine can't cure your illness, but it can prolong your life. It's not that your illness can't be cured, but it requires some special herbs. I'm afraid I can't find them for the time being." The two are sitting on the bed, talking, and their voices aren't heavy. Plus, the room is still reverberating with the little monkey's unreconciled curses. So only the knife-scarred man, who's closest to the bed, can hear their conversation. He suddenly raises his head, looking at Mayan in bewilderment. After a long while, he uses a slightly rough voice to ask, Just who are you?" Mayan doesn't have the time to answer. Suddenly, there's the sound of messy and noisy footsteps outside. Immediately after, through the broken window, they can see strong men holding weapons, wearing the same clothes. They surround the entire room, and even the surrounding alleyways. Bang, the door is directly kicked open. Several figures fiercely rush in. "Didn't you say that you caught a wanted criminal of my mountain split sect? Where is he?" The room is quiet for a moment. The beautiful woman's eyes reveal anxiety and annoyance. But she still forces herself to calm down, using a slightly gentle voice to say, "Masters, are you mistaken? We haven't seen any wanted criminal." At this time, Li Weiran is leaning against the corner of the wall, his whole body sunk into the shadows, making it hard for people to discover him. But Mayan is sitting next to the beautiful woman, and her appearance is so dazzling that it can't be concealed. So the mountain split sect disciples that rush in, immediately focus their attention on her. "Who is this?" The beautiful woman pretends to be calm. This is my younger sister, she just came to see me from her husband's house today. Bullshit, the leader roars. Do you think we're stupid? This person's clothes are so luxurious, but you're dressed in rags. If your sister is really so rich, why would you need to squeeze into this ghost fair's refugee cave? The person behind him comes forward with a fiendish expression. Disgraceful thing, you actually dare to play with the people of my mountain split sect, are you tired of living? Saying that, he tries to pull the beautiful woman's hair. Don't hurt my mother. The little monkey screamed and rushed out like a cannonball, standing in front of the beautiful woman to protect her. She and him, they are the wanted criminals of the mountain-splitting sect. You have to arrest them, not my mother. With the little monkey pointing at them, everyone from the mountain-splitting sect finally noticed Li Weiron's existence. There was no need for confirmation. Just by looking at the symbolic and dazzling red ribbon, the people from the mountain split sect confirmed that these two were the people the manager wanted to capture. Sure enough, it was these two audacious villains. As long as we can bring him back, Steward Zhang will definitely reward us well. Ha ha ha, luckily we are in charge of the ghost fair. I didn't expect to catch them so easily. The leader coughed lightly and looked coldly at Mu Yan and Li Weiran. I heard from Steward Zhang that these two thugs are extremely cruel. They killed all the servants in the Zhang residence by themselves. Everyone, don't let your guard down and let them escape. Senior brother, don't worry. The people in the Zhang residence are all trash that don't know martial arts. How could they compare to the official disciples of our mountain split outer sect? Now that we have so many people, plus the disciples from the sect who received the news and are rushing over, I'm afraid that the entire ghost fair has already been surrounded. Even if they grew wings, they still wouldn't be able to escape. Laughing and joking, but they still carefully spread out their formation, surrounding Mu Yan and Li Weiran. The beautiful woman's eyes are filled with anxiety and guilt, but her gaze sweeps over the little monkey, the half-closed door, and the crippled brawny man. On the ground without any ability to resist. In the end, she painfully closes her eyes. In that instant, she feels that the beliefs and dignity of the first half of her life have all become a joke. Reward. What happened to the promised reward? The little monkey clenches his teeth, throwing himself in front of the leader. I was the one who reported these two wanted criminals. Didn't you say that we would be given a year's worth of rations? Pa. Just what qualifications do you lowly commoners have to receive a reward? The leader kicks him away. Just now, you tried in vain to cover for these two criminals. I still haven't settled the score with you. Hee hee, senior brother, although this little bitch is a bit old, she still has her charm. A vulgar-looking mountain split sect disciple grabs the beautiful woman's hair, a wretched smile on his face. Why don't we bring this woman back as well? The leader laughs heartily. Sure, if you're interested, there's no harm in bringing her back to play. Bastard, let go of Ruan Yang. Mother, you're not allowed to touch my mother, scram. The little monkey's eyes redden, throwing caution to the wind, grabbing onto the mountain split sect disciple's thigh, ruthlessly biting down. Ah. Bastard. You actually dare to bite me. That mountain split sect disciple feels a sharp pain coming from his thigh, and instantly flies into a rage. He picks up the little monkey, and gives it two big slaps from both sides. The little monkey spits out a mouthful of blood, and even his teeth tumble down. But that disciple still doesn't feel satisfied, and grabs the little monkey's neck, lifting him up high, and is about to smash him to the ground. Stop. You're not allowed to hurt the little monkey. Ear, if you dare to hurt my ear, I'll kill you. The beautiful woman and the crippled brawny men all go crazy when they see this scene. They recklessly throw themselves over. Even if their bodies are weak, even if they don't have limbs, it's as if they want to perish together with the mountain split sect people. Especially after the beautiful woman took Mayan's medicine, it was clear that she had regained some of her strength. At this moment, he pounced onto the body of the mountain split sect disciple who was holding on to the little monkey, and actually grabbed onto his hair, fiercely biting towards his ear. Ah! The man let out a shrill scream. The place where his left ear used to be was now empty and fresh blood was gushing out. As for the beautiful woman who was just a moment ago, her face was twisted as she chewed on the ear that she had bitten off. His appearance was truly like that of a malicious ghost. The leading disciple of the mountain split sect was shocked at first, then he suddenly pulled out his long sword and fiercely slashed. Immediately, the crippled man closest to him was bleeding profusely. A hole had been pierced through his abdomen. However, the crippled man acted as if he didn't know pain at all. He directly grabbed the long sword and grinned hideously. The actions of the leading disciple seemed to have lit a fuse. The other mountain split sect disciples also took out their weapons and charged towards the beautiful woman and the crippled robust man. Soon, the beautiful woman was grabbed by the hair, dislocated her limbs, and lifted up. Bitch, bitch. B*TCH. You actually dared to bite off my ear, bitch, I'll kill you. The man carrying the beautiful woman was unable to restrain his anger, and his eyes were practically spitting fire. He actually grabbed the beautiful woman's hair, and fiercely slammed her against the wall at the side. Mayan's eyes turned cold, the 7 absolute swords faintly discernible in her palm. However, at this moment, a figure flits before her eyes. Then, a faint, strange noise resounds in this narrow, dilapidated room. Mayan's nose faintly smells the scent of fresh blood. She looks up in astonishment, only to see that the chests of the mountain split sect disciples, who were still fiendish just a moment ago, all have huge bloody holes. Some of their hearts have been directly crushed. Some of their intestines have been pulled out, dripping with blood as they hang outside. But they're still in a daze, as if they simply didn't have the time to realize what's happening to their bodies. 3 breaths, just 3 breaths later. All the mountain split sect disciples in this dilapidated room have collapsed, dying without a complete corpse, dying with remaining grievances. The little monkey is scared silly. The beautiful woman and the disabled brawny man are all dumbfounded. Even Mayan's eyes widen, unable to come back to her senses for a moment. A slender figure rose in front of her like a wisp of green smoke, and gradually condensed into a solid form. Li Weiran, Mayan's pupils shrink, her gaze falling on his hand. Drip, drip, his slender fingers are already completely covered in blood. Glaring bright red drops drip by drip from his fingertips. That light gray coarse robe was already stained with blood at some point in time. Just like those blooming flowers. The surrounding air is filled with a kind of bone-chilling heat and gloomy coldness. Mayan's entire body tenses up in a split second. The extreme nervousness made her summon the 7 absolute swords unconsciously. She can feel that the youngster in front of her, this Li Weiran of unknown origin, whether he's really blind or not, is currently in a very dangerous situation. If she's the slightest bit careless, it won't just be the mountain split sect disciples who will die, but everyone in this room. However, before she can move, an ice-cold and sticky hand grabs her wrist. Mayan hears a low, hoarse voice ringing in her ears. You see, I've already killed them all, no one will bully you anymore, so, don't leave me, okay? The 5 fingers on her wrist suddenly tighten. Mayan can almost hear the sound of her bones being squeezed. Her brows slightly wrinkle, and she can't help but struggle a bit. However, it was such a smile. Li Weiran didn't know which part of him was triggered. Why? Why don't you believe that I can protect you? Why is it that no matter how well I do, you're never willing to look back at me? The youngster's face was twisted, and his voice was sharp and shrill. Look into my eyes, look. Why wouldn't I dare to look? Mayan thought, let me see you take off the red scarf on your face. You're blindfolded and you're asking me if I dare to look. Are all perverts so weird? Suddenly, her expression froze, and her eyes slightly widened. Because she saw 2 streams of tears of blood slowly flowing down from the red silk covering her eyes. The ferocious expression on the youth's face had vanished. His glistening white skin contrasted with the dazzling scarlet, and it actually reflected a type of sorrowful desolation. Is it because I look too much like that person? Or are you disgusted by my blood-stained hands? Tell me. Who did this guy mistake me for? He was clearly fine just a moment ago, just like how a pervert should be. What stimulated him to suddenly become like this? Mu Yan groans inwardly. The pain from his wrist was getting more and more intense. But Mu Yan didn't even dare to move. She was afraid that the slightest movement would provoke the pervert in front of her again. Li Weiran suddenly chuckled. That smile was as bright as usual, but it had a twisted craziness to it. Haha, don't you hate my eyes? Because they were left to me by that man. If I dig them out, you'll be willing to look back at me, right? As he said that, he raised his hand to poke his eyes. Mu Yan jumped in fright. Quick thinking, she took out the dark cloud spirit flower from her storage ring and stuffed it into Li Weiran's hands along with the jade box. This is your favorite dark cloud spirit flower. Are you sure you don't want to take a look before you dig your eyes out? Li Weiran was stunned. He held the jade box in a fluster and even let go of Mu Yan's hand. Mu Yan let out a long sigh of relief. The youth holding the dark cloud spirit flower had a pure and childlike smile on his face. His voice was soft and slow, as if he was afraid of startling something. Mother, look, it's the dark cloud spirit flower. Mother? Mu Yan's mouth twitched. She wanted to smash this little pervert's head with a punch. He was clearly older than her by a few hundred years. It was fine if he called her sister before, but now he was even calling her mother. You want to be my son, but I don't want you. But very quickly, Mu Yan realized that Li Weiran wasn't talking to her. It was more like he was talking to himself. As long as you have the dark cloud spirit flower, you can cultivate, live forever, and stay with me forever. Mother, are you happy? Mu Yan silently took a step back. However, just as she moved, Li Weiran suddenly raised his head. Are you afraid of me? Just because my hands are stained with blood? Just because I killed those who bullied you? Just because I'm the little monster in their mouths? Since you're so afraid, I'll kill until you get used to it, okay? As he spoke, he grabbed the air with his blood-stained hand, and a crippled man was lifted into the air by the neck by him. Butcher! Let go of Uncle You! The beautiful woman and the little monkey were terrified and wanted to rush over to save him. They had just seen how this demon killed without batting an eye. If their loved ones also died in his hands, Mu Yan suddenly narrowed her eyes, revealing a mocking expression. Enough, Li Weiran, stop pretending. You haven't lost your mind at all. What's the point of playing the fool? The dilapidated house fell into a strange silence. After a long while, the corners of the youth's lips slowly curled up. His head also turned slightly, and he asked with an innocent expression, I'm really curious, how did you see through it, Mu Yan? Mu Yan rolled her eyes and stepped forward to grab the jade box in Li Weiran's hands. None of your business, return my dark cloud spirit flower to me. She thought that Li Weiran would refuse to give it to her. She didn't expect him to obediently let go this time. However, the person moved closer and said in a gentle voice, everyone who has seen my true face will die. Mu Yan, aren't you afraid? Mu Yan coldly glances at him. Did you really lose your mind and speak nonsense just now? Or was it all an act from the beginning? Li Weiran's expression froze for a moment, then he revealed a bright smile. Guess. Scram. Mu Yan kicked him away. I'm a normal person, I'm not interested in guessing what a pervert is thinking. As they speak, the sound of hurried footsteps comes from a distance. Everyone in the room also suddenly comes back to their senses. Oh no. The little monkey looks at the bloody corpses all over the ground, his face deathly pale. These are all mountain split sex people. They died here. If we're discovered, we're dead for sure. Mother, let's run. The beautiful woman shows a wry smile, but it also carries a trace of relief. She turns to look at Mayan, revealing a pleading expression. Miss, can I trouble you to take my son away? Mother, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I leave you alone? The little monkey shouts, moreover, you want me to go with this bad woman, I don't want it even if I die. The beautiful woman doesn't even look at the little monkey. She just looks at Mayan and says in a hoarse voice, I know this is very difficult for the miss, and I don't have anything to repay the miss with. Only this dagger can be used as a thank you gift. Seeing the beautiful woman take out the dagger, the several disabled brawny men show shocked expressions. They move their mouths, wanting to say something, but in the end, they swallow back their words. This dagger may not be of much use in Gravel Hill, but if the miss can leave this place one day, perhaps it can help the miss. I don't ask the miss to always take care of my child, but if one day you really can leave Gravel Hill, I beg you to take him with you. Mother! What are you talking about? The little monkey seems to realize something and can't help but cry. Are you planning to die together with Uncle Butcher and the others? If you die, what's the point of me living? Mother, I don't want to be separated from you, even if I die, boo-hoo. The scarred man called Butcher also grits his teeth. Ruane Yang, we can't escape. But you're different, you have the little monkey, you have a new home, and the original vow doesn't count. If you want to die with the boss, we're enough. Right, Ruane Yang, it's enough for us to die with the boss. For so many years, you've done enough for us, for the boss. It's time for you to live your own life. Tears fall from the beautiful woman's eyes. Is she willing to abandon such a small child? Of course not, but these brothers have already vowed to live together, to die together. To follow the boss, and never leave. How could she break her promise? Ruane Yang chuckled and suddenly pressed a finger on the little monkey's nape. Her hand was weak, but the little monkey was just a child after all. When its acupoint was hit, it soon fell down softly. When he closed his eyes, tears had already wet his thin cheeks. Ruane Yang's face is filled with reluctance as she takes one last look at the child in her arms. Only then does she hand the child and the dagger over to Mayan. However, Mu Yan didn't take it. The footsteps outside the house were getting closer and closer. It was obvious that a large number of powerful people had surrounded the refugee cave. Voices of fear and unease could be heard outside the house, discussing what had happened. Ruane Yang had an anxious look on her face. Miss, do you still resent the little monkey for lying to you? Please believe me, this dagger is worth more than you think. If you still have anger in your heart, I can let you vent it. Please. Mayan raises her hand and the 7 absolute swords slowly appear. Her lips curled into a cold smile. I'm sorry, but I can't accept your request. Because I changed my mind. Ruane Yang and the crippled men were shocked. Butcher instinctively moved over and stood in front of Ruane Yang and the little monkey, afraid that Mu Yan would suddenly hurt them. Ruane Yang gritted her teeth. What does Miss want? Mayan says unhurriedly, it's really too troublesome and a waste of time to go around and buy materials in this ghost market. I just thought of a way to solve this once and for all. I can collect all the resources in the entire gravel mound and choose from them. Ruane Yang said blankly, what way? Mu Yan looked out the window, the 7 absolute swords in her hands emitting a dazzling light. Of course it's to destroy the mountain split sect and become the king of this gravel mound. Ruane Yang, crippled men, you're joking, right? Butcher couldn't help but exclaim, I know you just entered the gravel mound, so it's inevitable that you're arrogant and look down on the mortals here. But you have to know that spirit masters and sword cultivators can't use spiritual power here. You can't even use 10% of your strength, so how are you going to fight against the entire mountain split sect? Mu Yan raised her sword and lightly swept it, causing a loud bang on the roof. Half of the dilapidated house collapsed. How are you going to fight against the entire mountain split sect? She said slowly, of course I'll beat them until they're convinced. If that's not enough, then I'll just kill them all. In the air, strands of spiritual power swirled around the girl. No. Other than spiritual power, there were other more powerful and vigorous energies. Mu Yan's figure flashed. And she leaped onto the roof. Li Weiran also disappeared from his spot. Ruane Yang and Butcher looked at the gray-blue sky above the hole, their eyes widening. They suddenly realized that the two of them were different. They were incompatible with the entire gravel mound from the start. There was no reaction when they took the bone-softening powder. They could easily kill more than 10 mountain-splitting sect disciples. They didn't have a trace of the heavy aura of death that belonged to the refugees of the gravel mound. Ruane Yang. Ruane Yang. Butcher realized that his voice was hoarse and trembling as he spoke. We've waited for so many years for redemption, the hope that we've been searching for. Maybe we've found it today. Ruane Yang's face was pale as she placed the little monkey in her arms on the bed. She dragged her limp body into the inner room, swaying. The light from outside shone into the room, illuminating the silhouette of a man sleeping on the bed. However, Ruane Yang did not walk closer. Instead, she leaned against the door and looked at the man. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Boss. General, you've slept long enough. It's time to wake up. Butcher and the rest had already come to Ruane Yang's side. Each of the 7-feet-tall men couldn't help but have red eyes at this moment. General, did you see that? We've finally found someone who can save you. The 7 ultimate swords were slowly withdrawn. The last drop of blood fell from the tip of the sword, and the translucent sword became crystal clear again. Mu Yan's gaze sweeps over the person lying on the ground. Do you still want to fight? No, 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 I'm not fighting anymore. Heroine. Demoness. No. Please spare my life. The robust men wearing the mountain split sect's disciple attire shook their heads like a rattledrum, the terror in their eyes almost materializing. Mu Yan raises her brows. Didn't you just say that if I dared to injure a mountain split sect disciple, I would absolutely not have a good ending? We had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We were wrong. Female Demon King, you're invincible. How could our mountain split sect be your opponent? These people were just short of crying themselves hoarse. This woman was really too strong. She alone took care of all the mountain split sect disciples surrounding the ghost market. The key point was that this was already 70% of mountain split sect's fighting strength. Even 70% was taken care of so easily. What about the remaining 30%? How could they not surrender? Li Weiran had unknowingly landed beside Mayan, chuckling. Mayan is really a good person who repaid evil with good. Those people clearly wanted to scheme against you, but in the end, when they shed 2 tears in front of you, you saved them. Such kindness and stupidity, you'll suffer big losses in the future. Mayan coldly looked at him. Li Weiran, did you forget who provoked Zhang Guihong? Who killed the mountain split sect's people first? Who left me a mess? Just who was it? Li Weiran stared blankly. His expression didn't change for a long time. Mayan could feel that the pair of eyes under the red silk were staring at her. Even if this gaze was separated by a layer of cloth, she could still feel the uncomfortably invasive nature. Mayan frowned and was about to speak. But she saw the youth opposite her innocently and cheerfully curl his lips. It seems to be me. So Mayan, did you change your mind because of me, and plan to destroy Mountain Split Sect? It turns out that my charm in Mayan's heart is already this great. Scram. Mayan kicked him away. Damn it, could this little pervert be even more narcissistic? What happened next was like a dream to everyone in the gravel hill. Especially the Guodapeng brothers. Because Mountain Split Sect sent people to investigate the people who went in and out of Mount Yunluo 10 days ago, they were finally found out. Thus, Guodapeng's family was captured and brought to Mountain Split Sect to interrogate them about Mayan's whereabouts. However, without waiting for the Guodapeng brothers to undergo the torture, the girl who single-handedly killed the cloud beast descended from the sky and directly stepped on Mountain Split Sect's steward, Zhang Yekuan. Zhang Yekuan desperately raised his head and glared at the girl in front of him. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Why can you use spiritual power? Who are you? Mu Yan condescendingly looks at him and chuckles. Do you want to know? Then go to the underworld and ask King Yanluo. No. No. You can't kill me. I'm a steward appointed by the mountain splitting sect. Every 3 months, the mountain splitting sect will send people to inspect the crushed rock mound. If you kill me, you won't be able to live either. Mu Yan purses her lips. 3 months, that's too long. I don't want to stay in this damned place for 3 days. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 ultimate sword flashed and Zhang Yekuan's head was separated from his body. The massacre did not last long. Yes, a massacre. A young girl, wielding a longsword, single-handedly massacred the sole overlord of Crushed Stone Mound, the mountain-splitting sect. This incident was like a hurricane that swept through the entire rocky mound. From the very beginning when he was watching the battle at the Ghost Fair, he pitied this young girl. Later, when he saw her kill everyone, he was horrified. Now, all that was left was disbelief, and they couldn't summon the slightest bit of respect and submission to him. And this transformation only took a short day. The bright moon hung high in the sky. A girl dressed in men's clothing and wearing an ugly mask stood on a high roof, looking down at the crowd gathered below. As far as she could see, the other people on the rocky mound were still anxious and fearful. The disciples and lackeys of Mountain Split Sect are already kneeling on the ground in fright. Spare us, female demon queen. We're willing to do whatever you want us to do. We only ask you to spare our lives. That's right. We can serve Steward Zhang like an ox or a horse. No. We'll definitely serve Steward Zhang even more diligently. We're really very useful, please spare us. Mu Yan, enough, all of you shut up. I've gathered everyone in Gravel Hill, there really is something I need you to do. She flips her wrist, and a photographic talisman appears between her fingers. Even if they already knew that this girl could use spiritual energy in Gravel Hill, everyone is still stunned by the scene in front of him. The photographic talisman ignites, shining with a bright light. Immediately after, a projection appears in front of everyone. What's written on it are the actual materials, and they're real drawings. What is this? I heard that the spirit masters outside can record everything they see, and then present it on a piece of paper. I thought it was fake. These are the natives of Gravel Hill who have never been in contact with the outside world, and don't know what spiritual energy is. And those cultivators who were abandoned here after their cultivation was crippled, they can't help but clench their fists, the rims of their eyes red. They didn't expect that they would still be able to see people using spiritual energy in their lifetime. Who is this girl? Why can she use spiritual energy in Gravel Hill? Moreover, what does she want to do by looking for the things shown in the photographic talisman? Mu Yan's gaze sweeps over everyone present, and she uses spiritual energy to amplify her voice. My request is very simple. Everyone, even if you have to turn over the entire Gravel Hill, you must find these materials for me. As long as you can find any one of them. Mu Yan raises her hand, and a small mountain of cloud bones, cloud beast hides, and vast beast meat appears by her side. These are the rewards. Seeing the things that Mu Yan takes out, the eyes of the people below stare straight. They don't even have the time to investigate where Mu Yan took these things out from. Because this reward is simply too generous. If a year's worth of rations from Mountain Split Sect is already enough to attract everyone to take risks, then these things that Mu Yan takes out are enough to make them go crazy. I seem to have seen a third thing. I have to go to the garbage mountain to look for it. I've also seen a few of them. No, I have to go home and take a look. The crowd was in an uproar. These people even forgot to be afraid of Mu Yan. One by one, they excitedly wanted to run home or immediately go to the garbage mountain to search. However, at this moment, a man's deep voice came from the crowd. Why are you looking for these things? Mayan looks down and can't help but raise her eyebrows. She saw that Ruang Yang was struggling to push Mudu's wheelchair towards them. In the wheelchair sat a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble. His hands were thin and weak, and it was obvious that the tendons in his arms and legs had been broken, just like Butcher and the others. But even so, he still held a pot of wine in his hand and took a sip from time to time. Even if more than half of that mouthful of wine spilled outside, he didn't care. Mu Yan realized that this drunkard was probably the boss that Ruang Yang and the Butcher were talking about. At this moment, the attention of the others could not help but be attracted by this question. All of them looked towards Mu Yan's direction. Mu Yan stares at the drunkard for a long time, then lightly says, "Didn't you already see it? I want to make an array disc. Make an array disc that can break the Gravel Hills enchantment. Shoshan continent, polar domain. Dimingju, that's enough. Send someone to ask every day, aren't you tired of it?" In the quiet Lingxiao hall, an exasperated teenager's voice suddenly resounds. Han Chujiu, carrying a subordinate of the Yanyu tribe, comes as fast as lightning. His face is flushed, and half of the beard stuck to his lips has fallen off. Because he was too angry, his beard was blown up by the wind. Coupled with his slightly immature face, he looked especially cute and adorable. As soon as Han Chujiu lands, he throws the person he is carrying to the ground. As a result, because of carelessness, the beard on his face is pulled off. As soon as Han Chujiu looked up, she saw the reflection of her childish and pretty face on the glass pillar of the Divine Wind Palace. He suddenly gets even angrier and kicks the subordinate of the Yanyu tribe. He points to Han Yi and curses, "Han, I'm warning you. Next time, if you let your men harass me in the Medicine King Hall, I will poison the entire Yanyu tribe." Han Yi dryly laughs twice, "Medicine King, don't be like this. We are just concerned about your apprentice. After all, she hasn't entered the inheritance space for so long. Bah. Don't put on airs in front of me." Han Chujiu disdainfully says, "Dimingju, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You are coveting my precious apprentice. You want to find her through my inheritance space and take her for yourself. Do you think I will let you, a womanizer, get what you want? Bang! An explosive grain directly hits Han Shujiu's forehead. Elder Cheng angrily says, Xiaojiu, how many times have I told you, you are not allowed to be rude to Jun Shang? Humph. Han Shujiu arrogantly turns his face, he is not a respectable old man, he dares to covet my delicate baby apprentice. The corner of Cheng Lao's mouth twitched, and he said in a bad tone, Han Shujiu, with Jun Shang's appearance, strength, and background, is he really not worthy of your disciple? Then tell me, where are you going to find a man more outstanding than Jun Shang? Han Shujiu's eyebrows wrinkled and seriously think about it. However, what made him depressed was, fumbling around, he really can't find a man more outstanding than Dimingju. Bastard! How infuriating, big I will let my precious disciple be a queen and raise a bunch of pretty boys. Han Shujiu's neck stiffened. However, before he could finish his sentence, the expression of the man, who had been indifferent all this while, suddenly darkened. A creepy cold pressure instantly swept Han Shujiu's body. Dimingju uses an almost tranquil voice to slowly say it again? Han Shujiu suddenly withered, can't I just say it? Dimingju, why on earth do you come every day to ask about my disciple's news? If you want to pursue my disciple, then go to the Xiozhen continent by yourself. Humph, anyway, her disciple has a fiancé, she certainly won't take a fancy to Dimingju, this peacock. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if she really takes a fancy to Dimingju, it's better than her previous fickle and two-timing fiancé. Han Yi sighs and says, do you think Jun Shang doesn't want to go to the Xiozhen continent? It's because the space barrier was destroyed and the heaven stairway collapsed, that we are so worried. What? The heaven stairway collapsed? Han Shujiu says in disbelief, how is that possible? Then how can my good disciple ascend? As they are talking, they hear a voice coming from outside the room. Jun Shang, the island master of Linglong Island, requests an audience. Yu Yanran, what is she doing here? Han Yi says somewhat unhappily. In fact, Linglong Island has a transcendent status in the polar domain. The former island master and his wife have superb cultivation, proficient in support and fighting, and have always had a good relationship with the polar domain's imperial court. And after Yu Yanran took over the position of island master, although her strength isn't high enough, she has always been low-key and calm, not as domineering as Tiani men. Therefore, the people of the polar domain have always had a good impression of Linglong Island and Yu Yanran. However, this time, the disaster of Pillar of Sky collapsing makes Han Yi and the others' impression of her take a sharp turn for the worse. In the past, Yu Yanran had always displayed an extraordinary and refined appearance, aloof from worldly affairs. It's almost impossible to see that she has any feelings for Dimingju. But now that she knows that Dimingju has a sweetheart, she looks like she's been betrayed. And that deputy island master Huang, he opens his mouth and says that the polar domain can't distinguish right from wrong, ungrateful. Making their Jun Shang look like an ungrateful scumbag. What kind of joke is this? Their Jun Shang clearly didn't even give that Yu Yanran a proper look. Han Yi is filled with righteous indignation as he thinks. He hears his Jun Shang coldly reply, I won't see her. However, two people have already appeared outside the door. Jun Shang, Yanran Fairy has come from afar, how can you so stiffly refuse to see her? The one speaking is a slightly aged female voice. Immediately after, they see a middle-aged woman with graying temples, slowly leading Yu Yanran into the main hall. Compared to the other people of the polar domain who are respectful and fearful of Dimingju, this middle-aged woman is clearly more intimate. She looks at Dimingju with eyes full of love and pity. But when Han Yi and the others see her, their expressions turn cold. They promptly bow and say, greetings, sect leader Tong. I didn't expect sect leader Tong to come out so soon. Sect leader Tong's original name is Tong Huinyan, and she can be considered as a wet nurse who served Dimingju as he grew up. As she was talented and experienced, she slowly rose from a lowly maidservant to a leader. Everything in the Lingxiao Hall was managed and arranged by her. It was only because Tong Huanyan had been in seclusion for the past few years that Elder Cheng was temporarily in charge of it. Elder Cheng stroked his beard and said with a grin, long time no see, Palm Master Tong's cultivation has improved quite a bit. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Cheng. It's been hard on you, Brother Cheng. Tong Huanyan only gives a faint nod towards Han Yi and the others. However, his expression was slightly more respectful as he bowed to Elder Chang. After greeting Elder Chang, she raises her head to look at Di Mingju. After that, he slowly knelt down, prostrated himself on the ground, and paid his respects. Your servant greets the imperial monarch. Seeing that the emperor is well and has become the only immortal emperor, this servant is extremely gratified. However, before she could kneel down, she was dragged up by a flexible force. Towards her, Di Mingju shows a rare softness, and Tong doesn't need to be so polite. Only then did Commander Tong stand up with a smile. Yu Yanran timely reaches out to support him. Commander Tong benevolently glances at her, his eyes filled with nostalgia. In the blink of an eye, Yanran, you've grown up so much. Why haven't you come to the polar domain for a walk these past few years? Do you want to separate from our polar domain? Yu Yanran bit her lips and couldn't help but look at Di Mingju. She forced a smile and said, Tong Zhongling is joking. Di Jun once saved Yanran's life. I only feel grateful to polar domain, how can I be distant? It's just that Yanran has been in seclusion these past 2 years and hasn't been able to come out. Tong Huanyan was obviously very satisfied with her answer and gently patted her hand. Good child, don't call me Tong Zhongling, just call me Tong Yi like Jun Shang. I watched all of you grow up. At that time, both of you were still little children. Shuiyu was cute, I didn't expect that you two would become such a perfect couple. Yu Yanran's cheeks blushed and she showed a shy expression. She tenderly scolded, Tong Yi, what nonsense are you talking about? Tong Zhongling wanted to tease her a bit more. But she heard Di Mingju coldly say, Tong Yi, be careful with your words, Ben Jun already has a fiancé. Tong Zhongling frowned and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she restrained herself. She revealed a smile and said, Jun Shang, even if you have a fiancé, you can't treat Island Master Yu coldly. In the end, you two have been together since childhood, it's not something that others can compare to. Now that you've been estranged for many years, you should get along well and recover your childhood memories. As soon as she said this, Di Mingju didn't have time to say anything. Han Chujiu was already stomping her feet. Old woman Tong, what do you mean? Di Mingju already said that he has a fiancé, but you still encourage him to get along with other women. Are you planning to let him have a foot on 2 boats? Medicine Wang, what nonsense are you talking about? Tong Huanyan's face sank. Di Jun is the king of polar domain, the supreme person in this world. Even if it's 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, it's still proper, let alone 2 or 3 women. Sure enough. Sure enough. I already knew that Di Mingju, you womanizer, is not a good thing. Han Chujiu was about to explode with anger. She no longer cared about Elder Chang's obstruction. She pointed at Di Mingju's nose and scolded, I see through you, you and Di Beixian are the same kind of goods. Flirting everywhere, half-hearted, fickle, shameless. Di Mingju's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. Shut. This monarch will only have one wife, and the polar domain will only have one mistress. Elder Chang coughed lightly. Little Nine, watch your words. What 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? It's not like Jun Shang said that. Why are you scolding Jun Shang for no reason? Yes, yes. We, Jun Shang, can't take the blame for this. Han Yi says, Medicine King, you mustn't go out and talk nonsense. Even Star Wolf couldn't help but mutter, especially not to your disciple. Tong Huanyan frowned and said, Han Chujiu, don't be too disrespectful. Is this the attitude you should have when speaking to Jun Shang? Besides, when did an outsider like you get to meddle in the affairs of my polar domain? Usually, when Han Chujiu heard this sentence, she would have already exploded. But at this moment, he proudly puffed out his chest. Outsiders? You call me an outsider? Ha ha ha, why don't you ask who Di Mingju wants to marry as his fiancé? Tong Huanyan can't help but turn her gaze towards Han Yi. Han Yi coughed lightly, Jun Shang's fiancé is Medicine King Darren's disciple. Han Chujiu raises her round chin proudly. She swept past Tong Huanyan and looked at Yu Yanran. Humph, what qualifications does a pretentious woman have to be compared with his precious disciple, huh? Han Chujiu's face first shows a puzzled expression, then she suddenly stares at Yu Yanran. Why do you have the breath of a curse on your body? As soon as these words came out, the whole hall suddenly quieted down. Everyone, including Tong Huanyan, looked at Yu Yanran with a sharp gaze. Yu Yanran's heart panicked, her back was covered with fine beads of sweat. However, she still had a confused and aggrieved look on her face. What, curse, aura? I don't know what you are talking about. Master Medicine, even if you hate me, you don't need to slander me like this, right? Han Chujiu sneered, as long as it's related to curse, this old man can feel it clearly even in my sleep. The curse on your body is faint, but I will not make a mistake. It should be the soul-chasing curse, or the traction curse, which is a kind of heartless curse. That's why the aura is so faint. Little girl, I advise you to tell us immediately, who is using the curse technique around you. Hearing the words soul-chasing curse, Di Mingju's long eyelashes drooped, covering the cold light in his eyes. Yu Yanran's expression was still impeccable. But from the original confusion, it turned into anger full of injustice. She faced Di Mingju and coldly said, Di Jun, Yanran came here this time to ask for the new Heaven Spirit detoxification pill. If the Polar Domain and Medicine King are not willing to give it, then forget it. Why do you have to humiliate me like this? Saying that Yanran has the breath of curse on her body, I don't even know what curse it is. How can I have anything to do with such a dirty thing? Since the Polar Domain doesn't welcome the people of my Linglong Island, then Yanran will leave. Tong Huanyan's face showed hesitation, maybe Island Master you accidentally got it outside. Medicine King, you can't be too arbitrary. Han Chujiu sneered, keep pretending, keep pretending. I may not be sure if I can recognize other things, but if I can't even distinguish whether the breath of curse was accidentally or deeply touched, then I, Han Chujiu, will write my name backwards. Di Mingju, I warn you, the Heaven Spirit detoxification pill was refined by my disciple. I don't care if you give it to other people, but this woman and her Linglong Island, you are not allowed to give it to her. Otherwise, I will go to my treasured disciple and complain that you are two-timing. Humph. After that, Han Chujiu didn't wait for Di Mingju to answer, she turned around and disappeared into the distance. Yu Yanran bit her lips. Emperor, Yanran bids farewell. Straightening her back, she slowly turned around and walked out of the hall. With every step she took, she longed for the man behind her to stop her. He wanted to tell her that he had misunderstood her, or ask her to take the Heaven Spirit detoxification pill away. However, there was nothing. There was nothing to persuade him to stay. Even when Yu Yanran could not help but turn her head. He heard a loud bang behind him. The door of Lingxiao Hall was closed, and she was coldly shut out like an outsider. 2 streams of tears rolled down Yu Yanran's cheeks as she clenched her fists tightly. Only after a long time did he turn around and leave. Inside the hall. As soon as Di Mingju senses Yu Yanran's aura disappearing, he immediately says, Ying Mei, go investigate Linglong Island's movements during this period of time. Especially investigate whether they've had any contact with Ling Qingwan and Ling Yuexia. Ying Mei stared blankly, Jun Shang, are you suspecting? Di Mingju sneered, the curse that was placed on Ling Yuexia's body was the soul-chasing curse. Ying Mei's face turned cold, he quickly bowed and said, this subordinate obeys. Di Mingju closes his eyes, his slender fingers gently turning the ethereal ring on his finger. He suddenly says in a deep voice, go call Mo Jingqing over. A quarter of an hour later. Di Jun, you're such a great person, you should have no time to joke with your subordinates, right? Mo Jingqing shakes his dizzy head, showing a pitiful smile. His 2 thick eyebrows droop into a slanted eyebrow, can we not indulge in fantasy? Opening the space barrier in 3 months was enough to kill me. Now you're telling me you want to shorten the time? Why don't you just kill me and be done with it? Di Mingju loosens his grip on the ethereal ring, slowly saying, what if we use curse to temporarily create a passage? Mo Jingqing's expression stiffens. He looks up at the man sitting on the supreme throne in disbelief. After a long time, he finally can't help but let out a hysterical roar. Di Mingju, have you lost your mind? Floating island, gravel mounds garbage mountain. At this moment, it's densely packed with people. Everyone is looking for something with their heads down. Ah, it's 100 feet long silk. I found this, haha. An excited cry comes from the garbage mountain. A tall and thin middle-aged man waves the contaminated and dirty silk in his hand, shouting excitedly. The people around him cast envious and jealous gazes at him. But it's just gazes. Because they've already experienced it before. Stealing other people's resources, passing them off as their own. They'll be beaten up by that she-devil until they don't look human anymore. What's more, they're desperately searching here, not only for the rewards, but also because of what the she-devil said. I want to make an array disc, that can break the barrier of gravel mound. In the garbage mountain, someone suddenly says, that, is what that she-devil said true? Can she really destroy the barrier of gravel mound? This person's voice isn't heavy. But many people around him can't help but straighten up. How is that possible? Do you know how long the barrier of gravel mound has existed? If someone could break it, would we still be trapped here for generations? But Miss June can easily kill a cloud beast that even 100 of us at Crushed Stone Mound can't kill, Defying suddenly said. The scene fell silent for a moment. Even if Defying didn't mention it, everyone was already suspicious. That she-devil took out so many cloud bones and cloud beast hides as rewards. But where did these cloud bones and beast skins come from? Could it be that she killed it herself? How was it possible for a single person to kill so many cloud beasts? However, he had done such an inconceivable thing as annihilating the mountain split sect all by himself. What was impossible about killing a few cloud beasts? Could it be that she can really break the barrier of Stony Mound? Does that mean that we can also leave Crushed Stone Mound? Everyone murmured softly. The expression on his face was one of bewilderment, expectation, fear, and terror. But soon, someone laughed dryly and said, "Haha, what are we dreaming about? Everyone knows that Crushed Stone Mound only allows people to enter but not leave. How could it change?" That's right. Even if that woman is strong enough to kill the entire mountain split sect, what's the use? As long as she can't escape, when the mountain split sect's inner sect people come in, she'll still die. Just as they were talking, a scream came from afar. Everyone, stop going through the garbage mountain. The materials for the array disc have been gathered. What? They're all gathered? I want to see what can be made from these waste materials. Quick, let's go take a look. That female demon is so arrogant. If she can't leave the gravel hill, her expression will be interesting. On the roof of the Zhang residence, Mu Yan was carefully processing the materials she had just collected. She turned a blind eye to the dense crowd below the roof. Li Weiran was sitting not far from her, teasing the little chick with a green foxtail grass. The little chick was crying from being bullied by Qi Huang in the Tian Emochin space. It wanted to complain to its mother after it came out. However, it found that Mu Yan was busy processing the materials for the array disc and completely ignored it. She could only hold back her tears and turn to her blindfolded brother for comfort. Li Weiran was teasing the little chick with the foxtail grass. He said casually, "Even a chicken is so special and interesting among the things around Mu Yan." Guguji the silly chick made a crisp sound, squinting its eyes and tilting its head, looking like it was being praised. The ahog on its head was still standing up. However, the next sentence was heard from Li Weiran, "I don't know if you would taste good if I stewed you and ate you." "Hey, Mu Yan, do you want to try it?" Gugu dash. The little chick shivered, its face full of fear. It screamed and jumped into Mu Yan's arms. Mu Yan coldly glanced at the trembling little chick in her arms, not intending to comfort it at all. Stupid son of a chicken, now you know how scary that little pervert is, right? Who told you to go up to her every day? You won't even know when you'll be sold." Mu Yan concentrated and quickly finished the array disc in her hands. She jumped down from the roof of the Zhang residence and dashed towards the enchantment like a bolt of lightning. The crowd saw her move and immediately followed. In front of the enchantment is the Storm Wind Blade Belt. That woman actually rushed over just like that. Is she stupid? No one must have told that female demon how dangerous the Storm Wind Blade Belt is. He deserved to die. Even a stupid woman like that wants to break the crushed stone ridge. Damn. Before the crowd could finish their mocking words, the girl in front of them casually threw out an array disc. Then, the lethal, Tempest Wind Blade Belt, vanished. Disappeared? How was this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. Like wandering ghosts, they followed the girl's figure and arrived in front of the thick gray fog. Everyone had a dazed look on their faces. At this time, Mayan has already put down the array disc in front of the enchantment. Then, according to the order of the 8 trigrams of Qianquan, she inlays the crystals into the eye of the array. Using this method to break the array is not like using the Shin musician's skill, Starry Sky Curtain, where one would either succeed or fail, and the result would be clear in an instant. Using an array to break an array required a certain amount of time. Slowly, the energy gathered by one array formation would deplete the energy of another array formation. Finally, it would tear apart. After putting down the crystal, Mu Yan sits down cross-legged. She couldn't do anything about what happened next. All she could do was wait. But I'm hungry after spending the whole day. Maybe I should return to the ghost market first. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the tip of his nose smelled the fragrance of food. Mayan lifted her head and saw that Li Weiran had prepared food that smelled and looked good. He was looking at her with a smile. Mayan, are you hungry? Look, I prepared a new dish for you today. It's really delicious. Mayan looked at him suspiciously. You've been acting strangely lately, haven't you? Li Weiran tilted his head and revealed an innocent expression. There's nothing I can do about it. When I first met you, I thought Mayan was a bad woman, so of course I had to be on guard. But the more I interacted with you, the more I was attracted to you. Unknowingly, I started to place you in my heart. For the people I care about, I, Li Weiran, am willing to give up my life, let alone wash my hands and cook soup. Stop. Alright, you've won, alright? Mayan was speechless. I really can't tell when you're telling the truth and when you're lying. The young man in front of her pursed his lips and lowered his head. There was a faint smile on his lips as he picked out the fish and placed it in front of Mayan. The fragrant fish melted in her mouth. It was so delicious that Mayan, who had been starving for 2 days, couldn't help but reveal a satisfied expression. But this kind of delicacy and satisfaction didn't make her relax. Instead, it made her secretly vigilant. That was because Li Weiran was just too mysterious and unpredictable. Furthermore, Mu Yan always felt that there was a strange sense of familiarity to his body. It made her raise her guard a little, but because of this sense of familiarity, most of it instinctively dissipated. Who are you? What's your purpose in getting close to me? Mayan asked in the end. Li Weiran lifted his head and the curve of his lips deepened. Mayan really wants to know? Then I'll tell you. Before he could finish, a trembling voice interrupted the conversation between the two of them. Miss June, may I ask, do you really have a way to break the boundary of the gravel hill and bring us out? Mayan frowned and looked up. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a weathered face. She hooked her lips and smiled. I think you're mistaken about something. I broke the gravel hill boundary because I wanted to get out. I never said I would bring you out. Don't think too highly of yourself. The middle-aged man was stunned and his face turned red. Mu Yan added, of course, if the enchantment doesn't automatically repair itself when it breaks, you can follow me out if you want. But once you leave this place, whether you live or die, whether you can recover your strength, or whether you'll be thrown back into this rocky hill once more, all of that has nothing to do with me. This middle-aged man was obviously a cultivator who had been thrown in. At this time, hearing Mu Yan's words, his expression was sluggish, and he couldn't help but chuckle. That's right. Trash like us, even if we leave Gravel Hill, what can we do? Wasn't that a dead end? Haha. Ha ha ha. The other Xianxia that once belonged to Floating Sky Island also showed pained and hopeless expressions. Compared to the natives who grew up in the rocky hill and never knew how vast and terrifying the outside world was, they were much weaker. These practitioners understand the meaning of Mayan's words even more clearly. So what if he left the rocky hill? They were still trash without cultivation, still at the bottom of the food chain. They might be able to survive in the rocky hill, but once they left this place, they would definitely die. Someone couldn't help but sob softly. There were also people who punched the ground in frustration. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, Miss June, the situation on the floating island is treacherous and the situation is ever-changing. Miss is alone, I'm afraid that your actions will not change. If you don't mind, why not take some subordinates to run errands for you? Mu Yan turned her head and found that the person who spoke was the drunkard that Ruin Yang pushed over a few days ago. At this time, there was still a wine pot in his arms, but it was obviously empty. On his bony face, a pair of eyes flickering with cold light stares at Mu Yan. Behind Ruin Yang, the dozen or so handicapped men also crawled to catch up. The little monkey, on the other hand, was being led by the butcher. It was awkwardly looking at Mayan with some fear. Even though everyone's focus was on Mu Yan, such a strange group of people still attracted a lot of attention. In particular, some men had already recognized Ruin Yang's identity. At this time, they were pointing at her, revealing a wretched expression. But Ruin Yang didn't care at all. She pushed the drunkard in front of Mu Yan, cupped her hands, and bowed deeply to her. Then, she knelt down and kowtowed to her 3 times. This time, even with Mu Yan's calm and stone-hearted heart, she couldn't eat the food in her hands. She stood up and coughed softly. I promise to cure your injury, I will not go back on my words. After leaving the gravel hill, the smile on Li Weiran's face disappeared, and his thin lips tightened into a straight line. The eyes under the red silk coldly looked at Ruin Yang. But seeing that Mu Yan really didn't plan to continue eating, he regretfully put away the food on the ground. However, this subtle change was not noticed by Mu Yan or Ruin Yang. Ruin Yang raised her head and interrupted Mu Yan's words. I am grateful to Miss, not for my injury, but for bringing hope to all of us. I kneel here and kowtow to Miss, hoping that Miss can listen to boss's request. Mu Yan frowned. Butcher continued, Miss June, please believe us. If you bring everyone in the gravel hill, there will only be benefits. Mayan sneers, you want me to believe that these selfish people, who are used to showing off their bravery and ruthlessness, will be used by me? Although Mu Yan's words were unpleasant to hear, everyone in Crushed Stone Hill looked at each other in dismay, unable to refute. Because of the special environment of the gravel hill, these people were more unreasonable and greedy than normal Xianxia. In the beginning, in order to get out of the Crushed Stone Hill, in order to survive, they were naturally willing to bow and scrape to Mayan. But what if he regained his freedom and became stronger? How could they be willing to listen to a little girl's orders? It was already good enough that they did not bite back. It was simply a fantasy to expect them to repay their kindness. But now, there was a chance to leave Gravel Hill. Of course, these people couldn't bear to give up. As a result, many of them revealed pleading expressions. Miss June, we are willing to listen to your orders. We only ask that you be merciful and take us with you. Yes, yes. We are willing to be your slaves. If we dare to be ungrateful, let us be struck by lightning. There were even people who swore a deadly oath. But in her previous life, Mayan is used to the fickleness of the world, the fickleness of human nature. He had also stayed in the Cave of 10,000, the true hell. How could he be fooled by this appearance? Don't look at how sincere these people are right now. That's because even if they leave Crushed Stone Hill, they still have no power to fight back. But if she really let these selfish and greedy wolves follow her, later, as long as there's a little bit of temptation, they would eat her up until there's nothing left. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth hooks up into a cold smile. But before she could say the words I refuse, the butcher smiles confidently. I know what Miss June is worried about. You're just afraid that these things will betray you at the sight of profit. But as long as our boss is here, this will never happen. What do you mean? Ruin Yang stands up and slowly says, because boss is a general. Hearing the 2 words, battle general, Mu Yan is still confused. Li Weiran, who is behind her, can't help but turn his head to look at the drunkard on the wheelchair. There's a look of interest on his face. And from the crowd in the rocky hill, there are already scattered cries of surprise. General? How is that possible? A general of the floating island is very precious and rare. Even if their hands and feet are broken and they lose all their spiritual power, as long as their consciousness is intact, it's something that any sect or family dreams of. How did they end up in the rocky hill? Only Mu Yan is full of confusion. Damn, what is this general? You guys say it's so powerful, can someone explain it to me? However, no one on the scene noticed Mu Yan's confusion. This was because they naturally thought that apart from the natives of Gravel Mound, there was no one who was born and raised there. As long as they come from the floating island, there's no one who doesn't know what a general is. Except for one person, Li Weiran. So, Mu Yan hasn't finished cursing in her heart. She hears a familiar clear voice in her ear. Mu Yan doesn't know what a general is? Do you want me to explain it to you? If you want, then beg me. As long as Mu Yan begs me, I will definitely tell you everything I know. Mu Yan rolls her eyes and doesn't pay attention to him. Li Weiran's chuckle is heard again. Mu Yan, don't be angry. I'm just teasing you. After all, how can I bear to see you anxious and upset? Mu Yan's mouth twitches. Which eye of yours sees me anxious and upset? Li Weiran's voice continued to ring in his ears. Battle General is an extremely rare and special talent on the floating island. They usually have an incomparably vast sea of consciousness, and unlike the exclusive nature of the sea of consciousness of other cultivators, the sea of consciousness of a battle general is usually uniquely inclusive and extensible. In other words, the sea of consciousness of all battle generals can communicate with the consciousness of other cultivators and even ordinary martial artists. Mayan stares blankly, a rare look of astonishment appearing on her usually calm and collected face. Able to communicate with the consciousness of others, a person with such talent would be a heaven-defying existence on the battlefield of thousands of soldiers and horses. Li Weiran chuckled. But this isn't the scariest part about being a general. The cultivators on the floating island, except for those cultivators who accidentally failed to ascend, the other natives naturally had a secret door in their blood. Normally, this secret door doesn't have much to do with anything, but once a high-level battle general spreads out their divine sense and enters through that secret door, they can control these people's actions, causing their strength to increase in a short period of time, pouring in all their battle awareness, and even making them live and die as they please. Mu Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. If that's the case, a battle general isn't just powerful, it's simply a heaven-defying existence. Li Weiran's voice carried a hint of teasing this time. Mu Yan, where did you live in the past? Could it be that the people around you are all country bumpkins who haven't seen the world? Just a few generals and you're so shocked? In reality, what I said can be done by generals, but there are many restrictions. On the floating island, the generals are divided into Army General, Cloud General, Imperial General, and Divine General. Army General can at most control mortals below the fasting stage, and at most 100 people at a time. Cloud General can control cultivators below the Oris Core stage, but at most 1,000 people at a time. Above, Imperial General, the power of the general will have a qualitative leap. Imperial General can control cultivators below the tribulation stage, and they can control at least 10,000 people at a time. As for Divine General, they can control all cultivators below their level of cultivation, and the wider the sea of consciousness, the larger the number of troops they can control. There is no limit, and there is no end to it. It can be said to be a true weapon of war. But until now, most of the generals that appeared on the floating island are only at the level of Army General. Occasionally, there are a few Cloud Generals who are carefully protected by the big families and sections. As for Imperial General and Divine General, they only listen to the Lan family empire. Li Weiran's unceasing voice answered many of Mu Yan's doubts. But her thoughts suddenly stopped. That's not right, this is not like Li Weiran's style at all. Turning to look, Mu Yan was instantly angered. It turned out that Li Weiran had taken the opportunity when she wasn't paying attention to take out an ancient book and read it out loud. This little pervert doesn't understand the system of generals on the floating island at all, and he's making a last-minute effort to act like a know-it-all in front of her. She doesn't know how this little pervert can recognize the words on the ancient book with the red silk covering his eyes. Li Weiran was reading excitedly to the ancient book when he suddenly saw a slender, white, jade-like hand pressing on his page. The youth raised his head and met Mu Yan's cold smile. His voice couldn't help but pause. A country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world? You don't even know about a few generals? Hee hee. Li Weiran let out an innocent smile. With a wave of his hand, he threw the ancient book out. The book in the air immediately combusted without any fire and disappeared completely. Not even a speck of dust was left. Mu Yan, what are you saying? Why don't I understand? You said I was mocking you? How was this possible? I'm loyal to you, Mu Yan, and the sun and moon can bear witness. I'm definitely not the one who ridiculed you, or you've misheard. Mu Yan resists the urge to chop him up. She ignores him and turns to look at the drunkard in the wheelchair. Who are you? If he's a champion, why would he be in the shattered rock hill? The drunkard sees that Mu Yan has been ignoring him, but he is not anxious at all. He just quietly waits. It wasn't until he heard Mu Yan's question that he chuckled and said, "The past cannot be recalled. What's the point of knowing such a boring thing as a name? If Miss doesn't mind, you can call me Wine Madman in the future." Mu Yan narrowed her eyes. What is your champion rank? Drunkard lowered his eyes. He can control the level of everyone in crushed stone. Hiss dash, the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air can be heard. How arrogant. Controlling everyone in crushed stone? Haha, does he think he's a king general? Although the people in the gravel mound are mortals who can't cultivate, there are tens of thousands of them. He actually said that he can control them? What a joke. The drunkard raises his head and looks at Mayan. Miss June, are you willing to believe me? Mayan doesn't comment. How can you prove that you have the strength of a imperial general? As they speak, there's a loud bang not far away. Immediately after, they see a big hole break open in the thick fog. A whistling gale that can blow a person away, wrapping in thick spiritual power, surges in from the hole. The people who were just discussing the topic of battle generals can't help but stare blankly at the hole. Some people have lifeless faces. Some people have tears of disbelief in their eyes. The enchantment is broken. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Can I really get out of the gravel mound? But, what can I do even if I get out? I've long been a cripple without any cultivation. Pain, pleading, struggling, despair, everything converges into a hellish torment. Then, as the spiritual power pouring in becomes stronger and stronger, everyone feels a powerful energy fluctuation. Everyone can't help but turn their eyes to Mayan. She's absorbing spiritual power. The female devil's cultivation really hasn't been abolished. But how is that possible? If her cultivation hasn't been abolished, why would she be thrown into the gravel mound? The people below are discussing it, but Mayan doesn't take it to heart at all. Her dantian, her meridians, every pore of her body is frantically absorbing the surging spiritual power between heaven and earth. Her dried-up dantian is filled, and Qi Huang's familiar voice rings in her ears once again. The Tian Mochin in her hands becomes like her torso, and she can move it like an arm, inseparable. The powerful power that can make her feel at ease is returning little by little. This feeling is really great. Mayan takes a deep breath, turns around, and grabs the little chick that's at the entrance of the fog cave, making a wah-wah-wah sound. She turns around and walks out of the gravel mound. Before she left, she placed one of the storage rings filled with ordinary cloud bones and cloud beast hides on the ground. She also throws a bottle of elixirs to Ruin Yang. The medicine inside can cure your injuries. Whether it's in the gravel mound or leaving here, live well. Miss June. Ruin Yang caught the medicine and called out anxiously, You don't intend to agree to boss's request? Mu Yan turns around and looks at her with a smile that isn't a smile. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You've exposed your rare identities as champions and said that you'll help me control the people in crushed rock, but you've never said what you want. Usually, in such a situation, it was either the Virgin Mary who didn't forget to repay her kindness, or it was because she was asking for too much and was in great danger. We met by chance. Why should I get involved in this vortex for no reason? When the drunkard heard this, he raised his head for the first time and looked at her deeply. That pair of deep, bloodshot eyes were probing, but more than that, there was an uncontrollable pain and desire hidden deep within. This person looked frivolous and crazy, but he definitely had a blood feud. Mayan thinks so. But what does this have to do with me? Thump, when Mu Yan is about to turn around and leave again. Ruin Yang suddenly fell to her knees and kowtowed heavily towards her. Miss June, I beg you. Please. Those disabled strong men were kneeling, and now they were desperately kowtowing. Because their spiritual meridians and dantian had long been destroyed, their foreheads hit the hard rocks and bones, and blood gushed out, but they didn't seem to feel it at all. Ruin Yang and the butcher all had a hunch. The girl in front of them must be the turning point they had been waiting for, and also their only hope for revenge. On the contrary, if they let her go, Even if they left the gravel hill, they would definitely be discovered, and eventually die without a burial place. The drunkard on the wheelchair quietly looked at Ruin Yang and the butcher kneeling on the ground, and then struggled to support himself with his elbow on the wheelchair armrest, forcing himself to stand up. But the tendons in his hands and feet were destroyed, and standing up like this would only result in him falling to the ground awkwardly. "Boss!" Ruin Yang screamed and rushed over to help him up, her eyes full of tears of despair. When the little monkey saw his mother and uncle like this, he suddenly bent his knees and knelt down as well. A pair of black and white eyes were full of tears, looking straight at Mu Yan, and choked. Are you unwilling to help my mother because I lied to you? Then I'll apologize to you, okay? I'll give you all the money I earned. I can also work like a horse for you, please help my mother." Mu Yan looked at the little child kneeling in front of her, and her heart suddenly softened. But thinking of how this kid deceived her, she expressionlessly didn't move. The little monkey cried as he walked forward on his knees. He took out the treasures he once cherished from his pocket. "These are all for you, and this dagger, my mother said that my grandfather left it to her. She wanted to give it to you, but I couldn't bear to part with it, so I secretly hid it. Now I'll give it to you, okay?" Before Mu Yan had time to speak, a dagger had already been stuffed into her hand. She could recognize that this was the gift that Ruin Yang wanted to give her when she asked her to take the little monkey away. Mu Yan was about to return the dagger when she suddenly stopped, and her eyes suddenly widened. Her fingertips gently stroked the scabbard, and a purple flame was faintly discernible. Purple Apex Fire. This was a dagger that contained the purple Apex Fire. Mu Yan suddenly looked up at Ruin Yang, and her voice almost trembled. "What are your and your son's names?" "Full name?" Ruin Yang stared blankly for a long time before replying. "My name is Xianxia. Everyone calls me Ruin Yang. My son took my surname and his name is Xianxia. His nickname is Little Monkey." Xianxia. Xianxia. His surname was Shi. In Mu Yan's mind, she vaguely heard Slythorn's voice. "Purple Apex Fire. You are Shi Yuanqing. Shi Yuanqing, you're still alive." The fingers that are holding the dagger suddenly tighten. Mayan forces herself to restrain her hand from trembling. A woman with the same surname as his master. In his hand was a dagger that contained the same purple Apex Fire as his master. But how could there be such a coincidence in this world? She landed on the rocky hill of the floating island, and coincidentally found her master's descendant here. Mu Yan's gaze then turned towards the drunkard and the butcher. If Ruin Yang was master's daughter, then who were these people? Would it be related to Xiaoqi and eldest senior brother? But anyway, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Mu Yan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Now, she seriously suspected that she had the unfortunate constitution of even if you don't cause trouble, trouble will automatically find you. Ruin Yang asked apprehensively, "Miss June, is there a problem with my name?" Mu Yan takes a deep breath and says in a deep voice, "I agree to your request." Ruin Yang could hardly believe her ears. Didn't he reject her without any hesitation? Why did he suddenly agree after asking for her name? Ruin Yang still wants to ask something, but she sees Mu Yan stretch out her hand and a small red bird appears in front of her. "Wow, pretty sister. Cho can finally come out, I'm so happy." Little Phoenix intimately rubbed her face and chattered nonstop. Mu Yan stayed in this gravel hill for nearly a month and couldn't see Chi Huang and Little Phoenix. She missed them very much. At this moment, she couldn't help but stroke its little red head. "Cho, can you do me a favor?" Little Phoenix immediately nodded excitedly. Good. Pretty sister, tell me, Cho will definitely do it well." Mu Yan points to everyone in front of her. "I'll leave the gravel hill for a while, you look after them for me." Little Phoenix blinked his eyes. "Look well? Are you telling them to stay put and not move?" Mayan nods. "If you want to leave, do as you please, but if you want to take the opportunity to cause trouble, vainly attempt to harm others, or secretly leave through the enchantment without my permission, send them a fireball, don't be polite." Before Little Phoenix could speak, someone in the crowd shouted in dissatisfaction, "Why? Didn't you say that it was up to us whether we wanted to go out or not? Our legs belong to us. What right do you have to interfere?" Mu Yan sneered, "If I leave the gravel hill alone, of course you can do whatever you want. But if I were to leave with a large group of people, wouldn't I become the target of all the cultivators on the floating island if news of this leaks out? So, from now on, you can either scram back to Crushed Stone Hill and continue hiding. Either you agree to be my errand boy, and I'll bring you out after I've investigated the situation outside. Everyone looked at each other. Some felt relieved, while others felt indignant. However, they did not dare to resist and could only whisper, "Isn't it too overbearing?" Mu Yan couldn't help but laugh. "Overbearing? You want to talk about being domineering in this gravel hill where the strong prey on the weak? I was the one who broke the barrier around Gravel Mound. I was willing to let you out because of my kindness, but not letting you out is my right. Or do you think that I'm the merciful Virgin Mary who has descended upon this rocky hill to not only save you from your suffering but also clean up after you?" Chirp. As if to match Mayan's overbearing declaration, Little Phoenix spits out a fireball. This fireball was extremely small, and it floated down in front of the man who had just muttered. The man's face was originally filled with disdain. Who knew that the fireball would suddenly explode, and with his keen senses honed from the dangerous environment of the gravel hill, he dodged at the last moment. However, he still felt a sharp pain in his arm. When he looked down, his face turned pale with fright. The pile of bones and stones on the ground had been completely incinerated. This fireball was obviously not aimed at him, otherwise, he would have been burnt to a crisp. Leaving Little Phoenix to keep watch here, Mu Yan glanced at Ruan Yang, then turned and walked towards the entrance of the cave. As time passed, the hole in the thick fog became smaller and smaller. Obviously, Mu Yan did not really destroy the barrier of the gravel mound, and this barrier still had a self-repairing function. If Mu Yan left and never came back, they would be trapped in the gravel mound forever. Ruan Yang anxiously steps forward, wanting to say something but is stopped by the drunkard. "Since we have chosen to believe in Miss June, we must believe in her till the end." Ruan Yang does not stop him. But another person appears in front of Mu Yan. Li Weiran. It was unknown when the blindfolded youth had put on his snow-white clothes again. His lips are red and his teeth are white, clear and flawless. Mu Yan's heart thumps. What does this little pervert want to do? Mu Yan, let's not leave the gravel mound, okay? Look at how interesting this place is. The people are simple, the cloud beasts are cute, the scenery is beautiful, and there are even idiots jumping out to play with us from time to time. Mu Yan's mouth twitches. Since you like it so much, you can stay here. But, I want Mu Yan to stay with me. The youngster's voice is soft and hoarse, with a trace of childlike innocence. Mu Yan looks at him quietly for a moment, then says in a low voice, "But I refuse." After saying that, she doesn't wait for Li Weiran's reaction and walks into the fog. The youngster's lips are bright red, and after a long silence, he chuckles. His slender fingers gently brush his thin lips, and after a long time, he murmurs 3 words, "June Mu Yan," like a raving, like a lover's intimate whisper, and like the distant call of the Grim Reaper. Mu Yan didn't expect that she would be surrounded as soon as she left the gravel mound, before she could see what kind of place the floating island was. When I received the news, I didn't want to believe it. I didn't expect that the boundary of the gravel mound would really be broken. The one speaking is a white beardless old man with a face full of wrinkles. His eyes are fixed on the hole in the middle of the fog, and his eyes are full of disbelief and shock. "Master, when the Luo Yun sect gave us this large area, their only requirement was that we must guard the gravel mound well, and not allow any refugees or sinners to come out. Now that the boundary of the gravel mound has been broken, and there are people coming out, if the Luo Yun sect knows, I'm afraid that we will all be slaughtered." Hearing the subordinate's words, the old man's face shows fear. He suddenly looks at Mu Yan, gritting his teeth. "You broke the boundary of the gravel mound? Who are you?" However, Mu Yan looked at the somewhat familiar clothes on their bodies and narrowed his eyes. "You guys are from the mountain-splitting sect?" How did she know we were from the mountain-splitting sect? This woman should be a soul cultivator who was thrown into Crushed Stone Hill, right? But everyone who enters Crushed Stone Mound should be trash without any cultivation. How can her aura be so strong? There are also people who yell at Mayan, "Which sect did you come from before?" Don't tell me they don't know that as long as a soul cultivator is thrown into Crushed Rock Mound, no matter how talented they were before or how illustrious their family background is, they must accept their fate and can't leave for the rest of their lives? Otherwise, all of you will become the common enemy of the 3 sects, 6 clans, and 8 sects. From then on, even if all of you are still alive, you will be like a rat on the street, and you will never have a day of peace. The Mountain Split sect master also calmed down at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he stared at Mu Yan with his hearty eyes. To be able to reach the 8th rank of the mortal cultivation realm at such a young age, you do have some talent. It's no wonder that you're unwilling to stay in this shattered rock hill for the rest of your life. But girl, I advise you, if you want to live well and live for a long time, you'd better obediently return to the gravel mound. With your ability, even if you can't use spiritual power inside, you're still invincible. Isn't it good to be a tyrant inside, and dream of imperial power? Mayan sneers, I have always politely declined deceiving myself and others. What's more, how can a mere gravel hill satisfy my appetite? If I want to dominate, I need the entire floating island to be worthy of it. Hiss. Everyone from the Mountain Split sect sucked in a breath of cold air. Where did this little girl come from? How dare she speak so arrogantly? Truly overestimating the immensity of heaven and earth. I think this matter is very easy to solve. The Gravel Hill's enchantment is already repairing itself, and only this little girl has come out. As long as we kill her, everything will naturally return to normal. The old man coldly glanced at Mu Yan. This old man saw that you are young, so I gave you a way out. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame us for being impolite. Set up the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone from the Mountain Split sect suddenly dispersed. Immediately after, everyone's eyes lit up. Powerful spiritual power surged in the air. Then, something miraculous happened. A ferocious beast appeared beside every mountain-splitting sect disciple. These ferocious beasts were all formed from pure energy. However, it opened its bloody mouth and roared like a real beast. The powerful aura emanating from their bodies was almost on par with the cultivators around them. Summoned beast, Mu Yan's mind instantly remembers what Qi Huang had said. The floating island was created by a powerful summoner who defied the natural order of the world. Mu Yan couldn't help but be speechless, because this was a kingdom created by the summoners. So most of the practitioners inside were summoners. However, when the Mountain Split sect master summoned an enormous golden-furred lion, Mu Yan's expression became incomparably solemn. She did not know what the old man meant by 9 mortal cultivation stages. However, the people present all had extremely high cultivation bases. The white-faced old man, who was also the head of the mountain-splitting sect, was at least at the peak of the tribulation passing stage, or even higher. That's because when the spirit gathers in his eyes, Mayan can see a piece of bone at the back of his neck faintly glowing, absorbing the immortal chi of heaven and earth, which is completely different from spiritual chi. In other words, this elder has already forged the immortal bone. Mu Yan had forged quite a few immortal bones and could easily absorb the spiritual chi and immortal chi of heaven and earth. However, the time she took to transcend the tribulation was too short. He didn't even have the time to master some of the more powerful divine abilities and sword techniques. As for how to use immortal energy, he was a complete rookie. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost so badly in his battle with Ning Su. At this moment, other than the mountain-splitting sect leader who had already forged the immortal bone, there was no one else in the mountain-splitting sect. There were also a dozen cultivators who had reached the tribulation passing stage like her. Not to mention these powerful summoned beasts. Mu Yan exhaled softly. I'm afraid she has a tough battle to fight. However, her lips quickly curled into a disdainful smile. With a flick of her wrist, the Tian Mo Qin appears in her hand. It was just a battle. Did they really think that she was afraid? He placed his fingertips on the zither and was about to start playing. Suddenly, a streak of white light shot towards Qin. Immediately after, Mu Yan felt a strong force coming towards her. The Tian Mo Qin in his hand unexpectedly flies out. Mayan is startled and abruptly looks up. On a hill not far away, a young man dressed in white with red silk over his eyes stood there quietly. The cold evening wind made his clothes and hair flutter in the wind. The Tian Mo Qin that was originally in his hand slowly descends in front of him. Mu Yan's heart sank bit by bit. Li Wei ran, it was you who informed the mountain-splitting sect to block the exit. What Mu Yan said wasn't a question, but a resolute and decisive affirmation. The youth on the hill slowly turns his head, the pair of eyes under the red silk seems to be looking at her, but also as if he wasn't looking at anything. His thin lips curve up. Jun Muyan, I played with you in the gravel hill for so long that I almost forgot that I'm here to kill you. Just now, why didn't you promise me to stay in the gravel hill? Maybe you could live a little longer this way? The youth's slender fingers pluck the Tian Emochin. The Tian Emochin doesn't give him any response, only making unpleasant noises. Li Weiran chuckles, but, it seems that I still can't steel my heart to kill you with my own hands, Mu Yan. So, I can only confiscate your most important weapon and let these people from Mountain Split Sect do it for me. Li Weiran secretly transmits the last sentence to her ears, but, Mu Yan, don't worry. You're the most interesting woman I've ever met in my life. After these filthy trash kill you, I'll definitely cut them into 8 pieces to avenge you. From now on, I'll always keep a place for you in my heart. Mu Yan, are you happy? Happy your sister, happy. Mu Yan coldly looks at this dead pervert, not saying anything. When she first met Li Weiran, she was indeed on guard and vigilant. But slowly, Li Weiran no longer showed any signs of aggression. And that faintly discernible familiar aura on his body made Mu Yan unconsciously relax her vigilance. She had really forgotten that this young man had been full of malice towards her from the very beginning. Now that there's a wolf in front and a tiger behind, she's afraid that she'll be in danger. Damn, Jun Mu Yan. Where did you provoke this pretty boy from? Qi Huang's furious voice resounded in her ears. You idiot woman, this lord only didn't look after you for a month, and you're already outside flirting with bees and butterflies. This pretty boy can't even compare to that trash, Luo Yunxiao. What do you see in him? Mu Yan, Qi Xiaohuang, I beg you, ancestor, to spare me. Now that my life is at stake, you're actually only concerned about whether I provoked a pretty boy or not. Can you get the Tian Emochin back for me? Qi Huang coldly snorts, of course I can. Hey. Damn. Who was this kid? Why is the connection between Shenzun and the Tian Emochin's divine sense cut off? Mu Yan's heart thumps, her brows tightly knit together. As Qi Huang spoke, the people from the mountain-splitting sect and their summoned beasts had already approached aggressively. Now that she doesn't have the Tian Emochin and Li Weiran is eyeing her like a tiger watching its prey. It could be said to be a hopeless situation of certain death. But in such a hopeless situation, Mayan's unruly nature is aroused from the bottom of her heart. She laughed coldly, and her gaze swept past everyone in the mountain-split sect, finally landing on the white-clothed youth. You want me to die? Why don't we all perish together? As soon as he finished speaking, the crystal-clear 7 absolute sword slowly appeared. Light flowed on the sword. Between heaven and earth, specks of light, like fireflies, gathered toward the 7 absolute sword. Gradually, they converged into a magnificent meandering galaxy. Li Weiran's back suddenly straightened, and the contented expression on his face froze. Even with his eyes covered, one could see how shocked he was. He widened his eyes like that, through the blood like red silk. Looking at the isolated and helpless girl below, he lightly brandished the 7 absolute sword in his hand. 1 second remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Boom. A huge ravine was directly split open on the ground. The summoned beast that was fiercely pouncing towards Mayan vaporized in a flash, disappearing without a trace. In the sky, purple-gold thunderclouds gradually gathered at an unknown time, hanging high above the girl's head, making a crackling sound. Li Weiran stood there blankly for a long time, before suddenly muttering, the power of law. It's actually the power of the 5 elements. A crossing tribulation cultivator using the power of law on the floating island. Jun Mayan, just how many more surprises can you give me? Compared to Li Weiran's shock, the people of Mountain Split Sect only felt their blood run cold. What about their summoned beast? Why did that girl disappear with just a light swing of her sword? The Mountain Split Sect's head looked at Mayan with eyes full of shock. You, just who are you? What remarkable ability did you use just now? The girl in front of him didn't answer. A pair of inky black eyes that were bottomless, slowly dyed with a trace of bright red. The spiritual power of heaven and earth unconsciously gathered around her. It curled her long hair, spreading out in the air like ink. At this very moment, even with the mask covering her, the girl's entire body revealed a strange and flirtatious temperament. Then, under the frightened and despairing gazes of everyone in Mountain Split Sect, 7 absolute swords made a second slash. Jun Mayan, calm down. You can't use the power of law anymore. Damn it. I shouldn't have taught you to use the power of law at the beginning. She heard Qi Huang's anxious shouts. Mayan could also feel that something was wrong with her body. Every inch of the meridians in her body was burning. There seemed to be countless thorns pulling at her dantian and her heart. Even the soul in her body was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. And her body was already completely out of control. Her consciousness was clearly clear, and she could even hear Qi Huang's curses and the indistinct sound of thunder in the sky. But her hands and feet seemed to have their own consciousness, and scrupulously making a second slash towards the people of Mountain Split Sect. Whoosh, wherever the sword aura went, the ground was once again split into 2 halves. The thick and clear spiritual power that was originally floating in the air had all turned into murderous sharp blades at this moment. It swept towards everyone in Mountain Split Sect. Swish swish swish, blood gushed from their necks. One by one, the bodies fell to the ground, dying with everlasting regret. The last thing the mountain-splitting sect leader saw was a headless body that was continuously spurting out fresh blood from the severed neck. And he only recognized it a moment before he lost consciousness. It was his headless body. The mountain-splitting sect was annihilated, not even a single cultivator above the tribulation passing stage was left behind. Even though there were still some disciples left in the sect. This third-rate sect would forever be buried in the long river of history. And on the floating island, only the mountain-splitting sect was guarding the crushed stone hill. For a long time after that, no one knew that the boundary of crushed stone hill had been broken. The beasts locked inside were about to awaken and turn the world upside down. But at this moment, the culprit who was about to cause this upheaval was standing stiffly on the spot with a pale face and a head full of cold sweat. The clouds in the sky grew thicker and thicker, turning the area into a pitch-black night. From time to time, purplish-gold lightning would flash in the thick clouds, emitting crackling sounds. It was as if a storm of lightning was brewing. Jun Mayan, enter the space of the Tian Mo Qin. Qi Huang shouted anxiously, you've triggered the second heavenly punishment in such a short period of time. This time, the lightning tribulation will be more than 10 times stronger than the previous one. You definitely won't be able to survive it. Hurry up and come in, I'll protect you. At this time, Mu Yan doesn't want to be brave, she also wants to listen to Qi Huang enter the Tian Mo Qin space. However, whether it's her body or consciousness, she can't control it at all. The tearing pain in her body caused the veins on her forehead to throb. Boom! The heavenly thunder that has been brewing in the air for a long time finally falls. Jun Mu Yan. Qi Huang roars, no longer hiding his breath, and is about to rush out of the Tian Mo Qin space. However, at this moment, a pure white figure streaks through the air and lands in front of Mu Yan. The red silk covering her eyes was as beautiful and dazzling as blood. Mu Yan's eyes widened slightly. It's Li Weiran, what is he doing here? In the next moment, the youth raises his slender hand and covers her head, just like how he usually covers her from the wind and sound of Mount Yunluo. A dazzling white light, accompanied by a deafening thunder, explodes above her head. Mu Yan only feels a violent impact on her head, and the ugly mask on her face shatters into 2 halves, falling to the ground. Her forehead is cut by the aftermath, and beads of blood trickle down the bridge of her nose. The heavenly thunder that is 10 times stronger than the one in the Xianxia continent fell, and she actually only suffered such a small injury. Mu Yan suddenly looks up. She sees that the hand that Li Weiran used to protect her head is already badly mutilated, and the airy white bones can be seen. Mu Yan's first reaction is that this little pervert has gone crazy. He was clearly the one who wanted to kill her, and he's also the one who took her Tian Mo Qin. Why did he come to take the heavenly thunder for her now? Mu Yan looks up and finds that Li Weiran's expression is even more shocked than hers. He tilts his head slightly, looking at her in confusion, and then at his hand that has been burned full of holes by the heavenly thunder. He doesn't seem to understand why he would help Mu Yan block the heavenly thunder. Li Weiran looks down at her in a daze. The girl in front of him is pale, her hair is messy, and her face is covered in sweat. But even if she has fallen into such a difficult and hopeless situation, But it couldn't hide her gorgeous face and her blazing, untamed peach blossom eyes that would never be tamed. Mu Yan looks up at him, her eyes filled with doubt and vigilance. Li Weiran, what do you want? The girl's voice was hoarse from the pain, and it was almost inaudible in the roar of thunder. But Li Weiran looked as if he was shocked. He abruptly turned around and disappeared. Li Weiran. Mayan yells, give me back my zither. As soon as her voice falls, the Tian Mo Qin flies over from afar and falls into her arms. Mu Yan didn't have the time to think about what this pervert Li Weiran was thinking. But thanks to him, he finally regained control of his originally immobile body. His fingers were still numb from the pain, and his palms were covered in layers of sticky cold sweat. But Mu Yan plucked the strings without hesitation and played a smooth melody. Qi Huang, Mayan, quickly enter the Tian Mo Qin space. No. Mayan plays while answering Qi Huang's question. The Tian Mo Qin is still not in its complete form. If the heavenly punishment thunder falls on the Tian Mo Qin, it will be destroyed, and the Tian Mo Qin space will also disappear, right? Qi Huang clenches his teeth. Not having the Tian Mo Qin is still better than not having a life. Mu Yan smiles absent-mindedly. I can live without the Tian Mo Qin, but Qi Huang, what about you? Without the Tian Mo Qin, without the Tian Mo Qin space, can you still live? 1 second to remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. After saying that, Mayan no longer cared about Qi Huang's reaction. Her hands suddenly sped up. Divine Hand weaves the heavens, activated, 4th layer, starry domain, activated, boom, the second lightning struck. Li Weiran didn't know how long he had been running for before he stopped. His expression was still a little perplexed. Slightly tilting his head to look at his bloody hand, he murmured, why did I save her? Let her die under the lightning, then watch Di Mingju suffer. Isn't that the happiest thing for me? Li Weiran frowned in distress. He wondered if there was something wrong with his brain. Why would he do something that went against his will? Didn't he want to see Di Mingju suffer? No, he wanted to. Li Weiran's lips slowly hooked up, revealing a cold and bloodthirsty smile. Even in his dreams, he wanted Di Mingju to fall into an endless hell. Torment, pain, and struggle. He wanted to experience all the suffering he had experienced, never to be reincarnated. But since his wish hadn't changed, why would he be reluctant to let Mayan die? She was clearly the lover that Di Mingju was crazily infatuated with according to his sister. If she died, how wonderful would Di Mingju's expression be? Boom, suddenly, thunder boomed in the distance. In this mountain area, countless birds and beasts were alarmed. Forced by the power of the lightning, they fled in fear. Li Weiran looked towards the direction of the dark clouds. Suddenly, he flipped his wrist, and a yellowish-brown bug appeared in his palm. I don't like things that are beyond my control, and I won't allow anyone to ruin my plans. So Mayan, you'd better, go die. Li Weiran raised his hand and threw the bug into the air. In a split second, the bug in the sky began to split up. From 1 to 2, 2 to 4, finally, it became a densely packed group. This bug was called Bloodthirsty Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt meant that this bug wasn't afraid of any kind of lightning in the world. Even if it was lightning, they could easily devour it. But the food that Bloodthirsty Thunderbolt liked wasn't lightning or spiritual power, but living flesh and blood. The more lightning they devoured, the more powerful it was, and the stronger their thirst for flesh and blood. Once they were not satisfied, they would go crazy and eventually explode and die. Li Weiran looked at the bloodthirsty thunderlight flying towards Mayan and muttered, even if there's lightning, there's no guarantee that you'll die. But with the bloodthirsty thunderlight, it's different. June Mayan, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. An inexplicable dull pain came from his heart. Li Weiran frowns uncomfortably, continuing, wait until I show Di Mingju your body riddled with holes. His pained expression will definitely be very interesting. The corners of the youth's lips curled up. He wanted to smile, but in an instant, his lips tightened again. He abruptly turned around and headed away from the lightning. However, he couldn't help but recall the events of the past month, as well as that clear and melodious voice. Go ahead and use the poison. If I get poisoned to death, it's my loss. But the premise is that you have to guarantee that our 3 meals are delicious. How about it? June Mayan, admit it. You just can't bear to see me being defiled. You say you've seen all the flowers in the world. Then this dark cloud spirit flower, have you seen it before? Your favorite dark cloud spirit flower, are you sure you don't want to see it before you dig your eyes out? Li Weiran's footsteps suddenly stopped, his hands tightly clenched into fists. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. 1 second to remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. June Mayan should die, but if she dies, no one will be able to grow the dark cloud spirit flower. No one will be able to eat his cooking with a satisfied face. No one will come to protect him even though they know he will be unscathed. Boom. At the end of the sky, the third lightning strikes, accompanied by the mourning of the earth and the shaking of the mountains and rivers. Under such a terrible lightning strike, and with the bloodthirsty thunder rainbow by his side, it's impossible to survive. Li Weiran closes his eyes, the gentle and shy smile on his face gradually distorting into a fierce and ruthless madness. The next moment, he suddenly turns around and steps in the direction of the lightning strike, disappearing in an instant. Bang, the sound wall created by the divine hands weave the sky shatters. Mayan's knees soften and she falls forward. She quickly summons the 7 absolute swords and stabs them into the ground, stabilizing her body. But she can't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. June Mayan, how are you? Mayan wipes the blood from the corner of her mouth. I won't die. Isn't it just a lightning strike? Even if it's 10 times more powerful than before, she still withstood the third one. But it really hurts too much. Her bones and soul feel like they're about to be smashed by lightning. She's already exhausted all the spiritual power in her body, and even her internal force and immortal chi are almost depleted. She barely withstood 2 strikes. The third, or in other words, the fourth will be even stronger if Li Weiran takes it for her. Can she really withstand it? Qi Huang anxiously says, there's no one here, let me come out. It's just a lightning strike, I'll take it for you. Mayan shakes her head, in theory, the floating island is closer to the Shoshan continent. Once your aura is leaked, it will be discovered very quickly. Qi Huang, you said that no matter what, you can't let anyone discover your existence, unless she becomes strong enough to protect Qi Huang and everyone around him. Qi Huang's voice stagnates, unable to say a word for a long time. A pair of gorgeous phoenix eyes flicker, as if dyed crimson, as if stained with sparkling water droplets. Mu Yan stood up shakily with the support of the 7 absolute sword and teased, I'm going to take the third heavenly thunder. Qi Xiaohuang, take a good look at my heroic appearance. You're not allowed to hide in a corner and cry. Scram. June Mayan, do you want to die? This sage is a venerable ancient artifact spirit, who would cry. Qi Huang's voice is still a little hoarse, but he still subconsciously curses. Mu Yan smiles. It's good that Qi Xiaohuang can still scold people. Looking up at the thick dark clouds flickering with purple gold light in the sky, Mu Yan clenched the 7 absolute sword in her hand. In the Cultivation continent, she had fought many fierce battles. Even though her body was so weak, she was still able to withstand several heavenly tribulations. Not to mention now. Even if it was 10 times stronger, she would still be able to hold on. Definitely, the Tian Emochin floats in the air, its strings fluttering in the wind, making whimpering sounds. Layers of phantom activated. Another Mayan's figure appears in front of the Tian Emochin, 10 fingers plucking the strings. The sound barrier created by divine hands weave appeared once again, protecting her within it. 7 supreme swords condensed starlight and slowly pointed to the sky. Mu Yan has made all the preparations, waiting for the 4th heavenly tribulation to descend. However, at this moment, she hears a buzzing sound in her ears. Mu Yan turns her head to look and sees a yellowish-brown smoke whizzing towards her at a very fast speed. What's that? This thought just flashes through Mu Yan's mind, and the yellowish-brown smoke has already wrapped her up in an instant. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. 1 second to remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Rumble. The 4th thunder tribulation falls. Mayan doesn't have time to operate her spiritual power, and she feels a sharp pain assaulting her body. It's as if countless insects are biting her flesh and skin. No, it's not as if. This yellowish-brown mist is composed of countless small insects. And these small insects are densely packed on her body at this time, gnawing at her flesh. Sharp pain comes from every inch of her skin. A fire soars from Mayan's body, burning the insects on the surface of her body. But soon, countless insects swarmed over. What is this? Cold sweat drips from Mayan's forehead from the pain, but she doesn't have the strength to burn a second fire. Because the fourth heaven tribulation has come. The sharp pain disperses her originally condensed divine sense, and the sound wall created by the divine hands weave the heavens doesn't even block for a moment before it shatters with a loud bang. Jun Mayan. She hears Ji Huang's heart-wrenching cry. The tool spirit, who has always been arrogant, desperately wants to rush out to block the heaven tribulation for her, even if it's a disaster waiting for him. But this madness comes to an abrupt end. Because Ji Huang feels a familiar aura. He looks up in a daze, only to see a tall figure slowly appear in the void, pulling the already scarred girl into his arms. Faint blue flames emit from the man's body, silently sweeping through the densely packed, bloodthirsty thunderlight. In the blink of an eye, those cruel and tyrannical bugs were burnt to a crisp. Demingju, yes, only this man can appear at a critical moment, and protect Jun Mayan even if the mountains collapse and the earth split. Ji Huang stares at the two embracing figures in a daze. Suddenly, he closes his eyes and falls heavily on the grass in the space. In that split second just now, he really thought that Jun Mayan would die, and his heart feels like it's being pulled tight and suffocated. Now, it's very good. Ignoring the sourness and pain in his heart, Ji Huang smiles like a child. A scourge lasts for 1,000 years. Jun Mayan, since you're called a female devil, you must be happy for a long time. Mayan thinks that she's going to die this time. However, all of a sudden, the void spirit ring emitted a scorching heat. Then, his body, which was in so much pain that it almost collapsed, was pulled into a familiar embrace. A clear and cold breath filled the tip of his nose. Mu Yan suddenly feels that her nose is a little sour, and her eyes are wet and hot. She tried to hold it in for a long time, but tears still fell from her eyes. Demingju. When she softly calls out this name, she doesn't know what kind of longing, grievance, and love it's brimming with. Demingju abruptly tightens his grip on her, his strength almost breaking her bones. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and in the end, he could only spit out 2 words, Mayan. All the fear, worry, and fear had turned into heartache at this moment. Demingju can't even say a word of reproach to her for putting him in danger. He just wanted to hug the girl tightly and feel that she was still alive and by his side. Mu Yan reaches out and hugs the man back, placing all her weight on him. After parting in Fusang City, she had experienced so many trials and tribulations, life and death parting. Even when she was besieged on all sides, at the end of her rope, she still straightened her spine, not revealing the slightest trace of weakness or exhaustion. But at this very moment, she doesn't even raise her head to look at Demingju's face. She only feels the familiar embrace. Tears are already flowing down uncontrollably. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please come to Xia. 1 second to remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. It's like he wants to vent out all the pain, loneliness, and grievances that he has experienced in this period of time. Boom, the 5th lightning strikes. Mayan is startled and quickly looks up. She sees the man next to her casually raise his hand, and a faintly discernible long sword appears in his hand. He gently swings it towards the sky. Boom, after a loud noise, the thick clouds are directly cut open. The 5th lightning strike of the heavenly punishment, which is halfway down, has not yet had the time to fall, and has already come to an abrupt stop. After the clouds dissipate, a red glow slowly appears in the sky. The mountains and rivers in front of her are dyed with a touching golden red. Mayan can't help but exclaim. Then she can't help but feel depressed. In Demingju's eyes, the heavenly punishment that almost tortured her to death is just a plaything that can be casually dealt with a swing of his sword. The gap in strength is so obvious, it's really too shocking. As soon as she raises her head, she's met with Demingju's cold and gloomy gaze. The way he's gnashing his teeth, it seems like he's itching to immediately swallow her whole. You're only at the crossing tribulation stage, yet you dare to touch the 5 elements law. June Mayan, are you tired of living? Mayan smiles guiltily and is about to say something. But she sees Dimingju suddenly turn his head, looking at the distant hills. Mayan also can't help but look over. The mountains are shrouded in clouds at dawn, making people unable to clearly see the scene in the distance. They can only vaguely see a vague figure, and a glaring red fluttering in the air. Is it Li Weiran? Seeing that red, Mayan instinctively thinks of the little pervert who would sometimes harm people, and then save people, and whose temperament is always unpredictable. As she is thinking about this, the morning mist in the mountains seems to be blown away by a gust of wind. The youth's spotless white clothes and bright red silk are slowly revealed. It really is Li Weiran. Mayan grinds her teeth, grabs Dimingju, and is about to rush up. It couldn't be better, she can finally realize Dimingju's wish to smash this little pervert. But the next moment, she sees the youth slowly taking off the red silk and opening his eyes. Mayan's movements suddenly stop. A touch of ice blue, hidden by the long eyelashes, slowly opens. In that split second, Mu Yan didn't even have the time to clearly see the youth's true appearance. Everyone's attention was drawn to that pair of eyes. Because those are a pair of ice blue eyes that are extremely similar to Dimingju's. At this moment, this pair of eyes is quietly watching her and Dimingju with a somewhat treacherous smile. Mu Yan sucked in a breath of cold air, wanting to see Li Weiran's real face again. However, the person in front of him suddenly disappeared into the clouds. Mayan stares blankly for a good while, then she abruptly turns her head to look at Dimingju. Actually, upon closer inspection, the two of them were not exactly alike. Dimingju's facial features are handsome and deep, while Li Weiran is born with a kind of youthful beauty. Just based on a pair of icy blue eyes, it was naturally impossible to determine the connection between the two. After all, even though there were only a few blue-eyed people in the world, it did not mean that they did not exist. Her Xiaobao was one of them. Mu Yan had even heard from her third senior brother that there was a special clan in the Xianxia continent. Almost everyone in the clan had the same eye color as Xiaobao. Perhaps it was just her imagination just now. Mayan is staring at Dimingju in a trance. Suddenly, she's fiercely pulled into someone's embrace. June Mayan, have you forgotten that Ben June warned you before that you're not allowed to go out and attract bees and butterflies? Mobile users, please browse and read. 1 second to remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Mayan is startled, thinking to herself, Dimingju, do you and Qi Huang have the same brain circuit? Could it be that the focus at this time is whether I'm attracting bees and butterflies? Moreover, Li Weiran has only appeared for a short while. She didn't even say a word to him. How did Dimingju see that she knows him? Cough. Dimingju, we haven't seen each other for so long. Are you sure you don't want to tell me about lovesickness and say sweet nothings, but to talk about other men? Mayan wraps her hands around Dimingju's neck, looking at him with a sweet smile. The man's originally taut face finally can't be maintained, little by little changing into a gentleness that he would never show in front of others. He suddenly reaches out and pulls her into his arms again, hoarsely saying, Yan Yan, I missed you so much. Only at this moment, does Dimingju remove all pretense. He completely reveals the stormy feelings in his heart in front of Mayan. This time, they've really been separated for far too long. It's been so long that both of them have experienced a calamity of life and death, and almost couldn't see each other again. Mayan nestles in Dimingju's arms, slowly narrating everything that happened during this time. Besieged on all sides, at the end of the line. Forcibly breaking through, life and death in an instant. There's also her master's death, Ningsu's ruthlessness, and the bewilderment and loneliness when she woke up alone in the gravel hill. Mayan thought that she would be very sad and angry when she talks about these things. However, she's full of regret and sorrow for master's death. Everything else is narrated by her in an extremely flat tone. Mayan looks up at the man in front of her, the corners of her mouth hooking up into a shallow smile. Perhaps it's because no matter how difficult the situation, she has never truly despaired. As long as the spirit void ring on her finger still shines. As long as she thinks of Dimingju and Xiaobao waiting for her in the Xianxia continent. She will give birth to infinite courage and hope, and then continue. To grow stronger, never giving up. Dimingju frowns as he listens, the anger and murderous intent in his eyes interweaving into a storm. If it weren't for Ningsu and the others, they would have already been killed by Mayan. he would have dismembered these people into 10,000 pieces. Dimingju looks down at the woman in his arms, annoyed and distressed that he couldn't stay by her side. But she can't help but be proud of his face. Even in the Xiaoxian continent, even in the once all-powerful Xinyu sect, who could reach Mu Yan's level, he triggered the 9-star chain and saved the Xiaoxian continent. Furthermore, with his cultivation at the tribulation stage, he had mastered the most terrifying power of the 5 elements. Thinking of this, Dimingju's face sinks again. In the future, even if it's a matter of life and death, you're not allowed to use the power of law, do you hear me? Mayan stares blankly. Why? She could understand that. But if he didn't use it in a moment of life and death, was he going to watch himself or the people around him die? Dimingju says coldly, I don't know where you learned the trick to grasping the power of law. But Yan, I must tell you, the power of the laws of the 5 elements is something that even I can't easily grasp, let alone use lightly. If you use the power of laws when your body and soul aren't strong enough, the consequences won't be as simple as the divine punishment heavenly lightning. Mu Yan suddenly remembered the second time she used the power of law, the scene where her body was completely out of control. She murmurs, I'll lose control of my body? That's not all. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. Dimingju says, law is the foundation of all things in the world. Now that you've grasped the law of the 5 elements, you should know what kind of terrible power it is. As long as anyone uses spiritual energy as a foundation to cast a spell, you only need to use the power of law to fundamentally disintegrate the spell. You can also endow the spiritual energy in the air with the powerful attack power of any of the 5 elements. Mu Yan, what do you think a person who can master this kind of power should be called? Mu Yan's pupils slightly contract, and after a long while, she spits out a word, God. Yes, God. When she fought with Ning Su in the Xiaoxian continent, she had a faint feeling. In the heavens and the earth, only I am supreme. As long as the sword is in hand, I can behead all living things in the world. That feeling of disdain and invincibility is both addictive and frightening. Now that Dimingju points it out, isn't it like a god, looking down on the ants of the world? Possessing the power of God, but without the body and soul to bear and control this power. When used again and again, what will the final result be? Will the soul be crushed, or will the body be taken over? Dimingju shakes his head, I don't know. Seeing Mu Yan staring blankly at him, Dimingju's eyes reveal a trace of a smile, and he reaches out to gently scrape the tip of her nose, because in this world, there has never been a person who could master the power of law in the hollow immortal realm, and there is no one like you, Mu Yan, who can casually use the power of law. Moreover, it's the power of the 5 elements, which is at the peak of the power of law. Even Dimingju himself, at Mu Yan's age, couldn't do this. The woman in front of him is so outstanding, unique in the world. And thinking that this Jun Mu Yan belongs to him, Dimingju's heart softens, as if soaking in a hot spring. He leans down, his eyes deeply staring at Mu Yan, and says word by word, because this power is too powerful, so powerful that it makes people addicted and dependent, so powerful that it exceeds the limits of the heavenly Tao. Once used, there is bound to be a heavy price to pay. This price is not only the heavenly thunder, but also something that you and I can't afford. So Mu Yan, promise me, before you reach the immortal king realm, you are not allowed to use the power of law, do you hear me? Mu Yan nods gloomily. His divine sense, however, was crazily roasting Qi Huang in the space. Qi Xiao Huang, what the hell are you teaching? What did it mean to be invincible if one grasped the power of laws? Invincible is invincible, but I can't use it. This is even more depressing than not letting me master it. Can't you teach me something practical? For once, Qi Huang did not retort. After a while, he said, in any case, don't use the power of laws in the future. You are not allowed to use it again. This time, I was wrong. Mu Yan is shocked. The proud and arrogant Lord Artifact Spirit actually said I was wrong. Was she dizzy or deaf? But 7 Brilliance had already lowered his head. This further proved how terrifying the power of the laws was. However, Mu Yan couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't use it. What if it was a matter of life and death for someone she cared about? What if he was really at the end of the line and had no choice but to use it? With such a powerful force in her hands, could she really hold back from using it? Immediately after, Mayan feels something drilling into her sea of knowledge, and finally stops on her sword heart. It forms a small blue ring, and wraps around her natal sword. But after a moment, the ring disappears. Mayan looks up at Dimingju in confusion. She hears the man's cold snort in her ear. With your incorrigible temperament, it's impossible for you not to use the power of law. So it's better for Ben Jun to seal you first. Mayan, fine, Dimingju, you're ruthless enough, but since she's sealed, she doesn't have to hesitate in a life and death situation. Mayan is actually relieved. She has been holding the god's scepter in her hand, and in a critical moment, she doesn't think about fighting to become stronger. Instead, she wields the scepter to defeat the enemy. In fact, it's not good for her to improve her strength. Mayan hooks her arms around Dimingju's neck, and gently kisses him on the cheek. Husband's lesson is right, I won't dare to do it again. Dimingju tries his best to keep a straight face. But the blush still spreads from his ears to his neck. Even his tightly pursed lips can't help but curve into a sweet arc. Mayan hasn't seen him for a long time, and it's rare to see him so pure. She can't help but giggle. Who knew that in the next moment, she would hear Dimingju say coldly, Li Weiran, Mayan, aren't you going to talk about the rotten peach blossom you provoked in the gravel hill? Cough, 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 Mayan almost chokes on her own saliva. Dimingju, don't talk nonsense, what rotten peach blossom? This pervert is crazy, he wanted to kill me from the beginning. I used the power of law earlier because he drew over the people from the mountain split sect and stole my Tian Mo Chin. In short, I wish for nothing more than for you to hammer this little pervert to death to vent my anger, so why would I take the initiative to provoke him? Dimingju snorts coldly, his eyes overflowing with murderous intent. But this time it's clearly not aimed at Mayan, but at Li Weiran. He has never heard of the name Li Weiran. He's also sure that he hasn't seen the figure that he just caught a glimpse of. But this person disappeared without a trace. It's not something that the people of the floating island could achieve. So this person should be from the Xianxia continent. As long as it's someone from the Xianxia continent, he has to dig them out even if he has to dig 3 feet into the ground. Mu Yan sees that she has successfully diverted the conflict and just breathes a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she curled up in his arms. Then, a furry little head popped out. The moment it sees Dimingju, it immediately pounces over happily. GGG. Ah. Daddy. Daddy. It's really Daddy. Was Huang Huang dreaming? Dimingju grabs the little chick by the nape of its neck and lifts it up to his eyes. He says in disgust, how come its strength hasn't improved at all? His body became round after eating. Little Linghua tilted its head, the ahog on its head bouncing up and down as it squinted its eyes, revealing an adorable smile. Chirp chirp Daddy, Mu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Actually, Huang Huang is very powerful. If it wasn't for him, I might have already died in the lightning. Dimingju looks at the giggling stupid chicken, resolutely refusing to admit that he has such a useless and stupid son. Since he was going to be his son, he had to train him fiercely. He would only be qualified if he had a certain level of strength. But when he thought of the little chick's luck attribute that Mu Yan had told him about, he restrained himself. He threw the little chick into Mayan's arms. Coo, coo, coo. Little Linghua is anxious, wanting to pounce into Dimingju's arms again. Quack quack, quack quack, wah 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 sounds coming out of its mouth. But the meaning that is transmitted to Dimingju and Mayan's ears is incomparably clear. Papa, cook a meal. Papa's cooking is the best, even better than blindfolded brother's cooking. Blindfolded brother cooks for Mom and Huang Huang every day, but Huang Huang still likes Papa's cooking the most. Dimingju's sharp gaze suddenly turns to Mayan. Mayan holds her forehead and looks at the sky. At this moment, she really wants to chop up this stupid son of a chicken and steam him. Next, Dimingju has an in-depth discussion with Mayan on the question of, can I eat the dishes made by other pretty boys? The instigator, the little chick, has long been slapped back into the space by the irascible and jealous Ju in Shangdaran. It was unknown when a beautiful courtyard had appeared in the middle of the mountains and fields. The water in the courtyard gurgles, the fragrance of flowers curls up, and the leaves rustle. This wasn't some kind of spatial treasure. It's an illusion created by Dimingju's domain. Mellow spiritual power and fragrance fill the surroundings of the courtyard. Unknowingly, countless beautiful butterflies and glowing insects are attracted by the fragrance and spiritual power. They listen to the window lattices and fall among the stamens, intoxicated by the lingering and sweet spiritual power in the air. Inside the room, Mayan fiercely kicks Di Mingju away and angrily says, "You're not jealous at all. You're just using this as a pretext to make a fuss, seizing the opportunity to eat her clean." Di Mingju's eyes are filled with anger. His divine sense moves and the illusion created by the domain disappears without a trace. As soon as Mayan remembers that what happened just now actually happened under the real sky, her face can't help but turn darker. Di Mingju, this bastard, is becoming more and more shameless. When they first met, he clearly didn't even know how to cut his own throat. Every time she teased him, he would only blush proudly. And now, TSK, the past is unbearable, Mayan can't help but sigh. Di Mingju suddenly grabs her hand and whispers in her ear, "This is punishment. Next time, Yen Yen, if you attract bees and butterflies again, your punishment will be doubled." He licks his lips and says slowly, "Ben Jun is looking forward to the next punishment." Mayan angrily says, "Who attracted bees and butterflies? I don't even know where this little pervert Li Weiran popped out from to bother me. Can you blame me? I'm innocent, okay?" As for eating his cooking, it couldn't be helped. The charm of delicious food was irresistible. When she said the last sentence, Mayan felt a little guilty. She couldn't possibly say that it was because of the familiar aura on Li Weiran that she couldn't completely hate him. Before this, she did not know where this sense of familiarity came from. But now that he thought about it, it was because of Di Mingju. However, she wouldn't dare to say this even if she was beaten to death. Otherwise, this man who was the reincarnation of a vinegar spirit would torment her to death. Of course, in these few hours, aside from the in-depth exchange, Di Mingju also gave her a brief account of what happened in the Xianxia continent. For example, the calamity of the collapse of the sky, and the sudden turn of events, the 9 stars and the moon. At that time, Mu Yan was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. She didn't expect that the commotion caused by her advancement would be known by everyone in the Cultivation continent. The commotion it caused in the Xianxia continent was even greater. But in any case, her 9 stars and a moon can help Di Mingju and Xiaobao to be safe and sound, and obtain victory. This is really too good. As Mayan is thinking, she hears Di Mingju whispering in her ear, "I don't know who triggered the 9 stars and a moon and saved Ben Jun's and Xiaobao's lives. Such a great favor, does Mayan think that Ben Jun should repay it with my body?" As early as when she killed Ling Yuexia, Mayan understood that Di Mingju already knew her identity as a Shun musician. It's just that the two of them didn't point it out. Di Mingju gave her endless tolerance and pampering, letting her keep her little secret. And because of Qi Huang's existence, Mayan didn't choose to confess. So hearing Di Mingju say this, Mayan couldn't help but laugh. Who said that the one who triggers the 9 stars and the moon must be a woman? What if it's a handsome guy? He saved my son, I think it's better if I go and repay him with my body. You dare. Di Mingju clasps her waist, saying rather fiercely, "In this life, if you want to repay someone with your body, you can only give it to me." Mayan looks at him with a smile, then, for the sake of fairness, can Jun Shang also only give it to me? Di Mingju says without hesitation, "And, only you." The smile in Mayan's eyes deepens, her brows full of tenderness and sweetness. She doesn't know what kind of fate allowed her and Di Mingju to meet each other, know each other, and fall in love despite being separated by 2 worlds. But she will cherish this feeling, and work hard for it, until they can stay together forever, never to be separated. But then, Mayan remembers the current situation of the Xianxia continent, and she can't help but knit her brows. The Xianxia continent, which is like heaven in the eyes of mortals, has unexpectedly been invaded by ghosts, and it's so dangerous. Thinking that Xiaobao almost died in a place she couldn't see, Mayan's heart tightens. She really wants to rush to the Xianxia continent right now, and protect her Xiaobao by her side. But the ladder to heaven is broken, and the space barrier passage collapsed. Now, Di Mingju has paid a heavy price that she doesn't know about. It's easier said than done for her to ascend to the Xianxia continent. Her hands are suddenly grasped. His tightly clenched fists were gently pinched by someone's fingers and opened them one by one. Seeing the red marks left on her palms, Di Mingju's face sinks. Benjun said, "Don't hurt yourself for anyone, not even for Xiaobao." Mayan looks at Di Mingju, wanting to show a smile, but her eyes can't help but redden. Di Mingju, I miss Xiaobao, I miss him very much. This kind of fragility, this kind of deep longing, she won't show it in front of others. Not even her fellow disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. But only Di Mingju is different. She was the demoness in the eyes of the world. God Jun, the Lord of 6 Stars, the leader of the Nether Flame Army, was invincible in their eyes. But only Mu Yan herself knows that she also has a soft spot. She can't help but feel panic, fear, and longing. She was afraid that she couldn't protect the people she cared about. She's also afraid that she won't be able to stay with Di Mingju and Xiaobao for a long time. It's only in front of Di Mingju that she doesn't hide these fragile feelings. Di Mingju sighs helplessly. Reaching out, he pulls her into his embrace, his murmuring voice carrying a love that seeps into the bones. I really don't know what to do with you. I originally wanted to spend more time with you and not let anyone disturb us. Mayan stares blankly at Di Mingju. She didn't understand what he meant. In the next moment, he felt a small body plunge into his embrace. A familiar sobbing voice came to her ears, Mother. Mother, Xiaobao finally sees you again. An hour later. Di Mingju's face is so gloomy that it could drip water as he looks at the mother and daughter intimately cuddling together. Right now, he was filled with regret. He shouldn't have let Xiaobao out of the portable space just because Mu Yan was sad. This little rascal was quite obedient when he was alone with her. As long as he's by Mu Yan's side, he will only snatch Mu Yan's attention away from him. For example, right now, this little bastard was pulling a long face and complaining. Mother, father is bad. Xiaobao hugged Mu Yan's neck and snuggled in her arms. He said in a cold, childish voice, he told Xiaobao that he wouldn't be able to see Niangqin until 3 days later, and told Xiaobao to wait in the portable space. He clearly wants to monopolize Niangqin. Mu Yan nods, sharing the same hatred with him. Daddy is bad, we'll ignore him for 3 days. Xiaobao nodded heavily. Then she looks at Di Mingju's unsightly complexion, and she can't help but soften her heart. 3 days is too long, still 1 day is fine. Mu Yan snorts out a laugh. She lowered her head and planted a kiss on his soft and tender cheek. Alright, I'll listen to Xiaobao and ignore him for a day. Niangqin. Xiaobao blushes and buries his whole body in Mayan's embrace, gently rubbing against her. Leng Meng's voice carried a hint of sobbing. Mother, I miss you so much. Niangqin also misses Xiaobao. Mayan hugs him tightly in her arms, her voice also tinged with hoarseness. Very, very much. Mother. Xiaobao suddenly raised his head and looked at Mu Yan with his big blue eyes. He said excitedly, Daddy said that the floating island is different from the Shoshan continent. There is spiritual qi and immortal qi here. Even if Xiaobao stays on the floating island, he can still cultivate. Mother, Xiaobao can stay by your side again. His small hands grabbed Mu Yan's clothes, his voice filled with apprehension. But little Bao hasn't broken through to Golden Immortal yet, so I can't protect Mother. Staying by Mother's side will only drag you down. Before he could finish his words, Mayan has already abruptly pulled him into her arms and interrupted him. Her voice was so happy that she was practically floating. But he's not looking at Xiaobao, but at Di Mingju. Di Mingju, is what Xiaobao said true? Could he really stay on the floating island? Are we really not going to separate anymore? Xiaobao blankly stares at Mayan's ecstatic expression. A bright smile slowly blossomed on her originally taut face. That pair of ice blue eyes that had been washed by water, at this moment, were clearer than the brightest sky, more resplendent than sapphires under the sunlight. It turned out that his mother didn't despise him for being too weak. It turns out that his mother also wants to be with him forever. Not waiting for Di Mingju to speak, Xiaobao hugs Mayan's arm and rubs it in satisfaction. Niangqin, it's true. Xiaobao doesn't want to be separated from Mother ever again. Mu Yan picks him up and throws him into the air. Then, she hugs him again and kisses him heavily on his little face. Alright, let's do it like before. Niangqin and Xiaobao will travel the floating island together. No matter how dangerous the floating island was. As long as she could be with her beloved Xiaobao, she was not afraid of anything. The rims of Xiaobao's eyes were red, and a rare brilliant smile that matched his age blossomed on his cold and adorable little face that had always been taut. Dimingju's gaze tenderly looks at the mother and son, who are laughing happily. Even if Mayan knows that it would be best for Xiaobao to leave her side and go to the Xiaoxian continent, Dimingju knows that her heart has always been hiding unspeakable longing and worry. It's just that she didn't want them to worry, so she didn't show it. And Xiaobao? In the Xiaoxian continent, he was very well behaved, very obedient, so well behaved that it made people feel sorry for him, and they also had a deep attachment to him. However, when Xiaobao was only by his side, he had never revealed such a brilliant, pure, and childish smile. In Xiaobao's heart, his mother is the most important. It's the same in Mayan's heart. Xiaobao was the most important person to her in this world. Dimingju's heart is a little soft, but also a little sour and dull pain. Even though he knew that he shouldn't, he still couldn't help but think about it. If Xiaobao's biological father had not died. If this person appears in front of Mayan again. Was there any room for him to intervene in such a family of three? Just as this thought flashes through his mind, a pair of small hands suddenly wraps around Dimingju's neck. Xiaobao blushed and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. Daddy, don't be sad. Mommy and I will definitely go to your side as soon as possible. Mu Yan also very readily follows his good advice and kisses him on the cheek. Grinning, she says, be obedient and wait for us in the polar domain. You're not allowed to fool around, otherwise, when we get back, we'll make you look good. Go back. Mu Yan used this word. Dimingju stares blankly, the dull pain in his chest is instantly replaced by softness. Who would have thought that in the next moment, she would hear Xiaobao complain in a crisp and childish voice, oh, that's right, mother, in the Xiaoxian continent, there was an old auntie who confessed to father and said bad things about mother. She also said that daddy sacrificed himself to save her, so she wanted to repay him with her body. Dimingju's complexion stiffens, staring incredulously at his son. Then he turns his head and meets Mayan's smiling yet not smiling eyes. How did the emperor reprimand me just now? Flirting with flowers and grass, huh? Dimingju keeps a straight face, expressionless as he says, in Benjun's eyes, apart from Yen Yen, there is no distinction between men and women. There has never been such a thing as risking one's life to save someone or devoting oneself to someone else. Mayan crosses her arms over her chest, it's not up to you to say it, it's up to me to say it. Come, tell me this fairy's name first. How did he meet you? How many times had they held hands? What's the most intimate contact? Don't tell me it's another betrothed. Ugh. The clear and crisp questioning voice instantly disappeared. Just like that, Dimingju takes the two of them into his arms. Then, he covers Xiaobao's eyes, and firmly stops that chattering mouth of his. Benjun will say it again, there is no child marriage. Benjun only has one fiancé, Jun Mayan. Mayan wrinkles her nose. She's very dissatisfied with Jun Shang's lenient attitude of not being honest. You want me to explain the situation in every detail. You don't even let go of the little baby I met in the gravel hill, but you yourself don't report it. Dimingju, your ideological awareness needs to be improved. Halfway through her words, Mu Yan suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed, oh no, I actually forgot about the person waiting in the gravel hill. Cultivation continent. Linglong Island. Yu Yanran stared blankly at the elixir in her hand, her expression miserable as tears rolled down her cheeks. As soon as Huang Shouchuan came in and saw her like this, he felt extremely distressed and repeatedly advised, Miss, how can you let this thing hurt your body again? Since Dimingju is heartless, why do you still care about him? There are many good men in the world, you can definitely find one who is wholeheartedly devoted to you. As he said this, Huang Shouchuan's eyes hid deep affection and pain. But when Yu Yanran looked at him, it was very well hidden. Yu Yanran stared at him, and suddenly whispered, Big brother Huang, you said before that you obtained the pill recipe for the magnificent quicksand from Xianxia, is that true? Huang Shouchuan stares blankly, then nods, I did get it. Although this Fenghua quicksand is a top-secret Dan recipe, it's hard to find and doesn't have much practical use, let me have a look. Huang Shouchuan grunts, Miss, what do you want this Fenghua quicksand recipe for? Suddenly, his eyes widen. You, don't tell me you want to use it yourself? Miss, please reconsider. Yu Yanran bites her lip and doesn't answer him. Instead, she whispers, Brother Huang, don't ask, just give me the recipe. By the way, is there any news from Weiran? Hearing the name Li Weiran, Huang Shouchuan frowns in disgust and shakes his head. Miss, this Li Weiran is sinister and vicious. He has the ambition of a wolf, you must not trust him too much. Now that we know that Mayan is on the floating island through his soul-chasing curse, we can send people to kill that Shin musician remnant. This way we can get rid of any future troubles. Yu Yanran is a bit tempted. But then she frowns and gently shakes her head. Although I found a space-shuttling magic weapon that can replace the mirror of illusions, I tried several times and couldn't go to other planes. I heard from the polar domain's Tian Shua Palace that the space barrier passage collapsed, making it impossible to connect to other planes. It will take at least 3 months, at most several years to recover. Huang Shouchuan stares blankly, looking at Yu Yanran with some distress and worry. Miss, you want to use the Fanghua quicksand because of this? Jun Mayan is on the floating island. And the passage between the Xiaoxian continent and the floating island has temporarily collapsed. Deming Ju, who is in the Xiaoxian continent, may not even know where Mayan has gone. In this way, as long as Mayan dies on the floating island, Yu Yanran takes the Fanghua quicksand and turns into Mayan, going to Deming Ju's side. She can easily assume Mayan's identity and become Deming Ju's beloved. Yu Yanran bites her lip and doesn't answer. But not answering is tantamount to tacit approval. Huang Shouchuan only feels his heart clench into a ball. His miss is so holy, noble, and beautiful, how can she be compared to a mere Shin musician remnant, a vulgar mortal woman? He wanted Yu Yanran to put down her pride and pretend to be someone else to win his favor. How humiliating was this for her? Miss, why do you have to do this? Is that Deming Ju really worth it for you to pay so much for him? Huang Shouchuan bitterly says, as long as Jun Mayan is killed, you will have plenty of time to slowly win Di Jun's heart. With your talent, looks, and conduct, as long as you are willing to take the initiative to get close to you, which man wouldn't fall head over heels for you? Yu Yanran smiled bitterly. 2 teardrops flowed down from her eyes once more. Big brother Huang, you don't know that the imperial monarch doesn't just not care about me, he simply detests me, and sees me as nothing more than worthless grass. Furthermore, the medicine king of the polar domain can sense the aura of the soul-chasing curse on my body. I'm afraid that the emperor has already become suspicious of me. If I don't take action now, I won't be able to obtain the emperor's love. I'm afraid that even Jun Mayan's death will be blamed on me. At that time, it will be a calamity for our Linglong Island. Huang Shouchuan turned pale with fright. How could this be? Miss has almost never personally touched the curse, how could you be tainted by its aura? Then he gritted his teeth and said, it's all because of Li Weiran, I knew that he was a jinx that descended from the heavens. Miss, you shouldn't have saved him back then. Yu Yanran shakes her head, I thought he was pitiful at first, with that pair of eyes. Pausing, she frowns, I didn't expect him to have that kind of temperament. But in any case, he helped in eradicating the remnants of the Shin musicians. Li Weiran relied on our Linglong Island's protection to survive until now. Isn't it reasonable to do something in return? Now it's just killing a Shin musician remnant who hasn't even reached Golden Immortal, and it's been delayed for so long. I don't know if he's really doing things for our Linglong Island. Miss, why do you keep protecting him? Yu Yanran wipes away her tears and rebukes, Brother Huang, why do you always make things difficult for Weiran? In my heart, only you, Big Brother Huang, are the most important people who have always been by my side. Even if I recognize Weiran as my younger brother, how can he be compared to Brother Huang? Huang Shouchuan's face turns red, but his eyes reveal deep joy and affection. But he quickly hides it, saying worriedly, even if you kill Mayan and have Fanghua quicksand, Miss, it won't be easy for you to pretend to be Mayan. Otherwise, those 2 idiots Ling Qingwan and Ling Yuexia wouldn't have died so unsightly. Yu Yanran shows a well-thought-out expression, Brother Huang, don't worry. I've already instructed the people who went to the Yanwu continent to investigate Mayan's life in detail. 3 months later, when the stronghold's passageway is reopened and they return, I'll know how Jun Mayan and the emperor met, and how. Speaking up to here, Yu Yanran's face, which has always been aloof from worldly affairs, shows a painful hatred, and how she had a child. In addition, Brother Huang, you don't know that Wei Ran still hasn't returned from killing Mayan. It's not that he's incompetent. Rather, I let him have more contact with Mayan, and record her usual temperament, cultivation, and techniques with a mirage stone. In this way, after Mayan's death, I can completely replace her position and stay by Emperor's side. Huang Shouchuan feels a stabbing pain in his heart, but he still reluctantly says, Miss, this method is really good. Even if you'll be recognized after a long time, young Miss can first cook the raw rice with the Emperor and use the secret technique of our Linglong Island to give birth to a new heir for the polar domain. The higher a man or woman's cultivation base was, the less suitable their bodies were for bearing children. Especially when one reached the Xian immortal realm, one's bones would be completely forged into the immortal bones of the immortal realm. One would not be considered a human anymore. For the sake of balance, it was almost impossible for women above the Xian immortal realm to conceive children. As for men above the mystic immortal realm, even if they could have children with mortal women of low cultivation, the children would usually not live to adulthood. However, there was a secret method on the Linglong Island that could transform a woman above the mysterious immortal realm into a mother body suitable for pregnancy. Furthermore, even a child born to a man with an extremely high cultivation base would not have any defects. This was also one of the reasons why Tong Huinyan wanted Yu Yanran to be the mistress of the polar domain. Huang Shouchuan faintly says, wait until Miss gives birth to the polar domain's future successor, then we'll think of a way to kill that vile spawn that June. Mayan left behind. At that time, even if Di Jun discovers that you're not Jun Mayan, so what? Could it be that he'd be willing to kill you and his only child? Yu Yanran's eyes reveal a look of reluctance. In the end, the child is innocent. Miss, you mustn't be soft-hearted. If you don't remove the roots, the spring wind will blow deep. Do you want to let the remnants of the Shin musicians continue to harm the world? Yu Yanran grits her teeth and nods. Huang Shouchuan, now we're just waiting for Li Weiran to quietly kill Mayan on the floating island. Quietly? I'm afraid not. Huang Shouchuan hasn't finished speaking when a low and clear voice comes from outside the house. Di Mingju is by Mayan's side right now. What about me? Yu Yanran abruptly turns around and sees the white-clothed youngster slowly walking in from the door. Her complexion greatly changes. Weiran, what do you mean by that? Floating island, gravel hill. Dead bird, get out of the way and let us out. The hole is about to be closed. The little phoenix flaps his wings and says methodically, no, pretty sister said we can't go out, so we can't go out. A group of fiendish people are about to rush forward again. The little phoenix unceremoniously spits out a fireball. In a split second, a mournful scream comes out from the crowd. The blazing flames slowly disappear, and the righteous indignation of the crowd also disappears, leaving only panic, fear, and despair. The little phoenix shakes his wings, bored to death, and buries his head to sleep. Behind him, the hole that Mayan blasted open with her array-breaking technique finally slowly disappears. The thick fog becomes seamless again, without the slightest flaw. The gravel hill and the floating island outside become two different worlds. Thump, someone kneels on the ground, tears mixed with the mud on his face flowing down. It's over, it's over. We can't get out anymore. We still can't leave this damned place, boo-hoo. This person's cries seem to ignite the suffocating sadness in the hearts of the others. The original inhabitants of the gravel hill are fine, they've never left the gravel hill since they were born. For them, no matter how beautiful and dreamy the floating island is, it's only an abstract and one-sided description, unable to arouse much emotion in their hearts. But those wastes who were thrown into the gravel hill, even in their dreams they want to get out of this hellish place. With great difficulty, they finally see hope. However, all of this has turned into despair. Thump. Thump. Thump, more and more people knelt down, tears streaming down their faces. Some cursed, some pounded the ground in anger, and some questioned why the heavens were treating them this way. Many natives, seeing that it was impossible to leave this place, simply took a lot of rewards from Mu Yan and left. Ruin Yang sat on the ground in a daze. The bewildered anticipation in her eyes was gradually replaced by despair. Is she really not coming back? Has our hope been dashed once again? Butcher laughed bitterly. You should have guessed it long ago, right? Who would be willing to carry a bunch of burdens like us? Little Monkey said angrily, that woman is really not a good person. She promised to help us, but she took away my dagger. Bastard, bastard. I shouldn't have trusted her. Mother. The little monkey rushed over to wipe away the tears on Ruinyang's face. Mother, don't be sad. If that stinky woman doesn't bring you out, I'll bring you out in the future. The next time I see that bitch, I'll definitely beat her up to vent her anger for you, Mother. Oh? Really? I really want to know how you're going to beat me up. The girl's voice, which was like the sound of nature, suddenly rang out, causing the expressions of everyone, who was originally shrouded in a gloomy fog, to freeze. Ruinyang and the others raised their heads in a daze and looked at the figure that slowly appeared from the thick fog. The woman who had been wearing an ugly mask had revealed her true appearance at some point. Even in a dirty place like the gravel hill that was full of dust and stench, her peerless beauty could not be concealed. She had jade bones and ice skin. She was beautiful and enchanting. When she smiled lightly, her peach blossom eyes were full of youth and overflowing with color. The gray fog that separated the two worlds was broken again, and a strong aura of spiritual power blew in. It blew the girl's clothes and long hair, and also woke up the people in the gravel hill. She's back. Someone called out softly, with a cry of confusion and hope. She really came back to save us. Am I dreaming? Can we really get out of the gravel hill? The butcher opened his mouth to say something, but found that his throat seemed to be blocked by something. He could not help but look back at his brothers, only to see that everyone was so excited that they could not control themselves. He was obviously a tall and strong man, but his eyes could not help but turn red. The butcher could not help but look at the drunkard in the wheelchair. He saw that the man's expression was calm as if there were no waves. But when he looked down, he could see that his hands were tightly clenched into fists. The butcher turned his gaze to Ruinyang. The two looked at each other, and hot tears rolled down from their eyes. The heavens had finally heard their prayers. They had waited for salvation. The little monkey held Ruinyang's hand tightly, and his eyes were wide open, looking forward without blinking. He did not even realize that his mother was crying. A scene from a long time ago appeared in his mind. At that time, his mother was bullied by a bad man, and he could do nothing but hug his mother and cry. Later, his mother told him, they will get out. One day, they will get out of this place. The little monkey asked, won't mother be bullied by bad people if we get out? Yes. Then when can we get out? The little monkey remembered that his mother's expression was gloomy for a moment, and then she said with a bit of a trance, maybe one day, the gods will hear our prayers and send an envoy to save us. So after that day, the little monkey would pray to the heavens every night, hoping that the gods would quickly send an envoy to save them. However, what awaited him was disappointment that grew with each passing day. After that, the little monkey no longer believed in the existence of God's messenger and savior in this world. However, at this moment, as he looked at the beautiful woman who broke through the thick fog and slowly walked towards him, there was only one sentence in his mind. It turned out that there really was a divine messenger in this world who had come to save them. So, his mother didn't lie to him. Pretty sister. Seeing the figure coming out of the thick fog, little Phoenix happily rushed over, wanting to throw himself into Mayan's arms. However, its movements suddenly stopped. A pair of round eyes fall behind Mayan. There stood a boy who was even more exquisite and adorable than an elf. He was very young, but his expression was ice cold, and his whole body exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Little Phoenix stared blankly at the little boy, tears slowly gathering in his eyes. Then, she burst into tears and threw herself into the little boy's arms. Wah, little big brother, you're finally here to see Cho-Cho. Cho-Cho thought you didn't want me anymore. Woo woo woo. Xiaobao's little face was taut as he rubbed little Phoenix's head. His childish voice carried a rare trace of gentleness. Thank you, Cho-Cho, for accompanying Nyangqing. Little Phoenix was immediately appeased, happily burying his head in Xiaobao's arms and rubbing it. Although the beautiful sister was also very good, it still loved the big brother the most. Little Phoenix had just rubbed for a while when a furry snow-white ball arched out. The fat rabbit twisted its big buttocks and directly pushed little Phoenix away, occupying the most advantageous position in little Bao's arms. His round, mung bean-like eyes slanted to the side, arrogantly and disdainfully, as if he were declaring his sovereignty. Tears immediately welled up in the little Phoenix's eyes, feeling wronged. However, the fat rabbit had always been domineering, so it didn't dare to argue and could only obediently lie on Xiaobao's shoulder. Buzz buzz buzz, when the fat rabbit came out, the Xianxia sword, which had finally recovered its strength after resting for a few days, immediately came over. Damned rabbit, you only know how to fight for favor all day long. Bullying such a cute little Phoenix, do you have any shame? Isn't it just fighting for favor? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Did I watch so many palace dramas for nothing? Little master, you have to arrange us little brothers in the order of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm a great socialist youth, and it's already very unfair for me to be an artifact spirit. If I can't be the #1 follower, then I definitely won't do it. The fat rabbit held and bit the Xianxia sword with its teeth. Get lost. The little master loves Bunny the most. There was no other, Xiaobao. He looked expressionlessly at the little guys making a fuss on him and was about to speak. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his head. A furry little yellow ball landed on his head. Goo goo gee. Gee, gee, gee. Brother. It was Big Brother. Huang Huang finally saw her brother again. Big Brother, are you guys playing some interesting game? Huang Huang also wanted to play. Mu Yan looked at her son being hung all over by the brat and revealed a rare bewildered expression. She couldn't help but laugh. She stroked Xiaobao's head, but there was an expression of watching a good show on her face. She had absolutely no intention of helping her precious son solve his problem. Instead, he slowly walked to the front of the drunkard maniac and said, I would like to discuss the subsequent arrangements with you. Please wait a moment, drunkard said in a low voice. Then he struggled to get out of the wheelchair. Yes, he rolled down in a sorry state. With the tendons and veins in his hands and feet broken, he spends a great deal of effort to get himself to properly kneel in front of Mayan. This one is Wei Mian, nicknamed the drunkard lunatic. My cultivation system is that of a battle general. From now on, I would like to request Master's guidance. Mu Yan raises an eyebrow, Master? The drunkard looks up and grins at Mayan, revealing a smile. Yes, Master. We asked Miss June to lend us a hand, so we can't just not give her anything in return. So, for the rest of my life, I will be at Master's disposal. My only request is that Master can allow me to take some time to settle my personal grudges. As soon as Wei Mian finished speaking, Ruan Yang, butcher, and the rest knelt down as well. Greetings, Master. Mayan crosses her arms over her chest, looking at these people with a smile that isn't a smile. You guys have a good plan. Since I accepted you as my servants, I have to be responsible for your safety and heal your injuries. You still have to clean up your personal grudges. Wei Mian looks straight at Mu Yan, not dodging in the slightest. Even if he is in such a sorry state right now, even crippled, his eyes are brimming with disdainful self-confidence. Mu Yan can't help but wonder where his self-confidence comes from. Wei Mian said, yes. But I can assure Master that you will not suffer a loss if you accept us as servants. Oh? Then how are you going to prove it? As soon as the voice fell, Mu Yan felt a cold aura passing through the air. Before she noticed, this aura began to invade her sea of consciousness. But it was different from the divine sense that wanted to invade her sea of consciousness in previous battles. This energy body was very soothing and warm, and even had a guiding meaning. It made people unconsciously want to accept, tolerate, and then, surrender. A battle general? Mu Yan murmured, looking at Wei Mian with a hint of amazement in her eyes. It's really interesting. She had no intention of surrendering at all. But the sea of consciousness within her body began to wrap around Wei Mian's spiritual energy body, analyzing and combing it little by little. She instinctively wanted to assimilate the spiritual body into her own sea of consciousness. Wei Mian suddenly opened his eyes, and the divine sense that he released was almost withdrawn. His eyes were full of shock as he looked at Mu Yan. Even though he already knew that this girl was not simple. How could ordinary people use spiritual power in the gravel hill, How could they casually destroy the barrier that had existed for tens of thousands of years? Even going in and out of the gravel hill was as easy as eating a meal. But these exclamations were far less shocking than when he probed Mu Yan's sea of consciousness at this moment. Was that really the sea of consciousness? It was boundless, with no end in sight. She was clearly a powerful combat cultivator, but her sea of consciousness was 100 times more vast and profound than a battle general like him. If this girl chose to become a battle general, how invincible would she be? Wei Mian stared blankly at Mu Yan, not even hearing what she said. Boss, what are you still doing? It wasn't until the butcher pushed him that he suddenly woke up. Turning his head, he saw the ecstatic faces of the butcher and Ruang Yang. Didn't you hear what Miss June said? She is willing to accept us as her servants. Wei Mian suddenly came back to his senses. A big smile bloomed on his thin face, and he bowed. Wei Mian pays respect to the new master. Ruang Yang pays respect to the new master. The butcher pays respect to the new master. Tens of thousands of years ago, the stairway to heaven broke, destroying the only way for mortals to enter the immortal world. Tens of thousands of cultivators had finally reached the tribulation stage, but they were unable to ascend and could only die of old age on the barren land. It was also at this time that a summoner who could control the divine beast by Zhe appeared, Lan Xiaozi. Lan Xiaozi used to summon beasts as fuel and his own body as a vessel to refine a heavenly holy item. In the end, he let his son use the heaven-warping holy artifact refined from his own flesh and blood to poke a hole in the sky. As a result, a large piece of land on the Xianxia continent collapsed and floated between the two continents. This was the floating island. Apart from the tens of thousands of tribulation-passing cultivators who came to the floating island with Lan Xiaozi's son, there were many other cultivators. There were also many relatives and friends of the Lan family. These people reproduced, cultivated, and built dynasties, clans, and sects on the floating island. Gradually, this continent developed into a prosperous world that was completely different from the cultivation continent. It was different from the cultivation continent, where there was only spiritual power and immortal qi. The energy distribution on the floating island was 60% spiritual energy, 30% immortal energy, and a mixture of other energies. Therefore, the cultivation speed here was much faster than in the cultivation continent. You mean, more than 50% of the cultivators here have reached the golden immortal level? Hearing Di Mingju's words, Mu Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air even though she was mentally prepared. Di Mingju put the peeled and tender fruit into her mouth, then lightly said, Hollow immortal, golden immortal, profound immortal, immortal king, immortal venerable, immortal emperor. These are the levels commonly used in the Xianxia continent. But the floating island, like the Xianxia continent, has its own cultivation and level system. Mu Yan had long known that in the Xianxia continent, the 1st to the 9th rank of Hollow Immortal corresponded to the Xianxia continent's fasting stage to the crossing tribulation stage. On the floating island, it is usually divided into the mortal cultivation realm, mysterious life realm, mountain opening realm, earth opening realm, sea splitting realm, and heaven breaking realm. The mortal cultivation realm corresponds to mortals who have yet to form immortal bones, that is, hollow immortals. The mysterious life realm corresponds to the 1st and 2nd rank of golden immortals. The mountain opening realm corresponds to the 3rd and 4th rank of golden immortals. The earth opening realm corresponds to the 5th and 6th rank of golden immortals. The sea splitting realm corresponds to the 7th and 8th rank of golden immortals. The heaven breaking realm corresponds to the 9th rank of golden immortals. When one reaches the peak of the heaven-breaking realm, that is, the 9th rank of golden immortals, all the bones in the body will be tempered into immortal bones. After enduring the forging of the heavenly tribulation, the immortal bones will be formed, and the body of a profound immortal will be formed. After becoming a profound immortal, I can go to the Xianxia continent? Mu Yan asked while sucking the fruit Di Mingju handed her. Feeling the sweetness in her mouth, she praised, delicious. More. Thus, Jun Shangdaran immediately continued to peel the fruit, remove the core, and feed it to his fiancée. He explained, after becoming a profound immortal, the heavenly Tao has tacitly approved that you have the qualification to pass through the space barrier passage to the upper realm. But directly ascending without the help of any spatial treasure will cause harm to the body and soul. So, without my permission, even if you reach the profound immortal realm, you must not open the space barrier passage at will. Do you hear me? Mu Yan nodded with a smile, and couldn't help but sigh. I thought I could go to the Xianxia continent after ascending. I didn't expect that I would have to come to the floating island. It seems like we can only continue to live separately. Di Mingju's face sinks. Suddenly, he grabbed her and bit her lips heavily. Benjun's patience is limited. If you make me stay alone in this room again, be careful that on our wedding night, Benjun will settle the score with you with interest. This heartless little girl, don't think that I can't see the schadenfreude in her eyes. Ahem. Mu Yan hurriedly restrained her ridiculing thoughts, sat up, and said, actually, I think it's a very good thing to be able to come to the floating island. Di Mingju grinds his teeth. Don't be angry. Listen to me. Mu Yan promptly hooks her arms around a certain person's neck to comfort him. I've heard about my father, Jun Shiyuan, in the Xianxia continent. As soon as these words are spoken, the gloominess on Di Mingju's face is swept away as expected. He turned to look at her with a burning gaze. Mayan smiles and says, 20 years ago, he and my mother should have come to the floating island. I just asked Wei Mian about it. The forces of the floating island can be roughly divided into 1 country, 3 sects, 6 great families, and 8 sections. Among these 6 great families, there is a Ning family, and my mother is called Ning Yanqin. Back then, she was taken away by the people of the floating island. And my father should have chased me all the way here after sending me back to the Yanwu continent. The corner of Di Mingju's mouth slowly hooks up into a cold smile. Father-in-law is actually here? Then I really have to pay a proper visit. His mouth says father-in-law, but Di Mingju's expression can simply be said to be gnashing his teeth. Previously, he almost mobilized all the power of the polar domain, turned the entire Xianxia continent upside down, and still couldn't find any trace of Jun Shiyuan. He didn't expect that this father-in-law who vainly tried to marry Mayan to someone else, and didn't even ask the reason for the marriage contract, was actually on the floating island. Mayan says with a smile that isn't a smile, father-in-law? Jun Shang, aren't you saying it too smoothly? The son-in-law in my father's heart is someone else. Before he can finish speaking, Mayan has already left with a vigorous stride. Flirting is flirting, but her life is still important. However, Mayan hasn't taken 2 steps when she feels something wrapping around her waist, making her unable to escape. She looks down and sees that her waist is wrapped in a silk thread that's thinner than a hair. Under the light of the candlelight in the room, it emits gold, silver, and blue lights. Mayan can't help but reach out and touch it, but finds that these silk threads feel very strange. It's cold to the touch, but her fingertips don't feel cold at all. On the contrary, there's a kind of warmth. Under her gentle touch, it's incredibly smooth. Oh. As she's touching it, she hears a man's low, stifled groan. Mayan looks up in astonishment, and her fingertips make Di Mingju's ears slightly redden. A pair of ice blue eyes seem to be tainted with a gentle and charming color. Immediately after, her waist tightens, and she's pulled to Di Mingju's side. Mayan doesn't panic at all, instead, she grins and touches the silk thread on her waist. What is this? Di Mingju says in a hoarse voice, don't touch it. That's my natal magic weapon. Natal magic weapon? This time, Mayan is even more surprised. In the end, what kind of natal magic weapon could have such a thread-like shape? Moreover, why does he have this kind of reaction when she touches Di Mingju's natal magic weapon? Mayan is full of curiosity, and she can't help but take out her 7 absolute sword. It becomes small, and she gently rubs it against the blue gold thread on her waist. She clearly didn't react at all. Jun Mayan. Di Mingju presses down on her hands, gnashing his teeth in anger. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Mu Yan has an innocent look on her face. Deliberately what? A sly smile appeared in his eyes. She's not a fool, she only needs to look at Di Mingju's reaction to know. His natal magic treasure should be very special. It should not be casually touched by others, especially by him. Otherwise, Mayan smiles like a little fox, her fingertips gently caressing those smooth, ice-cold threads. Di Mingju, you're being unreasonable. You're the one who wrapped your natal magic treasure around me. If you don't want me to touch it, you can take it back. Di Mingju's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He says softly, I won't take it back, because I want to feel a little more, Mayan, by my side. Mayan's hand pauses, then the playful smile on her face can't help but turn into a bone-chilling gentleness. Hey, you're breaking the rules. Who did you learn how to say such sweet nothings? Dimingju suddenly pushes her away, faintly saying, now say it again, do Benjun have the qualifications to call you father-in-law? Pfft. Mayan couldn't help but laugh. Yes, of course you do. The petty and jealous Jun Shangdaran really hasn't changed a bit. After laughing, Mayan slowly restrains the smile on her face. Her expression is solemn as she looks at the man in front of her. She enunciates each word. Dimingju, leave this matter to me, okay? I will find my biological father and ask him to cancel the engagement. Then, I will personally introduce the person I like to him. Seeing that Dimingju is about to speak, Mu Yan covers his mouth. Her peach blossom eyes are like rippling water, just like how you would handle the troubles around you, and not let me suffer any grievances. I don't want you to suffer any grievances. This is my problem, and I should deal with it myself. What if he doesn't agree? It went without saying who he was. After Dimingju asks this, he doesn't wait for Mayan to answer, and the corner of his mouth hooks up into a cold arc. No, there's no such possibility. Benjun will definitely make him agree. If he was really stubborn, he would just beat him up in secret until he agreed. Just as Mu Yan is about to speak, Dimingju's complexion suddenly changes. A blood-red light shines from his palm. Then, the tricolored thread that was wrapped around her waist retracted. Dimingju frowns, his expression gloomy. Mu Yan's heart thumped. What happened? When Dimingju looks at her, the gloominess between his brows fades away, turning into gentleness. It's nothing, I have to go back to the Xianxia continent, it'll probably be several months before I can come back. Hearing this, Mu Yan felt a sense of loss in her heart. Then, he couldn't help but knit his brows. You said before that the stairway to heaven broke and the space barrier passage collapsed. Dimingju, how did you and Xiaobao come to the floating island? Her hand caressed the space between Dimingju's eyebrows where a red mark had just appeared. Did you use some method to harm yourself? It has to be said that Mayan's intuition is quite keen. Even Dimingju's expression stiffens for a moment. But very quickly, he revealed a faint disdainful smile, held her hand, and said, it is indeed a little troublesome, which is why I said that the next time I come would be a few months later. But Yan, aren't you looking down on Benjun too much? This isn't the first time Benjun has forcefully torn apart space. Mayan slightly narrows her eyes at him, not knowing whether she believes him or not. Dimingju can't help but laugh as he pulls her into his arms. Alright, I admit that it will indeed damage some spirit essence, but it's not a big deal. After a pause, he says in a hoarse voice, Yan, don't worry, I absolutely won't abandon you like Xiaobao's biological father and let you be lonely and depressed. Mu Yan, she looked at the man in front of her with a complicated expression. She hesitated to tell him the truth. Mu Yan really didn't expect that the words I only love Xiaobao's biological father back then would actually become a curse. Was she the one who was caught in a cocoon of her own making? Mayan coughs lightly. After a long while, she says, in fact, Xiaobao's and my biological father isn't. However, before she could finish speaking, she is interrupted by Dimingju's cold face. Don't mention him. Mu Yan, you were the one who brought it up first. Only the prefectural officials were allowed to set fires, but the common people were not allowed to light lamps. Dimingju's forehead brightens again, a cold glint flashes through his eyes. He reaches out and presses the back of Mayan's neck. He lowers his head and touches her lips. Protect yourself, don't flirt around. Before he could finish his words, the man's figure is already slowly fading away. The door to the room is pushed open with a bang, and Xiaobao rushes in. Seeing Dimingju's figure slowly disappearing, he couldn't help but shout and rush over, Daddy. Xiaobao pounces on empty air and almost falls to the ground. Mu Yan hugs him in her arms. His little face is taut and his eyes are slightly red. He looks up at Mu Yan. Nyangqin, why did Daddy leave without saying goodbye? Is he angry with Xiaobao? Mu Yan rarely sees his aggrieved look. She can't help but smile and rub his head. How could that be? Daddy has to go back to the polar domain to deal with something. He will be back in a few months at most. Xiaobao nods, but he is still a little listless. Only when Mu Yan takes him into the Tian Emochin space and uses the Shen musician skills to construct the stellar fantasy, letting him play with the fat rabbit and the others, does his mood slowly improve. This time, the astral fantasy realm that Mu Yan constructed was the playground that Xia described. Mu Yan doesn't know what a playground is. But Xia said that in their time and space, the playground was every child's favorite. Slides, merry-go-rounds, roller coasters, Mu Yan spent a lot of effort to recreate these scenes with the realm of stars. Then, it's just as Xia said. The little guys play like crazy. Even Xiaobao, who has always been calm and not like a child, has a pair of ice-blue eyes that look like stars falling all over the sky. The Tian Emochin space is filled with cheerful laughter. Mu Yan leisurely plucks the strings, and her eyes can't help but fall on Xiaobao. Xiaobao is now 7 years old. But he still looks like a 5-year-old child. He hasn't grown much. Her mind unconsciously recalls what Bailey Yinlu said at that time: natural immortal body, can't live past 10 years old. It stands to reason that Xiaobao has now left the Yanwu continent, that barren world. It's impossible for him to face the tribulation of 10 years old again. But now, looking at Xiaobao's small body and face, Mu Yan's heart unconsciously raises a hidden worry. Before this, she never seriously thought about who Xiaobao's biological father is. Or, she has been avoiding thinking about it. Because even if it's separated by a previous life and this life, that memory of the past is really not good for her. She used to try to distinguish Xiaobao from his biological father. She doesn't want to add even a little bit of her hatred for the man who violated her on Xiaobao. But unknowingly, this hatred and stubbornness seemed to have slowly faded. Perhaps too much time had passed, and the pain, humiliation, and hatred of the past had slowly dissipated with the passage of time. Or maybe it was because she was too happy right now. So much so that when he thought of the nightmarish memories, there was no more heart-wrenching pain. Also because it was diluted. That was why she could think rationally about the bloodline flowing in Xiaobao's body. Xiaobao was born with an immortal physique. In a world like the Yanwu continent, where the vital energy of heaven and earth is heterogeneous, it can leave behind the purest immortal body in the world. That man's cultivation must be very high. But why would such a person appear in the Yanwu continent? Also, why did he lock himself up in that dark cave? Too much time has passed, Mayan can't remember many details. Only that pair of deep blue eyes that were dyed red with bloodlust was something that she could still remember clearly to this day. Who was that man, if one day, something really happened to Xiaobao's immortal physique? Did she have to find this person in order to save Xiaobao? Should she tell Di Mingju about this? But when he thinks about letting Di Mingju know about his unbearable past, Mu Yan suddenly closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and presses her fingers on the zither strings again. The Shen musician skill, cloud-dispersing mist, launches. The soothing and melodious sound of the zither slowly dispels the remaining fear and demonic barrier in her heart. Qi Huang swaggers down from the roller coaster, no longer participating in the children's games. Instead, he goes to Mu Yan's side. "Humph, isn't it just a man? Why are you so sad?" Hearing Qi Huang's sour voice, Mu Yan comes back to her senses. "What's wrong?" Seeing her pale complexion, Qi Huang restrains his arrogant expression and asks nervously. Mu Yan shakes her head, lightly saying, "It's nothing. As you said, do you miss my man?" "Damn." Qi Huang curses, flustered and exasperated. "If you can't bear to part with him, you can follow Di Mingju to the Xiaoxian continent." "What are you still doing on the floating island?" Mu Yan chuckles. "Didn't you hear what Di Mingju said? Now that the stairway to heaven is broken, and the space barrier passage has collapsed, tell me how to get there? What's more?" She pauses, then says, "On this floating island, I really still have a lot of things that I haven't finished yet." Qi Huang curls his lips. I know. Find your cheap fiancé to cancel the engagement, and at most add those old matters of your fellow apprentices, more than that." Mu Yan interrupts him, reaching out to grab the air, and a map appears in her palm. "If I'm not mistaken, some of the materials needed to repair the Tian Emochin should have fallen on the floating island." Saying that, she hands the map to Qi Huang. She sees that the map that originally showed the Xiaoxian continent has now changed. The whole map has been divided into 2 parts at some point, with the words floating island and Xiaoxian continent written on it. Only, the map of the floating island is brightly colored, and the mountains and rivers are very clear. There's also a white circle drawn on the periphery of the entire continent, emitting a faint luster. The map of the Xianxia continent is dim, blurry, and incomplete, making it impossible to see what's drawn on it. Huh? Qi Huang stares blankly, grabs the map and studies it carefully. After looking at it for a while, he can't help but curse. The Shen music sect is a group of idiots. They actually threw away all the materials needed to repair the 7 strings separately. Qi Huang said a long time ago that the Tian Mo Qin needs to be repaired 3 times. The first time is to repair the Gu Qin spirit. As the Tian Mo Qin's device spirit, 7 brilliance begins to appear in the space. The second time was to repair the zither. The profound heaven orb, scarlet blaze metal, and profound ghostwood were thrown into the antiquity tower and the woodfern secret realm respectively. The third time was to repair the strings. 7 strings, corresponding to 7 kinds of materials. This is also the last restoration of the Tian Mo Qin. When the third restoration is complete, the Tian Mo Qin will be able to advance to its complete form, restoring its heroic bearing that made the creatures of the 3 realms tremble with fear at the mere mention of its name. But it's very clear that repairing the Tian Mo Qin for the 3rd time is very difficult. This was because when Bailey Yinlu was escaping, not only did she discard the repair materials for the 7 zither strings separately, but she also threw them away. Furthermore, they were abandoned in 2 different worlds, the floating island and the Xianxia continent. 7 Brilliance said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, that stupid chicken did have some luck. Sending you to the floating island was really the right choice." Just as it came down from the merry-go-round, the little chick hears Qi Huang mention it. It can't help but chuckle as it rushes over. It rolls from Qi Huang's embrace to Mu Yan's, and from Mu Yan's embrace to Qi Huang's, letting out strange laughter from time to time. Mu Yan couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. This stupid chicken, if it wasn't for its high luck, it would have already been stewed. Every time Qi Huang bullied it, it would run over crying and complain. In the end, the fish's memory was completely forgotten as soon as it turned its head, and it pounced on Qi Huang while shouting, "Brother Red Pants." Qi Huang picked up the stupid chicken and pressed it on the map. "Come, pick a random point and tell me where the zither string repair materials are." The little chicken tilted its head, its big eyes blinking, and the ahog on its head stood up. Then, it opened its sharp beak and spat out a bubble. It floated to Qi Huang's face, and with a pop, it burst and turned into water. Well, a chicken's saliva, Mu Yan couldn't hold back. "Poochie. Bald chicken, you're dead. Goo goo goo, woof woof woof. Ah ah ah. Mom, help. Brother, help. Brother Red Pants is going to kill Huang Huang. Jun Mu Yan, don't laugh." As soon as Mu Yan left the space, she heard a hurried knock on the door. Then, the little monkey's anxious voice came from outside the door. Miss, my mother and the drunkard lunatic have woken up, please go and see." Wei Mian actually woke up so soon as Mu Yan left the room. Countless gazes immediately turned to look at him. What she saw were messy buildings and piles of stones and wood everywhere. This was originally the encampment of the Mountain Split sect. It was very close to the gravel hill. According to Wei Mian, after bringing these people out of the gravel hill, Mu Yan had them build a town suitable for tens of thousands of people to live in. However, the people in the gravel hill were just a group of ordinary people without cultivation. How could it be easy to build a town? Moreover, these people were not so much surrendering to Mu Yan at the moment. It would be better to say that Wei Mian's general skill had branded their sea of knowledge. They couldn't betray Mu Yan in a short time, otherwise they would be punished by the explosion of their sea of knowledge. Although they couldn't betray or leave, these people would be slack. Some of them even had the idea of returning to the gravel hill rather than staying here. The strong desire to return to the floating island and shake the world had long been erased in the past few days. Because they discovered that no matter how much they absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, no matter how many doctors they secretly went to the neighboring towns to seek treatment from, and no matter how many natural treasures they ate, they still couldn't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Trash was still trash, there was no improvement at all. No matter how beautiful and noble the floating island was, people without cultivation like them could only be like rats in the sewers, trembling with fear and hiding for the rest of their lives. Otherwise, he would die a tragic death. On the other hand, at least they were still alive at Gravel Hill. Why is it so noisy over there? The she-devil hasn't appeared for a few days. What is she doing today? Haven't you heard? The female demon treated Drunkard and the others. Those people were crippled, including the prostitute named Ruane Yang, who fell into a coma after receiving treatment. Everyone thought that they were dead for sure. TSK, I didn't expect them to be so lucky and actually come back to life. Cure? Treat what? Don't tell me you can reattach those crippled limbs? Ha ha ha, this statement drew a burst of laughter from the crowd. Stop joking, okay? The tendons and veins in the hands and feet are all broken, and it's not just broken, it's been broken for 10 or 20 years. Even if it's on the floating island, those famous spirit masters wouldn't be able to cure it. I admit that the she-devil's combat power and array skills are amazing, but her medical skills. Hee, how is it possible for such a young girl? I think the she-devil is just bored and tormented the drunkard and the others for fun. Didn't the drunkard lunatic and the other cripples almost die from the torture? While gloating, everyone stopped what they were doing and squeezed into the room where the drunkard and the others were recuperating. Because they were not having a good time. Therefore, these people wanted to see others in a worse state than them. However, the person walking at the front was just about to squeeze in. Suddenly, a large bony hand pressed down on his head and pushed him out. A powerful force hit him in the face. The people at the door groaned and flew out dozens of meters, piling up and falling on the ground. Damn, who pushed me? Someone cursed and looked up. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out. 2. Butcher. Tai 2, old goo. You, how can you stand up? The person called Tai 2 was a man with a leopard head and round eyes. When his limbs were broken, it was not obvious. Now that he stood up, he was tall and strong. His head was almost touching the door. Hearing everyone's shocked question, the man could not help but laugh out loud. You think I can only stand up? As soon as he finished speaking, Tai 2 casually slapped. A loud boom came from afar. Broken. Broken. That's iron fir wood that can't be easily cut with a knife. And he didn't even get close. He just waved his hand lightly, and the thick wood was broken. My God, how did he do that? The natives of Gravel Hill were shocked. They had never seen such a magical martial art. However, those who were even more shocked than them were those who had abandoned their cultivation for various reasons and were eventually thrown into the rocky mound. You can use spiritual power? How is that possible? Weren't your meridians and dantian destroyed before? Tai 2 sneered, not destroyed? How is that possible? Didn't anyone check if your dantian was completely destroyed when you were thrown into Gravel Hill? There was silence. Of course not. It was not that there were no people on the floating island who had lost their cultivation, but because there was someone protecting them, they could live well. Those who were thrown into the rocky mound were either lonely people or people who had been deliberately set up. Therefore, the possibility of his dantian not being destroyed was almost zero. But since their dantians were destroyed, why could they still? After Tai 2 and the others finished speaking, they seemed to be a little confused. More than 10 people came out of the house in a single file. Every single one of them had their limbs intact, and their footsteps were steady. Their eyes were blurred as they muttered something. Then, he began to attack like Tai 2. Boom boom boom, after a few explosions, the simple buildings that had been built with great difficulty were smashed into pieces. However, no one cared about that at all. That was because everyone was looking at Butcher and the rest in a daze, rubbing their eyes over and over again as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. As a matter of fact, Butcher and the others weren't any better than these people. Scholar, quick, come and pinch me, or stab me in the leg. I wonder if I'm still in a dream. Ouch, damn, you poisonous scholar, you really stabbed me. Ha 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 ha, my spiritual power is back. I never thought that I would be able to stand up and restore my cultivation in my lifetime. Villainous heavens, have you finally opened your eyes? The dozen or so people roar loudly, venting. Some people look up to the sky and laugh, while others curse and vent their spiritual energy. Some people laugh and laugh, their eyes already red. The butcher stares blankly at his brothers who are almost crazy, feeling a lump in his throat. It's been several days since they came out from the gravel hill. But she still doesn't feel real. She always feels like her feet are stepping on clouds, and her soul is still trapped in a dream. Did they really meet Miss June in the gravel hill? Is there really someone in this world who can break the barrier of the gravel hill? Is everything that happened at this moment really not a delusion born from their desperate situation? Until, inside the house, a girl in snow-white clothes slowly walks out of the door. Following behind her is Ruan Yang, who is changed into a Xianxia, and Wei Mian, who has shaved his beard. The scene is quiet for a moment, then a raging clamor breaks out. Miss June, what's going on? Who healed their hands and feet? How can an abandoned dantian be restored? Miss June, tell me quickly. Can my dantian also be restored? Mu Yan curls up her lips and faintly glances at Wei Mian. The man with unkempt hair and dirty face in the gravel hill has shaved off his beard. He looks like a young man in his 30s. His eyebrows are thick and black, his eyes are deep, and his cheeks are slightly sunken. His words and actions are obviously sloppy, casual and unruly, but there's an inexplicable awe-inspiring righteousness all over his body. Receiving Mu Yan's instructions, Wei Mian smiles faintly, his eyes slightly narrowing. The next moment, the noisy crowd lets out a muffled groan. In a split second, their pale faces calm down. Wei Mian is about to order them to kneel before Mu Yan. With a leap, Mu Yan leaped onto the roof and looked down at the tens of thousands of motley crew below. That's right, she was used to the strict orders of the Nether Fire Army and the strong armors of the soldiers. Although there were many of them and their original cultivation was high, she really looked down on them. In her eyes, these people couldn't even compare to Liang Chen's army and Qing Cheng's army. But when he thought about Seven and eldest senior brother's background and what Wei Mian had said, she still said in a clear voice, I can answer your questions now. Mu Yan's finger passes over Wei Mian, Butcher, and the others. I was the one who connected the tendons of their hands and feet. Their dantians were also repaired by me using a secret medical technique. Whoosh, although they had already expected it, hearing Mu Yan personally admit it, the tens of thousands of people below still couldn't help but explode. Can it really repair the dantian? Then can I also recover my cultivation? If I can cultivate again, so what if I have to serve this woman? Jun Mayan, I'm willing to recognize you as my master like Butcher and the others. I beg you to heal my injuries. That's right. At worst, we'll submit to you and become your subordinates. Mayan sneers, her face full of ridicule, aren't you mistaken about something? Did I beg you to be my subordinates? The noisy crowd below goes quiet. Mu Yan continues to speak unhurriedly, I'm not interested in a group of good-for-nothing subordinates with no loyalty at all. If you want me to heal your injuries, you either have to show enough value or pay enough loyalty. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. The faces of the people below are all colorful. Jun Mu Yan, don't be too arrogant. Before I entered the gravel hill, I was at the 9th rank of Immortal Cultivation realm, higher than you. If I wasn't framed, do you really think I would be willing to serve a little girl like you? Damn, you actually said we're good for nothings. You smelly woman, no fart. When I was galloping unhindered, your hair wasn't even fully grown yet. Wei Mian knits his brows, leaps up and lands beside Mu Yan, about to speak. But he sees Mu Yan wave her hand, the corners of her mouth hooking up into a smile that isn't a smile. Oh? So you think that if you recover your cultivation, you'll be stronger than me? Several people below coldly snort. Although they don't speak, the contempt and resentment in their expressions are obvious. Mu Yan turns her hand over, and the Tian Emochin floats in front of her. Alright, since that's the case, I'll give you a chance. Slender fingers, as white as jade, slowly pluck the strings. The melodious sound of the qin slowly lingers between heaven and earth. The realm of stars launches. Wei Mian looks at Mu Yan in shock, the admiration and awe in his eyes growing heavier. This little girl, no, how many secrets does his new master have, at such a young age? With a cultivation of Immortal Cultivation realm, she has actually mastered 4 domains. As the illusionary reality of the realm of stars shrouds the area. The few people who had just spoken up to provoke Mu Yan are shocked to find that their bodies have begun to surge with spiritual power. But, without waiting for them to go wild with joy, they hear Mu Yan saying indifferently, "Don't be happy too early, the cultivation that you've recovered at this time is only an illusion that's infinitely close to reality in my domain. Once the domain is withdrawn, your body will return to its original state, unless you receive treatment." Everyone is shocked, and there's no longer any contempt in their eyes as they look at Mu Yan. They already knew that this woman is powerful, but they didn't expect that even her domain is powerful to this extent. But there were still a few people who proudly walked forward, looking at Mu Yan with unkind eyes. All of these people had reached the tribulation passing stage. The first to speak was a middle-aged man with a long and narrow face. He casually cupped his fists towards Mu Yan, straightened his neck and said, "I'm Qingjialan. A few years ago, I was the leader of a small mercenary team. I'm at the peak of the mortal cultivation realm. I'd like to learn from you." On the path of cultivation, the peak of the mortal cultivation realm was already at the level of being able to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Even on the floating island, such strength was not to be underestimated. Therefore, when everyone heard this, they were shocked at first, and then immediately revealed expressions of watching a good show. Mu Yan, however, has an indifferent expression, lacking interest. "I'm not interested in your past. Are you going to come at me one by one or all at once?" What the hell, wasn't this woman a little too arrogant? She was indeed very powerful, but no matter how powerful she was only at the mortal cultivation stage 9. And of the people who attacked, which one of them wasn't at the 9th rank of the mortal cultivation realm? Moreover, Qingjialan was still at the peak of the mortal cultivation realm. Where did this woman get the confidence to think that she could fight against so many? Everyone's faces were ugly. Qingjialan sneers, "Ignorant child, ignorant woman, I hope you can still be arrogant under my flaming gale palm." Mayan turns her wrist and the 7 absolute swords slowly appear. However, before she can make a move, a small figure blocks in front of her. It was a little doll carved out of jade. Its skin was pink and white, and its ice blue eyes were like sparkling and translucent sapphires. The whole person is as lovely as an angel who has fallen into the world by mistake. But his little face is taut, and his whole body exudes a cold and oppressive pressure. At first glance, people almost forget that this is just a child. "Niangqin, you don't need to teach these people a lesson, Xiaobao can do it for you." The crisp and childish voice says words that are completely arrogant and look down on everyone. Everyone is stunned at first, then the scene bursts into laughter. Did my ears deceive me? This baby actually said that he will teach us a lesson for his mother? Ha ha ha, little baby, have you weaned yet? Don't tell me that you still wet the bed at night? I didn't expect that the female devil to have a son at such a young age. This baby is really beautiful, but I didn't expect him to be even more arrogant than the female devil. Qingjialan sneers, "Miss June, don't let your son get in the way. If you want to fight, fight quickly." Mayan looks down at Xiaobao. She suddenly leans back and casually sits on the roof. The corner of her mouth slowly hooks up into a faint smile. "Xiaobao, don't be too ruthless with these uncles. If you hurt them, it won't be easy for Niangqin to cure them." Xiaobao nods with a taut face. He raises his hand and the Bixia sword, which is almost as tall as his body, appears in front of him. The 5 or 6-year-old baby is holding a sword that is almost as tall as him. The whole person looks soft and cute. No matter how you look at it, it's so cute that it has nothing to do with fighting. The people below laugh even more crazily. Is June Mayan's brain broken? Does she really want this baby to come out and fight? Is she really his mother? She's so heartless that she even wants to kill her own son. Even Wei Mian can't help but be stunned. Looking at the little baby who can't even hold the sword firmly, he hesitates. "Miss, if it's inconvenient for you to fight, it's better to let this subordinate come down." Butcher, Tai Tu, and the others also shouted, "That's right. If anyone dares to be disrespectful to you, we'll beat them up until their father can't recognize them." However, Mu Yan said indifferently, "Don't underestimate my family, Xiaobao. It's more than enough to deal with this mob." Qingjialan calmly said, "June Mayan, are you looking down on us?" Mu Yan, whether or not he is looking down on me, won't we know after we fight? Qingjialan and the other cultivators couldn't bear it anymore. They roared and fiercely pounced towards the roof. Of course, their target isn't Xiaobao, but Mayan. Although most of the people in the gravel hill were outlaws, they would not go as far as to lay their hands on a child. However, before they can get close to Mayan, a terrifying sword light soared into the sky. Apart from Qingjialan, everyone else was thrown to the ground. The little boy was floating in the air with a long sword in his hand. He pointed the tip of his sword at Qingjialan, his expression cold and disdainful. "I've said it before, you're not qualified to fight against my mother." "Shit. Fuck me." Those cultivators who were thrown to the ground were practically Spartans. Just now, when the sword energy attacked, they were thrown to the ground from a high altitude. The most frightening thing was that the sword energy contained a terrible pressure. It made them unable to resist, and the fear of submitting rose in their hearts. And this kind of pressure was actually being emitted by a 6-year-old child. Mu Yan slowly sat up straight, looking at the little figure fighting with Qingjialan. The expression on her face was gratified, proud, sour, and distressed. She knew that Xiaobao grew up very quickly. But it was still faster than she expected. After half an hour, the battle came to an end. Although no one else joined in the battle, only Qingjialan fought against Xiaobao. But Xiaobao won in the end. A child won against a mighty expert at the peak of the crossing calamity stage. There was a deathly silence in the hall. Only Xiaobao withdrew the evil warding sword and flew back to Mu Yan's side. He raised his head, a pair of big ice blue eyes flashing with dazzling light, as if he was looking forward to something. Mu Yan looked at the small wounds on Xiaobao with some distress. But she didn't show any worry or sadness. Instead, she stretched out her hand and gently pressed his little head. "Xiaobao is amazing, you can help Niangqin in the future." "Yeah." Although his little face was still expressionless, a joyful and excited smile bloomed in his big eyes. Xiaobao nodded heavily, then threw himself into Mu Yan's arms. This was his long-lost mother's recognition and praise. Xiaobao liked it very much. The little monkey below was next to Ruan Yang, looking at the little boy in Mu Yan's arms. His eyes revealed a look of envy and worship. "Little master," Niangqin said to call this little baby little master. If one day, he could be as strong as the little master, that would be great. Mu Yan gave Xiaobao an elixir to recover from his injuries. Then she let the phantom doppelganger stop playing and cancel the illusion created by the realm of stars. In an instant, the spiritual power that filled the body completely disappeared. It was like the end of a beautiful dream. Everyone's face showed a disappointed and regretful expression. Only Qingjialan stared blankly at Mu Yan and Xiaobao. Suddenly bending one knee, he crawled and knelt on the ground. "I, Qingjialan, am willing to follow Miss. Obey your orders, and never regret. I hope Miss will give me this opportunity." The other crossing tribulation stage cultivators, who had experienced Xiaobao's power, also came to their senses and knelt down to swear an oath. This time, there was no longer any grievance or dissatisfaction in their hearts. There was only reverence. Indeed, the strong preyed on the weak in Shattered Rock Hill. It was cruel and cold. However, it was precisely because of this cruel living environment that these people believed that the strong ruled. Mu Yan smiles and looks at Wei Mian. "General Wei, do you think these people are qualified to be your soldiers?" Wei Mian was taken aback, his expression dazed for a moment. How many years had it been since anyone called him General Wei? But very quickly, a smile blossomed on his face as he glanced at Qingjialan and the others. "Barely passable, but you can be considered the best of the best. Just make do with it." His tone was even more disgusted with this group of rabble than she was. Mayan can't help but laugh, but she still calls out the Tian Mo Chin. The sound of the zither rang out, and the art of yellow was launched. Then, all the people at Gravel Hill witnessed a miraculous medical skill. The treatment had clearly lasted for 12 hours. Everyone waited from dawn to dusk, but no one left during this period. No one even made a sound. Finally, the treatment is over. Qingjialan's face is pale at this time, and the pain from his dantian makes his body twitch uncontrollably. However, he feels spiritual power. It's not an illusion, it's not a dream, but he really feels the spiritual power surging in his dantian. Tears pour out of his eyes without warning. Qingjialan embarrassedly wipes them away, and when he turns his head, he finds that the cultivators around him are also in tears, all sorts of feelings welling up in their hearts. He stares at the beautiful girl on the roof, and then can't help but mutter, this time, I can't not give my all and pledge my loyalty to her. After saying that, he can't help but burst into a big smile. From this day onwards, the future of these hopeless wastes has completely changed. After this day, the construction speed of the entire town has increased by more than 10 times. It's not just the cultivators of the original floating island. It's the natives of the gravel hill. After seeing the two brothers Defying and Defying take the molding spirit pill, refined by Mayan and finally possess spiritual roots, each and every one of them is even more enthusiastic than those foreign cultivators. In the following month, Mayan cultivates her swordsmanship and magical abilities. According to the list submitted by Wei Mian, she treats the injuries of these people one by one and reconstructs their bones. She doesn't know what this Wei Mian used to do. He seems to be very handy in building a powerful army. And those people under him. The butcher, Tai Tu, Old Gu, the scholar, every single one of them looked like an ordinary boorish man. However, when they recover, even Mayan can't help but be speechless when they display their talents. Training the army, arranging logistics, and establishing a complete ranking and contribution system. In just a short month, the appearance of these tens of thousands of mobs has undergone earth-shaking changes. If Mayan's previous Nether Flame army could have such strong strength and tacit understanding because of their common belief, the army on the floating island is completely built by Wei Mian through professional, overbearing, and coercive means. Wei Mian reports the recent situation of training and the construction of the town to Mayan. His brows are slightly wrinkled. Mayan looks up at him. What? Is there any problem? Wei Mian scratched his head and sighed helplessly. Most of the aborigines of Crushed Stone Hill really don't have any talent for cultivation. Although misused the spirit molding pill to reconstruct most of their spiritual roots. However, I can only reach the 3rd or 4th stage of the mortal cultivation realm. Oh, the Anidia realm that Miss mentioned. The limitations are still too great. There are far too many people here who are just here to make up the numbers. With such an army, if this subordinate is given some time to train, it won't be difficult for them to defeat a second-rate sector family, but if they were to face the 6 great families or the 8 great sects, I'm afraid we won't even have a 50% chance of winning. Thump, the spirit fruit in Muyan's mouth falls down. She sorted out her thoughts and looked at Wei Mian in disbelief. You're saying that there's no difficulty in beating the second-rate clans and sects of the floating islands? If she remembered correctly, the second-rate clans and sects on the floating island weren't something a mere 18th-rate mountain split sect could compare to. Inside, there had to be at least an Earth Creation Realm expert, which was a 5th stage Golden Immortal or above. The feelings of the Mysterious Life Realm and Mountain Opening Realm were innumerable. The cultivation levels of the floating island are divided into Mortal Cultivation Realm, Mysterious Life Realm, Mountain Opening Realm, Earth Opening Realm, Sea Splitting Realm, Heaven Breaking Realm. Mayan hasn't even stepped into the Mysterious Life Realm. She believes that she absolutely doesn't have the ability to fight against an Earth Opening Realm expert alone. And in Wei Mian's group, Butcher and Scholar have the highest cultivation, reaching the high level of the Earth Opening Realm. But their injuries were also very serious. Even if Mayan used Chi Huang to treat them for a few days, she could only barely recover half of their strength. To fully recover, it would take at least half a year to recuperate with medicine. As for the others, there are only 2 or 3 people whose cultivation has reached the Mysterious Life Realm. With such an army that doesn't even have a high-level cultivator, can they attack a second-rate sect? Mayan looks at Wei Mian with a strange look in her eyes. This guy can't be bragging because he wants to show off, right, as if he has seen through Mayan's thoughts. Wei Mian smiles. Miss, what kind of existence do you think the king level and above are? Except for the experts above the Earth Opening Realm, we can't trap or kill them. As for the others, once they fall into my battle formation, I can make them unable to escape even if they grow wings. Of course, the army controlled by the general is not invincible. If the cultivation level of the Spirit Master reaches or even exceeds the Sea-Splitting Realm, then it is possible to destroy the entire army with their own strength. Mayan blinks. Although what you said is very reasonable, why do I still feel like it's a fantasy? It's useless to say more. In the future, if there is a chance to let Miss experience it, you will know. Wei Mian says confidently. But then he can't help but frown and sigh. It's a pity that their aptitude is too poor. Who said that poor aptitude can't be improved? Mayan's smile carries a bit of craftiness. Wei Mian suddenly widens his eyes. You mean you have a way to improve their spirit root talent? Mayan raises her hand and snaps her fingers. A thin figure immediately comes in. As soon as he sees Mayan, he immediately kneels down. Gua Erping greets Miss. Wei Mian subconsciously glances at Gua Erping with his divine sense, and almost jumps up in shock. At least 1/3 of the impurities in your spirit root have been removed. How did you do it? Gua Erping scratched his head. I listened to Miss play the zither for a while, then fell asleep. When I woke up, I found that my cultivation speed had increased. Miss. He suddenly turns his head and looks at Mu Yan with starry eyes. Miss, you're really amazing. I want to listen to the zither again. Oh right, can I let my brother and little sister listen together? Mayan waves her hand to let this silly boy leave. Wei Mian stared at her blankly for a long time before asking, Miss, how much time do you need for them to be reborn? The level of rebirth has always been one of Mayan's fastest Shin musician skills. It was to improve the talents of the Nether Flame Army and increase their cultivation in a short period of time. Later, with the advancement of the 9 stars and the moon, all the Shin musician skills directly increased by 3 stars. As for rebirth, which was already at 2 stars, it was now at the maximum of 4 stars, close to 5 stars. Therefore, the power that the rebirth could display now was naturally far from what it could be compared to when it was in the cultivation continent. Thus, Mu Yan thought for a moment and said, it shouldn't be a problem for 100 or 200 people to be reborn in 2 hours. Thump, this time, it was Wei Mian's turn to almost fall on the ground. At this time, the way he looks at Mu Yan is no longer like he's looking at a powerful little girl, but rather like he's looking at a heaven-defying monster. Miss, are you really from the cultivation continent? Mu Yan didn't hide this from Wei Mian and Ruan Yang. However, she did not mention the identities of her master, Little Qi, and eldest senior brother for the time being. Wei Mian sighed. This subordinate heard that the cultivation continent is a much more barren place than the floating islands. This subordinate really can't imagine how such a world could give birth to monstrous geniuses like you and Little Master. Mayan smirks. In just 1 short month, a motley crew that's like scattered sand has been forged into an army that has just begun to take shape. Moreover, with such an army, he dares to say that fighting a second-rate sect or family wouldn't be a problem. I'm the one who's curious about General Wei's background. Wei Mian knelt on the ground. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you my true identity, but I promise that I will never betray you in this life. Seeing that he was unwilling to speak, Mu Yan did not insist and waved her hand to let him leave. Before leaving, Wei Mian suddenly turned around and asked, by the way, Miss, may I know the name of our newly built city? A name? Mayan gently caresses the Tian Mo Chin on the table. After pondering for a moment, she slowly spits out 2 words, Xiaoyao. Let's call it Liberty City. Long live this life and night, free and unfettered forever. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, third senior brother, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, seventh senior brother, little martial uncle, will you come to the floating island? If he came and heard this name, he would definitely know, right? This is our new home. Time passed very quickly. After promising Wei Mian that he would use the rebirth technique to transform his army, Wei Mian's expression changed. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Mu Yan had finally managed to smoothly integrate her divine swordsmanship with the 4 domains through the sword manual left behind by her junior martial uncle. The power of the sword technique had increased by more than 3 times. If he were to encounter an expert at the level of the mountain-splitting sect master again at this moment, even if she didn't use the power of law, she could still easily win. What are you doing with so many cloud bones? Hurry, find the best blacksmith to forge my natal sword for me. This venerable one will not allow you to have one less natal sword than that pretty boy Luo Yunxiao. Hearing Qi Huang's nagging in her ear, Mayan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Set in brilliance, this fellow's obsession towards little martial uncle simply reached a perverse degree. Speaking of which, ever since they parted ways in the northern continent of the purple cloud world, there had been no news of little Uncle Master. At that time, he left in a hurry. What happened? Is everything all right now? Looking at Seven Brilliance, this fellow jumping around, little Marshall uncle should be fine, right? She doesn't know why, but Mayan has this kind of confidence in her heart. He was really at his wit's end because of Chi Huang's nagging. Mu Yan gave up on her cultivation and left the room with Xiaobao. Xiaobao, I'm going to leave Liberty City for a while. Xiaobao immediately said, Xiaobao will go with mother. Mu Yan smiled and nodded. The two walked out of the room. What he saw was a town that had completely changed. In the city of 10,000 households, the houses were connected to each other, and the paths crisscrossed. Along the street were shops that had been built, but most of them were still empty. There were very few people walking through it. They were all old, weak, women, and children from the gravel hill. Because everyone was concentrated on the large drill ground in the north. There, Wei Mian and his men were drilling tens of thousands of troops day after day. Seeing Mu Yan, everyone's eyes lit up. They saluted her respectfully and excitedly. Greetings, Governor. Mississippi Wei Mian's subordinate, the scholar, walked to her and bowed. Miss, have you come out of closed-door training? If you need anything, please tell me. I will definitely get it done for you. The scholar's original name was Zhou Zixuan. He was a very rare managerial talent. The construction of the entire Liberty City, the arrangement of logistical personnel, and the distribution of residences for soldiers and generals were almost all arranged by him. Mu Yan said, Xiaobao and I are going to leave Liberty City for a period of time. The scholar was stunned and hurriedly said, Miss, please wait a moment. I will inform the general to send someone to accompany and protect you. Mu Yan was about to refuse. Suddenly, a noisy cry came from not far away. Please, please, let me leave here, just for a period of time. Humph, military orders must be obeyed. Any coward who wants to be a deserter will be killed without mercy. Holding Xiaobao's hand, Mu Yan walked in the direction of the noise. When the onlookers saw her coming, they all saluted excitedly. Greetings, Governor. More than 2 months ago, these people looked at Mu Yan as if they were looking at a she-devil that they feared and loathed. But now, almost everyone in the entire Liberty City was full of gratitude. It was this girl who gave them a new life. Although they hadn't really seen the vast world of the floating island, their strength was improving rapidly, and they had new pursuits and hopes in life. Mu Yan waved her hand to let everyone stand up, and then turned her eyes to the man kneeling on the ground. Mu Yan had some impression of this man. His name was Ma Quishan. Because he was rare among the younger ones in the gravel hill, a young man who looked no more than 27 or 28 years old. But after his dantian was repaired, his cultivation reached the early stage of the tribulation stage. As soon as Ma Quishan saw Mu Yan, he immediately rushed to her in tears and said in a tearful voice, Governor, I really didn't want to betray you, betray Liberty City, and I'm not ungrateful. I really have something I have to do. Before he could finish his words, he was kicked hard from behind. Bah, you heartless deserter. Why didn't you say anything before the treatment? Why didn't they say this before the city lord distributed the pills? Now, you want to run after taking all the benefits? What kind of place do you take Liberty City for? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Ma Quishan's face was filled with guilt, but he kept kowtowing and begging. Mu Yan asked curiously, what do you want to do when you leave? Ma Quishan hesitated for a moment before saying softly, I want to enter the Tianguang ruins to save my father. Tianguang ruins? Mu Yan slightly widens her eyes and looks at Xiaobao. So the floating island also had a Tianguang ruins, would she be able to see little Tian inside? As Mu Yan ponders, she suddenly discovers that the expressions of the people around her have changed. Fear could be seen in the eyes of several people. Tai Tu, who had just kicked Ma Quishan, couldn't help but ask in a rough voice, what are you going to the Tianguang ruins for? Do you want to die? Ma Quishan wipes his tears, his body slightly trembling as he said, my cultivation was abolished and I was thrown into the gravel hill only 3 years ago. My Ma family is also a moderately large family, well off. My father's cultivation has reached the mysterious life realm, and no one in Jade Sea City can provoke him. Unexpectedly, 3 years ago, my mother suddenly contracted a strange disease. After the doctor's diagnosis, he said that only the resurrected demon fruit in Tianguang ruins could cure her. My father and my mother loved each other deeply. In order to cure my mother, he disregarded his own safety and entered Tianguang ruins. When Ma Quishan said this, his expression fluctuated and his eyes revealed deep hatred. Unexpectedly, it was all a conspiracy. My mother was not sick at all, but was poisoned. It was to deceive my father into entering Tianguang ruins. Ever since we entered the Heavenly Light ruins, my father has never woken up. And that group of villains took the opportunity to rob my Ma family's property. In the end, my mother died of poison, and my father's body was taken away by his trusted subordinates to escape. I resisted desperately to buy time for my father, but my dantian was destroyed and I was thrown into Gravel Hill. My life was worse than death. Ma Quishan choked and said, I originally thought that my father had died long ago, and I was prepared to be loyal to Miss for the rest of my life and never betray her. Unexpectedly, a few days ago, when I accidentally returned to the place where my father and I parted, I saw the message left by my father's trusted subordinates. Scholar Zhou Zixuan's expression changed. You told them that we came out of Gravel Hill? No, how dare I? Ma Quishan shook his head repeatedly. Miss once told us not to let anyone know that we came out of Gravel Hill before the time was right. Quishan kept this in mind, and never dared to forget it for a moment. I just couldn't help but secretly follow them, and found that my father's body was still alive, but it had become as thin as a match. Because for 3 years, his divine soul had been trapped in Tianguang ruins and had never come out. Ma Quishan kowtowed to Mu Yan again and again, his tears falling like rain. Miss, I know I am ungrateful, but as a son, how can I not save my father when I know he is still alive and suffering in the Tianguang ruins? I beg you, let me go to Tianguang ruins. Your kindness, I can only repay you in my next life. Mu Yan said with some hesitation, is Tianguang ruins very scary? Isn't it a peaceful place specially used for trading, learning from each other, and gathering information? Zhou Zixuan exhaled softly and said, Miss, the place of peace you speak of is the Tianguang ruins a long time ago. 20 years ago, Tianguang ruins underwent a strange change. It turned out that more than 20 years ago, the Tianguang ruins, which was originally bustling with people, was now filled with people. Suddenly, without any warning, everyone inside was chased out. Soon after, no one could enter the Tianguang ruins for a whole 5 years. Until everyone had almost forgotten the existence of the Tianguang ruins. The biggest ruling forces on the floating island were the Lan family empire and the 3 alliances, the Burning Moon Alliance, the Sacred Heaven Alliance, and the Life Moon Alliance. They actually issued a bounty mission at the same time. The content of the mission was to let people enter the Tianguang ruins to search for the treasures on the list. There were all kinds of treasures, including heavenly deity artifacts that even the first-rate families of the floating island could not obtain. There were also king elixirs that could bring the dead back to life. There were countless precious natural treasures, rare spirit herbs, and immortal herbs. Those who accepted the bounty mission only had to enter the Tianguang ruins, find these treasures, and come out safely. Then they could receive generous rewards from the Lan family empire and the 3 alliances. When the bounty was issued, all the cultivators on the floating island flocked to it. Who knew that after entering the Heavenly Light ruins, he would discover that the place had already changed. The once bustling and ancient town had been reduced to ruins. The rules that restricted fights and maintained peace had long since disappeared without a trace. As long as you were strong enough, you could do whatever you wanted in there and become a king. One had to know that it wasn't a human's physical body that was in the Tianguang ruins, but a divine soul. Once the divine soul was injured, there would be no buffer. It was 100 times scarier than the physical damage. Therefore, on the first day the bounty was announced, half of the people in Tianguang ruins died. Even if the remaining half survived by a fluke, even if they found a treasure, they would not be able to survive. However, he was also scared and panicked. He desperately wanted to escape. However, it was only then that they discovered the most terrifying aspect of the Tianguang ruins. The people inside couldn't come out. No, it wasn't that he couldn't get out. But if one wanted to leave the Heavenly Light ruins, there were strict rules. Zhou Zixuan said, people call the mutated Skylight ruins the Massacre Skylight ruins. Because in this Tianguang ruins, besides the treasures hidden everywhere and the cruel law of survival of the fittest, there is also a slaughter list. slaughter list? Mu Yan stares blankly. That's right. This massacre roll records the names of the top 1,000 soul masters who killed the most living beings in the Skylight ruins within the past 3 months. Zhou Zishuan answered, these beings can be the desolate beasts conjured from the Tianguang ruins, or they can be humans. Mu Yan frowned slightly. Is the condition to leave Tianguang ruins related to this slaughter list? Zhou Zishuan nodded. Only the 1,000 people on the slaughter list are qualified to leave Tianguang ruins. Mu Yan looks pensive. His fingers subconsciously touched the floating light jade key. This thing was given to her by little Tian. Since she was sent to the floating island, it should have something to do with the Tianguang ruins. But she tried several times here, but she was unable to enter the Tianguang ruins. So there was actually such an unforeseen event. Mu Yan suddenly said, how can I enter the heavenly ruins of massacre? The whole place fell into a deathly silence. Zhou Zishuan stammered, Miss, you wouldn't be going to Tianguang ruins, right? Please don't. Mu Yan beckons Ma Quishan with her finger, you speak. Ma Quishan was also dumbfounded. With a sobbing tone, he said, Miss, you might not know this, but the people left in the heavenly light ruins of massacre are basically all experts above the mysterious life realm. Those people kill people like flies and are bloodthirsty. I have no choice but to go because of my father. You must not take the risk. Mu Yan frowns, still wanting to speak. The people around him had already knelt down one by one and shouted, City Lord, please reconsider. Your precious body must not be risked. These people were not loyal to Mu Yan to this extent. It was because they knew too well that the young woman before them was the backbone of Liberty City. Mu Yan is speechless for a while. She pursed her lips and considered whether she should ask Wei Mian, the bold one, or just take Ma Quishan and leave. At this moment, the clear and deep voice of the youth rang out from the void. Mu Yan wants to know how to enter the Tianguang ruins? Why are you asking them? I'll tell you. Hearing this familiar voice, Mu Yan jerks her head around. His breathing suddenly quickened, and he hurriedly took a few steps back. Close at hand, the face that was too big to be seen slowly became clear. Cold white skin, light pink lips, and the signature bright red scarf covering his face. Li Weiran, why did this pervert come back? Mayan's brows jumped, and she was about to speak. She saw a small figure suddenly rush in front of her, protecting her behind him. Xiaobao's expression was usually cold and calm. But now, his icy blue eyes were so cold that it seemed like ice shards would fall. He was looking at Li Weiran with full vigilance. Li Weiran looked down. He was stunned to see Xiaobao. He couldn't help but reach out with his slender white hand, as if he wanted to touch Xiaobao's eyes. Buzz, the Bixia sword in Xiaobao's hand trembled, about to be unsheathed. But Mayan reacted quickly and hugged him, protecting him in her arms. She looked at Li Weiran coldly. What do you want to do to my son? Your son? Li Weiran tilted his head, looking interested. So Mayan, you have a son? His next sentence turned into a voice transmission. How many years has it been since I last saw a child with a natural immortal body? Mayan, you are unique, and your child is really interesting. Mayan frowned. Li Weiran, what do you want to do? Nothing much. I missed you, so I couldn't help but come over. Mayan sneered. Couldn't help but come over to kill me? Do you want to draw another bolt of lightning to kill me? Li Weiran felt wronged. Mayan was the one who drew that bolt of lightning, how can you blame me? I even risked my life to block it for you. Look, the scar left on my hand, it still hurts. The hand that reached over was slender and fair, with well-proportioned joints. It was like a work of art carved out of the most perfect white jade. There wasn't a single flaw. What if *king scar? What if *king faint pain? Mu Yan only feels a swelling pain in her temples. She had never met such a perverted and shameless person before. She couldn't beat him, and she couldn't kill him. Unreasonable and ruthless, going back on his words like a fart. His skin was as thick as a city wall. Last time, she finally waited for Di Mingju to hammer him to death, but this guy ran away faster than a ghost. Mu Yan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He carried Xiaobao with one hand and picked up Ma Quishan, who was still in a daze, with the other. He turned around and left. He stood on the seven absolute sword and flashed swiftly towards the dark Parasol Desert according to Ma Quishan's guidance. The dark Parasol Desert was called a desert, but only half of it was actually a desert. The other half, with the Spirit Azure River as the dividing point, was picturesque and beautiful. On the other hand, the dark Parasol Desert was the base of the Luoyun alliance that was one of the kingdoms, 3 alliances, and 8 great sects on the floating island. According to Ma Quishan, the heavenly light ruins of Massacre could no longer be entered with the Jade Key. One had to be in the imperial city of the Lan family empire, or in a special formation set by the Luoyun Alliance, the Sacred Heaven Alliance, and the Life Moon Alliance. Only with the Jade Key given by them could one enter the slaughtering skylight ruins. Ma Quishan said cautiously, "Miss, do you really want to enter the Tianguang ruins?" Mu Yan glanced at him and said faintly, "Describe your father's appearance and life in detail. I will help you find him, so you don't have to enter the Tianguang ruins." How can this be? Ma Quishan was anxious and excited. How can this subordinate not stay by your side and protect you? Remember LoveNet in 1 second, providing you with exciting reading. Mu Yan glanced at him disdainfully. Don't get it wrong. I don't want you to go to Tianguang ruins because I don't want to bring along a burden. Ma Quishan. Miss, do you have to be so direct? Would it kill you to let me be touched for a while longer? Mu Yan, can I go to Tianguang ruins with you? Hearing the familiar voice, Mu Yan couldn't help but roll her eyes and say, "Scram." Xiao Bao, who was in Mu Yan's arms, hugged his mother's neck tightly and glared at Li Weiran. He was clearly a cute little doll, but at this moment, the vigilance and killing intent in his eyes were so real that it made people feel uneasy. Li Weiran looked at Mu Yan and then at Xiao Bao, but he laughed softly. The eyes behind the red silk shone with a strange, flirtatious light. Most of the Luoyun Alliance's forces are in the oasis, but the transfer point to Tianguang ruins is set in the dark Parasol Desert. The 7 absolute swords slowly stopped in front of a city in the yellow sand. This city didn't cover a large area, and the construction was extremely simple. It formed a sharp contrast with the bustling city in the oasis north of the Spirit Azure River. As soon as they landed, the wind and sand hit them in the face, causing Mu Yan and the others to be covered in dust. When they followed the direction of the city to the city gate, they all looked a little disheveled. Even the well-dressed Li Weidi looked unkempt and dirty, like a beggar. The guard at the city gate opened his eyes in a daze and looked at them strangely. "Are you planning to enter Tianguang ruins to look for treasures?" Seeing the 3 nod, the guard looked at them with pity and disdain. Then he sneered and handed them a grey jade ring full of impurities. Go. As long as you are in the dark Parasol City, no matter where you try to activate the jade ring with your divine sense, you can enter Tianguang ruins. Of course, your bodies will be left outside, so if you want to have a chance of survival, find a room and hide. Li Weiran took the jade ring and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Don't we need to register?" The guard looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Seeing how serious Li Weiran was, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Registration? What's the point of registering someone who's about to die? Li Weiran seemed to be unconvinced and wanted to argue with the guard. In the end, Mu Yan didn't care about him at all. She pulled Ma Quishan and entered the city. Li Weiran pursed his lips and followed unwillingly. "Mu Yan, don't you think it's too hot here?" Dust and sand filled the air, and there was a foul smell. "It's really boring. Shall we change the place? I think the Sacred Heaven Alliance's Mountain of Wonders is not bad." Mu Yan stops and coldly looks at him, "Either shut up or get lost." The youth in front of him pursed his lips, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. Li Weiran had never been one to listen. Previously, in the gravel hill, he had to think of ways to torture her every time. But this time, when he returned, he was surprisingly obedient. Along the way, he did whatever he was told to do. Never talk back after being scolded. Even those pranks that he used to torture her did not appear again. However, Mu Yan didn't relax. Instead, she became even more vigilant. This little pervert is so docile. Who knows, he might be preparing for some big move. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Remember, LoveNet, providing you with exciting reading. Kangwoo City is not so much a city, but rather three strange ring-shaped buildings. Each building occupies tens of thousands of square meters, and is 10 stories high. Each floor is separated into thousands of rooms. From afar, it looks extremely majestic. However, walking inside, it's eerie and frightening. Strange runes can be seen scribbled on the outer wall's peeling walkway. You can also see a lot of blackened bloodstains. When walking past the broken windows, you can even hear the terrifying howling of the wind. There are illuminating crystals on the corridors of each floor. But perhaps because the energy blocks have been exhausted, the light emitted by these crystals is dim and flickering. It adds a bit of gloomy and mournful ghostly atmosphere to the surrounding atmosphere. Ma Quishan is a tribulation cultivator who has experienced the vicissitudes of life. At this moment, he can't help but feel a chill down his spine. Even his voice has a bit of a tremble. Miss, do you really want to enter the Tianguang ruins? You don't understand the current Tianguang ruins of massacre. That place is really far more terrifying than you think. You don't have to take this risk for me. Mu Yan is too lazy to respond to his sentimental sentiments. She randomly finds an empty room and pushes the door to enter. Creak, the old iron door makes an ear-piercing sound. Dust sprinkles down from above. Mu Yan is about to enter when her heart suddenly shudders. She suddenly looks to the side. She doesn't know when, but a gap has been opened in the room next door. A pair of glowing green eyes is looking at her from inside. It's a woman with disheveled hair and a face full of blood. Seeing Mu Yan look over, the corners of her mouth immediately rise up, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. But there seems to be some red powder on those teeth. Mu Yan frowns and is about to speak. But she hears a bang, and the door is closed. And this sound seems to have alarmed the others. 2 more doors open around them, and a few tall and sturdy men walk out. Seeing Mu Yan and Li Weiran, their eyes brighten. TSK, how long has it been since I saw a woman in this Kangwoo city? Little girl, do you want to seek death in Tianguang ruins at such a young age? Why don't I give you a chance? As long as you serve me well, I'll guarantee that you can live for 3 months in the Tianguang ruins. How about it? Hee, you can have the woman, but I want this brother bunny. TSK. Playing with such a soft and tender man is much more enjoyable than playing with a woman. Li Weiran pursed his lips and hid behind Mu Yan. His hands that were holding on to her clothes seemed to be trembling in fear. When Xiaobao saw this scene, he was so angry that he clenched his fists. He wanted nothing more than to rush out and beat up this bad guy who dared to covet his mother. The exorcism sword buzzed and said, "Damn, this acting can even compete for an Oscar." Along the way, he had witnessed Little Bao and Li Weiran's battle. Even though Li Weiran always looked like he was enduring and giving in, even asking Mu Yan for help from time to time. But anyone with eyes could see that his strength was much higher than Mu Yan and Xiaobao's. At first, Mayan was still on guard against him in every possible way. But there was really nothing she could do about him. Seeing that he really wasn't playing any tricks this time, she thought. In the end, he could only let him be. Bang! In response to them, Mu Yan slammed the door shut. Li Weiran barely managed to squeeze through the crack of the door. He heard the curses of several men outside. Shameless bitches, I'll make them cry later. Mu Yan turned a deaf ear to the curses outside. She took out the talisman and pasted it on the door. In a split second, a powerful protective cover enveloped the whole room, isolating the sound outside. Mu Yan took out the jade ring and looked at Ma Quishan. "You guard here. If I don't come out after 10 days, take my body back to Liberty City." Saying that, she handed Ma Quishan a stack of talismans. The top few are invisibility talismans, and the others are defense talismans and imperial talismans. Anyway, you can do as you see fit. Ma Quishan took them in a daze, feeling a little dizzy. Talismans? These were all precious talismans? Wasn't the family of the Gathering Spirit City the only one who was good at talismans? Moreover, Ma Quishan had heard of invisibility talisman and imperial talisman. Those were all treasures that were hard to find, but the miss actually gave him a stack of them all at once. Mu Yan frowned. What? You can't even do this? Or do you have to go to Tianguang ruins to find your father? No, no, no. Ma Quishan shook his head repeatedly, this subordinate can do it. Miss, rest assured, even if I die, this subordinate will definitely protect your body. Mu Yan nodded and was about to go in. But in a flash, a small figure appeared in front of her. Niangqin. Xiaobao grabbed Mu Yan's hand and said eagerly, Xiaobao will go in with you. Mu Yan shook her head, not for the time being. The situation in Tianguang ruins is unknown. It's too dangerous. Let Niangqin go in and explore first, okay? Xiaobao showed a struggling and unwilling expression. Xiaobao, be good. Niangqin will definitely come out alive. Regarding Tianguang ruins, Mu Yan always had a kind of blind confidence. She always felt that no matter how dangerous this place was, she would not be hurt. Moreover, she still had the floating light jade key. Mu Yan believed that this thing was definitely related to the Tianguang ruins of the floating island. But Xiaobao was different. She would never allow her baby to take such a risk. Xiaobao pursed his small mouth and finally lowered his head. After sending Xiaobao back to the Tian Emochin space, Mu Yan grasps the jade slit ring and is about to enter it with her divine sense. She watched as Li Weiran walked to her side and sat beside her against the wall. The slightly pale thin lips slowly hooked up, revealing a youthful and clear smile. Mu Yan, don't be afraid. No matter how dangerous Tianguang ruins is, I will definitely protect you. Mu Yan rolls her eyes, if you don't harm me, I'll be Amiba. I won't harm you anymore, Li Weiran said calmly. If you die, no one in this world will be able to grow the dark cloud spirit flower. When the lightning struck, I realized that I didn't want you to die. There is no deep hatred between us. Since I don't want you to die, I will follow my heart and protect you. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me now. As time passes, you will eventually believe me. Mu Yan stares blankly at the youngster in front of her. She really wants to roll her eyes again to show her disdain and disbelief. But for some reason, there was an intuition in the depths of his heart. This time, what Li Weiran said was the truth. After saying these words, Li Weiran lay down and slowly closed his eyes. The jade pendant in his hand emitted a faint light. Mu Yan frowned and did not speak anymore. She instantly activated the jade pendant in her hand and entered Tianguang ruins. His soul seemed to be shaken violently by something. Mu Yan abruptly opened her eyes and saw rows of blood-red words floating in the air. Yi Liangchen, welcome to the slaughtering world of Tianguang ruins. Now announcing the iron rules of the bloodshed universe. The first rule is that any newcomers who enter the world of bloodshed can only leave after staying for 3 months in the Skylight ruins. The time difference between Tianguang ruins and reality is 10-1. The second rule is that the rebirth points are divided into north, south, east, and west. Whichever rebirth point you enter from, you must leave from that rebirth point. Otherwise, you won't be able to return to your body, and your soul will perish. The third rule, only 1,000 people on the Carnage roll have the qualifications to leave the Tianguang ruins. Fourth, the way to obtain points is by killing people or dire beasts. You get 10 points for every wild beast you kill, 10 points for every person you kill, plus half of the person's original points. The fifth rule, anyone who finds a treasure in the Tianguang ruins can take it away with the jade key. Only the core, floating light island. Mayan is engrossed in reading it, when suddenly the words in front of her eyes sway and unexpectedly disappear. Another line of text popped up in front of her. Excuse me, are you sure you want to enter the massacre world of Tianguang ruins? Little Tian. Tian. Mu Yan did not answer immediately. Instead, she controlled her body to turn in a different direction in the chaos and shouted loudly. However, after shouting for a long time, there was no response at all. Mu Yan sighs in disappointment and is about to answer yes. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a faintly discernible figure in the distant void. He was a handsome young man with neat short hair and strange clothes. Little Tian, isn't this little Tian? It was just that the short-haired youth in the past always had a sunny, cheerful, naive, and sweet look. Even though the youth in front of him had a blurry appearance, he could see that his expression was grave and stern, and his eyes were sinister. His entire person exuded a ghastly aura. It's just that Mayan's entire body and mind are filled with the joy of finally seeing Xiao Tian. For a moment, she doesn't notice this subtle change. Little Tian, I finally meet you. Her figure flickered, and she appeared in front of little Tian. She was just about to speak. Suddenly, a cold and slender finger touched her forehead. An emotionless and cold voice rang in his ears, I am not the sky, but the light. A bone-piercing chill came from his divine soul, followed by a sharp pain in his brain. Mayan's body spasms in pain, and she almost collapses to the ground. Little Tian looked down at her from above, and there was no warmth in his dark eyes. This is your punishment for being rude. Mayan endures the bone-chilling pain in her head and raises her head to look at the youth in front of her. His words echoed in her mind, I am not the sky, but the light. Suddenly remembering something, his eyes widened as he blurted out, You're Xiaoguang? Yes, back then, Little Heaven had said that it was very happy to see its first host. If Little Light and Little Su knew about this, they would definitely envy him. At that time, she had been curious about who Little Light and Little Su were. Hearing Mu Yan's words, the youth in front of him was stunned, and a trace of confusion appeared in his expression. He muttered, You call me Little Light. Who is calling me? First generation. Suddenly, a pained expression appeared on his face. He hugged himself with both hands as his body trembled violently. Because of his trembling, the entire Tianguang ruins primal chaos space seemed to tremble. Little Light, what's wrong? 1 second to remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Mu Yan supports the youth who is on the verge of collapse. Why does your expression look so painful? Tell me what happened. Little Guang raises his head, his misty gaze falling on Mu Yan's face. His lips open and close, making a vague sound, first generation, host, Before he can finish speaking, his body fiercely twitches, and his eyes suddenly seem to clear up a bit, but also seem to be stained with a bone-chilling frost. You shouldn't have come here. He says word by word in a clear and mellow voice unique to youth. Mu Yan is about to ask, when suddenly the world before her eyes spins, and her body heavily smashes onto the hard ground. She hears a mechanical voice that's almost the same as Little Tian's. Only, this voice doesn't have Little Tian's hidden joviality and joy, only numbness and coldness. Yi Liangchen, welcome to Tianguang Ruins' world of slaughter. Here, killing is not a crime, the strong are respected. Here, there is only killing and being killed. Now, please begin your journey of slaughter. Mu Yan presses her forehead and stands up. She can't help but think in her mind, what happened to Little Guang? What she sees is a broken wall with sand and dust filling the sky. Only at the far end can she see a dense forest of hills. But there's not the slightest bit of green in that forest, and it's full of vitality. From the top to the bottom, it's shrouded in a gray fog. Looking from afar, it only makes people feel eerie and cold. The air is filled with a putrid smell of blood. Mu Yan can't help but frown. How did the floating island's Tianguang ruins become like this? Just at this moment, a few silhouettes dashed over from afar and surrounded her in an instant. Hee, little girl, do you still remember me? The one speaking is a brawny man with bulging muscles. Mu Yan recognizes them at a glance, they're the people she met in Kangwu City. Previously in Kangwu City, I told you to serve me well in exchange for 3 months of survival, but you didn't listen. Now, even if you kneel at Laozi's feet, Laozi won't let you off easily. The other person sized Mu Yan up from head to toe, yet he said with disdain, earlier in Dark Parasol City, even though you were disheveled and dirty, the exposed skin on your arms was fair and exquisite, and I thought you were a rare beauty. I didn't expect him to be so ordinary. Damn it, I was excited for nothing. I told you that Brother Bunny is the real beauty. The man who teased Li Weiran licked his lips. Little girl, where's your lover? If you hand him over, Grandpa promises that you'll die a quick death in Tianguang ruins. Mu Yan stares blankly at his words. She looked around but did not see Li Weiran anywhere. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. A moment ago, the boy had said, Mu Yan, don't be afraid. No matter how dangerous Tianguang ruins is, I will definitely protect you. His words still rang in her ears. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, not even a shadow could be seen? As expected, the words of that little pervert could be trusted. Even the sun could rise from the west. Seeing that Mu Yan doesn't speak, the faces of the men in front of her suddenly sink. Smelly whore, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Hee hee, women just need to be taught a lesson. Especially those newcomers who just came in, they always think that this world of slaughter is still the fairyland-like Tianguang ruins of the past. That brother Bunny thinks that by not entering Tianguang ruins and hiding in Kanwu City, he can escape this disaster? Haha, really too naive. After I'm done with this woman, let's go and have some fun with that soft-skinned kid. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. He looked at the crowd that was approaching him step by step. Mu Yan frowns in boredom, her divine sense slightly activating. A sparkling and translucent longsword slowly appeared in her palm, overflowing with cold light. Sure enough, Tianguang ruins did not allow the use of force in the Cultivation continent, so most of her weapons could not be taken out in the Tianguang ruins. But it was different here. This was the world of slaughter, which encouraged the use of force to solve problems. She lifted her head to look at the 4 people in front of her and said unhurriedly, I have some feelings for Tianguang ruins, and originally didn't want to stain my hands with blood. It's a pity that you guys are unlucky and have to bump into me when I'm in a bad mood. An hour later. 3 of the 6 men who had come to bully him had already turned into white light and disappeared from the Tianguang ruins forever. The other 3 men had bloody noses and swollen faces. They trembled as they knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Queen, heroine, fairy, spare me, spare me. It's all our fault for not recognizing you and offending you. Please be magnanimous and give us another chance, boo-hoo. The 3 people who had turned into white lights didn't die and leave the Tianguang ruins. Instead, his soul would truly be destroyed and he would never be able to reincarnate. It wasn't easy for them to survive in the heavenly ruins of slaughter and get through the most difficult period. They didn't want to die so inexplicably. Heroine, as long as you are willing to let us go, we are willing to offer all the treasures in the Jade Key to you. Yes, yes, we are willing to serve you like cattle and horses. We only beg you to spare our lowly lives. Mu Yan glances at their heads. Their names in the Tianguang ruins were written on them. First, Su's lowly life is easy to support. Second, Su's lowly life is easy to support. Third, Su's lowly life is easy to support. Her mouth couldn't help but twitch. What kind of stupid name was that? You guys are brothers? Suda nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. We are brothers. Heroine, if you have any orders, just tell us. We 3 brothers will definitely do our best to fulfill them. Mu Yan picks up the 3 jade rings that have fallen to the ground and casually probes them with her divine sense. He discovered that there were pitifully few treasures inside. She frowned in disgust and transferred everything into her jade key space. He then casually found a rock and sat down, crossing his legs as he asked casually, then let's talk about the situation in the Tianguang ruins first. If what you say is useful, I might spare your lives. Suda, heroine, please ask. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Mayan throws away the jade in her hand. The 3 of them are people on the carnage list? What's your ranking? Suda shook his head and said with a flattering smile, although Brother Liu and the others have some ability, how can they compare to you, heroine? Not to mention those gods on the carnage list. This made Mayan reveal an astonished expression. Isn't it said that only the 1,000 people on the carnage list are qualified to leave Tianguang ruins? Suda said, heroine, you may not know this, but although there are 1,000 names on the slaughter roll, only the first 900 are true experts. The remaining 100 are controlled by the major forces of the Tianguang ruins. Trading position? Yes, that's right. As long as you collect enough treasures and offer them to the major forces of the Tianguang ruins as a deposit, you can get the opportunity to occupy a trading position and freely enter and exit the Tianguang ruins. Mayan suddenly understood. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the Xianxia website. 1 second to remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. No wonder those drags she killed could come out of the Tianguang ruins, even though they were not strong. But since they came out, why would they go back? Because most people can only pay a down payment for the treasures they have collected, and the rest of the balance is repaid indefinitely in the form of debt. If they dare to defect, they will be slaughtered by those big forces and die without a whole corpse. Mu Yan immediately understood. No wonder there were still so many people left in the Tianguang ruins, where killing was encouraged. It turned out that the big forces were supporting them to find the treasures in the Tianguang ruins for them. They even used coercion and bribery to attract more newcomers and expand the treasure hunting team to obtain more benefits. Mu Yan frowned. Tell me about the forces in the Tianguang ruins. Suda didn't expect that Mu Yan didn't even know this, and there was surprise in his eyes. But he still answered cautiously, in this world of bloodshed, there are a total of 3 major forces. The first is called Pavilion of Drunkenness, and its leader is Fu Yizue, who ranks first on the carnage list. The second force is called Moon of West River, and its leader is Charming Lady of West River, who ranks third on the carnage list. The third force is called Thunder Gang, and its leader is Invincible Thunder, who ranks fourth on the carnage list. Just by listening to these names, she knew that the people in the Tianguang ruins were almost all rogue cultivators without any sections. But it was also right. How many people from aristocratic families would come to such a dangerous place to seek trouble? Mu Yan took out another portrait and unfolded it. Have you seen this person? According to Ma Quishan's description, Mu Yan had drawn a portrait of his father. According to Ma Quishan, it was at least 70 to 80% similar to his father. Su De and the other 2 hurriedly came over to take a look, and then shook their heads. No, I haven't seen him. Mu Yan was a little disappointed, but felt that it was natural. The Tianguang ruins was so big, and there were countless people trapped inside. It would be good if it was so easy to find them. She tossed the 3 jade rings in her hand. These 3 had just been respectfully offered by the 3 Su brothers. Seeing the female devil casually tossing her jade keys, the hearts of the 3 jumped to their throats. The next moment, they hear Mayan say, "How long have you been in the Tianguang ruins?" Hearing this, the 3 Su brothers were stunned and became dejected. 8 years. We've been trapped here for 8 years. 8 years? Even with Mu Yan's calmness, she couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression at this time. Not even once. The 3 Su brothers nodded. We're too weak, and we don't have enough points and treasures on us. If we encounter someone like Boss Lu just now, we'll do anything to serve him. We just hope to survive in Tianguang ruins. Mu Yan looked at the trio. Don't you want to leave Tianguang ruins? Go out? How is that possible? Suda laughed bitterly. We stopped dreaming about this 8 years ago. Mayan said carelessly, I can let you leave Tianguang ruins, but the premise is that you have to work for me? What? What? Leave Tianguang ruins? How do we leave? Mayan touches her chin, muttering to herself, I'll think of something after I climb up the carnage list. Hee hee, heroine, don't make fun of us again. We also know that you are very powerful, but you are still far from climbing up the Carnage leaderboard. Do you know who the top few people on the Carnage leaderboard are? For mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Remembering LoveNet in 1 second, providing you with interesting reading. Susan immediately continued, Lian Ruyue and Lei Wudi are experts at the peak of the mysterious life realm, and Fu Yizue, who is ranked first, is at the mountain opening realm. And everyone in the top 900 of the slaughter list is at least at the middle level of the mysterious life realm. Although everyone's cultivation is suppressed to the early level of the mysterious life realm in Tianguang ruins, how can we ordinary cultivators compare to their battle experience and the strength of their divine senses? The 3 of them rattled off a bunch of things. Although they didn't dare to be disrespectful because their lives were in Mu Yan's arms. But his expression was clearly saying, you're just a little girl at the mortal cultivation realm, and you want to compete with a powerful person at the mysterious life realm for a spot on the slaughter list? Isn't that just a pipe dream? Mu Yan sneered and pinched the jade in her hand, making a gurgling sound. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. But you have to do it even if you don't want to. The 3 brothers of the Su family trembled in fear, then their faces were full of resentment. They had originally planned to work hard without complaint, but now they were ordered around by this demoness. Anyway, serving Boss Lu and the others was one thing, but serving this demoness was the same thing. But who asked this demoness to boast shamelessly, even saying such a joke as wanting to enter the slaughter list? Heroine, if you need anything, we are willing to go through fire and water, we don't need anything in return. Yes, yes, heroine, sparing our lives is already a great kindness, how would we dare to ask for anything in return? Mu Yan looked at the three with a faint smile and threw the jade in her hand to them. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Regret, what did they have to regret? Suda and the other two curled their lips in disdain. Then they heard the shameless demoness ask again, where are we going to kill the wild beasts? Suda pointed to the dense forest shrouded in grey fog in the distance. Most of the wild beasts are concentrated in the forest. But... Heroine, are you planning to hunt wild beasts to accumulate points? Mu Yan raised her brows. Why? Can't I? Was she joking? Did this female devil really plan on entering the slaughter list? And it was through killing wasteland beasts to enter the slaughter list? Suda and the other two almost burst out laughing. This woman had no common sense at all. However, even if he complained 100 times in his heart, he did not dare to show it on his face. Sudadeo said, the slaughter list is updated once every 3 months. Right now, there are only 15 days left from the 3-month deadline. Heroine, do you know how many points the person in last place on the Carnage leaderboard has? Su'er, it's 9,967 points. It was refreshed once every 3 months, yet there were so many points, even Mu Yan can't help but stare blankly. Then, he immediately reacted. That was because he had killed someone. Killing a desolate beast was only worth 100 points. Killing a person was also worth 100 points. However, if they killed the person and obtained points, it would be a different story. On the other hand, the points obtained by cultivators would not be refreshed during the 3-month period. Seeing Mu Yan's expression, Suda felt smug in his heart. He thought to himself, now you want to rush up the rankings again? Stop daydreaming. Are you scared now? You won't dare to talk big again, right? Who knew that in the next moment, he would hear the woman's calm and steady voice. How many wild beasts are there in the Tianguang ruins? Will they all be killed? This? Of course not. The dire beasts are endless. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. Suda's eyes widened slightly. Heroine, you can't be thinking of killing wild beasts to accumulate points, right? Do you have some misunderstanding about the wild beasts in the Tianguang ruins? Those aren't ordinary savage beasts, and they aren't the summoned beasts of those weak soul masters. The divine soul of a desolate beast is usually several times stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. Moreover, the stronger the opponent, the stronger they would become. In other words, if you are a spirit master of the mortal cultivation stage, then the wild beasts you encounter are also of the mortal cultivation stage. But if you are a spirit master of the mysterious life stage, then the wild beasts you encounter will also be of the mysterious life stage, or even higher. Therefore, in the Tianguang ruins, killing a dire beast is even more difficult than killing a person. Su Deong spoke eloquently, waiting to see the look of fear and regret on the face of this arrogant woman. Unexpectedly, the girl in front of them just casually replied with an "oh" and waved at them. Remember to help me find the person. We'll meet here again in half a month. Without waiting for the three of them to react, he took a step forward and instantly appeared several hundred feet away. Suda and the others were left standing there in a daze. They looked at each other and could not come to their senses for a long time. Mu Yan's idea is very simple. She could slowly investigate Light's abnormality. The most important thing now was to climb up the slaughter list and be able to freely enter and leave the Tianguang ruins. For others, wild beasts were indeed more difficult to deal with than many weak cultivators. But it's different for Mu Yan. Although it was said that the stronger one was, the desolate beasts were just illusions created by Tianguang ruins. They did not have a consciousness of their own. The so-called becoming stronger when encountering a strong opponent was completely based on the level of the opponent. In other words, Mu Yan, a cultivator at the crossing tribulation stage, peak of the mortal cultivation realm, would at most encounter a mortal cultivation realm wild beast. However, as early as the first day that Mayan advanced to the crossing tribulation stage, she was already invincible at the same stage. Why would he care about a mere dire beast of the same level? Moreover, The other advantage of desolate beasts was that their spiritual sense was far more powerful than that of ordinary cultivators. But the problem was that Mayan's knowledge sea had long been vast and boundless. Even Wei Mian, who was a battle general, felt ashamed of his inferiority. How could desolate beasts compare? As a result, Mu Yan goes straight into the wild beast forest that others avoid like the plague, unhindered. In just 10 days, according to Tianguang ruins, the number of desolate beasts that had died at her hands was innumerable. The dense forest that was shrouded in grey fog finally came to an end. At the end of the dark and stinky forest was a long, dark blue river. The sky was dark and gloomy, but the river reflected specks of starlight, dazzling and resplendent. However, at this moment, Mu Yan's attention was not on the river at all. Instead, it was attracted by the floating island on the other side of the river. His eyes widened slightly, revealing an expression of disbelief. Mu Yan did not know that because of her, the entire, slaughtering Heaven Light ruins, was in a mess at this moment. Thunder Gang, S-Base. You haven't found anything yet? Who was this Xianxia? After entering the slaughter list 4 days ago, in a short span of 4 days, he rose from 999 to within the top 500. Not yet. Trash. With such a fast speed, he must have killed someone and snatched the points. How could he not find out? Continue investigating. You must find him for me. Yes. This little one obeys. Shijiang Moon, Station. Remember LoveNet will provide you with interesting reading material. Hee, sister you're just trying to keep him in your tent. You're annoying. Don't say it when you see through it, understand? Pavilion of Drunkenness, S Station. Boss, this Xianxia is too strange. I've never heard of this name before, but it popped up all of a sudden. Moreover, this rate of growth is even faster than you back then, boss. The strangest thing is that we've searched the entire slaughtering world, but we didn't find any experts with rich points who were killed. How did this Xianxia climb to the 400s of the Carnage leaderboard in just a few days? Fu Yizue pondered for a while and suddenly said, he didn't kill anyone, so he must have killed a wild beast. Wild beast? The subordinate couldn't help but scream, boss, are you kidding me? How many wild beasts did he kill to achieve that? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Boss, you must have made a mistake. Yes, we must have missed someone. He wasn't on the leaderboard, but he was killed. In the Tianguang ruins, the 3 brothers of the Su family were in even more disbelief than the 3 major forces and the others. Especially in the center of the Tianguang ruins, in front of the huge leaderboard, this was the only place where fighting was prohibited, but hiding was also prohibited. In every 3 months after the leaderboard was updated, one was only allowed to stay there for a maximum of 24 hours. If one exceeded the time limit, they would be forcefully expelled. Discussions could be heard from time to time. I heard that the Thunder Gang, West River Moon, and Pavilion of Drunkenness all sent people to investigate, but none of them found out who this Xianxia is. What's more strange is that we didn't hear about anyone with high points dying. How did this Xianxia climb to the middle of the Carnage leaderboard? The 3 brothers, who had decided not to come near the rebirth point to avoid bumping into the female demon, looked at each other in dismay. They saw the dullness and absent-mindedness in each other's eyes. That's right, they didn't even have the time to be shocked. Their hearts were filled with the absent-mindedness of listening to a magical story. Big brother, I am not seeing things, right? The Xianxia on the Carnage leaderboard, is he really the Xianxia that we know? Suda wiped his face. You're asking me? Who should I ask? However, although both of them were asking questions, there was already a crazed voice roaring in their hearts. It was her. It was her. It was her. The Xianxia who appeared out of nowhere on the slaughter list was definitely the female devil? Why didn't anyone know her identity? This was because the demoness had just entered the Tianguang ruins 10 days ago. Why couldn't they find out that someone had been killed? This was because the demoness was constantly killing desolate beasts in the dense forest. Her points were all obtained by killing desolate beasts. Su'er took out the crumpled portrait from his bosom. Big brother, are we still going to throw this away? Bang! Suda mercilessly hit his brother's head with an explosive pellet. He carefully took the painting and opened it like a treasure. Idiot, this is our hope and future. Throw it away? Are you kidding me? Do you want to stay in Tianguang ruins forever? Su Er and Su San shook their heads, their eyes full of desire. Su De waved his hand and gritted his teeth. Then what are you waiting for? Observe the person in the painting carefully. Even if you have to turn the entire Tianguang ruins upside down, you must find him. Our happiness for the rest of our lives depends on him. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the Self-Love website. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. Ahem. Susan reminded, Big brother, you said before that you don't need the heroine to report back. Suda, Wu, was it too late for him to regret now? Of course, Mu Yan was unaware of everything that happened in Tianguang ruins. At this moment, she was staring blankly at Xiao Dao, almost forgetting to breathe. That was because the floating island on the other side of the forest was simply too beautiful. Looking from afar, there were no mountains or water, but there was an intoxicating sea of stars. The bright silver starlight fell vertically, drawing out a gorgeous trajectory. There was a stone door in front of the island, and the word floating light was written on top of the stone door. Mu Yan stares blankly at the strange scene in front of her. She gasps in admiration, but also feels that it is inexplicably familiar. She seemed to have seen this kind of beautiful silver light, the ripples of broken stars. That's right, it's the core of the Tianguang ruins, the dreamy cloud swampland. Although the overall layout of this place was different from that of the dreamy cloud lake. But the starry river, the floating broken light, and the colorful scene were almost exactly the same as the dreamy cloud swampland. Could this be the core area of the floating island, Tianguang ruins? Mu Yan's heartbeat quickened. She suddenly took a step and her whole body soared into the air, landing on the floating island. However, just as she was about to enter. He discovered that the surroundings of the island seemed to be unobstructed, but in fact, there was a transparent barrier. The only door was tightly shut. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get in. Maya knits her brows and thinks hard. Suddenly, she has a flash of inspiration and her divine sense slightly moves. A jade-colored key slowly appeared in her palm. Floating light jade key. This was the floating light jade key that had saved her at the critical moment and sent her to the floating island. Almost at the instant the floating light jade key appeared. The entire island, the dense forest below, and the distant slaughtering world all trembled slightly. The jade key in his palm, which was originally dim and covered in cracks, actually began to flicker with a faint light. He heard a crisp sound, and the gray jade pendant that had been broken into 4 pieces fell to the ground. Mu Yan is so scared that her heart almost jumps out of her throat. That was her jade key to enter the Tianguang ruins. How was he going to get out without the jade key? However, in the next moment, she suddenly realized something. Her divine sense sank into the flickering light jade key. Sure enough, all the treasures she had collected in the Tianguang ruins these days had been transferred into the flickering light jade key. In other words, her key to enter the Tianguang ruins wasn't broken. Instead, it was replaced by the flickering light jade key, which was more advanced, more mysterious, and more powerful, and was no longer restricted by any arrays or people. Having figured this out, Mu Yan is simply wild with joy. In this way, she wouldn't need to use the Kanwu city's array to enter and exit the Tianguang ruins. In the future, no matter where she was, she could come in and go out whenever she wanted. Composing herself, Mayan first throws all the things that will happen after she goes out to the back of her mind. He picked up the floating light jade key and inserted it into the keyhole. She wanted to know what was hidden on Floating Light Island and why Tianguang ruins had changed. Mu Yan believed that behind this door, there must be a secret that she wanted to know. However, the moment before the key was inserted into the keyhole, a powerful force rushed toward him without any warning. Mu Yan was caught off guard and had no time to dodge. She was directly overturned and fell into the long river with a splash. She climbed out of the water in a sorry state, and before she could clearly see what had happened, tightening her fingers, she felt suffocated from the depths of her soul. She clearly didn't use any supernatural arts, but it made her tremble and submit from the depths of her soul. It was as if the owner of this hand was the god of this world. As long as it was in this world, there was absolutely no way to resist. And in the entire Tianguang ruins, the only one who could do this was Little Light. Mu Yan called out the name of the youth in front of her in a hoarse voice. Hearing this, Little Light revealed a struggling and pained expression. The hand clutching her throat seemed to want to loosen. But in the next instant, it suddenly tightened again. There's an order, ordering me to trespass on Floating Light Island. Kill, without mercy. Mu Yan's face flushed red, but her eyes were only fixed on his eyes and lips. Not willing to miss a single word he said, "Who ordered you? Is it the owner of Tianguang ruins? Master?" Little Light murmured, his eyes dazed. No, it's not master, but, it's an order, kill." With that, the hand clutching Mu Yan's throat tightened again. The suffocating pain welled up from the depths of her soul again. Mu Yan bit the tip of her tongue, forcing herself not to faint. She said in a hoarse voice, "Since it's not master's order, how can you act on your own?" If she remembered correctly, the owner of Tianguang ruins should be her cheap fiancé. Although she didn't know who he was. But her father Jun Shiyuan wouldn't pick a scum who wanted to kill her, right? So, the one controlling Little Light was definitely not the original owner of Tianguang ruins. Then who could it be? Seeing Little Light's bewildered expression again, the hand around her throat loosened a little. Mu Yan immediately struck while the iron was hot. "And do you really not remember who I am? Previously in the primal chaos space, you called me the first host? Little Tian said that you and Little Su wanted to see me very much. Do you really want to kill me?" The hand around her throat slowly loosened. The youth's expressionless face revealed a wronged expression. "I, like the first host, don't want to hurt you, but I can't control it. I can't control anything." There were no tears in the youth's eyes, but Mu Yan seemed to see him crying sadly. Little Tian, who clearly had the same face, was so pure and happy, but Little Light was tortured to this state. Who did it? An ice-cold killing intent rises in Mayan's heart, but the expression on her face is careful and gentle. She gently pressed down on the back of Xiaoguang's neck, pulling him into her embrace. "Don't be afraid. No matter who harmed you, I will definitely seek justice for you." Little Light's body was completely stiff. At this moment, the embrace was so warm and peaceful, as if it was familiar to the bones. A gentle expression blossomed on his face. His lips parted as he called out softly, "First host." However, in the next moment, a black lotus mark suddenly lit up between his eyebrows. "Ah!" Xiaoguang lets out a painful wail, and abruptly pushes Mu Yan away. "Don't, come here." Streaks of crisscrossing red and black lines appeared on the youth's face, causing his originally delicate and pretty face to become incomparably hideous. "I can't kill. First generation host, I can't kill. I beg you. I beg you." Little Light's eyes were filled with bone-deep fear and pain. He seemed to be wailing and begging someone, but it was all useless. His eyes, which were originally filled with emotions, slowly lost their luster. All his humanity had been replaced by a cold and numb killing intent. Trespassers on Floating Light Island must be killed. Mu Yan's eyes suddenly widened, and she saw the youth in the distance disappear. When he reappeared, he was already in front of her. And he was holding a silver scepter in his hand, stabbing it fiercely towards her chest. Shoshan Continent, Xingyuan Dock. The starry sky was vast, and the night was as cool as water. Bright moonlight shone through the carved window lattice, sprinkling on the sleeping youth on the bed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and jumped up from the bed. Qi Wen, who had been sleeping next to him, was suddenly awakened. Rubbing her eyes, she said, "Master, why did you suddenly wake up? Didn't Shizhuan say that you have to rest for a few months to remove the cold poison from your body?" Luo Yunxiao stared blankly out of the window. The vague and frightening scene in his dream flashed through his mind. Unconsciously, a drop of sweat slid down his forehead. Luo Yunxiao turned his wrist, and a golden key-like object appeared in his palm. Unknowingly, a red thread was wrapped around the center of the key, tightening the golden key. As if it was going to be cut into two pieces. "Master, why did you take out the heart key of Tianguang ruins? Did something happen in Tianguang ruins?" Luo Yunxiao closed his eyes. Floating Island, Tianguang ruins. As early as 20 years ago, this Tianguang ruins had been out of the control of the Heart Key. And he had no time to pay attention to this Tianguang ruins for various reasons. But why did he just see Mu Yan in the floating island, Tianguang ruins in his dream? How could Mu Yan be in the floating island? Was it just an illusion? But what if it was true? What if she really encountered danger in the floating island, Tianguang ruins? The doubt in Luo Yunxiao's eyes gradually turned into determination. He grabbed the clothes next to him and put them on, then stood up by supporting himself on the edge of the table. Master! Master, what are you doing? Chiwen shouted anxiously. Shizhuan said that you can't get up, you quickly lie back down. While shouting, the door was pushed open. A very handsome young man came in. Although he looked over 40 years old and had a beard, it still couldn't hide his gentle and elegant demeanor. Seeing Luo Yunxiao put on his clothes and get up from the bed, Xingyuan couldn't help frowning, showing a disapproving expression. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Why are you up? Hurry up and lie down. He held a bowl of medicine in his hand and placed it on the bedside. Drink the medicine and rest well. In a few months, your injuries, master. Luo Yunxiao interrupted him. I'm leaving for a while. Xingyuan shouted sternly, nonsense. You have been locked up in the water prison for so long, your injuries are serious, and the cold poison has entered your body. If you do not remove it, you may not be able to use the power of the netherworld in the future. To the people of the nether domain, being unable to use nether power was equivalent to being a cripple. Xingyuan looked at Chiwen and said, let your master lie on the bed. Chiwen nodded repeatedly. Her body suddenly enlarged, and she grabbed Luo Yunxiao's clothes with her mouth, wanting to drag her to the bed. However, a fair, slender, and slightly cold hand gently pressed on his head. He clearly didn't use any strength, but it was instantly immobilized. Luo Yunxiao raised her eyes and looked straight into Xingyuan's eyes. She said word by word, Master, I have a reason why I must leave. What reason? This disciple wants to protect someone. He said slowly and gently in a slightly hoarse voice, this is the first time this disciple wants to protect someone even at the risk of his life. I hope Master can fulfill my wish. Xingyuan was stunned, as if he had never thought that it would be this reason. He stared blankly at the young man in front of him. Even though there was no lack of handsome men and beautiful women in the Xiaoxian continent, even Xingyuan himself was once known as a handsome man. But in terms of appearance, perhaps no man or woman in this world could compare to the youth in front of him. The rosy clouds were like the moon, and the white dew was like frost. The accumulated stones were like jade, and the pine trees were like emeralds. Her beauty was unparalleled in this world. But the soul wrapped in such a perfect skin was destined to. Xingyuan felt a pain in his heart, and the reprimand that was about to come out of his mouth seemed to be stuck in his throat. After a long while, he asked, the person you want to protect is a woman? Her long eyelashes slowly drooped, casting a shallow silhouette on her cold, white skin. The young man didn't answer, but the answer was clear. Xingyuan let out a long sigh. Yunxiao, you will regret this in the future. Luo Yunxiao's lips curled up, revealing a weak but stubborn smile. Rather than regret now, I would rather regret in the future. Xingyuan closed his eyes. After a long while, he let out a long sigh as if he had compromised. With a wave of his hand, he suddenly threw a porcelain bottle in front of him. The pill inside can temporarily restore some of your strength, but it will also speed up the invasion of the cold poison in your body. If you're really prepared. Without waiting for him to finish, Luo Yunxiao picked up the porcelain bottle, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. Xingyuan's words were stuck in his throat. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. What a fool. Luo Yunxiao slowly knelt down. Thank you, master. Looking at the empty room, Xingyuan got up and walked out of the room. Looking at the vast starry sky, he muttered in a low voice, he is also the most pitiful person in the world, sky floating island, Tianguang ruins. Mu Yan sits in the water and gasps for air. She touched her chest, which was still aching faintly, and revealed an expression of lingering fear. It was a close call just now. The scepter in Light's hand almost pierced through his body. Mu Yan has a premonition that the scepter seems to have no edge at all. But if it really pierced his heart, his soul would probably scatter. At that time, Mu Yan wanted to hide, but her body didn't seem to be under her control. When she felt the pain in her chest, even with her composure, she couldn't help but feel a sense of despair and fear. However, in the next moment, light suddenly withdrew its hand and vanished on the spot. Mu Yan doesn't even have time to see Xiaoguang's expression. Did he come to his senses in the nick of time, so he let her go? Mayan uses her spiritual power to evaporate the water stains on her body, and turns her gaze towards the floating island. A cold killing intent surfaced in his eyes. No matter who controlled light and destroyed the originally peaceful floating island, they would not be able to escape. She swore that she would make this person pay a painful price. Mu Yan passes through the jungle again, arriving at the center of the world of bloodshed. Along the way, she killed quite a number of dire beasts as she pondered. She did not know if the few points she obtained from killing the desolate beasts would be enough for her to climb up the slaughter list. In this Tianguang ruins, where should he go to obtain information? Female hero. Heroine, you're finally out. An excited voice enters her ears, interrupting Mu Yan's thoughts. The three brothers of the Su family were running over with flattering and respectful smiles on their faces. Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. Did you find the person in the portrait? Found, no, not found, no, replying to heroine, although we didn't find the person, we have news. Mu Yan's spirit shook. Oh? What news? Suda, we've asked everyone we know in the major districts these few days and finally found some information in the North District. This person is called Ma Huanan, and he's quite powerful. He made it onto the slaughter roll a month after entering the Skylight ruins. However, he seemed to have offended someone, and was severely injured before 3 months had passed. Although I managed to escape by a fluke, my ranking on the slaughter list quickly dropped. Su Er, after the 3-month cycle, he never made it onto the slaughter roll again, so he's been trapped in the Skylight ruins these few years. But a month ago, he suddenly disappeared near the Thunder Gang in the North District. Susan, although we haven't found out where he is now, it shouldn't be a problem to follow the clues as long as we have news. Don't worry, heroine. We will definitely find him for you. Mu Yan smiled and nodded. You've done very well. The three Su brothers immediately beamed. They looked into Mu Yan's eyes, their eyes sparkling with dazzling starlight. Mu Yan has goosebumps all over her body. Suda rubbed his hands. Heroine, just tell us if you have any other orders. We will definitely complete them for you, no matter what. Mu Yan glanced at the dense forest behind her before turning back. Do you know about the floating light island in the Skylight ruins? The three Su brothers were startled when they heard the words floating light island. Their eyes were filled with fear. Heroine, why you must not go to floating light island? The evil demon that controls the entire Skylight ruins is there. Anyone who goes near will be killed, their soul destroyed, and they will never be able to reincarnate. The evil demon they were talking about was probably Little Light. Mu Yan frowned. No one can enter floating light island? That, isn't it? Suda hesitated. It said that those who entered the Skylight ruins when it first changed all heard of an unspoken rule. What rule? No matter who it is, if one can top the slaughter roll every cycle from the moment one enters the Skylight ruins and reach the top 12 times in a row, they will be qualified to enter floating light island. Reach the top 12 times in a row? Why would one be qualified to enter floating light island after reaching the top 12 times in a row? Who was the one who set this rule? Mu Yan asked, has anyone entered floating light island? How is this possible? Before Suda could answer, Su Er and Su San were already shouting, Heroine, you should know that even the boss of the Heavenly Light Ruins Pavilion of Intoxication, Fu Izue, has only obtained first place 6 times in a row. How can it be so easy to do it 12 times in a row? Moreover, the requirement to enter floating light island is not just to enter 12 times in a row. It starts from the first time you enter the Skylight ruins. In other words, you have to be someone who has never dropped from the top of the carnage roll. How is that possible? Mu Yan slightly frowns. Indeed, climbing to the top of the slaughter list 12 times in a row was easy to say, but extremely difficult to do. Because every 3 months, the points on the carnage list would be recalculated. In other words, the points displayed on the Carnage leaderboard represented the number of people you killed in these 3 months. However, the number of points each cultivator had would not be emptied. Instead, it would only increase as they worked harder. As a result, as long as one killed a person with high points, they would be able to jump to the top of the rankings. In this way, there would be a lot of uncertainty as to who would be at the top. Especially for Mu Yan, who had always believed that she would not offend those who did not offend her. If others didn't actively provoke her, she wouldn't actively kill them. There were only 3 days left until the first update of the slaughter list. Was it possible to reach the top in a short time just by killing wild beasts? Su De, Su Er, and Su San talked for a while, but Mu Yan remained silent. They felt that she had given up on the idea. She couldn't help but say excitedly, the requirements to enter Floating Light Island are too perverse. It's not something a human can achieve. But heroine, you're already amazing enough. This is the first time we've seen someone who's just entered Tianguang ruins a few days ago climb up the slaughter list, and not even at the bottom. You're already in the 300s. Heavens! Entering the 300s in 12 days, and just by killing wild beasts. How did you? While the 3 of them were talking, the girl in front of them suddenly curled her finger and tapped the rock next to her. She asked casually, are there any scumbags in the Tianguang ruins who are unpardonable and deserve to be punished and have a high score? Su De and the other 2 started and looked at each other, not knowing why she was asking this. Mu Yan said with some regret, there aren't any? No one had come to provoke her now. It was too embarrassing for her to take the initiative to kill them, but if the other party was a beast like Fusang City, then it would be a different story. There wouldn't be any psychological burden to kill them. Su San said carefully, if we're talking about scum with high points, then it's definitely Lei Wudi of the Thunder Gang. He was the one who invented the last 100 positions on the slaughter list, trade position, and human sacrifice. Human sacrifice? Heroine, why do you think the 4 major powers sold, trade position, to allow people with extremely low points to suddenly rise to such a high position? Mu Yan's pupils contracted slightly. Su San revealed a bitter smile. The Thunder Gang's prison keeps a few low-level cultivators with relatively high points, all for the sake of people like Boss Lu to slaughter, so that they can climb into the top 1,000 of the Carnage ranking in a short time. And Lei Wudi is extremely lecherous. Almost all the women in Tianguang ruins have been violated by him. Anyone who tries to resist will end up 100 times more miserable than death. It was not until Lian Ruyue rose to power and established the Moon of West River that she took those female cultivators under her command. Only then did the number of female cultivators who were harmed decrease. But even Fu Yizue and Lian Ruyue couldn't resist Lei Wudi, because Lei Wudi controlled too many desperados. Su De and the other 2 felt the same way, but they didn't dare to say anything. Mu Yan, on the other hand, slowly hooks up the corner of her lips, not bad, it's really like someone delivering a pillow when you're dozing off. Lei Wudi, right? I'll choose him as my first human sacrifice. Su De, Su Er, and Su San, what are you saying? Choosing Lei Wudi as a human sacrifice? Are you out of your mind? Mu Yan doesn't pay attention to the 3 people in the wind, she's just about to ask where the Leitang gang is. Suddenly, a familiar and hurried voice came from afar, Miss, seeing the person, Mayan's face changes, Ma Quishan, why did you come in? Didn't I tell you to stand guard outside? Ma Quishan's eyes are red, the anxiety on his face almost overflowing, Miss, it's bad. It's little master, Master Li, they. Mu Yan's eyes widen, she grabs Ma Quishan's lapel and says sternly, what did you say? Say it again. What happened to Xiaobao? Sky Floating Island, Kangwu City. Rewind time to a day ago. As the faint light from the gray jade ring disappeared, the 2 of them fell into a deep sleep. The entire room quietened down. Ma Quishan patted his head, reminding himself to guard her until the miss woke up. Gerchirp suddenly, a crisp sound could be heard. Ma Quishan turned his head to look and saw that Mu Yan's clothes were making rustling sounds. Then, a fluffy yellow head popped out from Mu Yan's sleeves. It was the Miss Little Chick. Why did this little ancestor come out now? Ma Quishan quickly forced a smile. Is Huang hungry? I have some spirit fruits here. He took out a withered spirit fruit and handed it over. Who knew that the little chick would immediately give him a look of disdain? Chirp chirp. Huang Huang didn't want to eat a withered fruit. Huang Huang wanted to eat delicious roasted meat. Brother blindfold, stop sleeping and cook for Huang Huang. As it called out, it used its little head to nudge the sleeping Li Weiran. It even stepped on Li Weiran's chest with its little feet and started to move towards his head. Ma Quishan was startled and quickly rushed over to grab the little chick. Who knew that in a blur, another fluffy white ball would rush towards the little chick. Bang, it directly landed on Li Weiran's head. Ma Quishan's mouth twitched and he almost wanted to cover his eyes. Because he clearly saw a fat rabbit sitting on Li Weiran's body. Its butt was about to press down on Li Weiran's head. Puff, a suspicious yellow gas floated out from under the fat rabbit's butt. The room was filled with an indescribable stench. Pa pa pa. The little chick spat and ran away like the wind. Too smelly, too smelly. How could a rabbit's fart stink like this? The fat rabbit raised its head high, its mung bean eyes radiating arrogance. Is the female demon someone you can covet? Is the little master someone you can bully? Humph, shameless thing, I'll let you have a taste of this rabbit's power. Ma Quishan was completely dumbfounded. No, he wanted to cry. Was Li Weiran scary? Anyone who came out of the rocky mound would know how terrifying this seemingly weak and harmless man was. Moreover, the young miss had reminded them time and time again not to provoke this pervert. But now, this pervert's chest had been stepped on by a chick, and a rabbit's smelly fart covered his entire face. Ma Quishan couldn't imagine what Li Weiran would do if he woke up and found out what had happened. His hands trembled as he tried to take the rabbit off Li Weiran's head. Destroy the evidence, that's right. Before young Master Li wakes up, we have to destroy the corpse immediately. Ma Quishan strode over. However, a chill suddenly crept up his spine. His footsteps came to a halt, and his eyes widened as he trembled as he looked forward. It was unknown when a figure in snow-white clothes had appeared behind the fat rabbit. A glaring bright red covered his eyes, making it impossible to see his true expression. Only the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold and treacherous feeling that made one's hair stand on end. Li Weiran? Why is he standing there? What about the one underground? Ma Quishan looked down and saw that there was no one under the fat rabbit's butt. Little, careful. Just as Ma Quishan screamed, the fat rabbit was grabbed by the throat and lifted into the air. What a headache. Li Weiran tilted his head slightly, his brows furrowed, his expression somewhat distressed. I wasn't in a good mood. Why did you have to provoke me at this time? Li Weiran didn't expect this either. He had just promised Mu Yan that he would go to Tianguang ruins to protect him. But he found out that the avatar he used to forcefully tear apart space and send him to the floating island had an incomplete soul. When he was bragging to Mu Yan, he didn't think about it at all. Tianguang ruins didn't accept remnant souls. Li Weiran wanted to destroy the entire Kanwu city on the spot. Thinking that Mu Yan still had to leave Tianguang ruins, he forced himself to endure it. Forcing himself to sleep. Who knew that at this time, there would be a rabbit that dared to provoke him? Ink like black fog slowly flowed out of his slender fingers, wrapping around the fat rabbit's neck. The fat rabbit's mung bean eyes suddenly widened, the protruding eyes filled with crimson red light. Its tiny three-petaled mouth had opened wide at some point, revealing sharp teeth and a bottomless black hole. On its snow-white fur, strange blood-red runes unknowingly appeared. Huh? Even Li Weiran revealed a surprised expression. It's actually an ancient divine beast Danglong? This is really rare. The fat rabbit glared fiercely at Li Weiran, its throat emitting pained and angry howls. The black hole in its mouth emitted a huge suction force, causing Li Weiran's long hair and clothes to flutter in the wind. Li Weiran chuckled softly. His laughter was cold and even carried a hint of cruel joy. Didn't your inherited memories teach you that when you are weak, even an ancient divine beast can only tuck its tail between its legs and be a dog? Since you have the guts to provoke me, then be prepared to suffer my wrath. As soon as he finished speaking, thick black gas suddenly spread from his fingertips. The black threads that were originally wrapping around the fat rabbit instantly turned into a huge wave, swallowing it in one gulp. Awoo! In the black fog, the fat rabbit wailed in pain, struggling nonstop. Little Chick looked at this scene in a daze, unable to react to what was happening. Its big eyes were filled with confusion. What was Brother Blindfold doing? Why did he grab Bunbun's neck? Ma Quishan, on the other hand, was frantic. Young Master Li, please have mercy. That's young Master's spirit pet. If you kill him, young Master and young lady will be angry. Ah. Ma. Quishan felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw Li Weiran sticking out an index finger and lightly poking it into his chest. Her fingertips were only half an inch away from his heart. Li Weiran's faint voice traveled into their ears. Why are you guys always so disobedient and always provoke me when I'm in a bad mood? Ma Quishan was scared out of his wits. The blood in his body seemed to have frozen, and he was completely unable to move. Only when Li Weiran retracted his hand with a sneer did he fall to the ground. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, the fat rabbit's struggle was getting weaker and weaker. The cries of pain were drowned in the black fog. They became softer and softer until they gradually disappeared. It's over, Ma Quishan closed his eyes in despair. In the blink of an eye, a sword light whizzed through the quiet space. The wind that was whipped up caused the dust on the roof to fall down. Let go of the fat rabbit. A crisp, childish voice with a hint of cold anger followed. Ma Quishan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the little boy standing in front of Li Weiran with a long sword in his hand. He felt his vision darken and he almost fainted. The little master also came out, but the problem was that the little master was not Li Weiran's opponent. It would be fine if it was just a spiritual pet that died, but if the little master was injured, how could he explain this to the miss? Ma Quishan opened his mouth to speak but found that he couldn't make a sound. The whole room was filled with a raging wave of pressure. He didn't even have the qualifications to intervene in the confrontation between the two. Li Weiran raised his hand and touched his long hair. A lock of short hair fell from his fingertips. His lips curled up slightly as he looked at the handsome little face that looked similar to Mu Yan. What if I don't let go? Do you want to take it from my hands? Xiaobao looked at him coldly and said word by word, if you don't let go, I will kill you. The crisp and childish voice didn't have the childish innocence of a child at all. There was only the arrogance and resoluteness of a monarch. At the same time, the Bixia sword in his hand let out an ear-piercing hum. The sword light suddenly turned into lightning and whizzed towards Li Weiran. Li Weiran sighed softly, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Bang! There was a loud noise and the whole room shook violently. Countless gravel fell from the top of his head. Ma Quishan widened his eyes in horror and stared at everything in front of him. When the dust settled, two figures, one big and one small, appeared. He saw Xiaobao's small body firmly pressed against the wall. His pale little face was dripping with scarlet blood from the corner of his mouth. Little master! Ma Quishan screamed and was about to rush over. But he suddenly thought of something. He gritted his teeth and took out the jade pendant, forcing himself to close his eyes and ignore everything around him. No. No one could stop Li Weiran now. Only the miss, Li Weiran would only listen to the Mississippi. He had to enter Tianguang ruins and let the miss quickly come out to save the little master. GGG. Brother! Brother! Seeing that Xiaobao was injured, Little Chick panicked as well. Its movements were even faster than Ma Quishan's. His tiny wings kept flapping away from his unstained feet. Goo goo goo. Scoundrel, scoundrel. Brother Blindfold is a bad guy. Don't hurt big brother. The Bixia sword buzzed as if it was trying to get up from the ground. However, Li Weiran stepped on him, rendering him immobile. Mother asterisk cur. Let me go if you have the guts, you bastard. What kind of man are you to bully a child? In Xiaobao's psyche ocean, Bai Xia's cursing and the fat rabbit's weak consciousness could be heard. Littling was angry, goo goo gg noises could be heard all over the place. The fat rabbit really regretted it now. Just like what Li Weiran said, when it was still weak, it shouldn't have provoked strong enemies. It wouldn't be a big deal if it died by itself, but if it implicated the little master, it would regret it for the rest of its life. The pair of eyes under the red silk slowly lowered and fell on Xiaobao's pale little face. Li Weiran closed his eyes and took a deep breath, suppressing the surging killing intent in his heart. Then he used his usual gentle voice to say, "What about me? Right now, I don't want to become enemies with Mayan and be irreconcilable enemies. But if I let you go like this, I won't be happy. So, little demon, why don't you open your mouth and say a few good words, then I'll let you go. Xiaobao stares blankly. When he understands what Li Weiran is saying, his pretty little brows deeply wrinkle. Give in to this annoying guy, he's not willing, however, he has to admit that he can't beat this person. Bastard, if only daddy was here, Xiaobao grits his teeth, but he thinks of the fat rabbit's safety. In the end, he still compromises, let the fat rabbit go, I'll apologize. Li Weiran is startled. The little boy in front of him purses his lips stubbornly, his long eyelashes lightly trembling. His big ice blue eyes are full of unwillingness. But for the sake of a spiritual pet, he actually endured it. Is this Jun Mayan's son, Jun Mayan, and Di Mingju's son? He doesn't know why, but when he thinks of this, his chest suddenly surges with a piercing pain. And the irritation of wanting to destroy everything. Li Weiran licks his lips. He doesn't know when, but his pale lips are stained with a bloodthirsty captivating red. Sorry, I changed my mind. That breath in my chest has to be vented. Either I kill this underage rabbit now, or I kill you. Who lives and who dies, it's up to you, little guy. Xiaobao doesn't even think about it, directly saying, I want the rabbit to live. Ayo. Ayo ayo. The fat rabbit lets out an angry and pained cry. Its figure suddenly changes and it rushes towards Li Weiran. However, Li Weiran doesn't even look at it. He raises his hand, and a black thread twines around it. This thread is the 3 breaths curse. If it gets entangled in the lungs and seeps into the soul, you will be haunted by the curse for eternity, living a life worse than death. Xiaobao's face suddenly changes, and he sternly shouts, Rabbit, stop. I order you as your master, don't move. After saying that, he raises his chin, his big ice blue eyes look at Li Weiran with determination. If you want to kill me. He grits his teeth, you're not allowed to hurt the fat rabbit. Li Weiran says with a smile that isn't a smile, are you sure that I won't kill you because of Mayan? Xiaobao sneers, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You like my mother and want to take her for yourself. But you're just daydreaming. My father is 100 times better than you, 100 times more powerful than you. My mother will only love my father in this life. No matter how hard you try, you will never get what you want. If you kill me today, my mother will hate you to the bone. My father will spare no expense to hunt you down. Even if you go to heaven or hell, there will be a day when you will accompany me in death. I've been waiting for this day. Li Weiran's ears buzzed and he unconsciously let go of Xiaobao's neck. He could barely hear what Xiaobao said after that. In his mind, there was only that sentence, you like my mother and want to make her yours. Does he like Mayan? Li Weiran thought to himself. Like Di Mingju's sweetheart, yes, if he didn't like her, why would he help her block the heavenly tribulation? If he didn't like her, why didn't he want her to die? If he didn't like her, why would his mind be filled with that woman's figure when he returned to the Linglong Island, causing him to feel restless and unable to sleep at night? It was to the extent that he didn't hesitate to damage his divine soul to tear open space again and arrive at this floating island. Xiaobao touches his burning, aching neck, and looks at the man in front of him in confusion. He just said that he was going to kill him, so why did he suddenly let go? And there's no killing intent at all. Could it be that when he said that his father would go to heaven and hell to hunt him down, it really scared him? Xiaobao grasps the Bixia sword in the air again, raising his head and cautiously looking at Li Weiran. He slowly moves towards the fat rabbit's direction. He is always on guard, afraid that Li Weiran will suddenly launch an attack. However, a hand suddenly presses on his head, gently rubbing it. Xiaobao stares dumbfoundedly at the gentle-looking man. His slightly perplexed yet joyful voice enters his ears, what you said, I have to think about it. I've never thought about it before, it's really, very interesting. After saying that, he no longer pays attention to Xiaobao, and unexpectedly finds a corner to sit down. He props his chin and begins to ponder. Xiaobao, what did he say? Why does he have to think about it? Niangqin is right, this person really is a psychopath. Xiaobao stares at Li Weiran for a while, seeing that he really doesn't act up. He then carries the fat rabbit back to Mu Yan and sits down. In fact, creatures that enter the Tian'Emochin space, including Xiaobao, can't come in and out without Mu Yan's permission. Only the little chick is an exception. But just now, Xiaobao saw the fat rabbit in danger in the space. In a moment of desperation, he pulled Qi Huang's hand, revealing a pleading expression. Then, he really rushed out. But after coming out, it seems that they can't go back. Xiaobao isn't in a hurry, he's even happier to be able to watch over his Nyangqin outside. "Bunny, does it hurt?" he asks softly as he carefully treats the fat rabbit's injuries. Xiaobao's eyes are full of worry and distress. The little chick puffs its cheeks and blows on the side. Spittle flies out from its sharp beak from time to time. "Brother rabbit, don't be afraid, Huang Huang will blow on you and it won't hurt anymore." Blow, blow, pain, fly. It's not clear whether it's the medicine that Xiaobao fed, or the little chick's blowing had an effect. The fat rabbit's eyes slowly regain some spirit. It sticks out its tongue and licks Xiaobao's mouth, making whining sounds. Its heart is full of guilt and unwillingness. It's too useless. Because of its willfulness, it almost put its little master in a desperate situation. In the end, it's still too weak. It has to become stronger. It has to become even stronger. How could it allow anyone in this world to hurt its most beloved little master? The fat rabbit slowly closed its eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Xiaobao rubbed its head and put it into the dimension of the exorcism sword. He couldn't help but look at Li Weiran. Then, little Bao's face darkened. This pervert keeps looking at his mother. Xiaobao shifted his position hatefully, blocking Li Weiran's line of sight. Mother is Xiaobao's, it's useless even if you covet her. After thinking for a while, he reluctantly changed the word in his mind. Mother belongs to Xiaobao and Daddy. The others had no chance at all. Little Chick looked at his brother and then at Li Weiran. Her big eyes were sparkling. Was this a sitting game? Whoever blinked first would lose? Huang Huang also wanted to play, so Little Chick also excitedly sat beside Little Bao, its big round eyes staring unblinkingly at Li Weiran. The ahog on his head stood up. Creak, amidst the silent confrontation, the sound of the iron door being pushed open startled Xiao Bao and the little chick. Then, a head with disheveled hair slowly poked out from behind the door. The greasy and messy long hair almost covered his entire face. Only a pair of green eyes could be seen, faintly discernible behind the long hair. He wore a white shirt stained with blood, and his feet were bare. As he slowly entered, his feet were completely floating off the ground. The hand that was originally resting on the door frame slowly reached out. The black fingernails were sharp and at least an inch long, and the gaps between the nails were stained with mud and blood. Little Ling was shivered and jumped into Xiaobao's arms, its little body trembling. Even Xiaobao stood up abruptly, gripping the sword in his hand tightly as he looked at the newcomer vigilantly. Who knew that in the next moment, it would be the sword in his hand that started buzzing? Ah! Is this The Ring or The Grudge? I've never watched horror movies before. Listening to the evil warding sword shriek in his ears. Xiaobao suddenly hugged the evil warding sword and patted it lightly. Don't be afraid, that's not a ghost. The evil warding sword stopped vibrating. After a long time, the young man said with a smile, I'm actually being protected and comforted by a child. Xiaobao hugged the trembling little Linghua in his arms, then looked at the newcomer. Who are you? Why did you come into my mother's room? In Kangwu City, in theory, each person could only occupy one room. It was also not allowed to fight outside Tianguang ruins. However, this rule was only properly enforced when Kangwu City was first built. As Tianguang ruins became more and more dangerous, fewer and fewer people came to Kangwu City. There was no one to manage the entire city, so the rules were naturally useless. Thus, before Mu Yan entered Tianguang ruins, she ordered Ma Quishan to guard it. Then, she stuck a defensive talisman on the door. However, this talisman that could defend against a powerful attack from a peak mysterious life realm cultivator didn't have any effect, and was pushed away. Xiaobao circulated the immortal energy in his body, staring at the newcomer. Only to see that pair of lush green eyes slowly turn, sweeping over the sleeping Mu Yan and Ma Quishan. Finally, it fell on Xiaobao. In the next moment, the pair of eyes suddenly lit up. Bao. Is that you, Bao? Mother finally found you. The sharp and eerie voice made one's scalp tingle. In the next moment, the white-clothed female ghostess figure flashed, and she was already in front of Xiaobao. Her ghostly claw-like hand suddenly reached out, wanting to embrace Xiaobao. A pungent stench assaulted his nostrils, making him want to vomit. Startled, Xiaobao hastily crouched down to avoid it. At the same time, the sword light whistled and rushed toward the female ghost. Rip, the female ghost's clothes began to tear. A stream of blood slowly flowed down her left arm. His oily green eyes looked at Xiaobao, and then at the wound on his arm. The female ghost's body started to tremble violently. The hair covering his face fluttered even though there was no wind, revealing the hideous and twisted face underneath. Bao, why don't you listen to me? Why did you leave mother's side? Right, it's that vixen. The female ghost's face suddenly turns to the unconscious Mu Yan. It must be this vixen who bewitched you, making you recognize a thief as your mother. As long as you kill her, kill this vixen, Bao, you will know that only mother can protect you. Just as the sharp voice fell, the female ghost had already pounced on Mu Yan's body. Long fingernails stretch out, directly stabbing Mayan's heart. Mother! Little Treasure's expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he and the evil warding sword transformed into a streak of sword light and flew toward the female ghost. Don't hurt my mother. Boom, the two silhouettes collided, the air surged, and the ceiling directly collapsed. Xiaobao was blasted into the wall by the powerful shockwave, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The female ghost opposite him was also blasted away by his sword chi. But at the moment when the sword chi was about to hit her, her body emitted a ray of light. Then, the sword aura of the Bixia sword that could shake heaven and earth disappeared without a trace. The female ghost stuck to the wall like a loach and glared at Xiaobao. Her shrill voice almost pierced through one's eardrums. Ah, Bao. Bao. Why don't you listen to me? Why do we have to listen to that bitch's instigation? Xiaobao looked at the hysterical woman in front of him with a grave expression. This female ghost in white had at least reached the peak of the profound life realm. If he was only at the peak of the profound life stage, Xiaobao would not be completely helpless. But the problem was that this female ghost had some kind of magical treasure on her. It could actually disintegrate the sword chi attack in an instant. But Xiaobao was even more afraid that she would hurt his unconscious mother. Vixen, vixen. Who asked you to bewitch my child? I'll tear you to pieces right now. Kakik. The female ghost screamed and suddenly pounced towards Mu Yan. Xiaobao's expression changed drastically. Ignoring the burning pain in his chest, he swung his Bixia sword again. 9 dragon shadows instantly appeared on the long sword that was flickering with a cold light. With a howl, it wrapped around the female ghost. Sky Dragon Hidden Shadow, this is the sword move that Xiaobao learned in Deming Ju's small world. The dragon roared in the clouds, and the shadow of the sword filled the sky. This time, the female ghost's chest also lit up, but it did not seem to offset all the damage. He let out a painful howl. There was a huge bloody hole in her chest. Her white clothes, which were already stained with blood, became even more glaring. Ah! The female ghost clutched the wound on her chest. Her face was completely twisted, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Vile spawn, how dare you hurt me? I'm your mother. How dare you hurt me for this bitch? Rather than letting you be bewitched by this vixen and die without a complete corpse, I'd rather kill you myself. She raised her hand and a small dagger appeared in her palm. The dagger glowed with a purple light. With just a glance, Xiaobao could feel that the dagger was extremely terrifying. He grits his teeth and glances at Mayan. He suddenly reaches out and tosses the little chick in his arms. Huang Huang, you stay by Nyangqing's side. Littling Hua's luck value is very high. This is something that everyone in the Tian Mo-Chin space and the spirit pets all know. Goo goo goo. Big bro, big bro. Be careful. Xiaobao gripped the Bixia sword tightly and said, Bixia, I'm sorry, I have to let you take the risk with me. I have to leave this place, I can't let her hurt my mother. The sword trembled slightly and let out a buzzing sound. As long as it's not a female ghost, there's nothing to be afraid of. The man and the sword spirit were telepathically connected. Xiaobao immediately leaped up and rushed into the cracked ceiling. Bao, don't run. The female ghost screamed and rushed forward. The room became quiet again. Li Weiran, who had been deep in thought in the corner, seemed to have just woken up. He slowly raises his head to look, and murmurs in a low voice, "Dimingju's son, isn't it better if he died?" He reaches out and takes off the red scarf covering his eyes. His fingertips carelessly stroke his eyes, the corner of his mouth hooking up into a faint sneer. "What's more, this is a rare opportunity. Killing him has nothing to do with me. Even if it's you, Mayan, you can't blame me, can you?" Thus, Li Weiran waited quietly and leisurely. From time to time, the sounds of intense fighting and collapsing walls could be heard. The foundations and outer walls of the 3 buildings in Kangwu City were built with special materials. They were also equipped with powerful defensive runes. Thus, no matter how they fought, this building wouldn't collapse. However, the interior of the room was just an ordinary bluestone brick wall. As long as they could withstand a huge impact, they would collapse. With such a huge commotion, there was no way the other people in Kangwu City wouldn't have noticed. But until now, no one had come out to interfere. Li Weiran gently twirled the red silk in his hand as he thought nonchalantly. That child's strength really made people look at him in a new light. A pure and untainted immortal body. At such a young age, his strength was already comparable to a peak hollow immortal, a first-level golden immortal. Unfortunately, he was still a little too tender. That woman looked crazy, but her strength was stronger than most of the people in Kangwu City. The child was destined to die in the hands of that crazy woman. Li Weiran's lips curled up again. "Dimingju, if you knew that your son died in a place like this, what kind of expression would you have? I'm really looking forward to it." But in the next moment, that stubborn little face and icy blue eyes flashed in front of him. That face was 60 to 70% similar to Mu Yan. And when she stood in front of Mu Yan and didn't let anyone hurt her mother, those icy blue eyes, Li Weiran frowned, his originally happy mood suddenly tinged with annoyance. Boom! At this moment, the ceiling of the room completely collapsed. A small figure covered in blood fell in front of him. In the distance, the hysterical scream of the female ghost and the rumbling of the walls collapsing could be heard. "Bauer, don't think that you can escape Mother's palm like this. Mother would rather kill you with my own hands than let you die because of that vixen, Mother's Bauer. Bauer ah." The voice became more and more ear-piercing and nearer. Li Weiran glanced at Xiaobao. Only to see the purple flames coiling around his arm, as if they wanted to spread into his body. However, the strange sword firmly suppressed the rising flames, and the blade of the sword let out a wailing hum. Li Weiran got closer and used his finger to lightly pick up the purple flames. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was actually purple apex fire. Anyone below the Xian immortal realm wouldn't be able to escape if they were to be incinerated. Li Weiran couldn't help but look at the Bixia sword again. This sword could actually block the spread of the purple apex fire. However, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. As if sensing someone approaching, Xiaobao, who was lying on the ground, struggled to raise his head. Blood flowed down his forehead, blurring his vision. The pain coming from his left arm was bone-piercing. Even his soul felt the fear of being burned. However, he could not retreat. He couldn't die, Mother. Mother still hasn't come out of Tianguang ruins. Right now, his mother doesn't have the slightest bit of power to resist. How could he allow anyone to hurt his mother? Nyangqin. A low and tender voice spits out from between his cracked lips and teeth. Her small and frail body, even though she was covered in cuts and bruises, she still stubbornly wanted to protect her most important family. Li Weiran looked at this scene in a daze, his hands unknowingly clenched into fists. Scenes from a long time ago seemed to appear in his mind. He did not want to recall those scenes at all. Xiaobao raised his head in a daze and saw a pair of familiar icy blue eyes. A hoarse voice murmured softly with hope, attachment, and closeness, "Daddy, is Daddy here? Is Daddy here to protect me and Mommy?" With just this one thought, the pain and torment that his small body endured suddenly exploded because of this moment of relaxation. Xiaobao couldn't take it anymore and fainted. On his arm, the purple apex fire burned brighter and brighter. The evil warding sword wailed in pain and despair. He could no longer suppress the purple apex fire. If the purple apex fire invaded his lungs and soul, the little master would die without a doubt. But at this time, the female ghost finally broke the boulder that trapped her. A sharp, strange laugh accompanied the sound of a sharp blade piercing through the air. Bower! Bower! Mommy finally found you. Mommy already said that you couldn't escape from my palm, hee hee hee. Her long fingernails were stained with gravel and blood, revealing a hair-raising greenish-purple color as she ruthlessly clawed at Xiaobao's back. However, just as the fingernails were about to touch Xiaobao, suddenly, a hand reached out from the side. Poochie, the white slender fingers pierced through the dirty white robe and the emaciated body of the female ghost. The female ghost's sinister smile froze on her face. Her pale purple lips trembled as if she wanted to say something. But in the next moment, her body was flung out like a meteor, piercing through the wall and disappearing without a trace. Li Weiran took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped away the blood on his hand. Only then did he reach out to pick up the unconscious Xiaobao. Black threads spread out from his palm and wrapped around his small arm. In a split second, the black threads seemed to have a life of their own as they began to devour the purple apex fire. This removal process was obviously very painful. Xiaobao let out a low moan as his small body unconsciously struggled and trembled. Li Weiran looked at the dirty little ball in his arms in disgust and threw him on the ground. But the black threads that wrapped around the purple apex fire did not disappear. Instead, they sped up. Suddenly, Li Weiran stopped moving and turned to look at a corner of the room. Xiaobao. He saw Mu Yan, who was sleeping peacefully, jump up from the ground, her face full of anxiety. Ma Quishan also slowly woke up. Looking at Xiaobao, who was covered in wounds, he let out an angry roar. Li Weiran, you are too crazy. They wouldn't even let such a young child off. However, Mu Yan couldn't be bothered to look at her surroundings or investigate what had happened. She rushed to Xiaobao's side and picked him up. Her body trembled involuntarily as she felt the dampness and coldness of it. His pair of peach blossom eyes were instantly dyed scarlet. Don't be afraid, Xiaobao. She coaxed him in a low and soft voice, but she couldn't hide the trembling of her voice. Xiaobao, don't be afraid. Niangqin won't let anything happen to you. His fingers trembled as he pressed on his thin wrist for a long time before he found a pulse. There were many wounds on his body, and his internal organs were also damaged by the impact. But the most serious damage was to the meridians in his arms. There were clearly no signs of burning, but that part of the meridian seemed to have been sucked dry of water, withering and necrotic. Xiaobao was just a little kid. How did he endure this kind of pain? Mu Yan felt as if someone was fiercely grabbing her heart. It was so painful that she could barely breathe. Niangqin, he feels a familiar aura and embrace. Xiaobao opens his eyes in a daze. Seeing the familiar face right in front of him, a weak smile blooms on his pale little face. It's really Niangqin, great. Xiaobao is held in Niangqin's arms again. Mu Yan fights back the urge to cry, and stuffs an elixir into his mouth. Does Xiaobao hurt? No, it hurts. Knowing that Niangqin is fine, even the pain in his body becomes insignificant. Xiaobao swallows the elixir and rubs against Mu Yan's chest. The voice in his ears gets further and further away, and he finally falls into a deep sleep. Mu Yan takes out the Tian Mo Qin, and her fingertips quickly pluck the strings. The next moment, like a storm, notes circulate in the room. A silver light emits from the Tian Mo Qin, wrapping around Xiaobao's body. Xiaobao, who was already unconscious, sleeps even more soundly. His slender little arm is cut in the air, exposing the already dried up meridians. But as the sound of the qin plays, these meridians begin to glow with vitality again, just that they're broken into pieces. Mu Yan loosens the strings, and the pads of her 10 fingers face each other, then slowly separate. Strands of translucent silk threads were pulled out from her fingertips. Ma Quishan's eyes almost pop out as he watches from the side. Miss, what is she doing? Sewing up the broken meridians? How is this possible? Wrong. What is that thread pulled out from between her fingers? It's obviously invisible and intangible, so how could the broken meridians be sewn up, and not even the slightest trace is left? Until Mu Yan sews up Xiaobao's arm. That lotus-like little hand becomes as fair as jade again, clean and flawless, as if it had never been hurt. Ma Quishan suddenly comes back to his senses. Miss, how is the little master? Mu Yan caresses Xiaobao's warm and smooth little hand, making sure that the meridians in his arm are as good as before, and slowly exhales. The next moment, she feels her back completely wet and cold. Beads of sweat fall from her forehead from time to time, wetting her messy hair. Mu Yan casually brushed her messy hair to one side and said faintly, "Xiaobao is fine now. Thank you for informing me when you entered the Tianguang ruins." Ma Quishan's face instantly turned red. "Miss, you're exaggerating. I didn't do anything, and I didn't have the ability to protect the young master. Fortunately, you're powerful. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to make it out of Tianguang ruins in time to save little master." Speaking of this, Ma Quishan really admired his new master from the bottom of his heart. Even though he had heard all sorts of things about Tianguang ruins. However, Ma Quishan didn't realize that there was a rule in Tianguang ruins that prohibited newcomers from leaving for 3 months until he actually entered it. At that time, he felt like he was done for, even if the time ratio between the Tianguang ruins and reality was 10-1, 3 months would still require at least 10 days. If he were to leave after 10 days, would the young master still be alive? However, he didn't expect that he would tell him about his young master's situation. The young lady dragged him to the resurrection point and took out a strange key, floating light jade key. The light from the key enveloped the two of them, and the next moment, Ma Quishan found himself back in reality. Everyone knew that the iron law of Tianguang ruins couldn't be violated. Even if a powerful cultivator entered, it was the same. But all of this became an exception when it came to the young lady. Mu Yan doesn't pay attention to Ma Quishan's compliments. She sends Xiaobao back to the space, and turns to look at Li Weiran. In an instant, she meets a pair of bone-chilling ice-blue eyes. Mu Yan's heart shrinks. At this moment, she finally sees Li Weiran's appearance clearly. Compared to the clear and bright appearance of a young man when his eyes were covered with the red silk scarf. At this moment, Li Weiran's ice-blue eyes are bottomless. The curvature of his lips is no longer gentle and bashful like before. Instead, it's tainted with a creepy evil. It's clearly just a pair of eyes, but the man in front of her already gives off a completely different feeling. He's no longer the gentle and polished youth, but an extremely aggressive adult man. This pair of eyes is indeed somewhat similar to Demingju's. But the feeling this man gives off is completely different from Demingju's. Surly, unruly, evil, willful. It's impossible to guess what he wants. Mu Yan coldly looks at the person in front of her. "You hurt Xiaobao?" Li Weiran slowly wipes his hands with a cloth. He carelessly replies, "If I said no, would Mu Yan believe me? Stop quibbling." Mu Yan hasn't spoken yet, but Ma Quishan is already furious. "Before I entered Tianguang ruins, you wanted to kill the little master's spiritual pet. The little master refused, so you didn't hesitate to kill him. If it wasn't for me and Miss coming out quickly, how would the little master still be alive?" Li Weiran's gaze drifts over. Ma Quishan's whole body stiffens, bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He staggers back a step and hides behind Mu Yan. Only then does he dare to take a deep breath. His fear of Li Weiran is rooted in his bones, and he firmly believes that it was Li Weiran who hurt Xiaobao. Li Weiran disdainfully curls his lips, then turns his gaze to Mu Yan. He grins, "I know Mu Yan won't believe me, but I really didn't do anything ruthless. Even if that stupid rabbit was rude to me, I'll spare its life for your sake. The one who hurt your son was a crazy woman who came out of nowhere. Disheveled and dirty like a ghost, she caught your son and treated him as her own. The little guy didn't obey, so he was severely injured by him." Towards the end, Li Weiran even revealed a smile as if he was asking for credit. "Not only did I not hurt him, I even saved him. Otherwise, Mayan, if you come out now, what you would see is your son's corpse. You should be thanking me." You're lying." Ma Quishan poked his head out from behind Mu Yan and said in a trembling voice, "The talismans that Miss stuck on the door are intact. If someone really broke in, how could these defensive talismans not be activated at all? Furthermore, before I entered the Tianguang ruins, you clearly said that you were going to kill Little Master and his spiritual pet. Little Master was beaten until he vomited blood. You're a cold-blooded and heartless guy. You can even hurt a child. How can you save people?" Li Weiran's face darkened, impatience and violence surging in his eyes. Then he laughed softly. Alright, I admit that I wanted to kill your son. So what? In this world, as long as someone offends me, I will definitely make them pay 1,000 times the price. June Mayan, it was your son's spiritual pet who provoked me first. Isn't it right for me to make him pay with his blood? Mu Yan's grip on the seven absolute sword tightened. The surging killing intent in her eyes seemed to turn into frost, freezing thousands of miles. Li Weiran's hands unknowingly clenched, his nails digging deep into his flesh, blood seeping out. But he didn't seem to feel it. The smile on his face became more bloodthirsty and sinister. What? You want to avenge your son? Haha, June Mayan, you can't really think that you're really my. Before he could finish his words, he heard a cold voice from the other side that was suppressing her anger. Enough, shut up. Tell me, where's the crazy woman who hurt Xiaobao? Li Weiran was stunned, his expression was dazed for a moment. What did you say? Mayan pursed her lips, as if she was unwilling. But she still said in a low voice, Li Weiran, thank you for protecting Xiaobao. Li Weiran tilted his head slightly and said in a daze, how did you know? Mayan rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm an idiot? The battle here was so tragic. If you wanted to kill Xiaobao, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Why did you have to make such a big scene? This pervert, at most, just watched him die. He was even watching the show with relish. He let Xiaobao fall into a bitter battle and desperate situation. But what was the relationship between Li Weiran and Xiaobao? He had no obligation to save Xiaobao. To lend a helping hand to Xiaobao at the critical moment was already extremely benevolent. No matter how much resentment and vigilance she had towards Li Weiran. At this moment, she was also filled with gratitude towards the man in front of her. Grateful that he could let Xiaobao live. Li Weiran blinked, and after a while, he laughed softly. Well, Mayan, you're so smart, how could you be an idiot? Ma Qian's face was full of tears. I'm not smart, I'm an idiot. Mayan felt that Li Weiran's smile was different from his usual one. It was as if the mask on his face had been taken off in an instant. But Mayan immediately threw that matter to the back of her mind. She said with a calm face, where's the crazy woman? Li Weiran pointed to the hole on the left side of the ceiling. She should be there, I'll throw her, but unfortunately, he didn't finish his words. Mayan's figure had already shot out like an arrow released from a bow. In this world, there was no one who didn't pay a painful price after hurting her baby. Very quickly, Mu Yan found the white-clothed female ghost. Bower! Bower! The female ghost staggered forward. The bloody hole in his chest had already healed, but his dirty clothes were already soaked in blood. His lush green eyes meet Mayan's. Her face instantly contorted with malevolence. Vixen! Vixen! Not only did you steal my husband, you also want to steal my Bower. You killed my Bower. I'm going to kill you. No, I will destroy your face first. Let's see how you can seduce people. His long fingernails scratched at her face. Mayan flips her wrist, and the Tian Emochin appears in her hand. Her fingertips pluck the strings. Tens of thousands of swords whizzed towards the female ghost. However, at the moment when it was about to attack the female ghost, her chest glowed with a faint light. In an instant, all the air blades disappeared without a trace. The long, poisonous fingernails were already right in front of him. Mayan dodges. In the next moment, she sees the corner of the female ghost's mouth curling into a strange smile. A cold light flashed in her palm, and a dagger flickering with blue and purple light appeared in her hand. She ruthlessly slashed at Mayan. Even if the dagger hasn't touched the body yet, she can feel the heat of the burning flame. And the destructive energy fluctuations. Mu Yan's pupil shrinks slightly. It's actually the purple apex fire. No wonder the meridians in Xiaobao's hand are so badly burned. Mu Yan's face completely darkens. Her figure flashes, and she retreats several meters away. The female ghost laughs unscrupulously. Bitch, are you afraid? Your attack can't hurt me, but my purple apex fire can take your life. Today you're dead. Mu Yan sneers, so you're an array master proficient in talismans. No wonder the talisman I stuck on the door didn't have the slightest reaction. But, saying that my attack can't hurt you? Aren't you a bit too confident? It's just a trifling Qian Kuan shifting array, do you really think I can't break it? The female ghost's expression stiffens, and her laughter abruptly stops. Mu Yan has already plucked the strings of the Tian Mo Qin. Starry Sky Curtain activates, the lustrous light emits from the Tian Mo Qin, gathering in the air and transforming into a translucent array disk. The female ghost's eyes suddenly widen, and she lets out an incredulous roar, drawing an array in the air. How is this possible? How is this possible? 7 rainbow-colored swords appear above Mu Yan's head. As the array disk shines with a dazzling light, the 7 swords make a fierce buzzing sound at the same time, whistling out. Pa! There's a cracking sound coming from the female ghost's chest. It's followed by a mournful scream, like the cry of a god and the cry of a ghost. The female ghost, who has already been seriously injured by Li Weiran, no longer has the strength to resist. She falls heavily from above, falling in front of Li Weiran. Gravel splashes everywhere, and Li Weiran takes several steps back. He sees the cold Mu Yan following closely behind, stepping on the female ghost's face. The corners of her mouth reveal a sinister sneer, like an azure from hell. Don't be afraid? Worried that I'll kill you? There's no need. How could I allow you to die so easily? As she speaks, the phantom doppelganger begins to play the Tian Mo Qin that's floating in the air. Floating like a dream activates. The female ghost had no choice but to fall into the nightmare. Her body began to tremble violently, and the expression on her face was twisted as if she was experiencing the most terrible thing in the world. Li Weiran gulped. He thought to himself, fortunately, he didn't kill that little bastard. Otherwise, he would be the one being skinned and tortured by Jun Mayan right now. Mu Yan kicks the female ghost, who won't listen to her twitching and moaning, to the side and doesn't look at it again. As for what this crazy woman's background and difficulties were, they would have to wait until she received sufficient punishment before they could find out. The most important thing now was, how long has it been since I left Tianguang ruins? Mu Yan turned to look at Ma Qian. Ma Qian was startled. It's been 2 hours. Mu Yan found a corner and sat down, holding the floating light jade key in her hand. Miss, what do you want to do? Mu Yan, there are only 2 days left before the first ranking update, I have to hurry up. Hurry up and do what? Mu Yan hooks up her lips, of course it's to reach the top of the carnage list. == floating island, Tianguang ruins. This was the base of Thunder Gang. Although it was called a base, it was actually just a tall building that looked relatively intact. At the bottom of the building, there were dozens of cultivators imprisoned. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clanking could be heard, causing the people imprisoned in the prison to tremble, their faces revealing a frightened and bewildered expression. Here he comes again. Here he comes again. Looks like someone's buying a slot in the Thunder Gang again. I wonder who among us will be killed this time. Whispering to each other, several strong men in the same clothes strode into the dungeon. His eyes darted around the crowd. Finally, they stopped at one of the cells. Today's human sacrifices are all of you. Bring all of them out. No. Spare me, hero. I don't want to die. There were 5 people in the chosen cell. Mournful cries and pleas came from the cell. The others let out a long sigh of relief. The first is Lu Dazhuang of Qingfeng Hill, 1200 points. Second, Swift Sword Li Lacun, 960 points. The fifth, Brilliant Horse Saddle, 638 points. Why is this human sacrifice so high? Ma Huangsan's head was lowered numbly. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hair and yanked it back. Haha, don't you know this Ma Huangsan? Back then, he was also a ruthless person who had made it onto the slaughter list. He's also at the mysterious life realm. Unfortunately, he doesn't know what's good for him. Back then, the gang leader invited him to join the Thunder Gang, but he refused. So, the gang leader captured him as a human sacrifice. This time, we chose this cell because gang leader plans to enjoy this high-level, human sacrifice, to get into the top 3. Ma Huangsan's hands were tied with a thick iron chain. There were deep wounds all over his body. At this time, he was grabbed by the hair and slapped in the face, but he couldn't fight back. His expression didn't change at all. Soon, all 5 of them were taken out of the dungeon. The other 4 people who were crying were sent to the market in the trading position. Only Ma Huang-san was taken to the hall and thrown in front of Lei Wudi. Gang leader, I brought the human sacrifice she wanted. Gang leader, now that you've enjoyed the human sacrifice, you'll definitely surpass that bitch Lian Ryue and trample on her. What's the West River Moon, which is made up of women? How dare you strut around in front of our Thunder Gang? After we kill them, we'll make those girls kneel in front of us and beg for mercy. Unbridled laughter filled the entire hall. Lei Wudi proudly walked toward Ma Huanan. Right at this moment, a loud explosion was heard. The building, which was tens of meters tall, was cut in half. The violent tremors caused a lot of dust to fall from the ceiling of the hall. What happened? Could it be that West River Moon's people are attacking? Are they tired of living? Lei Wudi's expression turned cold, and he was about to spread out his divine sense. Lei Wudi, I don't have much time. Are you going to come out and accept your death, or do you want me to tear down your entire base? It was a clear and melodious female voice. However, the words he said caused everyone in the hall to reveal expressions of disbelief. Even Ma Huanan, who was lying numbly on the ground, could not help but raise his head slightly. Instead of being angry, Lei Wudi laughed. Good, good. What gall, daring to come directly to our Thunderclap Gang's encampment to provoke us. I'd like to see where this bitch came from. How dare she be so reckless? After saying that, he grabbed Ma Huanan by the collar and lifted her into the air. The next moment, his figure had disappeared. The others in the hall looked at each other and hurriedly followed him out. 1 second. Remember LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. On top of the broken wall, a delicate and pretty girl in a fluttering blue dress is sitting lazily. The zither in front of her is casually plucked. Below her, in the corner of the wall, stood an apprehensive young man. He raises his head to look at the girl from time to time, and then looks at the building in front of him. He can't help but swallow. Miss, do you really want to kill Lei Wudi? But his cultivation has reached the peak of the mysterious life realm, no matter how powerful you are. It's impossible to win, however, he talks for a long time. The girl on top of him just stretches and says lightly, you said before, how many points does Lei Wudi have? Ma Quishan's face stiffens, his lips trembling, 63,600 points. Tisk. Mu Yan can't help but frown, so low? Even if she kills him, she still needs more than 10,000 points to reach the top. While she is muttering, an angry shout suddenly comes from the front. Where did this stinking bitch come from? How dare she behave atrociously in my Leitang gang? Did that little bitch Lian Ryue send you here? Hee, your Shijiangyu really thinks that you can strut around and be arrogant after suppressing our Leitang gang for the past few months. Someone suddenly exclaims halfway through the man's words. Hey, Yi Liangchen. Shiji Liangchen. This shout makes everyone's eyes focus on the top of Mu Yan's head. Above her, the 3 words, Yi Liangchen, are clearly written. And there's a string of eye-catching tens of thousands of points. Who's Yi Liangchen? Idiot, didn't you look at the carnage list these days? It only took a dozen days for a newcomer to appear in the top 200 of the carnage list. Even Lei Wudi's pupils constrict. He looks up and down at the girl on top of the wall. The girl is plainly dressed, with a plain appearance. She's wearing a coarse blue robe, and her face looks especially young and inexperienced. At first glance, you'd think that she's just a servant girl from some sect, or a servant girl from some sect. But this girl has a pair of extremely bewitching peach blossom eyes. Even if the soul-captivating brilliance was restrained, it was still bottomless and unforgettable. Lei Wudi couldn't help but despise Yap Liangchen for a second when he saw how average his appearance was. However, when he thought of this person's abilities and the small shock that his sudden appearance had brought to Tianguang ruins, he couldn't help but reveal a kind expression on his face. Miss Yi, I've been very curious about you these past few days. Our Thunder Gang is thirsty for talent. I wonder if Miss Yi would be interested in working for our Thunder Gang? I guarantee that the treatment will definitely satisfy you. Mu Yan said with a smile that wasn't a smile, do you know what kind of treatment can satisfy me? How dare you open it so casually? Hee. Lei Wudi revealed a confident expression. There's nothing I can't do in the Tianguang ruins. Miss Yi, just tell me about it. Mu Yan hooks up the corner of her lips. If I say that I want to take the top of this round's carnage chart, can you do it for me? Lei Wudi thought he had made a mistake. Behind him, after a moment of silence, a thunderous burst of mocking laughter rang out. Is this woman crazy? She actually said that she wants to take the top of this round's carnage chart? Does she know how many points she has now? Haha, I heard that Yap Liangchen has just entered Tianguang ruins. I think he doesn't know the depth of Tianguang ruins at all. That's why he dares to boast so shamelessly. Mobile users, please browse and read. Lei Wudi couldn't help but sneer. Miss Yi, I'm asking you to raise your salary, not to daydream. How can it be daydreaming? Mu Yan said unhurriedly, after killing you, I'll only be 10,000 points away from the top of the carnage leaderboard. There's still a day left. I'll pick a few Leitang gang members with relatively high points and kill them. Won't I reach the top? Lei Wudi's breathing quickened, and he flew into a rage. Bitch, I gave you face, and you don't want it? Letting you join the Thunderbolt gang is giving you face. Since you don't appreciate this gang leader's good intentions, then just wait to become a human sacrifice for my Leitang gang. Lei Wudi wanted to curse and threaten him again, but it was too late. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, he saw a flash of light in front of him. Suddenly, the sound of a zither rang out, accompanied by the whistling of a sharp sword light. Lei Wudi was shocked and thought to himself, so fast. However, he was a mysterious life-stage elite who had been on the battlefield for a long time after all, so he quickly calmed down. With a wave of his hand, a giant axe was already raised in midair. Boom, the sword and the axe clashed together, causing the earth to tremble. The house, which was already half destroyed, was on the verge of collapse. The onlookers from the Thunder Gang were also shocked. This Yi Liangchen seems to only be at the peak of the mortal cultivation realm. I didn't expect him to be on the same level as the sect leader. Hehe, so what if I'm not at a disadvantage? Although everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the same realm in the Tianguang ruins, the strength of their spiritual senses was different. In a battle in the Skylight ruins, the strength of one's sea of consciousness was far more important than the power of one's techniques and divine abilities. With Leader's sea of consciousness at the peak of the profound life stage, you'll quickly exhaust Yi Liangchen's soul. At that time, let's see if she still has any ability to resist. The members of the Thunder Gang laughed heartily, not the slightest bit of panic or fear on their faces. Ma Quishan, who was hiding in the corner, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He wanted to stick his head out and look around, but he was afraid that he would be discovered. But in the end, he couldn't help but look out carefully. Could Miss win? That's impossible, right? That was the peak of the profound life realm, However, Miss had done many incredible things. Since ancient times, who could break the boundary of the shattered rock hill, who could cure an abandoned dantian, perhaps, Miss could really do it, Ma Qian thought to himself as he watched the battle between the two of them with worry and anticipation. However, with a single glance, Ma Quishan's eyes widened, and he nearly screamed out loud. What did he see? Beside the Thunder Gang members, there was a haggard man bound in chains. Who else could it be other than his father, Ma Huangyan? Father! Seeing Ma Huangyan, Ma Qian could not hold it in any longer. He yelled and pounced forward. However, before he could even get close, he was sent flying by a ruthless kick. An Ma Huang'an, who had a numb expression, saw his son and started to struggle. Release my son! Ma Huang'an roared, why are you here? Ma Qian also wanted to ask why his father was in Thunderbolt Gang. But when she saw the chains on her father's body and the bone-deep wound, what else could she not understand? It turned out that he couldn't find his father anywhere in Tianguang ruins because he had been captured by the Leitang Gang. He was even treated as a human sacrifice. A foot stepped heavily on Ma Huang'an's head. Mocking laughter could be heard from the surroundings. Yo, are you looking for your father in Tianguang ruins? It's a pity that you're just a good-for-nothing. You don't even have a single point. Ma Huang'an, you can actually see your son before you die. Surely you can rest in peace? Ha 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 ha! Ma Huang'an's eyes bulged out, his face ferocious. He roared hoarsely, let him go. If you dare touch my son, I won't let you go. Ha ha ha, this waste is fish on our chopping board, and he dares to say he won't let us go. Whether I dare to touch your son or not, you'll soon see for yourself. The foot stepping on Ma Qian's head ruthlessly grinds, making him howl in pain. But soon, he clenches his teeth. Raising his head, he glares at the crowd with bloodshot eyes. You won't be able to run wild for long. Our miss will soon kill Lei Wudi and become the top of the carnage list. Everyone was stunned by his resolute and decisive words, and then burst into even more unbridled mocking laughter. A mere mortal cultivator woman wants to kill our gang leader. You really know how to do it in broad daylight. Bang! Before they can finish, a figure suddenly flies over and heavily hits a high wall next to them. Gravel splashes and dust flutters. The crowd can't help but turn their heads to look. They see their gang leader, Lei Wudi, who ranks fourth on the carnage list, being squashed under the gravel, blood gushing from his mouth. The scene falls into a strange silence. The laughter of the Leitang gang members, who were just stepping on Ma Qian's head, abruptly stops. All the arrogant and presumptuous expressions freeze on their faces. What did they just see? Why is the gang leader, who's called Wudi, lying on the ground in such a miserable and embarrassing position, and the woman they had looked down on just now was calmly walking towards them? Cough, 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 impossible. How is this possible? Cough, cough, cough. Lei Wudi vomits blood and screams hysterically. How can your divine sense not be exhausted? Aren't you at the mortal cultivator realm? How vast is your sea of knowledge? Mu Yan curls up her lips. Guess. Or. She pauses, the seven absolute sword in her hand emitting a sparkling light. You can go to hell and ask King Yan Luo. Lei Wudi's eyes widened in horror. No, no, you can't kill me. What's in it for you? I have many treasures outside, and I can give them all to you. Cough cough cough. Everything in Tianguang ruins is just an empty reputation. You'll be able to leave the carnage roll sooner or later, so why fight for first place? As long as you let me go, I can give you all the wealth I've accumulated over the years. Mu Yan, it sounds very tempting. Lei Wudi's face lit up and he was about to continue. He then heard the girl's clear and moving voice slowly say, unfortunately, I must have the first place on the carnage list. Whoosh, the sword light whistled and pierced through Lei Wudi's chest. The seven absolute swords spun around and returned to Mu Yan's hand. She didn't even look at Lei Wudi's body and turned to look at Ma Qian. He couldn't help but frown. What are you doing out here? Ma Qian stared at her, forgetting to blink. No, although he had just said that the young miss would win. But he really didn't think that he would win so easily and quickly. What kind of monstrous master did he follow? After staring blankly for a long time, Ma Qian finally reacted to what Mu Yan had asked. Ma Qian hurriedly stuttered, I'm sorry, Mississippi. I saw my father and rushed out unknowingly. Mu Yan couldn't help but glance to the side. And saw the skinny Ma Huanan. She couldn't help but be surprised. It turned out that Ma Qian's father had disappeared because he was captured by the Leitang gang and used as a human sacrifice. She nodded, yes. In this way, our mission is considered half completed. The two of them exchanged a few words. The Leitang gang's members woke up with a start. In a split second, horrified screams, angry curses, and people fleeing in panic filled the ruins. Don't come over. The people who had just unscrupulously humiliated Ma Qian and his son were now full of anger and fear. Their trembling hands held the long knife and pressed it against Ma Qian's neck. They screamed, put down the sword in your hand, or I will kill him. Mu Yan curled her lips and raised her hand. The seven absolute swords disappeared. The Leitang gang's members breathed a long sigh of relief, their faces showing expressions of having survived a disaster. Fortunately, they still had hostages. Haha, women are really soft-hearted. As long as they seized their weakness, they could turn defeat into victory. Lei Wudi was dead, and the Leitang gang would have to change its leader. Maybe one of them would be the next. As they were thinking about this, they suddenly heard the melodious sound of a zither. Then, they felt their eyelids getting heavier and heavier. In the end, they lost consciousness and didn't know anything. The guilty expression on Ma Qian's face stiffened. He stood up in a trance. He saw Mu Yan drag the unconscious Leitang gang members over. They were lined up like radishes. Oh, this is a lot. This is too little, including these few, it should be enough to top the carnage list, right? Ma Huang'an staggered to his son's side and said absent-mindedly, who is this girl, and why did you come to Tianguang ruins? Where's your mother? Ma Qian's eyes reddened as he recalled his mother who had passed away long ago and his own experiences all these years. But he quickly pulled himself together. Father, Miss is my savior. I will explain the specific situation to you after we leave Tianguang ruins. Ma Qian. He heard Mu Yan's voice halfway. Ma Qian immediately ran over. Miss, what can I do for you? Mayan points to the radishes she picked out. Interrogate them one by one to see if they've done anything outrageous. If he hadn't done it before, he could spare his life and just plunder the void jade key. If they were really dregs, they would naturally become human sacrifices. Ma Qin nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with worship as he looked at Mu Yan. Mu Yan glanced at Ma Huang'an again, thought for a moment, and said, oh right, there should still be a lot of animals locked up in the Leitang gang. Go and release them. Ma Huang'an's body trembled as he stared blankly at the girl. His eyes reddened. It was only at this moment that he realized that he was saved. The girl who had come with his son had killed Lei Wudi and given him a new life. He was no longer a human animal. He no longer had to be locked up in the dark underground of the Thunder Gang day after day. And those who were as unfortunate as him could also find relief. In front of the Heavenly Light Ruins massacre list on the floating island. Many cultivators would often gather here to check on the changes in the rankings. These people were sent by the major forces to keep an eye on the situation. There were also those who wanted to know the changes in the rankings as soon as possible so that they could sell first-hand information. Of course, there were also those who were concerned about the change in their own names or just wanted to watch the show. At this time, Su De, Su Er, and Su San were also standing in front of the list, but their purpose seemed to be different from the others. Big brother, why are we wandering around here? The carnage list hasn't been updated in a long time. Let's hurry up and find out more about Ma Huang'an. Su De frowned and shook his head. He couldn't help but take another look at the carnage list. Yi Liangchen's name was still in the 190th place. At this time, there was only 1 day left until the end of the slaughter list. Su Er, big brother, don't tell me you really believe that the Demoness can reach the top of the slaughter list in just 1 day? Haha, that's impossible. Su San continued, that's the Thunder Gang we're talking about, the third largest force in Tianguang ruins. Lei Wudi is an expert at the peak of the profound life realm. The heroine must have been joking when she said that, ah. Su San's voice was interrupted by Su Da's scream. F asterisk CKF asterisk CKF asterisk CKF asterisk CKF asterisk CK. Look. Su Er and Su San raised their heads and looked at the same time. They subconsciously looked for the location of the 190 Yap Liangchen. But no. No more than 190. 150, none. There were none in the 90s. Su Er and Su San raised their heads higher and higher, their expressions becoming more and more shocked. Then, in the list of the top 10 that was shining with dazzling light, they saw a familiar name in the 9th place, Yap Liangchen. Lei Wudi, who had been in 4th place, had disappeared. Su Er and Su San felt their vision blur, their bodies swayed, and they almost fainted. Holy shit! What did they see? Did Yap Liangchen rise from rank 100 to rank 9? But Lei Wudi had fallen off the list. What did this mean? Did Yap really kill Lei Wudi? In front of the slaughter list, the others quickly discovered the changes on the list. Then, as if water had been poured into a pot of hot oil, the entire square boiled over. Yap Liangchen. Yap Liangchen again. How is it possible that she is ranked 9th? Who is this Yap Liangchen? Before this, no one has ever charged into the top 10 right after entering the slaughter list. Su De chuckled. He looked at the excited crowd as if he was looking at a bunch of fools. Everyone was drunk, but I was sober. Idiot, top 10 is nothing, what the heroine wanted was the top spot on the carnage ranking. No, this deity could no longer be described as a heroine. She should be called Almighty, right? Guru Yi. Previously, he doubted God Ye's strength because he was stupid and ignorant. However, he now knew that there was nothing in this world that Almighty Yi could not do. In the next 2 hours, Yap Liangchen rose from the 9th place to the 7th place. In the 6th hour, Yap Liangchen had risen to the 4th place from the 7th place. In the evening, Yap Liangchen was ranked 2nd. He was only 1,000 points away from Fu Yizue, who was in 1st place. More and more people gathered in front of the slaughter list. Everyone was talking about the name Yi Liangchen. Some of them were shocked, some were jealous, and some were angry and doubtful. But more people were in high spirits, waiting for the moment when a miracle would happen. Can Yi Liangchen really make it to the top of the slaughter ranking as a newbie? Only 1,000 points. With the speed at which this god is accumulating points, 1,000 points is nothing. But at this moment, Fu Yizue's points increased by 9,000 points. Suddenly, the gap between the two increased by another 10,000 points. Fu Yizue also wants to maintain his 1st place. Hehe, God Fu has been first 5 times. Isn't it natural for him to be first? That's right. Yap Liangchen is nothing. A newbie wants to challenge Cabinet Master Fu's position? Does he deserve it? The crowd was divided into 2 groups. Some felt that Yap Liangchen would become the new leader. Some felt that Fu Yizue would keep his position. Time passed and it was almost noon. In another 15 minutes, the Carnage leaderboard would be cleared. However, Yi Liangchen's points had never increased since then. Many people who supported Yap Liangchen shook their heads. Fu Yizue's supporter was arrogant. Hehe, Cabinet Master Fu didn't increase his points because he didn't want to. Bother with a small fry. Do you really think that Yap Liangchen can compete with Cabinet Master Fu? As he spoke, he patted the leaderboard. Look, the leaderboard is about to be updated. Everyone, who do you think will be first this round? Cabinet Master Fu. Cabinet Master Fu. Yap Liangchen is nothing. How can he compete with Cabinet Master Fu? Amidst the hustle and bustle, a red light lit up on the Carnage leaderboard and it started to flicker. Everyone knew that it was a countdown to the leaderboard's update. Once the red light stopped flickering, the 1,000 Carnage heroes would be decided. There were already people counting down excitedly. 9. 8. 7. 6. Susan couldn't help but let out a long sigh as he sat on the ground. Just a little bit more. What a pity. Su-er said, God Yi is already very powerful. Can a normal person get 2nd place when he just entered the Carnage leaderboard? Only Suda opened his eyes wide and stared at the leaderboard. 3. 2. 1. As expected. Our Cabinet Master Fu is still first. Is this human nature? Suda's pupils shrank involuntarily. The red light flashed for the last time. Why did he seem to see the name at the top change a little? Was it an illusion? Ding dong. At the same time, above everyone, in the sky of the entire Tianguang ruins, a dull mechanical voice sounded. Tianguang ruins World of Slaughter announcement. Yi Liangchen is ranked first on the slaughter leaderboard in the 34th round of the Guiyu period with 94,200 points. Yi Liangchen, please come to the slaughter list to get the 34th order of Guiyu as soon as possible. No one could hear what he said next. Everyone in the square felt a buzzing sound in their heads. They could hardly believe their ears. What did they hear? Yap Liangchen was at the top of the slaughter list. How was this possible? In the Thunder Gang, which was already in a mess, Mu Yan activated the floating light jade key. When she saw the announcement on it, she couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. The 34th order of Guiyu, what is 34? A special symbol representing 34, she vaguely felt that she had seen a similar symbol somewhere before. Forget it, let's not care about this for now. In short, by a hair's breadth, he had finally reached the top of the slaughter list. Looking at the members of the Defying gang kneeling on the ground and crying for their parents, their faces covered in snot and tears, Mayan couldn't help curling her lips. In order to survive, these people were just short of telling her all the good things they had done when they were 3 years old and wearing diapers, just so that they wouldn't be defined as human animals who deserved to be killed for their crimes. If it weren't for the fact that there wasn't enough time, she really would have gone to the jungle to continue killing wild beasts. Great God Yi, you are our savior, please accept our worship. This Defying gang is gone. Great Gaji, why don't you occupy it and become king? Let's form a new force and guarantee that we can beat the other forces. No way, don't tell me you want to create another one on the floating island. The mutated Tianguang ruins had existed for so many years, plus there was a 10-to-1 time blessing. Why hadn't anyone been able to reach the top of the list 12 times in a row after so long? No. There must be a lot of hidden worries. She glanced at the people kneeling down below and said unhurriedly, fine, then let's form a force. They weren't just grateful. Even Ma Qian couldn't help but say excitedly, Miss, what's the name of our force? Will the Yi family help us? Everyone, several days later, in the floating island of Carefree City. Originally, it was just a simple and crude casually built city lord's residence. At this time, Wei Mian was standing on a tall building, looking down at the people coming and going. Beside him, the scholar Zhou Zixuan let out a long sigh of relief. Recently, we've only been able to exchange the cloud bones for some supplies by selling them to the nearby Jade Sea City. But if this goes on, we won't be able to hold on sooner or later. The population of Carefree City was still a little too small. And the prosperity of the town needed ordinary people to fill it up. Look, more and more unaffiliated cultivators are coming to Liberty City to settle down. Isn't it all for the sake of training in the Six Stars Pagoda? The chaotic tower was left in the Phoenix Mountain Range. Instead, part of the control of the primordial tower had been assigned to Yan Haoyan, Ru Yan, Feng Haitang, Bai Yichen, and Chu Tianyu. Before she went to the dark Parasol Desert, Mu Yan had left the Six Stars Pagoda in Liberty City and given Wei Mian part of the control. She also released the news that there were top training magical equipment in Liberty City. At first, there were only a few unaffiliated cultivators who decided to check it out since they were passing by. They were reluctant to leave at all. They were unaffiliated cultivators in the first place. It did not matter where they stayed. As for the fact that Liberty City was a new city whose lord was of unknown origins, except for the country, the 3 alliances, and the 8 sects that had been standing for a long time, the other forces were always rising and falling. It was also possible that a random big shot could establish a prosperous town or sect that would stand for decades without collapsing. They were almost worshipping their lady as if she were a goddess. Olga swallowed and couldn't help but look at Wei Mian. Boss, should we tell our lady the truth? Maybe she can really help us. Years of hatred, injustice, and expectation almost made it impossible for him to control his expression. Everybody fell silent. The roar immediately attracted everybody's attention. The noise was so noisy that even they could hear it from the top of the city tower. Wei Mian frowned. Let's go over and take a look. When they got closer, they found a figure blocking the entrance of the Six Stars Pagoda. Then, Wei Mian was shocked to find that those who wanted to enter the Six Stars Pagoda were blocked by a beam of faint blue light. Seeing these people, someone immediately shouted, "What the hell is going on? Didn't they say that as long as we paid enough crystals, we could enter this top-notch magic treasure to cultivate? But now we can't even enter the door. How is this possible?" Tai Tu pushed the crowd aside and shouted in a low, muffled voice, "I'd like to see which shameless guy dares to steal something from Liberty City." The moment he saw that person, Wei Mian was stunned for a moment. Even his breathing quickened. Tai Tu clenched his fists and glared at the teenager in front of him fiercely. "You're just in the mortal cultivation realm. How dare you be so arrogant? Have you grown hair? I think you're tired of living, aren't you?" The dimples on his face were partly visible. "I don't want to behave atrociously. But this Six Stars Pagoda belongs to my 6th senior sister, but it appeared in your place. Of course, I have to figure it out." The teenager showed a hint of hesitation on his face. "Huh?" Tai Tu was so angry that he almost laughed. "Kid, you're here to make fun of us, aren't you? Get out of the Six Stars Pagoda. Believe it or not, I'll beat you until you cry for your parents. How arrogant you are." Tai Tu immediately puffed up his beard and glared at him fiercely. His fists were clenched so hard that they made cracking sounds. "Then let me see if you're as powerful as you say." The onlookers retreated and looked at the young man with gloating expressions on their faces. And the teenager was obviously only at the peak of the mortal cultivation realm. This kid was dead meat, he shook his head, looking absent-minded and confused. It was as if he didn't want him to be hurt at all. Why could he control the Mrs. Six Stars Pagoda? Tai Tu cultivated the magical power of the Hard and Fierce series. Heh, heh. How dare you act so arrogantly in Liberty City? Kid, is it too late for you to beg for mercy? The young man didn't speak. Instead, he curled his lips, closed his eyes, and spread his arms. A faint silver light was emitted from his fingertips. In the next moment, the surrounding rocks and trees, as well as the treasures and crystals piled up by the roadside, started to gather around the young man. The crowd was in an uproar. A puppet master. He's actually a puppet master among soul masters. Creating puppets out of thin air. Isn't such a godly skill that only the elite elders of those large sects can do? This young man is quite capable. Even Tai Tu looked surprised, and he couldn't help but stop what he was doing. Kid, you're quite capable, huh? He smashed the puppet in front of him with a punch. But soon, a dense horde of puppets surged forward. Tai Tu started to panic. After a small puppet bit his left leg, he gritted his teeth, and a bloodthirsty ferocity burst out of his eyes. Diamond Leopard, come out. Tai Tu pointed to the sky with one hand, and all the spiritual power in his body exploded. In the next moment, a golden leopard appeared beside him. Wow. Another round of intense discussion broke out. Soul Master. It's another Soul Master. And it's the most powerful summoner among Soul Masters. Look at the spiritual power surrounding that leopard. It's so powerful. It should be an elite level summon at least, right? I didn't expect such a powerful summoner to exist in a small Liberty City. This young man is quite powerful, but I'm afraid he has no chance of winning against this summon. Roar. It was as if he was trying to prove what everyone said. The diamond leopard roared furiously and pounced at the young man. It opened its bloody mouth, and its sharp claws whistled through the air as it smashed the puppets jumping in the air into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the leopard was in front of the young man. A huge ferocious beast and a weak young man. The contrast was so stark that everyone could almost imagine the tragic scene of blood splattering 3 feet in the next moment. Some soft-hearted people couldn't help but turn their heads. They couldn't bear to see this handsome young man being torn into pieces. Wei Mian's expression changed drastically, and he stepped forward to stop him. However, in the center of the storm, the young man under the leopard's bloody mouth curled his lips. TSK. Who doesn't have a summoned beast? In the next moment, a red bead floated out from behind him. A dazzling light bloomed. The fiery red giant bird flew into the sky and spread its wings, burning the sky red. Whoosh, he gently flapped his wings. The majestic leopard was immediately thrown to the ground. It let out a frightened whimper and couldn't get up for a long time. Everyone in front of Six Stars Pagoda who saw this scene was stunned. The bird in the sky was so beautiful, so dazzling. This was summoned by the young man who looked no more than 18 or 19 years old. A commander-grade summoned beast. Not only is he a puppeteer, he's also a summoner. And he actually summoned a commander, divine beast. Oh my god. The entire floating island only had a few commander, summoned beasts? Who is this young man? After flipping the King Kong leopard, the fiery bird in the sky let out a long cry. It suddenly transformed into a beam of fiery light and swooped down towards Tai Tu. Stop. Brat, you dare to hurt people. Have mercy. This time even Wei Mian's expression changed, and he hurriedly rushed towards Tai Tu. However, it was too late. The firebird's speed was too fast and its attack power was too strong. They couldn't catch up at all. There was a loud bang. Tai Tu's tower-like body was sent flying and slammed heavily into the wall. The eyes of Butcher and the rest instantly turned red. How dare you? I will kill you to avenge Tai Tu. The long saber was unsheathed, and the pressure of a peak mysterious life stage suddenly spread out. Butcher's eyes were bloodshot as he slashed at the young man. Ding, however, before he could raise his knife, the butcher staggered from the blow. The saber in his hand fell to the ground. Who is it? Who is bold enough to meddle in the business of Liberty City? Old Ge roared angrily and also took out his magic treasure. However, in the next moment, a familiar and sweet-sounding female voice rang out in everyone's ears. "It's me. What do you want?" Wei Mian, the butcher, the scholar, and even Tai Tu, who had just climbed to his feet in a sorry state, stiffened. The expression on his face instantly turned into one of ecstasy. Indeed, very soon, a white figure descended from the sky and slowly landed in front of the Six Stars Pagoda. It was Jun Mayan, the real master of Liberty City had returned. Tai Tu's eyes reddened as he shouted in a hoarse voice, "Miss, this brat." His complaint was not yet finished. The boy who had just beaten him up pounces over and hugs Mayan. "Sixth senior sister." It was really sixth senior sister. "I missed you so much." Mu Yan was also dumbfounded. Although he thought he saw Luo Yu's figure from afar. But at this moment, his heart was finally at ease. It was Luo Yu. It really was Luo Yu. Shouldn't he be in the cultivation world? Why would he come to the floating island? After staring blankly for a moment, Mu Yan's face suddenly blooms with a brilliant smile. She hugged Luo Yu back, her usually steady voice trembling with excitement. "Xiaoqi, why are you here?" Everyone from Liberty City, Tai Tu, whose face was swollen and bruised, was especially dumbfounded. Wait a minute. He was wild with joy when he saw the young miss and was waiting for the young miss to uphold justice for them, but how did it turn into the scene of the young miss and this brat recognizing their kin? Who was this kid who could summon a commander, divine beast? Inside the room, a refreshing and soothing incense was lit. Snacks such as melons, fruits, and pastries filled the table. As Luo Yu wolfed down her food, she didn't forget to complain to Mu Yan, "Sixth senior sister, you don't know how miserable I was. The moment I opened my eyes, I was surrounded by a group of ferocious beasts. As far as the eye could see, it was a dense forest. I walked in there for 3 days and 3 nights, and when I finally got out, I walked into a black village. I was almost drugged and sold as a slave." The youth rambled on, enunciating each word clearly, but his mouth never stopped eating. Mu Yan looks at his childish appearance in amusement. "You said that third senior brother sent you to the floating island?" Luo Yu nodded and was about to eat another piece of cake. A small hand reached out and stopped his movements. Xiaobao kept a straight face and said in a serious tone, "Seventh martial uncle, eating too many snacks is bad for your stomach, you can't eat too much. The food will be ready soon. What if we can't eat in a while?" Luo Yu felt that she was so hungry that she could eat a cow. But this was the advice of such a lovely martial nephew who had not seen each other for a long time. Luo Yu decisively put down the cake in her hand, hugged Xiaobao, and kissed him on his white and tender little face. Okay. As long as it's our Xiaobao, martial uncle will listen." Xiaobao blushed and pushed him away, throwing himself into Mu Yan's arms. After a long time, he turned his head and said seriously, even men are not allowed to touch each other. "Seventh uncle, you can't kiss Xiaobao anymore. Xiaobao is different from fifth uncle and Uncle Ouyang." Ha 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 ha. Luo Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. How could their family's Xiaobao be so cute? He even knew the relationship between fifth brother and Ouyang Qing. Even Mu Yan couldn't help but tease the baby in her arms. She lowered her head and kissed him on the cheek. "Will Nyangqing kiss me?" Xiaobao's little face became redder. The corners of his lips curled up, and after a while, he said in a low voice, "Yes." After teasing Xiaobao. Only then did Luo Yu briefly describe what had happened in the past few months. It turned out that after Mu Yan left, the remaining 6 people of the Xiaoyao sect swore to reach the tribulation stage within 3 months and fly to the floating island. However, how could it be easy to break through from the leaving body stage to the tribulation stage within 3 months? Otherwise, how could so many cultivators be stuck at this bottleneck for decades? Even if the talents of the Xiaoyao sect were extraordinary, even if they practiced hard day and night, they were still stuck at the peak of the leaving body stage, unable to advance. Luo Yu held her chin and said, "At that time, we were really anxious. Although we knew that it was normal to be stuck at the peak of the leaving body stage for a few years, we had Sixth Sister by our side, all kinds of top elixirs and musician auxiliary skills to help us advance quickly. We really couldn't accept this gap for a while." Mu Yan's strength was far from her personal strength. But as long as the people around her gathered, because of her influence, their strength would rapidly improve. The Xiaoyao Six were like this. The Nether Flame army was like this. Even the Liangchen army and the Qingqing army, which were not close to Mu Yan, were more or less helpful. Without Mu Yan, the Xiaoyao Six were still the most talented people with the highest potential. But potential is only potential. Without Mu Yan's Shin musician skills to stimulate them, it would take a long time for this potential to really play a role and help them become powerful. When we think about how many years it will be before we can see sixth senior sister again, and that by then, we will definitely be left far behind by you. We will no longer be able to fight side by side with you, and we will instead become your burden. We feel extremely depressed. Mu Yan stretched out her hand and slapped him heavily on the head. Don't talk nonsense. The Xiaoyao Seven Sons will advance and retreat together. How could you all be a burden? Furthermore, I know your talent and hard work better than anyone else. I'm able to go further and faster than all of you, not because I'm stronger than all of you, but because I've had a fortuitous encounter. In Baixia's words, her life started from the moment she received the inheritance of the Shin musicians. Are the disciples of the Xiaoyao school really not as talented as her? That's not it, it's just that they don't have the heaven-defying golden finger like the Shin musicians. But was it really a good thing to have such a cheat? How glorious was the kamikaze gate in the past? Weren't they exterminated in the end? Luo Yu giggled and said, in Baixia's words, our Xiaoyao sect is a concentration camp for geniuses, but geniuses are also divided into different levels. If we are the heaven's favorites that only appear once in 100 years, then sixth senior sister, you are the evildoer that only appears once in 1,000 years. But fortunately, besides sixth senior sister, our Xiaoyao sect still has another evildoer. Ah, no. There should be 3, including junior martial uncle. He he. Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. What did third brother do? Luo Yu blinks. I don't know what third brother did. He just drew a very strange painting, then burned the painting and buried the ashes into the ground in a circle. Then, he let us enter the circle. Then, I felt that I had entered a small world. This small world is a bit similar to the one where Instructor Mo trained us. We can only fight and kill in it, or we will suffer the pain and fear of death, and then the cycle starts again. I don't know how long I stayed in it, but I was tortured to the point of collapse. By the time I came to my senses, I had already broken through to the tribulation stage. Then, the small world disappeared, and a transmission array appeared under my feet. When I opened my eyes, I was already on the floating island. Mu Yan says thoughtfully, so, the promotion time of the 7 of you, including the location of the final transmission to the floating island, may be different. Fortunately, sixth sister is smart. You actually named the city Liberty City. Hee hee, when I heard it, I guessed it had something to do with you, sixth sister. When I saw the 6 stars pagoda, I was even more sure. But before entering the small world, Big Brother repeatedly exhorted him to be careful and prudent on the floating island. His name must not be exposed. Moreover, he couldn't show the divine beast bays in front of others. That's why he accidentally fought with Tai Tu and the others. Luo Yu looks at Mu Yan with admiration and amazement. Sixth sister, you've only been on the floating island for a few months, right? How on earth did you gather so many cultivators and troops, and even build Liberty City? Mu Yan smiles and briefly tells her what happened in the gravel hill. Hearing this, Luo Yu was stunned. He thought he was unlucky enough to fall into the deep mountains and old forests. He didn't expect that sixth sister would enter such a terrible place as the gravel hill. If it were someone else, no matter how strong he was, he would probably be trapped there for the rest of his life. Just then, the door is pushed open. A man in white walks into the room with a tray in his hand. The moment Xiaobao saw this person, he immediately straightened his back, and his whole body and mind entered a state of preparation for battle. When Luo Yu raised her head, she saw a pair of icy blue eyes that were almost the same as Xiaobao's. She almost blurted out, "Teacher Mo." That was close, he thought. The person in front of him only has a pair of eyes similar to Di Mingju and Xiaobao. Her other facial features and face shape leaned towards feminine beauty, and even had a bit of evil charm. Who was this person? Li Weiran placed the fragrant dishes on the dining table and said gently, Mu Yan, there hasn't been much to eat in Kangwu City these few days. You must be starving, right? Mu Yan looked at him like he was an idiot. Li Weiran, did you hit your head somewhere? Or did you come up with some new poison to put in this food? Li Weiran frowned and said helplessly, Mu Yan, how many times do you want me to say it before you believe me? I just want to protect you. From now on, as long as I'm by your side, I won't let you suffer any harm. When he said the last sentence, the man in front of him leaned forward slightly. For the first time, Mu Yan's figure was reflected in those bottomless icy blue eyes. He used the same cynical tone as before, but the fingers of the hand that was pressed on the edge of the table tightened, and the veins on the back of his hand slightly bulged. Mu Yan rolled her eyes and said unhappily, first, I won't believe you no matter how many times you say it. Second, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. We're not related, so why did you suddenly go from finding trouble with me to protecting me? Don't tell me you want to pursue me again. I'm sorry, but my fiancé is 100 times better than you. I really don't like a pretty boy like you. Xiaobao nodded heavily. Li Weiran stared at her for a long time. Finally, he lowered his long lashes, covering all the emotions and light in his eyes. After a while, the atmosphere in the room made Mu Yan and Luo Yu feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. Only then did Li Weiran slowly take out the red silk and cover his eyes again. When that pair of icy blue eyes was covered, Li Weiran's entire temperament seemed to change. He said casually, Mu Yan. You're too sharp. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. I want the core of Tianguang ruins, an item from Floating Light Island. If you can bring it to me, we'll call it even for me saving this little fellow. How about that? Mu Yan was startled. How did you know I can enter Floating Light Island? Li Weiran's gaze swept over Mu Yan and he smiled lightly. From the first time I saw you, I could feel the aura of the floating light jade key on you. It's just that this thing has already fused with your soul, so it's useless even if I snatch it. Moreover, my situation is special. I didn't expect that I wouldn't even be able to enter Tianguang ruins. I can only rely on you now if I want this treasure. Mu Yan frowned. So this is the reason why you stared at me from the beginning at the rocky hill. Li Weiran curled his thin lips. Of course. What other reason did Mu Yan think it would be? Hearing this, Mu Yan didn't get angry. Instead, she let out a long sigh. As long as he had a request, what she was most afraid of was not knowing his motive. It didn't matter if it was real or fake, anyway, it was good enough that she could repay him for saving Xiaobao. She pondered for a moment and asked, tell me what you want first. If I tell you, will Mu Yan give it to me immediately? Li Weiran said with a faint smile. If I'm not wrong, you can't go to Floating Light Island right now, right? Mu Yan, I'll tell you what I want the day you go to Floating Light Island. Before that, I can only stay by your side. After that, he doesn't wait for Mayan's response and has already left the room. After closing the door, Luo Yu and Mu Yan look at each other. Thinking of what Mu Yan had said about Li Weiran's actions, Luo Yu said worriedly, is it really alright to have such a dangerous person by your side? Mu Yan, forget it, no matter what, he still saved Xiaobao. Since he has a favor to ask of me, he shouldn't harm us for the time being. Luo Yu thought about it and agreed. She immediately put aside her worries and happily began to eat. This Li Weiran has bad intentions, but the food he cooks is really delicious. He is not inferior to Fifth's senior brother at all. Mu Yan felt the same way and said with some resentment, otherwise, why do you think I can't resist the temptation even though I know he's an enemy? In the space of the Tian Mo Qin, Qi Huang stomped his feet in anger, Jun Mayan, Lan Luoyu, you two idiots. This brat obviously harbors ill intentions. Can't you see it? Mu Yan asked curiously, what intentions? And when did he ever have good intentions? Qi Huang blushes, grits her teeth, and doesn't speak. Idiot woman. Can't you see the way he looks at you? It's not like he's looking at someone he can use. Instead, it's filled with aggression. Is he looking at his favorite prey? Outside the city lord's residence, the youth with red silk over his eyes raises his head, watching the bright moon in the sky as if it's dyed with blood. His thin lips gently hooks up, his smile evil and charming. Jun Mayan, I've never desired someone so much in my life, especially when this person was snatched from Di Mingju's hands. Suddenly, there's a slight heat at his waist. Li Weiran frowns, and somewhat impatiently pulls out a small mirror. At this time, the seemingly ordinary copper mirror is emitting a faint light, and a few bright red characters appear on the mirror's surface. Urgent matter, return quickly, Yu Yanran. Li Weiran curls his lips, puts the copper mirror back into his bosom, and leaves with a smile. A few days ago, Linglan Island, Xianxia continent. Reporting to Miss, the herb for the magnificent quicksand, has been found. Hearing the voice coming from outside the house, Yu Yanran's expression suddenly shakes. Her eyes burst with a light of excitement and expectation. However, it's only for a moment, and it's replaced by unwillingness and grievance. Seeing Huang Shouchuan walk in and look at her worriedly, she bites her lips and says, "That herb, who is it?" "Don't worry, Mississippi. Although there are very few herb men left from ancient times, they're not completely non-existent." Huang Shouchuan says confidently, and because of some special reasons, those herb men are either stranded in the Xiaoxian continent, or they're disciples of small, unranked sects in the Xiaoxian continent. They're said to be the son of heaven's will, but in fact, they rely on absorbing the luck of the people around them. Thus, the sects therein generally won't be too prosperous, and on the contrary, they'll face endless calamities. Because of these factors, this subordinate quickly found a herbman in a third-rate sect called Thunder Light sect. This herbman is much purer than the one Ling Yuexia and the others found. As a herb, it will certainly make the effect of the magnificent quicksand near perfection. This subordinate has already ordered the people in the elixir room to start refining. Yu Yanran shows unbearable expression. "To kill an innocent person for the sake of the magnificent quicksand, I feel a little uneasy." Huang Shouchuan sneered, "To be able to become the medicinal catalyst for Miss to consume the medicinal pill is a blessing that he has cultivated for several lifetimes. He's just a disciple of a small sect. If he dies, then so be it. What's there to feel pity about?" His gaze towards Yu Yanran was filled with pity and hidden adoration. "Miss, it is precisely because you are too kind that you are bullied time and time again. Even a mere vixen from the lower worlds can act so arrogantly in front of you." Only then did Yu Yanran reveal a relieved smile. "Then I'll have to trouble Big Brother Huang to watch over the refinement of the magnificent quicksand for me. As long as I change into Jun Mayan's appearance, perhaps Di Jun would be willing to look at me?" Huang Shouchuan felt a pain in his heart and was about to speak. Suddenly, a figure stumbled into the hall from outside. Huang Shouchuan glared at him unhappily. "Why are you so flustered? You don't have the slightest sense of propriety in front of Miss. Island Master, Deputy Island Master, have returned. Senior Yu, who went to Yanwu continent to investigate, has returned. He suffered some injuries when passing through the spatial barrier passage, so he couldn't personally come over to greet the Island Master. He asked me to tell the Island Master that he had made an important discovery in Yanwu continent." Yu Yanran abruptly stood up. "Yu Jing has returned? Really? Where is he now? Quickly take me to find him. The damage caused by being torn apart by the space barrier is clearly very serious." Even though Yu Jing has already taken a healing elixir, his complexion is still deathly pale at this time, blood continuously spilling from the corners of his mouth. Seeing Yu Yanran, Yu Jing hurriedly gets up. "Greetings, Miss, Udage, quickly lie down and don't move. You suffered such a serious injury because of Yanran." Yu Jing is overwhelmed by the favor and says emotionally, "This subordinate is one of the 12 guards of Ling Long. For Miss, I should go through water and tread on fire without hesitation." Huang Shouchuan impatiently says, "Yu Jing, what did you find out in the Yanwu continent? To have Miss personally come to see you in such a hurry?" Yu Jing restrains his expression, looking at Yu Yanran and solemnly says, "Miss, the Jun Mayan that you asked this subordinate to investigate, does she have a son?" Yu Yanran's expression darkens, biting her lip as she nods. "Why are you asking this?" Huang Shouchuan angrily says, "Miss has already seen that little bastard. The Emperor of the Polar Domain personally taught him, and even the people of the Polar Domain recognized him as their master. I don't know what method that vixen used to actually make the Emperor allow such a mortal to give birth to his own bloodline. No. That's not right." Yu Jing excitedly straightens up, shouting, "That child's father is not the Emperor." "What did you say?" Yu Yanran and Huang Shouchuan simultaneously turn pale with fright. "Say it again." Cough, cough, cough. Yu Jing clutches his chest and coughs several times. But this time, Yu Yanran doesn't softly comfort or express her concern. Her face is full of excitement and anxiety, even her voice rises a few times. Yudage, quickly say it. What did you investigate in the Yanwu continent? Cough, cough, that Jun Mayan's reputation in the Yanwu continent is not small, but very few people know the identity of the child by her side. It seems that from the time he appeared several years ago, this child has already been by her side, calling her Nyangqin. Because that Jun Mayan is too young, many people even thought that the child was adopted by her. This subordinate also investigated in many ways, and finally found some information in the home of Jun Mayan's adoptive father. It turns out that a few years ago, Jun Mayan was tainted by drugs. In the end, she got pregnant out of wedlock and gave birth to a little bastard. That child's father is not an emperor monarch at all. In fact, no one even knows who that child's father is. Yu Yanran clenched her fists tightly. Months of resentment, grievance, jealousy, and bitterness had all turned into a burning excitement at this moment. Quick! Tell me exactly what you've found. Yu Jing's breathing was hurried, his entire body in pain like it was on fire. But seeing Yu Yanran's anxious expression, he forced himself to be alert and began to report everything he had found out. 15 minutes later. Huang Shouchuan says in disbelief, "You're saying that Di Jun already knew that Mayan's child was an illegitimate child with an unknown father? She doesn't even care that Mayan has already been defiled by another man? How is this possible?" Panting heavily, Yu Jing said, "Absolutely true. According to this subordinate's investigation, when Di Mingju and Jun Mayan first met, the child was already 4 years old. Before this, there was no news about Di Jun in the entire Yanwu continent." That's also true. Huang Shouchuan suddenly reacted, "That little bastard is at least 5 or 6 years old. But if I remember correctly, 10 years ago, Di Jun was seriously injured because of a tribal riot at the border of the polar domain. After that, he went into seclusion in the polar domain's forbidden area for a very long time, only coming out again 5 years ago." Yu Yanran murmured, "So, that child is not of the emperor's bloodline? Instead, it was Jun Mayan and some unknown wild man? And the celestial emperor already knew about this? But why?" Her eyes were suddenly filled with tears, and she clenched her fists tightly. Why did the emperor turn a blind eye to me, who had waited for him for 1,000 years? Yet he was still clinging to a broken shoe. Why? Why? Yu Jing looked at Yu Yanran's sorrowful appearance and swallowed the words he was about to say. Di Jun doesn't just dislike this Jun Mayan. Even now, there are people who still take delight in talking about what he did for this Shin musician remnant in the Yanwu continent. They were called the Underworld Flame Emperor, and there were even people who wrote their love story into a folktale and sang it everywhere. Huang Shouchuan's heart ached as he supported the tottering Yu Yanran and said gently, "Miss, don't cry. Wasn't that a good thing? Even if Di Jun really accepts that Jun Mayan is a broken flower and a withered willow, and is even willing to treat that little bastard as his own son, does his heart really not have a thorn in it?" Yu Yanran raised her teary eyes and looked at Huang Shouchuan, her eyes filled with hope. Huang Shouchuan continued, "Miss, I am sure that this is good news. Perhaps, miss, you don't even need to use the magnificent quicksand to make the emperor dislike Mayan and change his mind towards you." "What do you mean?" Huang Shouchuan reveals a strange smile. "Do you think that Di Jun has shown such leniency? Has he ever thought about who the man who defiled Mayan was? Who is the father of that little bastard? That's the high and mighty polar domain sovereign lord. What kind of woman couldn't he get in this world? What kind of treasure wasn't easily obtainable? Would he really be willing to let his things be tarnished by others?" Yu Yanran, "But the current emperor clearly has no ill feelings towards that vixen and still dotes on her." "Ah, that's because the man who once possessed Jun Mayan didn't appear. The imperial emperor could still ignore this matter and avoid it. But what if that little bastard's biological father appears in front of Mayan? Can Di Jun still treat Mayan well as before?" Once he thought about how his woman had been defiled by someone else, and that even his child was someone else's flesh and blood, would he really not feel disgusted? Yu Yanran's eyes lit up bit by bit. Huang Shouchuan continued, "And in a fit of rage, the emperor might want to kill that man. But would Jun Mayan allow it? After all, he was her son's biological father. At that time, if Di Jun doesn't dislike Jun Mayan, then Jun Mayan will have a grudge against Di Jun. Can the two of them really return to how they were before? Every word that Huang Shouchuan said seemed to be knocking into Yu Yanran's heart. She was so excited that her body couldn't help but tremble, and she kept pacing around the room. However, she suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but frown. But Big Brother, you also said that no one knows who the father of that little bastard is. Where are we going to find that man? Huang Shouchuan curled his lips and gently drew an arc on his eyes with his finger. Miss, you've also seen that little bastard. Don't you think that his eyes look like a person? The first image that appears in Yu Yanran's mind is Di Mingju holding that little boy. Two pairs of ice blue eyes are almost exactly the same. Even their expressions and temperament are inexplicably similar. No. Yu Yanran repeatedly shakes her head. During that time, Di Jun never left the Xianxia continent. He can't be the little bastard's father. Then who else would have eyes similar to the little bastard's? Suddenly, Yu Yanran's expression turned sluggish. Her lips slightly open, and she spits out 3 words, Li Weiran. Li Weiran. Yes, it's Li Weiran who has the same pair of icy blue eyes. 10 years ago, Yu Yanran accidentally picked up Li Weiran from the battlefield. At that time, his skin was festering, and the stench was unbearable. He couldn't even crawl, and could only eat corpses to survive. At first, Yu Yanran was kind enough to save him because of those icy blue eyes that are similar to Di Mingju's. It's just that many years later, Li Weiran displayed his ability. It made Yu Yanran more and more unable to leave him, needing to use him. And he always used the red silk to cover his eyes. So much so that Yu Yanran gradually forgot that he had such a unique pair of blue eyes. Huang Shouchuan nods. Didn't Mayan not find the child's father? We can just give her one. And in this world, there's no better candidate than Li Weiran. Apart from the similar eyes, Li Weiran has been following Mayan all this time, never leaving her side. It's not impossible to say that there's a personal relationship between the two. If it's revealed that Li Weiran is Xiaobao's biological father, do you think Di Jun will still believe in that woman's innocence? Huang Shouchuan closes his eyes at the end, and the corner of his mouth curls up in a cold arc. Of course, Li Weiran will have to bear Di Jun's thunderous fury, and eventually die in his hands. Serves him right, and he has nothing to do with others. Yu Yanran's breathing becomes slightly hurried, and she can't help but look in the direction of Huaqing Palace. But will Weiran agree? His life was saved by you, and he's been obedient to you all these years. Maybe he's already deeply in love with you. As long as it's your order, he will certainly listen. Yu Yanran glares at Huang Shouchuan. Brother Huang, don't talk nonsense. I only treat Weiran as my younger brother. However, your method is indeed feasible. She takes a deep breath, and finally grits her teeth. I'll immediately teleport and have Weiran come back. It didn't matter if he used magnificent quicksand or not. She hopes that the surviving Shin musician will be utterly disgraced and die without a burial place, so that he will never be able to seduce the emperor again. Yanwu Continent, a remote valley at the end of the fog forest. A tall figure slowly appeared at the entrance of the valley. He looked into the pitch-black depths of the valley with a profound gaze and let out a long breath. This person was defeating armies. Because of the closure of the spatial barrier, he was forced to stay in the Xianxia continent for 3 months. Until now, when the passage opens again, they can finally come to the Yanwu continent. Even in the Xianxia continent, defeating armies as cultivation could be considered top-notch. His temperament is eccentric and cold. Apart from his loyalty to Di Mingju, he has no desire for anything else. He is fearless. But at this moment, when he looked at this valley that did not even have the slightest bit of spiritual power, his eyes revealed a bit of fear. Was he really going to return to this place that even Jun Shang was powerless to do anything about, and was almost consigned to eternal damnation? If I'm trapped inside and can't send a message to Jun Shang, defeating armies clenches his teeth, and takes out a small bamboo tube from his bosom. He scoops up the soil under his feet and buries it inside. Soon after, he flies into the valley without hesitation. Are you saying that Liberty City is out of crystals? Listening to Wei Mian's report, Mu Yan can't help but frown with a headache. What did it mean to say that if you don't manage the household, you don't know the price of rice and firewood? She only knew about it when she was raising the Nether Flame army. Now, he no longer needed to maintain the Nether Flame army, and he had created a Liberty City for her. Compared to raising a city and a large army, raising a Netherflame army paled in comparison. Mu Yan really has a headache this time. She didn't know how to do business. The sky-floating island's Tianguang ruins wasn't like the Cultivation continents, which was a trading ground. As long as she sells talismans and pills in this father's #1 shop, she will be able to earn a large sum of money. At this moment, Qi Huang was still making a ruckus beside her ear. Liberty City and the broken army aside, the most important thing right now is to build your natal sword. Even if you have crystal stones, don't waste them. Use them all to buy refining materials. If you run into that pretty boy Luo Yunxiao next time and your natal sword is still this shabby, I won't let you off. Mu Yan couldn't wait to throw a shoe at this brat's face. This guy casually said, make a natal sword. Moreover, he wanted 7 in one go. Do you know how terrifying the expenses are? Most of the rare materials in 7 Brilliance's refining list could not be purchased at all. He could only search for it in the Massacre Skylight ruins. As for the rest of the trash materials in Qi Huang's mouth, they were sold at an extremely high price on the floating islands market. Mu Yan finally knows why Qi Huang never let her forge a natal sword when she was in the Xianxia continent. Not to mention the cloud bone, the most important core material. Not a single one of the common materials on the list could be found in the cultivation world. Moreover, as a descendant of the Shin musician, it can be said that she is proficient in almost all kinds of magical powers. Combat, support, medical treatment, talismans, planting, all of them are included in the inheritance of the Shin musician. But he could only forge weapons. The inherited memories had clearly mentioned this. However, the skill did not show any signs of being unlocked. Even Qi Huang says that he has never seen any refining-related skills among the Shin musician skills. Even Bailey Luin, the founder of the Kamikaze Gate, was the same. Therefore, Mu Yan wants to forge a natal sword. Not only did he have to prepare a large amount of rare materials, he also needed to find the best blacksmith on this floating island. And this also meant that he would have to spend a lot of crystals on the tournament. Thinking of this, Mayan has a big headache. She looked at Zhou Zixuan and Ruan Yang. Do you have any suggestions? Zhou Zixuan bowed and said, if we want our Liberty City to prosper, we first need a sufficient flow of people. Although our 6 Stars Pagoda has attracted a lot of cultivators, most of them are rogue cultivators who have nothing to do with them and don't have high cultivation. Just them and the people who came out of the rubble can't support a town. Mu Yan pondered for a moment, then she took out a stack of talismans from the space. First, find a nearby town and sell these talismans to help with the emergency. Zhou Zixuan takes the thick stack of talismans from Mu Yan's hand, his face revealing an expression of wanting to say something but hesitating. In the end, it was still Ruan Yang who cautiously said, Miss, the spirit-mending talisman, these elementary universal talismans can't be sold for a good price on the floating island. Even a tier 8 talisman is only worth 1 crystal stone. Mu Yan looks at them strangely. Who told you that these are elementary universal talismans? The so-called primary universal talisman was a saying on the floating island. It was those drawing methods that could be found everywhere, and they were simple talismans. Generally, it includes replenishing spirit talismans, speed talismans, 5 elements attack talismans and so on. But because they are simple to draw and not very powerful, the price is very cheap. As for those high-level special talismans, their drawing methods are all in the hands of one of the 8 major sects, the infamily of Spirit Gathering City. Compared to the low price of primary talismans, the price of the talismans sold by the infamily is several times higher. Those rare talismans are also inflated to sky-high prices in all the markets. Hearing Mu Yan's words, Zhou Zixuan subconsciously looks down. This, what are these? A scream startles even Wei Mian and Butcher outside the door. Invisibility talisman, wind talisman, thunder talisman, diamond defense talisman, aren't these talismans the infamily's secret arts? Miss, you can draw them too? Ma Quishan, who follows in, sees Zhou Zixuan's fuss and can't help but show a proud expression. Although he is only a small team leader and can't compare to the strength of these generals. But in terms of the Miss's ability, these people are far behind him. How can the Miss only draw these talismans? She can also refine pills. His father has been trapped in Tianguang ruins for many years, and his body has long since withered and decayed. Although his father's confidant stole him out and took good care of him, he can no longer restore his peak strength. Unexpectedly, the mist let his father take a pill, and the festering flesh began to heal. Those withered meridians also regained their vitality. Ma Quishan's heart itches, and he can't help but take a talisman from Zhou Zishuan's hand, saying excitedly, "The effect of the talismans drawn by Miss is much better than the ones sold by the Yin family. Look at this diamond defense talisman. I only need to use this little spiritual power to make a protective cover that even a profound life realm cultivator can't easily break. And this wind talisman, let me tell you, the speed is comparable to." As he says this, he takes out a second talisman. Tai Tu suddenly comes to his senses, and fiercely slaps his hand. "Get lost. These talismans are all used to sell for money, how can you waste them? Haha, such a big stack of talismans. We can exchange them for a lot of crystal stones, and our military training expenses can last for a while." Wei Mian looks at Mu Yan with awe, and sincerely praises, "In this world, is there anything that the Miss can't do?" Mu Yan sighed, "Of course there is. I'm in urgent need of a powerful armament refiner, and the things on this list." She threw out a piece of paper. "When you go to Lin City to buy things, also keep an eye out for me. If there's anything on this list, buy it for me." Zhou Zishuan took a look at the list and couldn't help but gasp. These things cost more money than their military expenses. He looks at Mayan with a bitter face. Just as he's about to speak, there's a sudden commotion outside the house. "City Lord, General Wei, bad news. The disciples of the Dark Palace of the Jade Sea City have blocked the entrance of Liberty City, demanding that we hand over the 6 Stars Tower, or they will demolish our entire city." Mu Yan, what kind of toy is this, mysterious Yin Palace? The profound Yin Palace was naturally not a plaything. Instead, it was the 4th great power of Jade Sea City. They specialize in accepting talented puppeteers. In the Mystic Yin Palace, almost every elite disciple can control tens or even hundreds of puppets in battle, so the Mystic Yin Palace is also known as an army that isn't an army. It means that they can use their puppeteer skills to command an army of tens of thousands of puppets while still maintaining their tyrannical strength. If the disciples of the Dark Moon Palace insist on picking on Liberty City, we will be in big trouble. Zhou Zishuan frowned and said in annoyance, "Why would the Dark Moon Palace target Liberty City?" Liberty City had just been established, and there were many things to be done. The army had not been trained yet. They did not have the strength to fight a real major force at all, or they would certainly suffer heavy losses. It's also because of the 6 Stars Tower. The person reporting carefully said, "These few days, there is a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace who has been spending crystal stones to cultivate in the 6 Stars Pagoda. At a critical moment, the crystal stones are not enough, so he wants to continue cultivating on credit." Zhou Zishuan asked, "Did you turn him down?" No. We did not, but the people who had been cut in line by him a few times were not happy and started a fight with the disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. We had no choice but to step in and take care of it because we saw that it was getting out of hand. However, the disciple of the Dark Moon Palace missed the epiphany and reached the bottleneck again, unable to make a breakthrough. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Also, someone was fanning the flames. Eventually, things got out of hand. Zhou Zishuan heaved a long sigh. Then, he looked at Mu Yan in shame. "Miss, it was my incompetence that caused such a disaster." Mu Yan scratched her chin and said casually, "What is the 4th major force in the Blue Wave City? Is the Dark Moon Palace very rich?" Zhou Zishuan, "Huh? Probably. He was truly confused. Why did Miss ask if the Dark Moon Palace was rich? In the next moment, they saw their new master, the leader of Liberty City, the girl who was as beautiful as a goddess, slowly curl her lips into a brilliant smile. "It's good that you're rich. If you were a bunch of paupers, wouldn't your efforts be for naught?" Zhou Zishuan, while they were talking, they had reached the city gate. At this moment, the city wall of Liberty City was no longer short and shabby. Huge blue stones were stacked on top of each other, forming a tall ring-shaped barrier. On the city wall, there was a sentry post every 10 steps. It was heavily guarded. Outside the city wall, deep trenches had been dug, and crystals had been buried below to establish a defense array to protect the entire city. At this moment, in front of the open bronze gate, a group of indignant youths were controlling the puppets beside them in an attempt to break through the defensive formation. The array that Mayan has arranged is of course extremely exquisite. However, such a large-scale formation also had a very big flaw. That was, burning crystal stones. Burning crystal stones like crazy. Liberty City, on the other hand, was extremely poor. Therefore, the group of people from the Darking Palace controlled the puppets to attack for a while. The light surrounding the entire city flickered for a moment before finally disappearing. Haha, I was wondering how powerful this Liberty City was. So it's nothing more than this. Even the great city protecting array is so fragile. It can't even withstand a single blow. In my opinion, the senior martial brothers of the Mysticine Palace are still the best. With so many puppets attacking at the same time, their momentum shook the heavens. So what if it was a powerful formation? Wasn't it breached in the blink of an eye? The people of the Darking Palace all wore blue and white Taoist robes. They all looked to be young male cultivators. At this moment, each and every one of them raised their chins with arrogant expressions. Beside them, there were many people wearing the uniforms of other sects who were constantly cheering and flattering them. Those are people from the 10,000 Swords Matter. Zhou Zixuan saw Mu Yan's curious eyes looking at this group of people. He curled his lips in disdain. They are a group of despicable people who seek nothing but profit and cling to the Darking Palace to survive. They are best at sowing dissension in front of the big forces, luring them to destroy the rising small sects and families, so that they can profit from it. Who knows, they might have been the ones who stirred up trouble. Mu Yan looked at the shifty-eyed people and nodded in satisfaction. They seek nothing but profit. I suppose they are richer? Zhou Zixuan, sensing Mu Yan's approach. The people of Liberty City, who were ready to fight, turned around and hurriedly bowed and knelt down. Greetings, City Lord. After Mu Yan waved her hand to let them stand up, the scene immediately became noisy. City Lord is here. So City Lord has been in the city these days. I thought City Lord didn't come back after going to the Dark Parasol Desert. Haha, with City Lord here, there's nothing to be afraid of. My stall can't be left unattended. I'm going back first. Everyone's eyes were filled with worship and awe. The fear and nervousness he felt just now disappeared without a trace the moment he saw this young girl. Everyone in the city began to return to their positions and perform their duties. It was as if they believed from the bottom of their hearts that as long as their city lord was here, all the dangers could be averted. The leader of the Darking Palace was a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He looked no more than 27 or 28 years old. He had a long sword on his waist, and his posture was tall and straight. He was quarreling with the people of Liberty City angrily. Hearing them call him City Lord, he couldn't help but look over with a cold smile. You are Liberty City's. His voice stopped abruptly. His eyes fell on Mu Yan, and he was completely dumbfounded. Behind Mu Yan, Ma Quishan moved 2 armchairs for her and Wei Mian like he knew them very well. He placed them one in front of the other in the back. Miss, General Wei, please take a seat. Mu Yan sat down casually. Then, she looked at the young man who spoke just now. Yes, I am the City Lord of Liberty City. If you have any opinions about our city, you can tell me. 6 Stars Pagoda. No, I'm also cultivating. The young man's face was so red that it could drip water. He stammered for a long time and couldn't even say a complete sentence. His gaze roamed around, not daring to look at Mu Yan at all. The other people from Mysticine Palace were also young male cultivators with thin skin. His performance was not much better than the leaders. Mu Yan waited for a long time, only to find that they could not even utter a complete sentence. Instead, she was amused by them. You have come to my Liberty City aggressively. Don't you want an explanation? What? Now you don't want it? It was your Liberty City that was unfair and biased towards the cultivators in your city. Can't we talk about it? Looking at the people of the Darking Palace being captivated by Mayan one by one, they couldn't even say a proper sentence. The people of the 10,000 Swords Manor grew anxious. They had made up their mind to take advantage of the situation when the Mystic Moon Palace crushed Liberty City and reap the benefits. If the two sides did not fight, how could they fish in troubled waters? We've had enough of your Liberty City over the past few days. We clearly paid so many spar, but we have to line up behind those lowly commoners, unable to use the 6 stars pagoda. It's fine that we can't use it, but you even want to hinder senior brother Beitong's cultivation. Now that his breakthrough and advancement have been delayed, can you afford it? The shouts brought the people of the Dark Palace back to their senses. The young man with thick eyebrows, who was their leader, coughed lightly. He straightened his body and cupped his hands at Mu Yan. I am Beitang Yi, a disciple of the leader of the Dark Palace. May I know who you are? But this is a matter between the Dark Palace and Liberty City. It has nothing to do with you. Let's invite the real master of Liberty City to come out and discuss it. Mu Yan slightly tilted her body, her posture lazy. She said with a faint smile, I am the master of Liberty City. Believe it or not, get lost. What an arrogant girl. A middle-aged man with a pointy mouth from the 10,000 Swords village sneered, I wonder if your bones are as hard as your attitude? He spoke very softly, and he did not show any emotion on his face. His right hand, however, silently clasped 3 dark red needles, and he instilled his spiritual energy into them. His fingertips shivered, and the needles flew towards Mu Yan. A malicious smile appeared on his face. The bone-dissolving needles would penetrate into the bones. Although they would not kill the victim, they would penetrate into the marrow and make the victim wish that they were dead. Later, the woman would roll and wail on the ground in pain. How lowly and ugly would she be? Humph, Liberty City wanted to make the Dark Palace let them go with a honey trap, that depended on whether the 10,000 Swords village agreed or not. Suddenly, he felt a slight pain on his neck, as if something had pierced into his skin. Subconsciously, he reached out his hand and touched it. His fingertips were wet. When he brought it to his eyes, he found that it was a tiny drop of blood. Did some bug bite him? Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly felt a bone-piercing pain in his limbs and bones. Aha! It hurts. It hurts. Help! Elder Liang, what happened? The people of the 10,000 Swords village hurried to support the middle-aged man, only to find that the bones all over his body were vaguely scarlet, as if they were burning. Why does it look like he was hit by the bone-dissolving needles? The people of the 10,000 Swords village, who had just seen Elder Liang shoot out the needles, looked at Mu Yan in horror. What on earth did you do? Mu Yan twirled a dark red needle with her fair fingers and chuckled, what do you think I did? Of course, it's to give him a taste of his own medicine. After speaking, she looked at Beitang Yi, making trouble without reason, gathering people to besiege the city, plotting to murder, so this is how your profounding palace handles things? Beitang Yi's face turned red as he fiercely glared at myriad Sword Manor's people. Without my order, no one is allowed to make a move. But this slut injured Elder Liang, shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? A hot-tempered young man beside Beitang Yi sternly scolded. The people of the 10,000 Swords Manor were furious, but they did not dare to say anything. Beitang Yi clears his throat and looks at Mayan with a complicated expression. Miss, are you really the city lord of Liberty City? Mu Yan, I don't want to say the same thing a third time. Beitang Yi looked at the 6 stars pagoda. Does this cultivation treasure belong to Miss? So what if I am? Beitang Yi and his fellow apprentices behind him looked at each other and said in a stern tone, I don't know where you got this 6 stars pagoda from. But a cultivation treasure of this grade is not something a little girl like you should have. An ordinary man's wealth is his ruin. You should have heard of this saying, right? Right now, the people gathered here are just some rogue cultivators who don't know what's good and what's not, so no one wants to snatch it. If one day, the true effect of this 6 stars pagoda is known, do you think your Liberty City will still be able to survive? Mu Yan glanced at him. Then what do you want? Beitang Yi puffed out his chest. Miss, name a price. Transfer this 6-star pagoda to my Darking Palace. Such a top-grade treasure can only be used in a big sect like my Darking Palace. The young man behind Beitang Yi glanced at Wei Mian and the others and sneered. Look at your poor appearance. You must be short of money, right? How about it? Transfer the 6-star pagoda to us, or the whole Liberty City will submit to my Darking Palace. I guarantee that you country bumpkins will be able to live well in the future. Butcher and the rest were fuming with anger. Tai too, who had the worst temper, cursed without hesitation. Bullshit. Are you the country bumpkins? Do you know where I used to live? Before he could finish, Ruang Yang pulled him and gave him a warning look. Mu Yan played with a cyan token casually and looked at Bai Tangyi and the others. So, why do you think that you are more qualified than our Liberty City to have the 6-star pagoda? Huh? Isn't your question nonsense? The people of Darking Palace laughed. Can a small shabby city that has just been built be mentioned in the same breath with my Darking Palace? My Darking Palace has taken a fancy to your cultivation magic treasure and is willing to pay crystals to buy it. We are giving you face. Don't be so shameless. Bai Tangyi stopped the person who spoke. His eyes looked at Mu Yan without blinking and said in a deep voice, if I'm not wrong, the mystery hidden in this 6-star pagoda should be far less than what it is showing now. Even if it is also a magic treasure used for cultivation, its assistance and guidance to soul masters is different from others. Ordinary cultivation magic treasures can't compare with it. Mu Yan nodded. It's not bad to be able to see this. Bai Tangyi thought of the mystery of the 6-star pagoda, and even his heart couldn't help beating faster. When I was cultivating in the 6-star pagoda, I could feel its special assistance to puppet masters. Because of this, I could break the bottleneck that I had been stuck in for many years. I'm sure that this 6-star pagoda was built for puppet masters, and it can only be used by my Darking Palace. If it's left in Liberty City and used by these ordinary cultivators who don't have any foundation as soul masters, it'll be a complete waste of God's gifts. Mayan looks at him with a smile that isn't a smile. I deeply admire you for your unrequited love. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. Bai Tangyi's face suddenly flushed red, and he angrily said, what did I say wrong? Mu Yan ignored him and waved at a male cultivator in the crowd, are you a soul master? The male cultivator was stunned for a long time before he said in a daze, no, I'm a sword cultivator. Mayan chuckles and continues to ask, how do you feel about cultivating in the Hex-star pagoda? Does it benefit your sword Dao? Yes. Of course. At the mention of the 6 stars pagoda, the male cultivator became excited. My father used to say that my sword intent was too soft, but after entering the 6 stars pagoda a few times, my sword intent became extremely fierce. Mayan, do you think that this 6-star pagoda is specifically for puppet masters to cultivate? How is that possible? The male cultivator's excited voice suddenly rises. The 6-star pagoda is clearly set up for us sword cultivators. Bai Tangyi and the fellow apprentices behind him widen their eyes. How? I also think that this 6-star pagoda is set up for us puppet masters. That's right. Some of the training inside is even more useful than my master's guidance. Mayan sneers, do you know why 6 stars pagoda is called 6 stars? Because from the very beginning, this pagoda was aimed at nurturing 6 different types of combat cultivators. What? Against 6 types of cultivators? How can there be such a cultivation treasure in this world? Mu Yan stretched herself and stood up from the chair. Snapping her fingers, she said, since we've already talked about this topic, there's no better time than today. From today onwards, shall we begin the competition for the 6-star list? Wait a minute, just now, they were still arguing about the ownership of 6 stars pagoda. Why did they suddenly start some ranking competition? Furthermore, what the hell was the 6-star ranking? The 6-star roll includes the 1000 average roll, Ganhua roll, void roll, sky-splitting roll, Hiyu roll, and fortune roll. The 1000 average list focuses on battle techniques, while the sky splitter list focuses on spiritual power. The Ganhua roll tested one's support abilities. The void list tested one's divine sense, mental state, and willpower. The Hiyu list tested one's control skills. The fortune roll tests a cultivator's speed. As soon as she finished speaking, the token in her hand emitted a dazzling fluorescent light. He quickly flew up into the air. From the sky came a deep and old voice that was deep and mechanical, the 6 stars order is out. Following my master's orders, the 6 stars list is opened. The light grew brighter and brighter, completely enveloping the entire 6 stars pagoda. However, the aged voice did not stop. It was like an ancient and heavy bell that rang in everyone's ears. Qiankuan 6 stars, ancient flowing sound. Qianjun, Ganhua, nothingness, splitter, Hiyu, and Fu Wang's 6 lists have now been opened. I hope that all the shoujo will strive to be the first, raise your cultivation, and not let down the world, not let down the common people. The voice slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. The 6-star order floating in the air retracts its light and returns to Mu Yan's hand. Only then did Mu Yan look at the dumbfounded people of Darking Palace. You want the 6 stars pagoda? Sure, as long as you become the first on the Hiyu list, I will sell the 6 stars pagoda to your Darking Palace. How about it? Hiyu's list corresponded to control skills. It was practically tailor-made for Soul Master puppeteers. Everyone from the Darking Palace looked at the 6 stars pagoda with even more fervent gazes. At the same time, he was eager to try. Beitingyi asked directly, how do we fight for the first place of Hiyu list? Mu Yan, enter the 6-star pagoda and choose the trial. There's already someone else on the list? If there was no one else, then as long as he had a good result, he would be able to become number 1. That was naturally impossible. Mayan smiles with surprise. This 6-star pagoda is something from the Shoshan continent. There are indeed many names on the list, but most of them are the results left behind by the cultivators of the Shoshan continent. Huh? Cultivation continent? Are you talking about the lower realm that doesn't even have immortal chi? Isn't it easy to surpass those people? Little girl, you really didn't lie to us? If we become the top of the Hiyu list, don't go back on your word, okay? Mu Yan beamed and said, don't worry, there are so many people here listening. I am the city lord of Liberty City and also the owner of 6 stars pagoda. My words naturally count. Alright. Then I'll take the first place and show you. Beitingyi rubbed his palms together and entered the Hex Star Pagoda without any hesitation. The trial of the Hiyu list could not be said to be difficult, but it was not easy either. It targeted the cultivators' potential, not their current strength. Beitingyi's status in Darking Palace was transcendent. To be accepted as a disciple by the sect master, his talent was naturally not ordinary. 1 second remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. So, after only 1 hour, he successfully passed the checkpoint. The monsters in the checkpoint disappeared, and a list appeared in front of him. Beitingyi looked up excitedly. It was densely packed with names, but he didn't know most of them. When he reached the top of the list, he finally saw his name. However, this made him suddenly open his eyes wide, revealing an incredulous expression. First place, Yi Liangchen. Second place, Beitingyi. Third place, Su Yi. How could it be? Who is this Yi Liangchen? Why is his final score higher than mine? Beitingyi gritted his teeth and rushed into the trial field again. Outside the 6-star tower, time passed little by little. But Beitingyi and the disciples of the Dark Moon Palace who went and didn't come out. What's going on? Could it be that your Liberty City is up to something? The people of the Dark Moon Palace and the 10,000 Swords Villa were anxiously pacing back and forth. Even many people in Liberty City looked worried, looking at the direction of the 6-star tower from time to time. Only Mayan was leisurely drinking tea and eating pastries, as if she didn't care about what was happening in front of her. Miss, what if the people of the Dark Moon Palace really snatch the first place on the Hiyu list? Mayan, then give it to them. Miss. The butcher and the others were anxious and wanted to say something. Luo Yu, who had slept enough, strolled over unhurriedly. She took a spirit fruit from the short table next to Mayan and started to eat it. While eating, she looked at the butcher and the others with a pair of quick-witted eyes. Don't worry about it. Do you know who is at the top of the 6-star list? Who? Is it Miss? By the way, if it's a record set by Miss, no one can break it. Looking at the confident expressions of the people of Liberty City, Luo Yu rolled her eyes and said with a smile, it's a pity that the first place on the 6-star list is not Mayan, but Yi Liangchen. What? Who is Yi Liangchen? Luo Yu said in all seriousness, Yi Liangchen, the great god Yi, is known as the list-slaughtering demon in the cultivation land. There is no list in the world that he can't be at the top of. No one has ever broken the record she created. As long as Yap Liangchen is involved in the ranking list, you have to be prepared to be dominated by her. Bang. Mu Yan knocked Luo Yu's head with an explosive pellet and glared at him. Stop talking nonsense. Luo Yu stuck out her tongue and laughed slyly. Since he had nothing better to do, he decided to play with them. Who asked these people to want to kill him back then? As expected, Butcher, Tai Tu and the rest were all stunned by Luo Yu's coaxing. He couldn't help but wonder who this Xianxia was. Could it be that he was more powerful than their city lord? Only the corner of Ma Qian's mouth twitches as he stands behind Mu Yan. Wait a minute. If he remembered correctly, Mrs. name in Tianguang ruins was Xianxia, right? At this moment, a few figures suddenly rushed out of the Six Stars Pagoda angrily. At this time, Bei Tengyi was no longer looking at Mu Yan with infatuation in his eyes, only anger of being fooled. City Lord Jun, are you fooling us? Why can't we win that Xianxia no matter how hard we try? Mu Yan glanced at him calmly and curled her lips into a smile. If you can't win, it's naturally because you're not as skilled as him. Otherwise, what else could it be? Bei Tengyi roared, impossible. He's just a low-level cultivator from the cultivation continent. At most, he's only at the peak of the mortal cultivation realm. How could I not be able to defeat him? For mobile users, please browse and read. Mu Yan sighs. Xianxia isn't very good at talent related to the Hiu list, so his points aren't high. There's still a lot of room for improvement. But you guys can't even get first place in the Hiu list. This is enough to prove that the Dark Moon Palace isn't qualified to have a 6-star list. Isn't that right? Nonsense. Damn it, I think this list is fake, right? Yeah, what Xianxia? I've never heard of him. If you have the ability, send someone to compete with us in puppetry. If the Dark Moon Palace loses, we'll leave on the spot. Mu Yan bites off the last bit of the fruit and throws the core into the trash can. Then she claps her hands and stands up, a faint smile on her face. I was waiting for you to say that. Xiaoqi, let these frogs at the bottom of the well see what a real puppeteer is. Luo Yu, who is squatting beside the chair, cleans his hands and slowly stands up. The youngster has fair skin and delicate features. When he smiles, there are 2 shallow dimples on his cheeks. His entire person carried a kind of clear and pure youthful aura that made people feel carefree and happy. But a clean youngster also represents weakness. Bei Tengyi frowns and says unhappily, Lord Jun, are you joking? Do you think that a kid who hasn't even grown his hair can beat us in puppetry? Whether it's appearance or age, Luo Yu isn't even 20 years old. He isn't like Mu Yan who has already formed his immortal bone. Normal people can't use their divine sense to check the age of their bones. That's why Bei Tengyi thinks that Mu Yan is playing with them. TSK, this little brother won't cry when it hurts, right? Ha ha ha. Senior doesn't even need to do anything for this kind of rookie. We can control a puppet and beat him until he begs for mercy. The Dark Moon Palace disciples laugh. The 10,000 Swords Village disciples are gloating and fanning the flames. Senior Bei Tang, you should understand now, right? These Xiaoyao sect people are so arrogant and sinister. If you send out such an ignorant kid, even if you lose in the end, others will only say that you are bullying the weak. A disciple of the 10,000 Swords Village, who had a short beard and looked to be twice the age of Bei Tengyi, flatteringly called Bei Tengyi senior brother. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will think that the reputation of the Profounding Palace is something that they, this shabby little city, can casually trample on. Another member of the 10,000 Swords Manor looked at Mu Yan wretchedly and echoed, that woman looks young and her cultivation is not high. Who knows how she got the position of city lord? How can such a shameless slut be worthy of possessing a treasure like the 6 Stars Pagoda? Haha, if senior brother Bei Tang is really interested in her, you can bring her back as a concubine to play with. Bei Tengyi glared at the people from Myriad Swords sect, don't talk nonsense. However, he did not say anything else. Instead, he stared coldly at Luo Yu and said, Brat, you'd better go down quickly. Get someone with real ability to come up. Luo Yu stretched her body and said slowly, as for me, I'm indeed the weakest in the Xiaoyao sect. If you want to get someone with more ability to fight, that's not a problem. But you still have to get rid of me, the weakest one, right? You can't even win against me, yet you still want to challenge my senior brother and sister. Haha, where's your face? You. Bei Tengyi flew into a rage. But before he could speak, Luo Yu restrained his expression and cut him off. It's getting late. Sixth senior sister and I are in a hurry to go back for dinner. Let's make the competition simple. As he spoke, he slowly opened his hands to the sides. Faint white light emitted from his palms. As long as any one of you can summon and control more puppets than me, you win. How about it? In the next moment, the third layer of mirror domain was activated. Countless puppets that were already made appeared one after another in front of the crowd. 10, 20, 100, 200, 1000, 2000. In the end, the entire square was densely packed with all kinds of puppets. Some were humanoid, some were beast-shaped, some were as tall as mountains, and some were as small as ants. The scariest thing was that these puppets did not just stand there blankly. Instead, they moved quickly under the control of an invisible divine sense. Some flew into the air, some crawled under the feet of the disciples of the Dark Moon Palace and the 10,000 Swords Village. Some were neatly arranged, ready to go. The angry and disdainful expressions of Beitang and the others froze on their faces. They could not believe their eyes as they looked at the puppets surrounding them. In their minds, there were only 4 words: this is impossible. And the disciples of the 10,000 Swords Village were completely scared silly. When the densely packed puppets flew over, some people squatted on the ground with their hands over their heads, shivering. Some people screamed and wanted to escape, but ran into the murderous puppet army. A handsome young man in a blue robe smiled as he stood among the thousands of puppets. His hands were slightly open, and the dimples on his cheeks were faintly discernible. His black eyes were like obsidian, pure and sparkling. His expression was the same as before. Even the curve of his lips did not increase or decrease. However, at this moment, no one would think that this was just a weak and inexperienced young man. He was like a king that could naturally control puppets. In the blink of an eye, he had already laid out an inescapable net. Thousands of soldiers and horses, there was nowhere to run. Wei Mian had already stood up from his seat, staring blankly at the blue-clothed young man in the puppet army. His body unconsciously trembled, and his eyes faintly flashed with a bright light. Who was this young man? How could he activate mirror domain? Why does this scene seem so similar? So similar. Luo Yu looked at Beitang and said with a smile, "Are these puppets enough?" Beitang was flabbergasted, his lips were trembling, and he couldn't utter a single syllable for a long time. The other disciples of the Darking Palace were all dumbfounded. Luo Yu tilted her head. "Isn't it enough? Then, let's continue." As soon as he finished speaking, the luster on his hand became even more dazzling. The surrounding rocks and trees began to gather around him. The originally lifeless object seemed to have been bestowed with a soul at this moment. They quickly combined and smelted until they became dozens of huge puppets. And this process only lasted for a few dozen breaths. "Enough. Enough. Don't continue." One of the Profounding Palace's disciples behind Beitang finally couldn't help but roar. His eyes were filled with awe and fear. Luo Yu looked at Beitang and smiled. "Now it's your turn." Beitang's eyes stared blankly, as if he was possessed. It wasn't until the junior brother behind him pushed him that he came back to his senses. The arrogant young man revealed an unwilling expression. But it was only for a moment before it turned into a helpless bitterness. He sighed and lowered his proud head. We, the Dark Moon Palace, admit defeat. May I know your name and where is your master? Are you a disciple of a great master from the Over-the-Wave Palace? The Over-the-Wave Palace? What's that? Luo Yu shook his head. I've never heard of it. My master is naturally the Xiaoyao sect. Who else could it be? As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the dense puppet army was put into his storage space. Luo Yu ignored Beitang and returned to Mu Yan happily. "Sixth senior sister, how was my performance? I didn't embarrass you, did I?" Mu Yan gave him a spirit fruit. "Good performance. You deserve a reward." "Just a spirit fruit?" Although she was complaining, Luo Yu still accepted the fruit with a smile and chewed on it happily. At this moment, there was no more puppet army and mirror field. The blue-robed youth looked like a clean and innocent youth who knew nothing about the ways of the world. However, everyone present, whether it was the disciples of the Dark Moon Palace, the 10,000 Swords Manor, or the citizens of Xiaoyao City, were looking at the young man with awe and amazement. At this moment, they all looked at the young man with awe and amazement. Butcher and the others couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, a person who can be the junior brother of our miss can't be an ordinary person. However, this wasn't ordinary at all. It was a little too shocking. The Dark Moon Palace swore to provoke them, but now they suffered a crushing defeat without even fighting. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed and dejected. Beitingyi gritted his teeth and glanced at Mu Yan. In the end, he didn't say anything and waved his hand. Let's go. The people of the Dark Moon Palace and the 10,000 Swords Manor hurriedly followed him. However, they hadn't walked a few steps. They heard a pleasant female voice behind them. Wait a minute. Who said you can leave? Beitingyi suddenly turned around with unconcealable anger in his eyes. We have already admitted defeat and left. What else do you want? The girl sitting in front of him had a lazy expression, and the corners of her mouth seemed to be curled up. The faint golden rays of light fell on her flawless white jade skin, making her look even more picturesque, absolutely stunning. But at this moment, no one would think that she was a gentle and harmless girl. Even her junior brother was so powerful. As the senior sister and the city lord of Liberty City, if she did not have some ability, how could she convince others? Do you think that Liberty City is a place where you can provoke as you please and leave after provoking us? Or is it the quality of the people of the Darking Palace? You only allow yourselves to stir up trouble, and when you can't handle it, you don't want to pay any price? Beitingyi's face turned red, and the anger in his eyes was about to burst out. However, he was unable to refute Mu Yan's words. Then what do you want? Mayan knocks her fingers on the back of the chair. Then, she sits up straight and reveals a seemingly pure smile. She twists her right index finger and thumb together and rubs them together. In this world, there is no problem that can't be solved with a lot of jingshe. Beitingyi was startled, and only reacted after a long while. Then I wonder how many crystal stones City Lord Jun thinks we should compensate? Mayan glances at Zhou Zixuan. Zhou Zixuan immediately takes out a silver abacus and calculates on it for a while before he says loudly. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. The riot has led to the temporary closure of the 6 Stars Tower, which has reduced our income. Also, the reputation of Liberty City has been damaged, and the time of the city master has been delayed. In conclusion, the senior brothers of the Dark Moon Palace have to pay us 3,096,000 crystals. Since you are also customers of the Liberty sect, we will count it as 3 million crystals. Hiss dash, the disciples of the Darking Palace sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 million crystals? Why don't you just rob someone? This is too much. Do you really think our Darking Palace is afraid of you? Senior brother Beitang, let's go back and report to master. Shut up. Beitingyi shouted, haven't you guys lost enough face today? You don't have to worry about the crystal stones, I'll pay for them myself. Finished speaking, he strode over to Mu Yan, threw her a storage ring, and said coldly, the crystal stones and heaven and earth treasures inside add up to more than 3 million crystal stones. Can we go now? Mu Yan takes the storage ring and examines it. A bright smile immediately blossomed on his face. Even if Beitingyi was currently burning with rage, he was still dazzled by this beautiful smile that was even more dazzling than the blazing sun. In the next moment, a thin and somewhat wrinkled talisman was handed to him. No matter how you look at it, our 6-star pagoda is to blame for this matter. It caused you to fail in your breakthrough. Take this talisman as compensation. Beitingyi thought in his mind, compensation? How could a mere talisman make up for the rare opportunity to make a breakthrough? However, the words that were about to come out of his mouth were completely forgotten by the faint smile in those peach blossom eyes. He took the talisman in a daze and returned to his fellow apprentices. Only when the junior brother beside him called out to him did he suddenly come back to his senses. Let's go, he said with some embarrassment. This time, no one stopped him. The Mysticine Palace disciples stepped onto their flying swords and sped away. The disciples of the 10,000 Swords village hurriedly followed. However, before they could fly into the air, a net descended from the sky and pulled all of them back from the sky. The people of the Darking Palace can leave after paying their debts, but who said you can leave as well? The people of the 10,000 Swords Manor were terrified and wanted to cry for help. However, he discovered that the disciples of the Mysticine Palace had already flown far away. They were shocked and angry. What do you want to do? This is a matter between Liberty City and the Dark Palace. What does it have to do with the 10,000 Swords Village? What right do you have to keep us here? Mu Yan raised her eyebrows. Didn't you throw the bone-dissolving needle just now? That's right, so what if we lost it? It didn't hurt you, did it? On the contrary, our elder Liang is in so much pain that he wishes he were dead. What else do you want? Mayan chuckles, I don't want anything. However, the motto of the Xiaoyao sect has always been that if people don't offend us, we won't offend them. If people offend us, we'll cut the weeds and destroy the roots. I love my sect, and I have never thought of going against the principles of my sect. What do you think we should do? The people of the Myriad Swords Manor were filled with unwillingness. But now, the situation was stronger than they were. Even the disciples of the Darking Palace had been defeated. What else could they do? We'll pay, okay? Wasn't it just 3 million crystals? We, the Myriad Swords Manor, are willing to concede defeat. I'm sorry. But you might have made a mistake. Mu Yan interrupts them with a smile. The people of Darking Palace really only need to compensate 3 million crystals, but your voices have polluted my ears, and your looks have polluted my eyes. The compensation needs to be 10 times more. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. 10 times, that means 30 million crystals. Are you kidding me? 30 million crystals? Why don't you just rob a bank? Liberty City, I'm warning you. Don't cross the line. Do you really think that the 10,000 Sword Sect is a pushover? We are willing to compensate you with 6 million crystals and a batch of spiritual medicines. You should be satisfied with that, right? I suggest that you stop while you're ahead. If you really piss us off, you will be known as a robber. Do you think that Liberty City will have a peaceful life after that? Mu Yan was still silent. Somebody in the crowd suddenly roared in grief and indignation, isn't the 10,000 Swords Sect loots other people's properties, murders, and loots? What right do beasts like you have to criticize others? Mu Yan turned around. She saw that an unaffiliated cultivator who had joined Liberty City not long ago dashed out of the crowd and fell on his knees before her. City Master, my family was plotted against and robbed by the 10,000 Swords Village. Eventually, my family was ruined. He even kidnapped my younger sister. She is a pitiful little girl who has never experienced the world. Who knows what kind of torture she has suffered now. City Master, my sect was set up by the 10,000 Swords Village, too. The 10,000 Swords Village abducts handsome men and beautiful women from small families and sects, locks them up, and sells them for profit. The money that the 10,000 Swords Village rakes in is not just 30 million, but even double. More and more people began to kneel down to seek redress for their grievances, while crying and complaining. Some of them were even begging in indignation that they would be willing to do their part if the 10,000 Swords Village was attacked. Near Blue Wave City, the 10,000 Swords Village had been dominating the market with the support of the Dark Moon Palace, the Clear Sky Sect, and other major sections. Many unaffiliated cultivators were actually from the small families and sects that had been persecuted by the 10,000 Swords Village. Before, they had been isolated and cowardly. They did not dare do anything even when they saw people from the 10,000 Swords Village. But today, after witnessing the capability of Liberty City that even the Dark Moon Palace was wary of, and Luo Yu, who could summon thousands of puppets, hope rose in the hearts of those people again. If they could take revenge and save their families, from then on, they would certainly be grateful to Liberty City and risk their lives for it. Mu Yan looked at Wei Mian and Zhou Zixuan. How could the two of them not understand what she meant? At this time, Zhou Zixuan was already prostrating himself in admiration towards Mu Yan. No wonder Miss would ask if the Mysticine Palace and 10,000 Swords Village were rich. It turned out that he had planned to take advantage of the situation from the very beginning, but thinking about it, this was really the fastest way to get crystals. With the 3 million crystals from the Dark Moon Palace and the 10,000 Swords Village, he would not be able to afford it. In the future, would Liberty City still have to worry about crystals? The Great City Protecting Array could be activated day and night. Also, after the 10,000 Swords village was destroyed, both those who were rescued and those who intended to avenge the 10,000 Swords village would certainly pledge their loyalty to Liberty City. Even the power of their army would rise to another level. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The young miss was the young miss, and the city lord was the city lord. How could he compare to her in terms of foresight? Zhou Zixuan and Wei Mian happily went to deploy troops to attack 10,000 Swords Manor. Just like what Wei Guan had said before. Without the help of the Darking Palace, a third-rate force like the 10,000 Swords Manor could be easily destroyed by the free unfettered army. Only 1 day had passed. The 50,000 troops of Liberty City returned with vast quantities of resources and the people who had been rescued from the 10,000 Swords Manor. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Miss, these are the crystals and treasures we brought back from the 10,000 Swords Manor. There are even a lot of the materials on the list you want. At least for the next 3 years, we don't have to worry about the expenses of Liberty City and the army. Zhou Zixuan passed a list to Mu Yan in high spirits. Mu Yan passed it to Luo Yu. Go with the scholar and General Wei to check the supplies, then settle down the people that were rescued from the 10,000 Swords Manor. Luo Yu took the list and nodded, but then asked curiously, what about you, 6th sister? Mayan, there's only half a month left before the Tianguang Ruins list is updated. Tianguang Ruins time, I have to go slaughter the list. Luo Yu, only his 6th sister could say that slaughtering the list was as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. After a pause, Mayan said, Little 7, when we come out of Tianguang Ruins, I have something to tell you. About the past she saw in the memories of the eldest brother. About the identity of Wei Mian and the others. About the descendants of Master Shi Qing. And about Luo Yu's identity and origin. What does 6th sister want to tell him? Why does she look so serious? While thinking, Luo Yu wobbled to the warehouse of the city lord's mansion. Under Zhou Zixuan's welcome, she checked the supplies and picked out the refining materials that Mayan wanted. Then she said, what about the people rescued from the 10,000 Swords Manor? Little 7 Gongzi, please come with me. The two came to a basement of the city lord's mansion. A simple medical station had been set up here. Hundreds of people were lying side by side on clean beds, and the maids of the city lord's mansion were using talismans and treating them. Those bastards from the 10,000 Swords Manor are really inhuman. Zhou Zixuan gritted his teeth. Those kidnapped boys and girls are to be sold to nobles with special hobbies. So they need to go through a long period of training. That training process is so cruel that it's unbearable to watch. Although the elixir given by Miss has the effect of reviving the dead, the quantity is too little. So we can only give them healing talismans with slightly less effect. Luo Yu nodded, frowning. She looked over and saw that everyone lying on the bed was covered with scars. Some people were unconscious, but they kept groaning. There were also some who stared at the ceiling with empty and numb gazes. Even though she had personally witnessed the hellish scene in Fusang City, Luo Yu was still disgusted by these insane beasts. Everyone from the 10,000 Swords village is dead? Of course not. Zhou Zixuan hurriedly said, Miss has already instructed us that although these sheep have been plucked bald, there might still be oil left after squeezing them a little. Wouldn't it be too easy for them to die so easily? Luo Yu burst out laughing. It was indeed the style of his 6th senior sister. Suddenly, the smile on his face froze, and his gaze fell on a spot not far away. There was a man leaning against the wall. He was wearing a blue robe and a white jade crown. He had long eyebrows and a pair of phoenix-like eyes. His temperament was gentle like jade. It was just that his face was sickly pale, and there were deep and shallow scars on his neck and exposed arms. However, he didn't seem to care about this little injury and weakness at all. His slender and thin fingers twirled a cup, and he was drinking leisurely. When he sensed someone approaching, the man turned around and gave Luo Yu a faint smile. Xiaoqi, long time no see. 3rd senior brother. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the Self-Love website. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. Tianguang Ruins World of Slaughter announces that the first place on the slaughter list of the 35th round of the Guiyu period is Yi Liangchen with 98,000 points. Yi Liangchen, please come to the killing list to get the order of Guiyu 35 as soon as possible. Mu Yan tossed the token in her hand and said to Ma Quishan, "You and your father will be responsible for the recruitment and management of the #1 gang in the world. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me." Ma Quishan nodded and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mississippi. Your reputation in Tianguang ruins is getting better and better. Many people want to submit to you now that they know that the world's #1 gang was created by you. Plus, the talisman you gave us is one of a kind. Everyone in the gang is trying to buy it." Mayan nods, preparing to leave Tianguang ruins. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a faintly discernible shadow at the back of the slaughter list. Her heart skipped a beat, and her figure suddenly flashed as she rushed over. Little light. Mu Yan appears in front of the youngster in a flash. A hint of panic flashed in the eyes of the originally indifferent youth. "What are you doing? Shouldn't I be asking you that?" Mu Yan looked at him and said, "Why do you look like you've seen a ghost when you see me? Why are you running in such a hurry?" Xiao Guang bit her lip, averting her gaze. "Didn't I tell you not to appear in front of me?" Mu Yan is so angry that she wants to laugh. "Brat, it was obviously you who appeared in front of me, but you came to complain first?" Little Light turned and left. But before he could take a few steps, he heard the girl's soft voice behind him. "Little Light, don't be afraid. No matter who is controlling you, I will definitely return your freedom." Little Light's body suddenly stiffened. He clenched his fists tightly at his sides. His straight back was slightly hunched, and he was even trembling slightly. Mu Yan worriedly steps forward. She was about to put her hand on his shoulder to ask if he was okay. The youth's low and hoarse voice rang in her ears, "Don't you blame me? I almost hurt you. Won't you hate me?" Mayan stares blankly, then she presses her fingers on his soft short hair and gently rubs the top of his head. "Fool. Xiao Guang is so handsome and cute, how could I hate him?" The youth's face immediately turned red. Before Mu Yan could react, he had already scuttled several meters away. He glared at her, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word for a long time. However, his eyes were filled with longing and vitality. Mu Yan is simply about to be melted by his tsundere and adorable appearance, and the smile on her lips becomes more and more playful. But before he could speak, a black and red stripe faintly appeared on the youth's face. Little Light gave a muffled groan, his expression changing greatly. Not bothering to say anything more to Mayan, he resolutely clenches his teeth and disappears. Little Light. Looking at the empty space in front of her, Mu Yan stops smiling and her face turns frosty. No matter who controlled Little Light and caused Tianguang ruins to be in such a foul state, it was impossible for them to escape. She would never let this matter rest. However, why did she keep feeling that the Little Light she saw this time seemed to have a little more vitality than before? Was she imagining things? Mu Yan shook her head, took out the floating light jade key, and left the Tianguang ruins. She didn't notice that the originally densely packed cracks on the jade key that was emitting light were gradually fading and decreasing. Half a day after Mu Yan left the Tianguang ruins, a man wrapped from head to toe in a black robe appeared in the vicinity of Floating Light Island. In front of him was Little Light, glaring at him with a cold face. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. Smack, fury flashed across the black-robed man's eyes. The black token in his hand suddenly turned into a whip and lashed viciously at Little Light. Little Light gave a muffled grunt and curled up on the ground, moaning in pain. The black-robed man watched him suffer for a long while before snickering. He withdrew his hand, and the whip turned back into the token. "I advise you to listen obediently and stop resisting. Otherwise, what awaits you will be 100 times more painful than now." With that, he turned to look at the door of Floating Light Island. He pressed the black token against the door and pushed. A dazzling light shone from the door. The black-robed man screamed and was sent flying hundreds of meters away, landing in the mud by the water's edge. He crawled up pathetically and roared in exasperation, "Damn it! It's been corroded for so long, but why doesn't the door of Floating Light Island show any signs of loosening? If it can't be opened before the end of the Guiyu period, how can I explain it to the Imperial Preceptor?" The black-robed man spat on the ground and patted his body. His dirty clothes were immediately replaced with brand new ones. He looked at Little Light, the black token in his hand glowing faintly. Has anything happened in Tianguang ruins recently? Why did the black flame token that the Imperial Preceptor gave me suddenly light up when I was outside? Little Light's body curled up tightly and trembled non-stop, not making a sound for a long while. The black-robed man kicked him hard. I'm asking you a question. Did you hear me? What happened in Tianguang ruins recently? Did anyone get close to Floating Light Island? No, no. After a long while, Little Light finally managed to spit out 2 words in a hoarse voice. The black-robed man kicked him again. You dog, you're not lying to me, are you? That shouldn't be possible. Under the control of the black flame token, this dog can't lie even if he wants to. He muttered to himself and looked at Little Light in disgust. Scram. Then, he flew up into the sky and looked down at everything in Tianguang ruins. He watched the people below kill, struggle, and wail in pain for survival and freedom. The black-robed man's eyes revealed a carefree expression. It felt so good to be able to control the life and death of others. It was like a god looking at an ant. However, there were still not enough people in Tianguang ruins. That was why Floating Light Island's defenses had not been corroded. If he still couldn't succeed before the end of the Guiyu period, the black-robed man shuddered at the thought of that lofty supreme being expert. Suddenly, his line of sight shifted and fell on the carnage list. Eh? Yi Liangchen, was there such a person in the slaughter list before? However, this doubt only lasted for a moment before he tossed it to the back of his mind. The time ratio between the massacre Skylight ruins and the outside world was 10-1. Over the years, it was unknown how many times the list had been changed. Some people had reached the top of the list, and some had been pulled down. Some were glorified, while others were miserable to the end. But no matter what, no one would be able to achieve 12 consecutive rounds of first place. Nor could he achieve 12 consecutive rounds of first place. This was the common name of the agreement that many people in Tianguang ruins knew. Why do you ask? The corners of the black-robed man's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. That was because the Imperial Advisor and the black flame token did not allow it. Mayan had just walked out of Tianguang ruins when she saw Luo Yu excitedly throwing herself at her 6th senior sister. Hurry, come with me? What's going on? Mayan staggers as she is pulled, her mind full of doubts. In the city lord's mansion, where flying is forbidden, Luo Yu is pulling her and flying as fast as lightning. Along the way, he even knocks down several decorations in the mansion, showing how anxious he is. Xiaoqi, what happened? Bang, the door is pushed open, and Mayan's question gets stuck in her throat. Third brother. On the bed and room that originally belonged to Luo Yu, there was a pale-faced man sleeping with his eyes closed. Who else could it be but her third brother Chumoli? She looks at Luo Yu. She hears Luo Yu gnashing her teeth. The 10,000 Swords Manor took advantage of the fact that third brother was too weak after his ascension to capture him. His body is full of injuries now. 6th senior sister, quickly treat third senior brother. Mayan's complexion suddenly sinks. The 10,000 Swords Manor, they're really tired of living. She quickly goes to the bed and holds Chumoli's hand. 6th sister, how is third brother? Are his injuries serious? Mayan's hand that is pressing on his pulse trembles, and she calmly withdraws it. She raises her head and shows Luo Yu a shallow smile. Don't worry, it's just a flesh wound, it's nothing. Luo Yu sighs in relief. But third brother's body is too weak. I need the assistance of a musician to help him recuperate. Xiaoqi, go guard outside. No matter how long it takes, if I don't respond, don't let anyone in. Even you. Luo Yu nods, glancing worriedly at Chumoli on the bed before turning to leave the room. She closes the door. Mayan quickly takes out a talisman and sticks it on the walls, windows, and doors. She then turns to look at the man on the bed, almost gnashing her teeth as she says, Third brother, are you courting death? The man who should be sleeping soundly slowly opens his eyes. A faint smile appears on his sickly pale face. Little sister, long time no see. Long time no see my ass. Mayan really wants to smash this guy's face with the Tian Mo Chin. She walks forward with a calm face, and lifts the quilt covering Chumoli's body. Then, she grabs his trousers with both hands and fiercely pulls. With a tearing sound, the soft white trousers are torn in half. Chumoli's legs were exposed. However, it was not as pale and smooth as the skin on his face. Some of them had a pair of pitch-black, skinny legs with strange black bubbles constantly popping up on the surface of their skin. If this could still be called a leg. Even though she's already mentally prepared, Mayan still feels her vision blur. His hands were clenched so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. The veins on the back of his hands were almost popping out. Chumoli's indifferent voice, which didn't reveal the slightest bit of pain, came from above her head. Little junior sister, although we are martial siblings, it's not good for you to be so careless, isn't it? After all, even Xiaobao knows that men and women can't share. Shut up. Mu Yan fiercely curses and glares at him. Chumoli still wanted to tease her, but when he saw the girl's reddened eyes, he swallowed his words in the end. There was an indescribable gentleness in his eyes. For the first time, the way he looked at Mu Yan carried a little gentleness, as if he was comforting a little girl. There's no need to make a fuss. Before I met you, I had to experience this kind of backlash once every 15th of every month. The only difference is whether it's a little more torturous or a little more torturous. How could this be the same? She had seen Chumoli's appearance when the curse flared up in the past. How could it be as serious as it is now? Moreover, at that time, she had only just met her fellow disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. Even when she saw her third senior brother suffering, it was only because of the benevolence of a doctor. She didn't empathize with him. But now, to her, every member of the Xiaoyao sect was her most important family. How could she look at such a terrifying injury and remain indifferent? Mu Yan takes a deep breath, and with great difficulty, she stabilizes her emotions. She turns to look at Chumoli and says through gritted teeth, "Did the backlash of the curse start from 3 months ago, when you drew the 100 ghosts rushing to the moon painting?" Chumoli smiles, pulls the quilt over his legs, and gives an irrelevant answer. "Don't tell others about the relapse of the curse on my body." If Xiaoqi, eldest senior brother, and the others knew that Chumoli was suffering so that they could improve their strength as soon as possible, how guilty and remorseful would they feel? So you also know that you can't let them know? Mu Yan is so angry that she wants to strangle him. Chumoli says calmly, "That's why I wanted to go to the floating island first and find you for treatment, little junior sister. Who knew that I would run into those fools of the Myriad Swords village?" Mu Yan's face turns cold. "Did they abuse you?" "No, they didn't." Chumoli says lightly, "I acted as their incompetent advisor for a while and probed the various forces on the floating island. When I heard about the Xiaoyao city, I guessed that it might be related to you. So I instigated the Myriad Swords village to test you." Mu Yan, it turns out that the cause of all these conflicts is actually him. Mu Yan looks at the gentle and shy man in front of her, and her mind is in a mess. Although the Xiaoyao 7 never act like ordinary people. But third senior brother, aren't you too abnormal, too immoral? You actually went to the Myriad Swords village to be an incompetent advisor? Mu Yan takes a deep breath to resist the urge to strangle him directly. Then how did you get the external injuries on your body? Chumoli sighs and says, "It's actually your fault, little junior sister." My fault? I thought that since the 10,000 swords matter provoked you, you would personally come to take revenge. Who knew that neither you nor Xiaoqi would come? I was afraid that your subordinates would treat me as a lackey of the 10,000 swords village, so I could only injure myself a little so that I could come with the people who were kidnapped by the 10,000 swords village. Mu Yan's face is streaming with tears. How could it be her fault now? Mu Yan takes another deep breath and tells herself over and over again in her heart. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Why were you angry at a pervert? She takes out the Tian Emochin and sits cross-legged on the edge of the bed. The expression on his face had already disappeared, leaving behind only a grave and concerned expression. Third senior brother, this treatment will take a long time. I want to try to cut open the meridians in your leg. Chumoli frowned, "It's best if you don't." Why? Don't you want to stand up? Chumoli said indifferently, "What's on my leg isn't poison, nor is it an injury. It's a curse. You should be very clear about this. But there's one thing I want little junior sister to understand. You're indeed extremely talented, and your musician skills are also unique in the world. But there are always some things in this world that the current you can't touch." He paused and said, "Maybe one day you can do it, but right now, a curse is still not something you can touch." Mu Yan tightly wrinkles her brows. She meets Chumoli's eyes and finally compromised. Okay, I understand. But one day, not only will I touch it, I will also make this so-called curse bow its head to my ear. Chumoli chuckles. Good, I'll wait for that day. The sound of the zither slowly resounds, and white light envelopes Chumoli. Even though Chumoli has always maintained a gentle and calm expression, fine beads of sweat begin to appear on his forehead. His clothes have long been soaked in sweat. The black bubbles that were originally slowly rising on Chumoli's legs now seem to be boiling. What kind of pain and suffering must he endure under such torture, and there is no way to alleviate this kind of pain. Chumoli is sweating like rain, but his expression seems indifferent as usual. But the hands that are pressed on both sides of the bed almost break the mattress and the wood below. The blood that oozes from his fingertips slowly enshrouds the snow-white bedsheets. Muyan's condition is also not much better than his. She still doesn't know what the curse that third brother spoke of is. Third brother won't let her analyze and understand it in depth. So she can only use the stupidest method. That is to use the Shin musician skill, art of Qi Huang, to forcibly heal and regenerate the flesh and meridians that have been damaged by the curse. The energy of the curse is limited. Every full moon night, it will accumulate enough energy to erupt. After the eruption exhausts the energy, the muscles of the whole body will gradually heal and recover. In the past, when there was no Mayan, Chumoli completely relied on suffering to get through. But as Chumoli's cultivation gets higher and higher, the mysterious power that he can use is getting stronger and wider. But at the same time, the backlash caused by the curse in his body will also increase day by day, making him unable to bear it. And there is very little that Muyan can do for Chumoli. Even because of the strengthening of the curse's energy. Now, even, floating like a dream, can't alleviate Chumoli's pain. The only thing that Muyan can do is nothing more than to use the Shin musician skill to speed up the consumption of the curse's energy, so that Chumoli can endure the backlash faster. The sound of the zither is getting louder and sharper, as if it's going to pierce people's eardrums. Even with the soundproofing talisman, Luo Yu, who is guarding outside, can hear the ear-piercing sound of the zither. He can't help but look inside worriedly. Didn't sixth sister say that third brother's injury is not serious? Sixth senior sister only needed to casually treat those superficial wounds and she would be able to heal them. Why is it taking so long now? Just as he was worrying, his vision suddenly blurred. A white-robed man appeared in front of him. Luo Yu was shocked. How could he not feel anything when someone got close to him? If this person wanted his head, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Li Weiran? When she saw who it was, Luo Yu was shocked. Didn't the perverted man that sixth senior sister spoke of disappear for several days? Why did it suddenly appear again? Li Weiran turned his head and looked at Luo Yu. He asked in a good mood, "Where's Mayan?" Luo Yu composed herself. Sixth sister is treating someone. Li Weiran nodded and walked past him to enter the room. Wait. Luo Yu was anxious. Sixth senior sister said that no one is to disturb her when she's treating her illness. Li Weiran's lips curled up. Do you think you or your talisman can stop me if I want to enter quietly? I'm not asking for your opinion, but seeing that you're Mayan's junior brother, I'm giving you some face. Luo Yu was infuriated. This guy looked like a dog, and his voice was gentle and refined. But the words he said were shameless to a certain extent. No wonder even sixth sister couldn't do anything to him. Li Weiran didn't wait for Luo Yu to reply. He strode forward and pushed the door open. I said not to disturb. Not to disturb. Luo Yu growled. Countless tiny puppets were already moving towards Li Weiran. No matter what sixth senior sister was hiding. But the treatment must not be interrupted. Otherwise, what if third senior brother's injuries worsened? However, just as he released his puppets, he felt a bone-chilling chill in his heart. Luo Yu almost instinctively retreated. But he was still a step too late. A slender and fair hand grasped his throat and tightened abruptly. Are you ordering me around? The air in his chest seemed to be sucked out in an instant. Luo Yu only felt a sharp pain in his throat. The blood in his body seemed to have frozen. So strong, so it really was as sixth senior sister said. This Li Weiran was terrifyingly strong. So strong that they couldn't contend against him now. Bang, the closed door suddenly opened. The zither music inside had disappeared. It was replaced by Mayan's frosty voice. Li Weiran, what do you want to do to my junior brother? Li Weiran's movements paused. Then he very neatly released his hand and turned around with an innocent expression. It's just a joke. Mayan, why are you so serious? Suddenly, his voice paused and he turned to look at Chumoli, who was lying on the bed. Even through the red silk, she could feel his intense and doubtful gaze. Mayan looked at Li Weiran and then at third senior brother. She felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. There was no need to talk about Li Weiran. This guy looked innocent and pure on the surface, but he was actually full of evil tricks. Moreover, he didn't put anyone on the floating island in his eyes. But now, even with the red silk covering his eyes, he looked at third senior brother differently than usual. Third senior brother, on the other hand, had never shown his emotions on his face. To see through his thoughts was simply more difficult than analyzing the rules of the heavens. But at this moment, Mayan clearly saw the astonishment and deep thought in his eyes. Third senior brother? Mayan couldn't help but call out. Chumoli came back to his senses and smiled at Mayan. This is? Mayan looked at her third senior brother meaningfully before saying, Li Weiran, he started pestering me from the gravel hill. That's all I know. Li Weiran touched his nose and smiled gently. Mu Yan, what do you want to know? You can ask me directly. I will tell you everything I know. Mu Yan rolls her eyes and simply ignores him. Third brother, what's wrong? It's nothing, Chumoli smiled lightly. I'm a bit tired, so I'm going to rest first. He didn't look too good at the moment. His face was pale and his lips were purple. Every breath he took seemed to take all his strength. Luo Yu looked at him worriedly, wanting to say something but hesitating. Third senior brother, take a good rest. Luo Yu, Li Weiran, follow me out first. The door closed. The only person left in the quiet room was Chumoli, who was sleeping peacefully with his eyes closed. After a long time, he muttered softly as if to himself, surname. Li? As soon as he walked out of the house, Li Weiran pretended to be nonchalant as he asked, this is your third senior brother? Very interesting. How many fellow apprentices do you have, Mu Yan? Mu Yan clenches her fists and turns around to give him a bright smile. Li Weiran was stunned and his expression froze. In the next moment, he felt pain on his face and stumbled back a few steps. When he regained his senses, he touched his face in disbelief. He was hit, he was actually slapped in the face. Li Weiran looked at Mayan, his expression a little confused. You hit me? Mayan felt a little guilty. After all, Li Weiran was much stronger than her. But when she thought about how Xiaoqi was almost strangled by this little pervert, Mayan wanted to strangle him to death. Pinching the void spirit ring on her finger, Mayan said with a sullen face, if you want me to help you get something from Tianguang ruins, don't step on my bottom line. Li Weiran laughed softly, his expression hidden under his slightly drooping hair and the glaring red silk. Jun Mayan, what do you think I care about? It's really bullshit, what did you say? The person's voice became softer and softer until it could no longer be heard. Mayan couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Li Weiran's thin lips curled into a harmless smile. I said I was wrong, and I won't touch this little newbie anymore. Mayan, forgive me. Screw you little newbie, Luo Yu was about to explode. You're the newbie. Your whole family is newbie. Mayan pulls Luo Yu back and looks at the impenetrable and impervious man with a headache. She sighs, that's enough, you just had to barge in, what's the matter? Li Weiran took out a Chankuan bag and threw it to Mayan. This Chankuan bag was tattered, and the seal was covered with hair. Moreover, it looked like it was the most basic kind, so it couldn't hold many things. Mayan was full of doubts when she took it. Why did this guy give her a broken Chankuan bag? What could be stored in it? However, when she probed it with her divine sense, Mayan's eyes widened. The reverse scale on the neck of the purple-scaled python. The tail of the blackwood scorpion. 100 bolts of pure heart silk. She looked at Li Weiran in disbelief. Where did you get these? Li Weiran said proudly, don't worry about where I got them. Just tell me if you like them and if you need them. His tone was both smug and expectant, as if he was saying, come and praise me, come and praise me. It didn't match Li Weiran's usual perverted image. Mu Yan almost couldn't come back to her senses. After a long time, she said, "How did you know I needed these?" Li Weiran smiled. "I made a copy of the list you gave Zhou Zixuan." Mayan frowns, "But why are you doing this for me?" Li Weiran replied without hesitation, "I will do whatever I want." "Why would I need a reason?" "Just say if you need it or not." Of course he needed it. These were the most important core materials for her lifebond sword besides the cloud bone. However, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Furthermore, this lunch was sent over by Li Weiran. This made it impossible for her to happily eat it. "Qi Huang, what do you say?" Qi Huang, who has always been urging Mayan to collect materials for her natal sword, doesn't say anything this time. Of course, he doesn't want Mayan to accept that pretty boy's gift. However, these materials were really too difficult to find. Damn it, if he could get out of the Tian Emochin space, how could this pretty boy have the chance to be attentive to him? Wait a minute, he is a dignified ancient artifact spirit, why would he be attentive to a stupid woman like Mayan? He saw 7 brilliants flying into a rage with himself in the space. Mu Yan's mouth twitched as she turned to look at Li Weiran. "I really need these materials. I'm willing to exchange them with something of equal value." "What do you want?" Li Weiran licked his lips curling up slightly. "Can Mu Yan give me anything I want?" Mu Yan laughed coldly. "Are you an idiot?" "Of course not. Don't you understand the principle of equal value exchange?" Li Weiran took 2 steps closer, a faint smile on his face. "Since I can't exchange for anything, then forget it. As long as Mu Yan remembers that I'm by your side when you need me, that's enough." Mu Yan glared at him coldly and said slowly, "Are you sure you don't want to exchange for anything?" Li Weiran was about to say no. Mu Yan flipped her wrist and a jade box appeared in her palm. "But I don't want to owe you a favor. The original one has been with me for many years and I can't bear to give it away. I've cultivated a new one these days. If you need it, I'll give it to you." When the box was opened, it immediately revealed a dazzlingly beautiful branch of flowers. Dark cloud spirit flower. The icy blue eyes under the red silk widened, a burning and complicated light flashing in them. His slender fingers gently took the jade box and held it in his palm. Li Weiran looked down at the delicate and beautiful flower in the box and murmured, "Do you know why I want the dark cloud spirit flower?" "Why?" Mu Yan asked casually. When she saw the expression on Li Weiran's face, her heart trembled. In the next moment, she heard the low voice again, but it sounded like it came from the distant sky. "My mother was a mortal without any talent for cultivation, but she fell in love with a heavenly lord of the immortal world. There's a difference in status between immortals and mortals. In the end, my mother was heartlessly abandoned. But my mother even dreamed of crawling back to that man's side like a dog. Even if she had to be a lowly servant, she didn't care. And the dark cloud spirit flower was the only thing that could help her realize her dream." Mu Yan was startled. "Where's your mother?" Li Weiran lowered his head slightly and closed the jade box, carefully putting it into his storage space. "Of course she's dead. After all, he was just a mortal. How could he survive in the Xianxia continent where the strong preyed on the weak? She died when I was very young." The atmosphere suddenly froze. Mu Yan doesn't know what to say for a moment. Even Luo Yu, who had just hated Li Weiran to the core, couldn't help but look at him with sympathy. "I'm sorry." After a long silence, Mu Yan finally spat out these 2 words. Li Weiran couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Mu Yan doesn't need to feel sorry. Because my mother died, I didn't feel sad at all. Instead, I felt very happy. You know, having such an incompetent, cowardly, and stupid mother is also a very troublesome thing. After he dies, I'll have one less burden. Isn't that good?" Mu Yan frowns. Li Weiran's words were extremely harsh. It could be said to be treason. She doesn't know why, but for the first time, Mu Yan doesn't feel disgusted by this youngster. Did Li Weiran really treat his mother as a burden? If that was the case, why did he plant the dark cloud spirit flower day after day? Why did he lose his composure when he saw her plant the dark cloud spirit flower? Mu Yan sighed. "Actually, I originally planned to give this dark cloud spirit flower to you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to waste so much effort to plant a second one. Thank you for saving Xiaobao's life in Kanwu City. End of chapter 3292. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.